Chapter 1. I Want to Dye This Thing Green, a warm reminder. With a rating of 9.4, this is a pure sweet story with no drama those who enjoy sweet tales can read with confidence. The early chapters may feature a strong female lead and a weaker male lead. Proceed with caution if this bothers you. If after 100 chapters it's not sweet, come find me for compensation. If your mind is wandering, click the yellow button at the end of the chapter to retrieve it. Dad, Mom, I want to dye this thing green. Stop. I was joking. Let's communicate properly. Dad, could you please put away the 7 wolves? At that moment, Fong Haoyu gazed at the trembling 7 wolves his father had produced. The theme here is paternal affection and filial piety. The college entrance examination has concluded. This is the second week following the exams, and the results are expected to be released around noon today. Fong Haoyu can hardly contain his eagerness to experiment with various activities. After all, it has been 3 years of high school, and it has been 4 years of high school. 3 years of high school plus an additional year of retaking the exams. He has long since been restless. He yearns to try everything perms, dyes anything at all. However, as he observes his father, who is now threading his belt back through the loops, it appears that his plans may not unfold as smoothly as hoped. Fong Ling remarked, I'm telling you, I'm not against you dyeing your hair, but at the very least, wait until the results come out. Don't repeat last year's mistake, where you started dyeing your hair halfway through and then suddenly announced you wanted to retake. Fong Haoyu scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem, that was an accident. This year it absolutely won't happen. I'm sure of it. His tone radiated confidence. In truth, his previous year's results were not particularly poor. He could have at least entered a reputable university, AT that time. He had a crush on a classmate named Shun Yi for 3 years. Their relationship was quite harmonious, leading everyone to believe they would end up together before graduation. Fong Haoyu shared this belief as well. Thus, at the conclusion of last year's college entrance examination, he chose to confess his feelings. Shun Yi responded, I can be with you, but you must get into the same university as me, that's my condition. This was also the reason Fong Haoyu opted to retake the exams. That IT was not solely due to his unsatisfactory performance in the previous exams, which prevented him from entering a better university. Another factor was his desire to be with the girl he had cherished for 3 years, his ethereal Moonlight. So during this year of retaking, he dedicated himself to his studies, rising early and burning the midnight oil, all in pursuit of admission to Jiang University. Now, Fong Haoyu anxiously awaited his results. Fong Ling teased, why are you in such a hurry? The scores aren't going to change. Have you been checking the comments on Douyin for the scores? Why so impatient? Fong Haoyu rolled his eyes at his father. If that were beneficial, would I even need to retake? At that moment, Liang Yin entered the study with fruits in hand. Don't fret, regardless of how you performed. As long as you are happy, that's what matters. You don't necessarily have to attend a top-tier university. When the results are out, your father will arrange for you to work at your uncle's company. Fong Haoyu sighed. Mom, I don't even know what I want to do in the future. So how can you make arrangements? Fong Ling incisively remarked, it doesn't matter what arrangements are. Maybe the goal is merely to allow you to enter and collect an extra paycheck. Just coast through after all. Your uncle isn't lacking in this little sum. So what's the harm in taking a bit of his wool? Fong Haoyu, who had yet to embark on his university journey, had already secured a future job. Ding! A notification chimed from Fong Haoyu's WeChat. The results are out. A classmate had just sent a message to alert him. Fong Haoyu hurriedly refreshed the page, eager to check his scores. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the results still did not appear. There are too many people, just be patient, don't rush. Here it is, 680 points. No way. Fong Haoyu leapt up in exhilaration. This score would undoubtedly secure his admission to Jiangxing University. It also meant he could finally be with his beloved. Impressive. Truly my exceptional son. You've inherited my intellect. Fong Ling couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Immediately, Fong Ling and Liang Yin took out their phones to spread the joyous news. How did you find out my son scored 680 in the college entrance exam? What do we have for lunch today? My son scored 680. Observing his boastful parents, Fong Haoyu sighed in exasperation. When would they learn to be as composed as he was? They remained too immature. Fong Haoyu took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Huang Jianfeng? How did you know I scored 680? Huang Jianfeng. Fong Haoyu returned to his room at last. He could be with her. The thought of her becoming his girlfriend filled him with joy. Dining together, shopping, studying, gaming, and more. Fong Haoyu squirmed on his bed, overwhelmed with excitement. He then eagerly dialed a number he longed to reach. Is this? Shun E. Shun E. Yes, what's up? Fong Haoyu cleared his throat. Do you remember what you told me last year? Shun E furrowed her brow. What did I say? Fong Haoyu replied. You said if I got into Jiang University, we could be together. My results are out. 680 points. And Jiang University is a certainty. After his declaration, a profound silence enveloped the line. So, can we be together now? Fong Haoyu inquired cautiously. The silence lingered for what felt like an eternity. Why aren't you speaking? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Shani, I'm sorry, but I think I still have to decline. Honestly, being friends has been quite nice. Upon hearing those words, Fong Haoyu was left stunned. His expression one of sheer disbelief that he nearly dropped his phone. The heart that had been suspended in hope now plummeted into despair. Shun E, with a hint of regret in her voice, added, I didn't mean to lead you on. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. I truly appreciate the gifts you've given me over the years. Fong Haoyu picked up his phone, offering a wry smile. That's enough. You don't need to say more. I understand. I'm sorry for disturbing you. After hanging up, Fong Haoyu collapsed on his bed, his heart heavy with desolation. He gently touched the place where his heart resided. At this moment, all he wished to articulate was pain. Such excruciating pain. Why did she not express her feelings sooner? Surely, a timely rejection would have been better for both parties, wouldn't it? Why, during his repeated studies, did she accept every gift he presented without hesitation? It is worth noting that the gifts he bestowed were predominantly those exchanged between couples. Does accepting a gift not imply consent? Oh well, that I can only blame my own misplaced affections. As Fong Haoyu pondered this, he felt not sorrow, but rather disappointment in Shun E as a person. I must have misjudged her. I suppose I shall forego attending Jiangxing University. At that moment, Fong Haoyu experienced a slight aversion toward Jiangxing University. He truly did not wish to encounter Shun E again. It felt rather awkward. Regardless, his scores were sufficient for admission to a prestigious institution. Though rejected, at the very least, his grades had improved. He could aspire to attend an even better university. This, too, is a benefit of his repeated studies, he reassured himself. Phew, it's all right. The ache of unrequited love for the girl he had cherished for 3 years was undeniably painful. It was not something one could simply adjust to overnight. At that moment, Huang Jianfeng called him. With your scores, Jiang University is assured. Shun, he should have agreed to be with you, right? Looks like you got yourself a partner. Chapter 2, the college entrance examination, has just concluded. You wanting to get married? Fong Haoyu calmly replied. No, I was rejected. Rejected? Huang Jianfeng clearly found it hard to believe. He was well aware of Fong Haoyu's character. In terms of appearance, he could be described as quite handsome, possessing a charm that grows with familiarity. After all, Shani had known him for many years, so she should have sensed this. Moreover, he excelled academically and hailed from a reasonably affluent family. Though not wealthy enough to own a mine, they certainly had some financial comfort. Standing tall at over 1.8 meters, he was quite striking. Most importantly, Fong Haoyu had harbored feelings for Shun E for many years, having turned down numerous suitors throughout high school. One could say he was remarkably devoted, right? Just imagine, a devoted man of handsome visage, towering height, and moderate wealth, enamored with you. Who could resist such an allure? Huang Jianfeng mused that if he were a woman, he would have certainly accepted the proposal long ago. Shun E was indeed perplexing. Could it be that she was actually a man, thus unable to be with Fong Haoyu? Various possibilities began to swirl in Huang Jianfeng's mind. Are you joking? Fong Haoyu interjected. Are you still considering Jiang University? Why not come to Hai University instead? We have plenty of beautiful women here. Throughout the year, they mostly wear shorts and skirts. I tell you, there are countless beauties. Even when I go to the delivery room, I can spot them in their ultra-short skirts. Fong Haoyu clearly did not wish to entertain such topics at the moment. I probably want to go to Jiang University. As for where I will go, I haven't decided yet. I'll discuss it with my parents later. Huang Jianfeng noticed his friend's despondent mood. All right, if you're truly feeling down, I can take you out for a drink. After hanging up, Fong Haoyu felt no joy from his exam results. Instead, a profound sense of disappointment enveloped him. Son, which university are you planning to attend? Fong Ling inquired at the doorway. With your scores, you could easily go to Jiang University. It's close to home. And you could, however, Midway through, Fong Ling realized something was amiss. Shouldn't his son be excited at this moment? As Fong Haoyu emerged from his room, his face bore the marks of melancholy. Noticing his son's demeanor, Fong Ling understood something troubling must have occurred. What is wrong, son? You can tell your father anything. I can help you with anything, he reassured. Fong Haoyu did not hold back, recounting his failed confession to his parents in the living room. Ha ha. My son is so handsome, yet still got rejected. Fong Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fong Haoyu. He began to question whether he was indeed their biological child. His own failure in confession elicited such joy from his father. Liang Yin also stifled a chuckle. Fong Haoyu, perplexed, asked, "What are you laughing at? Is my failure at courting amusing?" Fong Ling managed to compose himself, saying nonchalantly, "Why didn't you mention you had someone you liked? Otherwise, I would have given Uncle Jiang a heads up." Uncle Jiang? I don't think I know him. Fong Haoyu was not acquainted with this uncle. Fong Ling, with an air of irritation, remarked, "You little rascal, I've often invited you to dine out with me. Yet you always refuse. When you were but 5 years old, you even clung to him, asking him to take you out to play. However, it's understandable that you wouldn't recall such distant memories. He once held you in his arms? When he returned to the village, everyone remarked on how he had been cradled by this uncle. Yet, none of those individuals were familiar to him. Wait a moment. Why should I inform Uncle Jiang in advance about my affections for someone?" Fong Haoyu retreated a step, pondering whether this Uncle Jiang harbored ulterior motives. "I am a straight man, and I have no inclination towards older individuals." Fong Ling shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Stop overthinking. What peculiar notions occupy your mind? As your father, I am entirely aware of your thoughts." He then calmly explained, "When you were younger, I arranged a betrothal for you, indeed, to Uncle Jiang's daughter." At that moment, Liang Yin chimed in, "Let me tell you, the Jiang family's girl is quite remarkable. She is at Jiang University. If you enroll there, you won't even have to endure a long-distance relationship." Stop. Hold on. Are you implying that I have been engaged all along? What era are we living in? I yearn for the freedom to pursue love on my own terms. Have you considered my feelings at all? What if the girl is unwilling? Fong Haoyu was utterly bewildered by this unexpected revelation of a betrothal. Fong Ling, exasperated, gave his head a light slap. "You little brat." Taking advantage and then acting coy. "Do you have any idea how exceptional Jiang Uncle's daughter is?" Fong Haoyu clutched his head. "Her excellence does not negate a man's right to choose." Fong Ling scoffed. "I'm not disregarding your desire for freedom. I made a pact with Uncle Jiang. If neither of you are in a relationship by the age of 20, you shall marry. Isn't that respectful enough? I granted you 20 years to find a partner, yet have you succeeded?" Fong Haoyu responded with a puzzled expression. Due to his evening studies and repeating a year, he was already 20 upon graduating high school. "Didn't I spend the first 20 years focused on my studies? You yourself said that if I dated in school, you would break my legs." Fong Ling sheepishly turned his head away. "That's not my concern. I told you not to seek a partner, and you should have complied. Aren't you sneaking around regardless?" He couldn't admit that it was his intention all along. Liang Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Your father began dating in middle school." Fong Haoyu finally grasped the situation. His parents were united in their stance. "Mom and Dad, I understand your eagerness for me to find a partner, but I am merely 20, having just completed my college entrance examinations. Is it reasonable to expect me to marry now? Will I need to indicate married on future school forms?" Fong Haoyu still could not accept this notion. The primary concern was the girl's willingness. Were they not pressuring her? What if I become the subject of ridicule online? Fong Ling sneered. "Are you suggesting that if the girl consents, you would also have no objections?" Fong Haoyu scoffed with disdain. If she had no objections, then he certainly would not. How could the other party possibly lack reservations about marrying an unfamiliar man? Surely, this was not a tale spun from fiction. He could already envision the scene of her resolute refusal, leading to the inevitable dissolution of their betrothal. As for his words, it would be more appropriate for the girl to decline. Otherwise, his refusal would leave her at a loss for dignity. What a gentlemanly boy. Fong Ling, however, paid no heed to his thoughts and directly dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaoyan." "Yes, it's me, Uncle Fong," Fong Ling said cheerfully. Fong Haoyu felt a twinge of exasperation at his overly cautious father, whose tone suggested an intimacy that was far from the truth. One could only wait and see if the other party would chastise him. At this moment, Fong Haoyu completely forgot his earlier sadness and was eager to witness the awkward expression on his father's face following a rejection. "Regarding the betrothal your father mentioned, our family has no objections. It merely depends on your willingness." If you agree, you may go to register your marriage in a few days. Fong Ling activated the speakerphone, allowing the other two to hear her response. Chapter 3, I have no objections. The voice on the other end of the phone was melodious and soothing, imbued with a calmness as if it were merely a trivial matter. I remarked, surely that won't be acceptable. Fong Haoyu wore an expression that clearly conveyed he was already aware of this outcome. That's good. That's good. Remember to contact your uncle when the time comes. I shall not trouble you further, Fong Ling said with a smile as he hung up the call. Wait a moment. It was only then that Fong Haoyu comprehended her statement of having no objections. Fong Ling, what do you mean? Otherwise, what? Fong Ling replied. But she has no objections. Yet I do. She doesn't even know me. How could she agree? Fong Ling smugly retorted. You yourself said that as long as she has no objections. You would not either. If you now claim to have objections, it would be akin to slapping her face. If you dare to backtrack, I shall only provide you with 1,000 for your university living expenses. You can fend for yourself in the wilderness. However, should you obtain a marriage certificate, I will grant you 3,000 a month. Don't do this, Dad. Please explain on my behalf. I'm still an innocent young man, having never experienced love. How can I be thrust into marriage? Yang Yin interjected. Son, you have stated that as long as she has no objections, you would not either. It would be rather inappropriate to retract now. Fong Haoyu felt greatly aggrieved, but I have no idea what she looks like, and why would she agree? Liang Yun produced a photograph. Here, this is her picture. I shall never comply. He had barely spoken when he gazed at the image and was instantly mesmerized. The girl in the photograph was stunningly beautiful, clad in a black dress that accentuated her graceful figure. She possessed an elegant and elongated silhouette, her lines smooth and natural. Her skin was as pale as snow, radiating a cool luminescence, while her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, enhancing her ethereal allure and mystery. With minimal adornment, she nonetheless emanated a unique charm. It must be said, the moment Fong Haoyu laid eyes on the photograph, his heart skipped a beat. She was breathtaking. Moreover, he felt a sense of familiarity with the girl depicted. Fong Haoyu swallowed hard, yet he mused. Fong Ling, observing his son's starry-eyed expression, rolled his eyes. Had he known, he would have revealed the photograph sooner. Rest assured, your father would never do you harm. Fong Haoyu remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. I fear I may not be worthy of her. I admit she is exceptionally beautiful, but I hardly know her. Fong Ling replied, I care not for your excuses. We are to obtain the marriage certificate the day after tomorrow. If it turns out to be unsuitable, we shall address it then. Just do not create any trouble. Yang Yin murmured, Indeed, she has waited for you all these years. Fong Haoyu, puzzled, inquired, Waited for me? What do you mean? Did I say something? I don't recall saying anything. Yang Yin spoke with an air of guilt. Fong Haoyu chose not to dwell on it. All right, I understand. I will clarify things with her when the time comes. He sighed, resolved to speak with her personally. After all, obtaining a marriage certificate is no trifling matter. It signifies a union, a significant milestone in one's life. Should things go awry and a divorce ensue, would it not lead to the prospect of a second marriage? She must be feeling compelled as well. A heartfelt conversation with her is certainly in order. Fong Haoyu retrieved his phone, gazing at the photograph sent by her mother. It must be said, his betrothed was astonishingly beautiful and absolute campus belle. Jiang Jiyan. That name seemed vaguely familiar. Strangely, upon catching sight of her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, accompanied by a quickening heartbeat. Nevertheless, he could ascertain that they had never crossed paths before. At least, no recollection of her resided in his memory. Thus, Fong Haoyu attributed this sensation to mere infatuation. Having just faced rejection, how could he possibly fall for another at first glance? Surely, it was her beauty that elicited such feelings. After all, the admiration for beauty is universal. Once everything is clarified, perhaps he would no longer need to attend Jiang University. The thought of encountering Shani again was something he genuinely wished to avoid. Lost in contemplation, he soon drifted off to sleep. Uncle Fong, I have arrived. Xiaoyan, you're here. Come in and sit. Liang Yun eagerly welcomed Jiang Jiyan inside. Today, Jiang Jiyan adorned a pristine white dress, reminiscent of the first rays of morning sunlight, fresh and enchanting. The dress fell gracefully, brushing against her skin and accentuating her delicate figure. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently swaying and exuding a faint fragrance. Jiang Jiyan smiled politely, a hint of shyness in her voice. Aunt Liang. There is no need for that. I am here to Liang Yun immediately grasped Jiang Jiyan's intention. I understand. I shall rouse him at once. How could I make a young lady wait? With that, Liang Yun ushered Jiang Jian into the living room. This time, Jiang Jian did not decline. Instead, she sat in the living room with a smile. In Feng Haoyu's bedroom, you rascal. Aren't you going to get up? What time did you stay up until last night? Feng Ling abruptly threw off Feng Haoyu's blanket and switched off the air conditioning. Rubbing his eyes, Feng Haoyu groaned. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Can't a guy enjoy his holiday in peace? Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Today is the day you obtain your marriage certificate. Liang Yun chided. The boy seemed utterly indifferent to this significant event. What would the young lady outside think? Such a poor first impression. How could he hope to retain her as a daughter-in-law? Only then did Feng Haoyu realize the gravity of the situation. He had been preoccupied with late-night gaming, which had served as a temporary escape from his troubles, much like drinking. Suddenly, he snapped to attention, leaping out of bed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Feng Ling, hands poised on his belt, nearly drew his weapon in exasperation. Had Jiang Jian not been present, he would have surely unleashed his frustration upon Feng Haoyu. I'm heading out to wash up right now, Feng Haoyu declared, hastily making his way out of the room. Wait a moment, put on your shirt, Yang Yun reminded him. Feng Haoyu chuckled. I am not without pants, and there are no outsiders at home. However, as he stepped out of the door, his smile froze. He caught sight of the girl in the living room, who was also gazing at him. A faint blush adorning her cheeks. I apologize. I was unaware there was someone in the living room, Feng Haoyu stammered before hastily retreating to the bathroom. He felt utterly foolish, even contemplating a drastic escape. How could his unfinished 8-pack abs be exposed like that? Meanwhile, in the living room, Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly. Not bad physique, she thought, a subconscious smile tugging at her lips. It's been so long, I hardly recognize you. Chapter 4 Pretending to Obtain a Marriage Certificate? Soon, Feng Haoyu finished his morning routine. After changing his clothes, he stepped out. Upon entering the living room, the two of them exchanged silent glances, the air thick with unspoken words. Meanwhile, Feng Ling and Liang Yun remained in Feng Haoyu's bedroom, their heads pressed against the door. Why were they silent? Should they remind them to go and get the certificate? Patience, let us listen a while longer. Feng Haoyu broke the awkward silence first. Hello. My name is Feng Haoyu. As he gazed at the girl before him, as beautiful as a celestial being, his heart raced uncontrollably. She was undoubtedly more stunning than in her photographs. While she appeared somewhat aloof in the images, now she exuded a hint of charm. Jiang Jian politely nodded and casually replied, let us go. Feng Haoyu, puzzled, inquired where to. Jiang Jian raised her elegantly arched eyebrows to obtain the marriage certificate. Her tone was remarkably indifferent, as if acquiring a certificate were a trivial matter. Feng Haoyu's expression shifted to one of confusion. Really? Are we serious about this? What should I bring? Feeling somewhat flustered, he sought clarity. Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly, just bring yourself, along with your ID card and household registration book. I'll wait for you downstairs. Don't keep me too long. It would be best if you changed into something white. With that, she stood up and walked away, leaving Feng Haoyu in a state of bewilderment. As soon as Jiang Jian left, Liang Yun and Feng Ling immediately emerged from the bedroom. Feng Ling handed over the household registration book and ID card. Here is your household registration book and ID card, Liang Yun added. This is the outfit I prepared for you in advance. Hurry and change. Jiang Jian waited for Feng Haoyu downstairs, her heart racing with excitement. Yet her exquisite face betrayed an air of tranquility, radiating an aura of elegance. Only when Feng Haoyu descended the stairs did a faint smile grace her lips. Finally arrived. I hope you didn't wait too long. Feng Haoyu, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, appeared rather formal. He possessed a certain charm, and the attire lent him a polished appearance. He had not considered what to wear for obtaining the certificate. It was all arranged by his mother. Upon seeing Feng Haoyu's appearance, Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected him to grow up so handsome. What's wrong? At that moment, Feng Haoyu was still uncertain of how to address the person before him. Nothing, Jiang Jian replied, quickly averting her gaze to conceal her embarrassment. Did you wait long? Feng Haoyu asked again. It felt quite long, Jiang Jian responded. Feng Haoyu was taken aback. He merely intended to make small talk, not realizing she genuinely felt the wait was prolonged. How awkward. How shall we get there? Should we take a taxi? Feng Haoyu shifted the topic. I have a car. We'll drive, Jiang Jian replied. She then led Feng Haoyu to a white Mercedes. Were you coerced into this? Feng Haoyu couldn't help but ask, already formulating his thoughts. If it was done under duress, Two individuals could initially feign obtaining a marriage certificate, using it as a pretext to deceive their parents. When the time comes, they could simply concoct an excuse to declare their incompatibility. Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Feng Haoyu's inquiry. Noting her silence, Feng Haoyu assumed he had hit the mark. You're in the same boat, aren't you? We are yet to graduate and are contemplating marriage. I wonder how our parents would react. Perhaps we should devise a plan? What do you think about pretending to get married? A subtle smile graced Jiang Jian's lips. Pretending to get married? What do you mean? Feng Haoyu elaborated. If I don't get married, my parents will reduce my allowance. I certainly do not wish to endure a survival ordeal during college. Jiang Jian blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of playful intrigue in her gaze. If that's your reasoning, then let's proceed. Feng Haoyu exhaled in relief. Then let us go. Jiang Jian's expression remained impassive. I do not possess a driver's license. Feng Haoyu looked puzzled. Then how did you arrive in this car? I called for a chauffeur earlier. Then call another. I'm out of money. Feng Haoyu's disbelief was palpable. You're driving this car yet claim to be broke? Jiang Jian, seemingly aware of his thoughts, calmly explained, It's my father's car. Feng Haoyu had an inkling that she was being deliberately cryptic. What now? I don't have a license either. I've only just passed the written test. Jiang Jian smiled nonchalantly, her expression suggesting she was well prepared. No worries. I also have a small electric scooter. Feng Haoyu's mind struggled to keep pace. Something felt amiss. Get out. They exited the vehicle, and Jiang Jian led Feng Haoyu to a pink electric scooter. This one, you drive. Feng Haoyu hesitated. A pink scooter? That's quite the bold choice. Why don't you ride it? I can't ride with a passenger. All right then. Feng Haoyu acquiesced, accepting the pink scooter as it was, helmet and all. Upon seeing the color of the helmet, he frowned. Why was it also pink? Jiang Jian shot him an incredulous glare. Is it so strange for a girl to buy pink? Are you discontented? Feng Haoyu hurriedly waved his hands. No, how could I possibly be discontented? I actually like pink. Pink it is then. Now, get on. Feng Haoyu donned the helmet. By the way, you seem to lack a helmet, don't you? Who says I don't have one? Jiang Jian retrieved another pink helmet from beneath the scooter seat. Help me put it on. I don't know how. Feng Haoyu was taken aback. You can't wear a helmet but are riding a scooter? Aren't you worried about getting caught by the traffic police? Forget it. I'll just assist her. Standing at 6 feet tall, Feng Haoyu leaned down to help her with the helmet. Their eyes met, and as he gazed upon her lovely face, he felt his cheeks grow warm. Staring at her beauty, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Feng Haoyu shook his head, compelling himself to refrain from overthinking. It was merely a case of infatuation. Jiang Jian gazed at the boy before her as he placed a helmet upon her head. Her cheeks began to flush, and she found herself drifting into memories. All right, it's on. Once they donned their pink helmets, they truly resembled a couple, strikingly well matched. The two climbed onto the electric scooter. I'm unsure of the location. Could you guide me? And so, the duo, two helmets of rosy hue, set forth on their journey. Feng Haoyu dared not accelerate too swiftly, fearful of veering off course. While the electric scooter lacked the speed of a car, it possessed a distinct advantage, an intimacy that surpassed that of being in a vehicle. Indeed, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Jian's arms had instinctively wrapped around his waist. Feng Haoyu could feel the softness against his back, accompanied by the faint fragrance that wafted from her. This sensation compelled him to silently exclaim, "This is utterly against the rules. No, I am still driving. I must not dwell on this, lest I risk an accident." Unable to resist, Feng Haoyu glanced down, his brow furrowing slightly. You need to get off. Chapter 5. The Language of the Sea. Fortunately, Feng Haoyu possessed a remarkable talent for playing FPS games, allowing him to swiftly gain control. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The next step was to obtain the marriage certificate. 2.5 hours later, at the entrance of the bureau, a man and a woman stood, each holding their respective marriage certificates. Feng Haoyu gazed at the certificate in his hand, a sense of surrealism washing over him. He never imagined he would be married in this manner. Although it was a mere formality, it was still his first time. A glance at Jiang Jian revealed that she did not scrutinize the certificate. Instead, she placed it into her bag, seemingly indifferent to its significance. Feng Haoyu reminded her, "Take care of it. We will need it if we ever decide to divorce." Jiang Jian did not respond and merely stated, "It's time to go back." On the way home, Feng Haoyu once again felt overwhelmed by the allure of his wife's figure. "Well, I'll be off first," he said. Jiang Jian replied with an expression of calm. "Yes, remember to enroll in Jiang University." He waved a farewell and departed. As she watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile graced her lips. Fool. She then returned to her Mercedes, retrieving the marriage certificate and gazing at the photograph, her eyes unable to look away. A false certificate? The stamp was certainly not a forgery. A hint of a beautiful smile flickered across her cold visage as she carefully placed the certificate into her bag and drove away. No driver's license? How could that be? She was merely deceiving the Na'vi boy. No one spoke of Fong Haoyu's acquisition of the certificate. He truly dared not mention it. Even if he did, who would believe him? Most importantly, this was merely a mock certificate. If discovered, it could hinder his quest for a partner. More critically, it could impede his wife's search for a suitor. How peculiar it felt to think that he might be obstructing his wife's chances of finding someone. Just a pretend wife, after all. If only it were real. Yet, that was impossible. She too was compelled into this. His mind incessantly replayed their intimate moments from earlier that day. She was stunningly beautiful, with a captivating figure, and maintained an air of aloofness towards him. Surely, she held no interest in someone like him. Indeed, gaming seemed more suited to him. Perhaps he should seek a part-time job? Once he had money, he need not fear his miserly father withholding his allowance. With determination, he resolved to take action. As for what to pursue, he already had an idea. The enrollment went without incident. Ultimately, Fong Haoyu chose to attend Jiang University. Though he was reluctant to encounter Shani, the proximity to home was advantageous, and given that he had already obtained a certificate with Jiang Jian, not enrolling in a university would be untenable in his parents' eyes. As for his major, he selected computer science. Though it was more a decision made by his father than himself, as he was uncertain of his own preferences. With the school term commencing in a few days, Fong Haoyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In a new environment with unfamiliar faces, he found himself uncertain about his ability to adapt. It was only 2 days before the semester began that he learned of a freshman group. Fong Haoyu felt a twinge of regret. He had been so engrossed in leisure that he had neglected the important matters at hand. As a newcomer, he ought to have engaged with the group to familiarize himself with the school. However, upon joining, he was met with a disheartening reality. He had anticipated encountering many reasonable individuals, but upon entering, he was left utterly speechless. Is there parking available at the school? I have a Porsche. Does the school have a Starbucks? I need my morning cup. Otherwise, I can't function. High-profile photo. Oops. I sent the wrong one. Please ignore. I just returned from abroad. Is a living expense of 10,000 enough? Fong Haoyu was bewildered. Was the freshman group truly this absurd? A returnee from overseas, the Porsche owner, the Starbucks enthusiast, and the one who mistakenly sent a photo. The dynamics were overwhelmingly complex. Initially intending to inquire about the school's details, Fong Haoyu hesitated. Should he still pose his questions in the group? Just as he grappled with his indecision, a user named Hai Jian chimed in. Freshmen who wish to learn about the school, feel free to message me. Fong Haoyu's eyes lit up. Finally, a semblance of normalcy. He quickly sent a friend request to Hai Jian. Moments later, Hai Jian accepted his request. Knowledge seeker. Hello, senior. May I ask you some questions? Hai Jian, what is your name? Fong Haoyu was taken aback. Did he really need to disclose his name to ask a simple question? Knowledge seeker. I am Fong Haoyu, a freshman in the computer science department. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Jiang Jian blinked her beautiful eyes, unable to suppress a smile. I have been waiting for you. She had lingered in the freshman group for quite some time. Her inquiry about names served a purpose. If the name was correct, she would respond. If not, she would ignore them. Clearly, this time had proven successful. Hai Jian, computer science? We are in the same department. What a pity. Knowledge seeker, what do you mean by pity? Hai Jian, the job prospects for computer science graduates are rather bleak. It's a field teeming with competition, akin to civil engineering. Knowledge seeker, does that mean I will be doomed upon graduation? Hai Jian, there is still a way. Knowledge seeker, dare I ask what it is? Hai Jian, it involves rigorous study to become part of the elite in the field. However, achieving such a level at school is improbable. Self-study is essential. Knowledge seeker, forget it. Isn't that asking for my life? Fong Haoyu suddenly pondered. If the job prospects were so dismal, why had the senior chosen this path? Then why did you select this major? Hai Jian paused before responding. An uncle suggested it to me, so I recommended it to his son as well. Knowledge explosion. Well done. The hardships I endured will certainly be visited upon my son. Otherwise, how could I justify my own struggles? The two continued their discussion about this major. It was at this moment that Fong Haoyu came to realize that the field of computer science had long since reached saturation. rendering it less desirable unless one possessed exceptional talent and relentless determination. Many individuals only discover the pitfalls of this discipline after selecting it as their path. Yet, it seems there are no alternative options available. Should I consider switching majors? Fong Haoyu felt apathetic towards the idea of a transition. Fortunately, he need not worry about employment upon graduation. His parents assured him that as long as he graduated on time, he would be fine. Should he struggle to secure a position, they could arrange for him to work at his uncle's company. Knowledge explosion. Senior, what are the dormitories at our school like? Is the air conditioning functional? I hope they're not older than I am. After addressing inquiries about his major, Fong Haoyu began to inquire about the school's conditions. One must understand that the environment of the dormitory and the efficiency of the air conditioning are of paramount importance to students. If the dormitory is subpar and the air conditioning inadequate, university students may find themselves lamenting their fate from dawn until dusk. Chapter 6. I am not in love. I have simply married Hai Ji-yin. The environment is quite satisfactory, rest assured. The dormitories at our school are all relatively new. And the air conditioning has also been recently installed, along with washing machines and other amenities. Ji Shi Shui Bao, really? They even have washing machines. May I inquire about the dormitory arrangements? Hai Ji-yin, we offer single rooms, double rooms, quadruple rooms, and six-person rooms. The choice is entirely yours. The fewer the occupants, the more expensive it becomes. Ji Shi Shui Bao, Senior, are you in a quadruple room? Hai Ji-yin, no, I reside in a double room. A double room? It seems the senior prefers a quieter atmosphere. Typically, boys tend to enjoy a livelier environment. Fong Haoyu has already decided to opt for a quadruple room. Six-person rooms are too crowded, while single and double rooms feel too solitary. A quadruple room strikes the perfect balance. Subsequently, Fong Haoyu inquired about the library S-size in which dining hall offers the most delectable meals. Hai Ji-yin, as a senior, certainly shared his insights freely, leaving Fong Haoyu with an excellent impression of him. He initially anticipated that after such a lengthy conversation, Hai Ji-yin would promote a campus card. But that was not the case. Ji Shi Shui Bao, thank you, senior. There are not many genuinely kind individuals like you left. Hai Ji-yin, Ji Shi Shui Bao, am I mistaken? You don't even know me, yet you patiently answer my questions and refrain from promoting a campus card. Hai Ji-yin, oh, right. Junior, would you like to know more about the campus card? Ji Shi Shui Bao. Then, I'll take one. Fong Haoyu felt a bit embarrassed, considering how much the other had helped him. Coincidentally, he was in need of a card himself. Jiang Ji-yin. Upon seeing his message, couldn't he help but chuckle. He truly is adorable. Can he see he is joking? Hai Ji-yin, I was merely jesting. Ji Shi Shui Bao, Senior? Do you play video games? Hai Ji-yin, what games? Ji Shi Shui Bao, I play everything, whether on computer or mobile. But my favorite is CF. I'm a veteran of 10 years. Hai Ji-yin, CF? I play that too. Ji Shi Shui Bao, really? Hai Ji-yin, absolutely. Ji Shi Shui Bao, let us play. It's rare to find someone to play CF with nowadays. Most are engaged in Go or other games. Discovering that Hai Ji-yin shares his enthusiasm for CF made Fong Haoyu feel as if he had found a comrade in arms. To Fong Haoyu's astonishment, Hai Ji-yin's skill in CF surpassed even his own, despite being a 10-year veteran. The precision of his quick sniping, subtle footwork, and impressive flick shots were remarkable. They played together for an entire afternoon, hardly losing a match, achieving S ratings consistently, while Fong Haoyu also maintained a commendable A rating. Their powerful alliance wreaked havoc in the game. Had it not been for the numerous reports leading them to the Black Room, Fong Haoyu would never have let him go. Ji Shi Shui Bao, Senior? Are you perhaps using cheats? Hai Ji-yin? Ji Shi Shui Bao, if you're not that skilled, just practice more. Hai Ji-yin, my microphone is broken. Knowledge explosion. All right, when we get to school, I'll invite you to the cafeteria for a meal. Hai Ji-yin, sure. I'll be waiting for you. In the female dormitory of Building 4, a girl with a high ponytail, possessing an above-average appearance, returned to her room only to find Jiang Ji-yin engrossed in her phone, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yang Xiaoling narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Jiang Ji-yin, asking, "What are you smiling about?" Yang Xiaoling was taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Ji-yin was in a romantic relationship? Unlikely, right? Jiang had always kept her distance from men. After all, why else would the numerous suitors who pursued her over the 3 years since arriving at school have all been firmly rejected? It was not merely a polite decline. It was a resolute refusal. She was hailed as the most aloof and beautiful girl at Jiang University. Not a single man had managed to capture her interest. Not even the school's recognized heartthrob could engage her in conversation for more than 3 sentences. Could it be that you were beginning to fancy a man? Impossible. Jiang. Is it possible that you have someone you like? Yang Xiaoling felt tears welling up. Could it be that her longtime companion was about to enter a relationship? This thought made her feel as if a cherished cabbage she had nurtured for so long was being snatched away by a pig. Jiang Ziyin repressed her smile and cast a casual glance at her. What love affair? Do you really think that is possible? Yang Xiaoling let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. I thought the campus beauty of Jiang University could suddenly fall in love. She sat down on a stool and took a sip of water. Actually, I am already married. Uft. Cough. Jiang, are you joking? Yang Xiaoling stared at the water on her pants, feeling speechless. Her friend certainly had a knack for shocking her. Believe it or not. Jiang Ziyin shot her a glance. Yang Xiaoling forced a smile. I believe it. My Jiang University beauty is married. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding. Though she said this, she certainly could not believe it. The words marriage and the most beautiful girl at Jiang University were entirely incompatible. Who would believe such a thing? Only a fool would. Yang Xiaoling and Jiang Ziyin were not only roommates but also close friends. They shared a commonality. Neither had experienced romance during their university years. Jiang Ziyin had no crushes, while Yang Xiaoling refrained from dating due to a fortune-telling she had received online, which claimed that she was not suited for romance during her college years. Although it was absurd, Yang Xiaoling, being somewhat gullible, took it to heart. When others asked her why she wasn't dating, she would reply, if Jiang Ziyin isn't dating, neither will I. Jiang Ziyin glanced at Yang Xiaoling with sympathy and sighed softly. I'm sorry, but I must step ahead. My dear friend, although I said I wouldn't date, I never mentioned I wouldn't marry. Yang Xiaoling stared blankly for a moment. What kind of expression is that? You're making it sound real. Jiang Ziyin chose not to clarify, instead responding with a serene smile. Why do you keep playing that game? It seems like only boys play such games. Yang Xiaoling inquired, pointing at the screen of her notebook in confusion. Jiang Ziyin replied nonchalantly, of course, it's for playing with my husband. Yang Xiaoling rolled her eyes and, in a tone reminiscent of Mr. Krabs, remarked, to play with my husband. If you had a husband, I would already have a child. On the day of the school opening, as soon as she entered the school gate, she spotted a cluster of blue umbrellas gathered together, beneath which various representatives from different colleges were seated. The College of Finance, the College of Management, the College of Information. After identifying her target, Fang Haoyu dragged his 28-inch suitcase to the area marked as the new student reception of the College of Information. Hello. Is this the registration point for new students of the College of Information? A middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, this is the registration point for the College of Information. May I ask if you are a new student? Fang Haoyu hurriedly presented his admission notice and identification card. After the middle-aged man confirmed the documents, he casually stated, I'm a teacher at the reception of the College of Information. You may call me Teacher He. Please register, and then you can enter. If you have too much luggage or are unfamiliar with the surroundings, the seniors in red volunteer vests behind you can assist you. Fang Haoyu replied, Thank you, teacher. Just as he was about to seek a senior for guidance, he suddenly heard the voices of those around him becoming increasingly animated. Isn't that the campus bell of Jiang University? Why is she at the new student reception? Chapter 7. The school bell of Jiang University personally welcomes new students. Behind the reception area for newcomers stood a stunning beauty. Her skin as fair as snow, radiating a cool luminescence. In her enchanting eyes lingered a hint of aloofness as she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. What could be the situation with the school bell? Is she perhaps looking for a boyfriend? Unlikely. The school bell has declared that she does not engage in romantic relationships. Even if she were to date, the campus heartthrob would undoubtedly be the most favored candidate. Indeed, it is more probable that she has come to greet the new students. One wonders which fortunate newcomer has the privilege of being personally attended to by the school bell. If I were to receive such an honor, I would gladly trade a luxury car and a mansion for the experience. Nearly everyone's gaze was fixed upon Jiang Ziyin, including the newly arrived students. The moment they laid eyes on her, it felt as though their feet were glued to the ground, immobilized by her presence. Fang Haoyu had intended to seek assistance from a senior, only to find that the senior was also entranced, unable to move as he stared at Jiang Ziyin. Is it her? As memories of his whirlwind marriage from a month ago flashed before his mind, his heart began to race uncontrollably. As Jiang Ziyin continued to search, a brave boy with a buzz cut approached her. Senior, may I have your contact? Before he could finish, Jiang Ziyin's brow furrowed slightly, her expression cooling. And no. I'm sorry. The boy felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly retreated, apologizing. Laughter erupted from those nearby. It was evident that this newcomer was unaware of the school bell's demeanor, attempting to solicit her WeChat. As I surmised, how could the school bell possibly engage closely with boys? Even during the reception, it was improbable for her to attend to male students. If she were to do so, I would. Finally, Jiang Ziyin spotted the person she had been searching for. Her previously knitted brow relaxed, and her once frosty gaze transformed into one of warmth, accompanied by a gentle smile. She promptly made her way toward Fang Haoyu. He stood frozen, initially intending to observe from the sidelines. Why did it feel as though she was approaching him? As he remained in a daze, Jiang Ziyin reached him. Junior? Are you having trouble finding your dorm? Allow me to guide you. Her sweet smile sent Fang Haoyu's heart racing. Didn't we agree to pretend to be married? He murmured. Jiang Ziyin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, I am escorting you to your dorm as your senior. Why are you not addressing me as such? Is that not rather impolite? Surrounded by onlookers, Fang Haoyu felt the heat of embarrassment rise within him. Thank you. Senior, can you take me to the dorm now? Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow. Please, say it properly. I beg you, senior. Fang Haoyu merely wished to escape the attention. He was not accustomed to being the center of so many gazes, feeling as though they were scrutinizing him. Reluctantly, he conceded, I beg you, senior. Jiang Ziyin flashed a playful smile. Then I shall reluctantly escort you to the dormitory. With that, she took Fang Haoyu by the hand and left the area. The surrounding students stood in stunned silence. What on earth was happening? Were we still dreaming? What did you just say you wanted to eat? I mentioned I'd like the braised chicken rice from the cafeteria. Astonishment. Senior Jiang is actually welcoming a male freshman. How fortunate this year's newcomers are. The freshmen who had initially planned to leave suddenly reconsidered. Waiting for the seniors' return to host them didn't seem so bad after all. Perhaps they might be the next lucky one? Are you in Building 3? Yes, I'm next door. I'm in Building 4. I didn't ask. Jiang Ziyin feigned annoyance. How rude of you to have such an attitude when a senior is kindly helping you. Fang Haoyu dared not meet her gaze each time he looked at her. His heart raced uncontrollably. I'm sorry about that. Jiang Ziyin then revealed a smile. That's better. We are now in the same school, so we should help each other. My father advised me to assist you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. Fang Haoyu suddenly understood. No wonder. I thought Senior Jiang had a crush on me. A hint of disappointment flickered in his heart for reasons unknown. Jiang Ziyin's cheeks flushed slightly. Humph, how narcissistic. By the way, let us add each other on WeChat. I forgot to do that last time. Fang Haoyu slapped his forehead. Right? How could I forget? After we registered our marriage, we didn't even exchange contact information. A married couple without any means of contact. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it that way. Finally, they successfully added each other's contact details. Little freshman, if you have any questions in school, feel free to ask me. Understood? By the way, Senior Jiang, what is your major? Computer science. We share the same major? Fang Haoyu expressed mild surprise. Indeed, so you can come to me with any questions. I'll be happy to assist you, Jiang Ziyin declared with a hint of pride. This adorable scene left Fang Haoyu momentarily speechless. How charming. Who would have thought that the aloof senior who had just turned down a freshman at the welcoming event could exhibit such a delightful side in front of him? Jiang Ziyin smirked. What's wrong? Have you fallen for me? Fang Haoyu snapped back to reality, his face flushed as he stammered, Impossible? No way. Absolutely not. Jiang Ziyin's tone turned slightly disdainful. So weak. All right, this is Building 3. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at their destination. Fang Haoyu politely said, Thank you, senior. I shall take my leave now. With that, he walked towards the dormitory. Once Fang Haoyu departed, the smile on Jiang Ziyin's face vanished instantly, replaced by her previous icy demeanor, still exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Room 3357. Fang Haoyu confirmed several times. Indeed, this was the dormitory. His home for the next 4 years. He pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering the room, one immediately notices the presence of others within the dormitory. A young man, standing at 6 feet 2 inches with a robust physique, occasionally flashing a smile, is seated at a chair engrossed in his computer. For some inexplicable reason, there seems to be a hint of philosophical depth in his smile. Fang Haoyu instantly recognizes that he is engaged in a two-character game. At that moment, he also becomes aware of Fang Haoyu, who is dragging a suitcase behind him. A look of surprise spreads across the young man's face. You must be from our dormitory, right? Finally, someone has arrived. Hello, I am Zhou Ziren, hailing from eastern Guangdong. Greetings, I am Fang Haoyu, a local of Jiangcheng. A local? How splendid. When our dormitory ventures out, having you around will surely prevent any missteps, Zhou Ziren cheerfully remarks. Fang Haoyu replies, actually, I seldom go out. Besides playing basketball occasionally, I mostly prefer to stay at home. Zhou Ziren then inquires, do you enjoy watching anime? Chapter 8, Infidelity? It's not too bad. I occasionally indulge in some anime. Fang Haoyu glanced at Zhou Ziren's bed and swiftly discerned his preferences. The pillowcases adorned with themes from the second dimension, and even the walls were embellished with related images. This tall and robust figure, unexpectedly, harbored a penchant for such whimsical interests. Perhaps a little label of contrast would suit him. What about the others? They haven't arrived yet, but they should be here tonight. As Fang Haoyu tidied his sleeping quarters, he engaged Zhou Ziren in conversation. The camaraderie of having a roommate was quite delightful, especially since he had scarcely interacted with anyone outside during the summer. The bonds of friendship among boys are often easily forged. Within a brief span of 2.5 hours, the two conversed animatedly as if they were long-lost friends. If you have the chance, come to my home. I'll take you for some local dim sum, Zhou Ziren said with a goofy smile. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Fang Haoyu rose to open the door. Hello. Standing at the threshold was a young man of approximately 175 meters. With a well-proportioned physique and sun-kissed skin, his face adorned with a cheerful smile that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. Clad in professional athletic shorts and a tank top, it was evident he was no stranger to the basketball court. Who are you? I am Yao Yutong. Also from dorm 3357, your roommate for the next 4 years. Nice to meet you. I'm Fang Haoyu, and this is Zhou Ziren. Fang Haoyu couldn't shake the feeling that the name sounded somewhat feminine. Does my name seem a bit girlish? Yao Yutong chuckled. When I first entered junior high, I was placed in the girls' dormitory. Fang Haoyu joked. Was that a fortunate occurrence? Yao Yutong laughed, almost got kicked out as a pervert. Yao Yutong had an outgoing personality, and soon the three became quite familiar with each other. Do you play basketball as well? Yes, I've been practicing for 2.5 years. Then let us go play together sometime. The trio proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. The final roommate arrived later that night. Hello, I'm your roommate. My name is Ling Jikai. A tall, slender young man with an oval face entered the dormitory, introducing himself. At last, all 4 roommates were acquainted. It takes merely one night for boys to become good friends, perhaps even akin to father and son. Initially, their addresses were quite polite, but after just one evening, they transformed into calling each other father and son. The next day, Fang Haoyu rose early, washed up, and prepared to buy breakfast. Zhou Ziren, lying in bed with a mischievous grin, called out, Haoyu, bring me back some breakfast. Exasperated, Fang Haoyu retorted, get lost. Daddy, help your child out and get me some. Me too. Sigh, Fang Haoyu lamented, I really cannot manage this group of sons. Since it has come to this, I shall reluctantly bring you all a few breakfasts. After leaving the dormitory, he sent a message to Senior Hai Jiyan. Knowledge explosion, Senior? Which cafeteria has more beautiful girls in the morning? The essence of manhood. Fang Haoyu had just arrived at Jiang University and was undoubtedly eager to witness the caliber of the female students here. Inquiries directed towards seniors regarding such matters were entirely appropriate. After all, university life is often accompanied by romantic pursuits. One cannot allow past heartbreaks, like that inflicted by Shani, to hinder their progress. When contemplating romance, an image of someone inexplicably surfaced in his mind, not Shani, but Jiang Ziyan. Fang Haoyu promptly shook his head, thinking, what am I imagining? She is the campus belle. Would she ever deign to notice me? Their relationship was merely a fade of a marriage certificate. He found Jiang Ziyan quite attractive, and it was inevitable that he harbored some feelings for her. Nevertheless, any young man would harbor a slight admiration for the campus beauty. He was acutely aware of his own standing and did not believe himself worthy of being paired with Jiang University's most illustrious flower. In the female dormitory, Yang Shaoling spoke with a hint of trepidation. Jiang, what are you up to? Your gaze is as fierce as if you're ready to slay someone. Jiang Ziyan, gritting her teeth, was fixated on her phone screen. Yang Shaoling swallowed hard. When did you develop such a temper? Jiang Ziyan remained silent. But if her glare could kill, the person on the other side of the screen would be no more. Looking at beautiful women? Is that not enough for you? Hai Jiyan messaged, head to the 3rd canteen. There will be a delightful surprise. Upon receiving this message, Fang Haoyu immediately altered his course. Initially intending to visit the 1st canteen, the endorsement of a senior regarding a surprise at the 3rd canteen compelled him to go. After all, when a senior promises quality, it is bound to be exceptional. Jiang Ziyan's expression was icy. I'm going to buy breakfast. What would you like? I can bring it for you. Yang Xiaoling, taken aback, questioned, bring me breakfast? Why the sudden generosity? Just moments ago, you seemed irate, and now you wish to get me breakfast? What is going on? For a moment, she found herself utterly perplexed, having never encountered this side of her close friend before. Jiang Zhiyin's expression remained unchanged. Text me what you want. I'll be on my way. This left Yang Xiaoling standing there, bewildered. Something was amiss. Something was profoundly amiss. Why did it feel as though she had stumbled onto a landmine? Although Jiang Zhiyin did not overtly display her emotions, Yang Xiaoling could sense her underlying discontent. In the third canteen, as Feng Haoyu entered, he was greeted by the sight of numerous young women. Truly, the senior's insight was commendable. Senior, this surprise is indeed delightful. There are indeed more charming ladies here, he remarked after purchasing his breakfast, as he sought a place to sit and enjoy his meal while appreciating the ambience. A woman entered through the doorway. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a flowing waterfall, gently swaying, and her exquisite features instantly captured Feng Haoyu's attention. He was not alone. The gazes of others in the canteen were similarly drawn to her. What is she doing here? Feng Haoyu pondered, slightly taken aback. Yet, was it not entirely normal for her to be here? The seniors had proclaimed the third canteen to be a hub of beauty. It was a revelation that the campus belle frequented it as well. Jiang Zhiyin's eyes immediately locked onto Feng Haoyu, who was seated in the corner. Huh. Found you. Jiang Zhiyin, under the gaze of the crowd, walked directly to Feng Haoyu's position and seated herself. Are you here to admire the beauty? Jiang Zhiyin remarked coldly. Ahem. What? Feng Haoyu nearly sputtered the soy milk he was drinking. Huh? Senior, how did you know? Jiang Zhiyin's charming face flushed slightly the moment I entered. You were fixated on me. I could easily discern your ulterior motives. Feng Haoyu, perplexed, responded, Is it wrong for a gentleman to appreciate beauty? What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Zhiyin shot him a glare, her irritation bubbling over. How can I feel good when someone is on the verge of infidelity? Infidelity? Who? Who would dare to be so outrageous? Jiang Zhiyin cast him a mournful glance. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? It's you. Chapter 9. I perceive you are utterly clueless. Feng Haoyu wore a bewildered expression. Fortunately, their voices were not loud, and those around them could not hear. Although many glanced over, none dared to approach, deterred by Jiang Zhiyin's icy demeanor, which earned her the title of the Frozen Goddess. What they did not realize was that her coldness was merely directed at them. Jiang Zhiyin expressed her dissatisfaction. We are already registered. Your visit to the cafeteria to admire other beauty suggests infidelity, does it not? Feng Haoyu paused, momentarily stunned. Are you joking? We only feigned marriage, did we not? Is the illustrious Jiang, the campus belle, feeling jealous because I glanced at other women? Surely, this must be a dream. Jiang Zhiyin feigned ignorance. Feigning marriage? When did I ever claim that? We had an agreement, did we not? Feng Haoyu was left in a state of confusion. Jiang Zhiyin raised her elegantly arched brows. A playful glint in her eyes. So, did we obtain a counterfeit certificate at that time? This document holds legal weight, you know. Feng Haoyu's mind began to clear as he realized he had been led astray. He stammered. What do you mean by that? Jiang Zhiyin replied, I am not jesting. Since you have labeled our marriage as a pretense, I shall not concern myself with your actions. Tentatively, Feng Haoyu inquired, Is that truly so? Jiang Zhiyin responded, It is false. Feng Haoyu was perplexed. Jiang Zhiyin maintained her composed demeanor. Given that we possess this marriage certificate in name, you are not permitted to seek a girlfriend before divorce. What? Feng Haoyu exclaimed. Pursuing someone else while married constitutes infidelity, which is unethical. I am acting in your best interest. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Is it truly like that? I feel as though I have been caught in a whirlwind. Jiang Zhiyin smiled lightly. Do not worry. I shall not seek anyone either. We must adhere to the laws of marriage. Feng Haoyu, feeling troubled, remarked, Is there truly no way out? A university experience devoid of romance is far from perfect. Jiang Zhiyin's lips curled into a subtle smile. There is indeed a solution. Curiously, Feng Haoyu asked, What is that solution? Jiang Zhiyin beckoned him closer. Come here. Feng Haoyu leaned in, and Jiang Zhiyin gently pressed her lips to his ear, allowing him to catch the faint, delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Her tone softened. You may date me. Instantly, Feng Haoyu's ears flushed crimson. Senior, are you serious? His heart raced uncontrollably. Jiang Zhiyin playfully laughed. Ha ha ha. I was merely teasing you. As he gazed at the radiant smile of Jiang Zhiyin before him, Feng Haoyu struggled to maintain his grip on the soy milk in his hand. Was he being toyed with? Is this breakfast meant for me? Jiang Jian inquired nonchalantly. Just as Fang Haoyu was about to shake his head, he instinctively nodded. Thank you, Junior, for purchasing breakfast for me. Subsequently, Jiang Jian took the breakfast and walked away. Senior, this is... By the time he realized what had transpired, it was too late. That was the breakfast he had intended for his friends. It matters not. I can simply purchase another. Fang Haoyu gently touched the area of his heart. Recalling the words Jiang Jie had whispered close to his ear moments ago, his heart raced uncontrollably. Cease your racing. No, truly, do not stop. I implore you to slow down. With his eyes closed, his mind was filled with the vivid imagery of that moment. What is happening to me? It seems I have experienced a fluttering of the heart. Jiang, why did you buy 3 portions? Yang Shaoling inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Jie replied calmly, I feared you might not have enough to eat, so I intentionally purchased an extra. Yang Shaoling exclaimed, oh goodness. You were so considerate. Wait. I didn't request these particular buns. If you do not wish to eat them, then give them to me. I shall eat them. I am absolutely famished. Yang Shaoling quickly began to safeguard her food. In the boys' dormitory, Fang Haoyu returned, announcing, my dear sons, your father has returned. He held 3 freshly bought breakfasts in his hands. Zhou Ziren licked his lips, a look of hunger evident on his face. Daddy, let me see what you have brought for us. Fang Haoyu frowned. You are truly insatiable. Father, me too. I want some. In no time. The 3 breakfasts were snatched away by his sons. Observing their joyful consumption, Fang Haoyu felt a sense of accomplishment. Sons, your father loves you dearly. He returned to his desk as the notification sound of his phone chimed. Haijian messaged. So, what do you think? Are the beauties at the cafeteria captivating? Ji Shuebao replied. I hardly noticed. I was too busy admiring the senior. Haijian inquired. Which senior? Ji Shuebao responded. The campus belle of Jiang University. I saw her at the cafeteria today. Haijian asked. What do you think of her? Fang Haoyu contemplated. If he were to evaluate the senior, he would certainly do so objectively. Ji Shuebao continued. I find her exceedingly beautiful. Jiang University's first campus belle is indeed deserving of the title. Haijian prodded. Do you have feelings for her? Fang Haoyu considered that the senior was not a stranger, as he had always been kind to him. Thus, sharing his inner thoughts with him seemed permissible. Ji Shuebao confessed, to speak frankly, I have a slight affection for her. Each time I see her, my heart races. But she is the belle of Jiang University. What chance do I have? A faint smile graced Jiang Jie's lips. Do you harbor feelings for me yet lack the courage to voice them? For reasons unknown, her heart swelled with sweetness. Ever since her arrival at Jiang University, countless individuals had professed their affection for her, yet she felt nothing in response. However, Fang Haoyu's words caused her cheeks to flush ever so slightly. Jiang, why is your face so red? It's simply warm. Is that so? The air conditioning is quite low. I feel rather cold. Perhaps you are unwell? Mind your own business. Jiang Jie realized Fang Haoyu's feelings for her. It was evident that the initiative lay in his hands. Therefore, she intended to playfully tease her future husband. Jiang Jian could not help but murmur to herself, TSK, Jiang Jian. When did you become so wicked as to tease your junior? No, in truth, I have always been this way. In the boys' dormitory, the anticipation of military training looming tomorrow filled Zhou Ziren with a sense of despair as he lay sprawled across his bed, utterly fatigued, as though he had overexerted himself. How can someone so robust appear so feeble? Yao Yutong remarked with disdain. Feeble? How dare you say that to my father? Zhou Ziren retorted, a philosophical expression crossing his face as he smiled at Yao Yutong. He then rose from his bed and approached hers, sending a chill down her spine. What kind of expression is that? Hey, what are you doing? This is not allowed. Zhou Ziren, donning a mischievous grin, suddenly threw himself onto Yao Yutong, beginning to rub against her in various ways. Goodness, you are truly repulsive. I never realized you were like this. Fang Haoyu could not help but exclaim. This is exceedingly philosophical. It must be captured on film. Are you taking pictures? Zhou Ziren furrowed his brow. Fang Haoyu hurriedly stowed his phone away. No, not at all. Zhou Ziren licked his lips, revealing a lewd smile. I see you completely misunderstand. Stop it, brother Jie. Chapter 10, Zhou Ziren's contrasting performance. Attention. Align to the left. Small steps to align. Face forward. At ease. I am your instructor. There are a few rules I must declare up front, the first being, the military training has commenced. Fang Haoyu, bearing dark circles under his eyes, recalls the previous night's philosophical discourse led by Zhou Ziren, which ensnared all 3 of them without exception. This fellow, with his imposing stature, is not only large, but also deeply philosophical. All three were thoroughly bewildered by him. Following an extended bout of playful banter among the four, they transitioned from discussing slender legs to national affairs and eventually to the history of the three kingdoms. Consequently, the following morning, they rose at 6:30 for assembly, nearly succumbing to exhaustion on the spot. Standing at attention for half an hour, any movement would warrant a report. Otherwise, an additional 10 minutes would be imposed. The instructor began to pace back and forth, his gaze fixed intently on the group. Not a single breath dared to escape their lips. Every head was raised, except for these four. The four youths, who had been preoccupied with national concerns the previous night, were now nodding fervently. The instructor noticed their fervent nodding, and with a smile that bore a hint of icy menace, remarked, "Students, I am not a deity. There is no need for reverence here. Step forward." Fang Haoyu, Zhou Ziren, Yao Yutong, Ling Jikai. All four were summoned. "You four, quite impressive," the instructor chuckled ominously. "Now, to the playground, 10 laps. Do you understand?" "I do not wish to repeat myself." "Understood." The faces of the four were etched with agony. Who instigated that conversation last night? They approached the playground, running while casting blame upon one another. Whose fault was it? "It's all Zhou Ziren's doing." He insisted on philosophizing. "Tonight, prepare to face the consequences." "I was wrong." "Sit down to rest." "Too slow." "Sit again." "Stand." "Sit." Finally granted a reprieve. The group seemed to come back to life. Fang Haoyu collapsed onto the ground. Is this training for humans or for dogs? They are commanded to stand, then sit. And if they sit too slowly, they must redo it. The most absurd part is that they are far happier sitting down than dogs. Fang Haoyu felt as if he were floating, on the verge of fainting. It was unbearably hot. The scorching sun. Sunscreen did little to alleviate the burning sensation on his skin. Why couldn't military training take place in winter? Zhou Ziren's complexion was pallid, resembling someone who had just endured several rounds of exertion. "You aren't about to faint, are you?" Fang Haoyu furrowed his brow. Yao Yutong turned around, exclaiming, "Goodness! How many times did you reward yourself last night? Your lips are so pale." Ling Jikai glanced at his physique, then at Zhou Ziren's, teasingly stating, "How are you even weaker than I am?" Zhou Ziren's face remained ashen, yet it did not deter him from retorting. "How can a mere dead sugarcane compare to your father? Tonight, you shall experience the power of philosophy." Fang Haoyu, enough of that. I feel as if even a gust of wind could scatter you to pieces. The 10-minute break passed swiftly. "Everyone, please rise." After a chorus of lamentations, we resumed our military posture. The junior students were undergoing military training on the playground. Numerous upperclassmen gathered in the stands, indulging in ice cream and watermelon while observing the new students' training. The juniors, witnessing this scene, could hardly suppress their discomfort. This has become a tradition. Having endured the rain ourselves, we would gladly tear apart the umbrellas of others. In the afternoon, we sang military songs. The instructor first taught us unity is strength. Once everyone had mastered it, he commanded, "Everyone, please rise." The crowd wore expressions of confusion. The instructor coldly remarked, "I see that you have all learned it. It's time to demonstrate our cohesion to the other teams. Anyone who fails to sing properly will face the consequences of military posture." The classic competitive singing segment commenced. To not have competed against other teams would be an embarrassment for the instructor. It is essential to understand that the competitive spirit among instructors runs deep. Should they lose face, it would bode ill for them. In the evening, training continued, but an hour was allocated for a break. This time was designated for performances. Some sang, while others danced. The teams from the School of Information gathered together, leaving a large space in the center. "Is anyone brave enough to perform?" Instructor Wang inquired of the crowd. Fang Haoyu's class belonged to the 7th team, under the guidance of Instructor Wang. Although this segment was labeled as a performance, it also served as a subtle competition among the instructors, each hoping for a few standout performers from their team to shine. However, it seemed that on the first day, everyone was rather shy, and no one stepped forward. Other teams had already begun their performances, with some even showcasing the famous dance of Kuan Kuan. The atmosphere was absolutely electrifying. "Oh, Kuan Kuan." Seeing how other teams could invigorate the crowd, Instructor Wang was not one to be outdone. "No one wishes to perform, huh?" The 4 runners from this morning stepped forward. The expressions of the 4 from dormitory 3357 darkened. It was over. They were likely to be called upon as the muscle. Instructor Wang grinned mischievously. "It's your turn to shine. You must discuss among yourselves and prepare at least 2 performances for our team. I do not wish to see a single person from our team fail to step forward." The 4 exchanged glances. Fang Haoyu suggested, Let S decide with rock, paper, scissors. Truthfully, he had a performance in mind. But his slight social anxiety made him wish to avoid the spotlight if possible. All right. Yao Yutong nodded in agreement. Zhou Ziren casually remarked, I want to participate. You three can choose one among yourselves. I am willing to perform. The three were somewhat taken aback. This philosophical guy actually had a performance? Surely he wouldn't be presenting philosophy? Sensing their puzzled gazes, Zhou Ziren retorted, what kind of look is that? You are all so ungrateful. The three individuals averted their gazes, apprehensive of being philosophized by this fellow. Rock, paper, scissors. To his dismay, Feng Haoyu stared at his 2 fingers, his expression darkening. He had known better than to play scissors. Indeed, he had lost. Consequently, he and Zhou Ziren were compelled to ascend the stage and perform. Zhou Ziren remarked, allow me to go first. Feng Haoyu replied with silence. Standing at a height of 186 meters and possessing a robust physique, everyone expected Zhou Ziren to showcase feats of strength, such as one-handed push-ups. To their astonishment, he instead unleashed the song Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. The expressions of those present were utterly bewildered, particularly among the occupants of dormitory 3357, who instantly erupted into memes, exclaiming, wait, dude, you're doing this. As the music commenced, Zhou Ziren began to move. To be precise, he started to gyrate. Thump, thump, stomp, thump, thump, stomp. The atmosphere in the venue erupted. Setting aside his appearance, Zhou Ziren executed the dance to Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss remarkably well. At that moment, the residents of dormitory 3357 could only describe Zhou Ziren with 2 words, impressive. His dancing was on par with that of any female performer, arguably surpassing those who had previously showcased their street dance skills. The earlier performers were mere novices, while Zhou Ziren clearly demonstrated his practiced prowess. Combined with his somewhat mischievous philosophical demeanor, the contrast was striking, drawing even spectators from other colleges to come and watch. Chapter 11. Letting go. Feng Haoyu silently gave a thumbs up. No wonder Zhou Ziren was so confident. It turned out he had practiced. The sight of a muscular man performing the Pure Land dance was indeed a unique experience. Not far from the playground, Jiang, look over there. There's a guy performing the Pure Land dance, exclaimed Yang Xiaoling, tugging at Jiang Ziyan to watch the show. Jiang Ziyan frowned slightly. Where was he? The evening lights were not particularly bright, and with the freshmen gathering in clusters, she couldn't discern which group belonged to the School of Information. It seems to be from the School of Information. I think I've seen that person at the freshman reception, Yang Xiaoling remarked, still pulling Jiang Ziyan along. In the next moment, Jiang Ziyan took the lead, hastening her steps towards the School of Information's group. Yang Xiaoling looked puzzled. Why was Jiang in such a hurry? Did she have an affinity for watching muscular men perform contrasting dances? Was Jiang herself a contrast? Yang Xiaoling shook her head. Impossible. How could the aloof goddess be a contrast? Zhou Ziren's performance had made him the star of the evening. Next, it was Feng Haoyu's turn to perform. He planned to adopt the simplest approach. Stepping onto the stage with a microphone in hand, he resolved to sing, a rare talent he could showcase. He often practiced singing at home, especially transforming into a singing deity while showering. He began with Rewind. As the accompaniment gradually filled the air, the crowd fell silent. Although the sound system was not of the best quality and the music crackled, it did not hinder the audience from swaying to the rhythm. Feng Haoyu took a deep breath, gently closed his eyes, and began to sing. I'm tired of waiting. Your so-called arrangements. How long must I endure? You always want me to behave, to slowly plan for the future. I wish to rely on you, yet you are never there. Memories of his moments with Shun Yi flooded his mind. His voice was deep and filled with emotion, conveying an indescribable sorrow, the essence of heartbreak. The crowd, once exhilarated by Zhou Ziren's performance, fell silent, completely immersed in his song. The atmosphere shifted to one of melancholy. Despite the poor quality of the microphone and sound system, it had little effect on Feng Haoyu. Nearby, Jiang, this guy sings beautifully. It's not even midnight, and I can't help but feel emotional. Please, hand me a tissue. Although Yang Xiaoling had never experienced love, this song evoked a sense of heartbreak within her. Jiang? Yang Xiaoling called, but received no response. Turning back, she found Jiang Ziyan calmly remarking, What are you looking at? Nothing, just wanted to say it sounds amazing, Yang Xiaoling replied. I agree, Jiang Ziyan affirmed. Once Yang Xiaoling turned back, she couldn't help but wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye. Thank you, everyone. After Feng Haoyu finished singing, he managed to force a smile. The day he truly finds solace may not be particularly remarkable. It could simply be a mundane afternoon, a serene dusk. or an ordinary moment in the night. As you stroll along the path, you suddenly realize that those memories have faded from your mind. The repetitive emotions have quietly dissipated. It turns out that a normal life allows you to release such burdens. When you cease to dwell on discarding that memory, you have already let her go. In the girls' dormitory, Yang Xiaoling watched the video she had recorded on the playground, savoring the moment. He really sings beautifully. It feels as though I've experienced a romance. Is this Junior from the School of Information? He is quite handsome. Jiang Jian suddenly paused. You recorded a video? Yang Xiaoling replied, I was initially filming the dancing Junior, but I couldn't help but capture the singing Junior because he sang so well. Jiang Jian asked, send me a copy. Yang Xiaoling responded, huh? Don't send the wrong one. I want the singing, not the dancing. She doubted her own ears. The ice goddess was actually asking her for a video of a boy singing? However, she quickly understood. With such a melodious voice, it would be perfect for listening to during an evening of melancholy. Before long, Jiang Jian's phone resonated with Fang Haoyu's performance from that night on the playground. She could discern the meaning behind Fang Haoyu's song, having learned about it from Uncle Fang. That person did not know how to cherish. But she was different. Almost instantly, a memory of a young boy surfaced in her mind. The following day, the confession wall was adorned with numerous videos of Fang Haoyu singing. Help me find this boy. This boy sings so beautifully. Does anyone know him? Can you share his contact information with me? Meanwhile, Fang Haoyu was almost scorched under the sun. He cursed himself for not injuring his leg before military training. While everyone stood in formation under the blazing sun, a girl with an umbrella appeared on the playground, clad in a flowing white dress. She resembled a fairy descending from the heavens, quietly taking a seat at the front of the stands. Wasn't that Jiang Jian, the renowned beauty of Jiang University? Attending military training? The younger students were truly fortunate. Others around commented in hushed tones. Fortunately, there weren't many spectators for the training, and due to Jiang Jian's demeanor, no one dared to approach her. The closest team to her was the 7th Squad of the School of Information. She sat there, gazing ahead like a celestial being, with no one daring to come near. Rest. Sit down. The break time had arrived. Fang Haoyu had already sensed Jiang Jian's gaze upon him. It felt as though she was there specifically to see him. Yet, he couldn't show it. What if he was merely being narcissistic? She might not be there for him. Ling Zikai sidled over, wearing an admiring expression. Wow, the beauty of Jiang University is truly stunning. Whoever becomes her boyfriend will undoubtedly have accumulated a fortune of luck over 8 lifetimes. Fang Haoyu shot him a glance. Could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of restraint like I do? Ling Zikai replied, no, my friend, you're still holding back. Why do I feel her gaze is persistently directed this way? Surely, she cannot be looking at me? Ling Zikai, with a touch of vanity, caressed his own face. Yao Yutong remarked, would she be attracted to your slender figure? It is undoubtedly my athletic build that captures attention. As she spoke, Yao Yutong lifted her shoulder to showcase her muscles. Fang Haoyu inquired, Zhou Ziran, why aren't you looking? Isn't the campus bell worth your gaze? At that moment, virtually every boy in the playground was stealing glances at Jiang Jian. Yet, Zhou Ziran remarkably managed to avert his eyes. He scoffed, what is there to admire? My heart belongs solely to Sanjiu. Fang Haoyu fell silent. Just then, a girl, approximately 5 feet tall, sporting a ponytail and clad in a JK uniform, arrived at the 7th Squad, holding an umbrella. Her gaze was fixed upon Fang Haoyu, and she approached him directly. The others in dorm 3357 watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Excuse me, Junior, may I have your contact information? Fang Haoyu pointed to himself, bewildered, and asked me. Chapter 12, Jiang. Have you fallen in love? The crowd began to jeer, particularly his 3 roommates, who erupted in a chorus of ribaldry. Wow. Zhou Ziran initiated the banter. She came all the way under the blazing sun to ask for your WeChat, and you refused? Other classmates joined in, chanting, oh. Fang Haoyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze darted to the senior sitting at the front of the stands. A faint smile graced her lips. No. It was a cold smirk. Fang Haoyu recalled her words from earlier. This is infidelity within marriage. Pardon me, but I'm married, he replied. The girl stood frozen, taken aback. Married? Ling Zikai quickly intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. Ignore him. He is a bit off in the head. Senior, don't mind him. Would you like my WeChat? I sing quite well, you know. The girl shook her head dismissively. I don't fancy those who are too thin, and promptly walked away. Ling Zikai's smile faltered, and he collapsed onto Fang Haoyu's lap. Ouch. That hurts. I tried to help her, and she insulted me instead. Boo-hoo. Zhou Ziran couldn't contain his glee. You poor thing. With that childlike physique, who would even look at you? You deserve it, ha ha. Fang Haoyu stole a glance at Jiang Ziyan, who had returned to her usual aloof demeanor. What was happening? He was baffled. She was often distant in large gatherings, yet so talkative when alone with him. He had no intention of giving that girl his contact information, for unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ziyan had already nestled into his heart. He sensed that she harbored some feelings for him as well, but fear gripped him. He dreaded the possibility that stepping forward might lead to a conclusion akin to his previous experience. Shani had also seemed to like him, but what followed? Thus, his heart was in turmoil. As he pondered, Jiang Ziyan rose from her seat in the stands, a bottle of water in hand. She approached the seventh squad and extended the water to Fang Haoyu. How did you know I forgot to bring water? He asked, bewildered. Jiang Ziyan replied coolly. It's for you. Fang Haoyu mechanically accepted the water, his mind momentarily blank. What? She brought him water in front of so many people? Although they had registered their marriage, he was acutely aware that they had not truly been together in any meaningful sense. And Jiang Ziyan, the ice queen of Jiang University, presenting him with water before a crowd was a scene he could hardly fathom. Her expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of blush crept across her cheeks. This was her first time delivering water to a boy, especially in such a public setting. Thank you, senior, Fang Haoyu stammered, his heart racing uncontrollably. After handing over the water, Jiang Ziyan turned and left. Fang Haoyu gazed at the bottle in his hand, and his previously calm heart began to stir with excitement. The new students around them were left in disbelief. What was the nature of their relationship? Why would the campus belle serve him water? This was the most beautiful girl at Jiang University. In an instant, countless envious and jealous eyes were fixated on Fang Haoyu. Even Ling Ji-kai transformed into a rival in love, fixating intently upon him. Son, when did you find your daughter-in-law? Zhou Ziran interjected. What's going on? Have you found someone? Or are you with the campus belle? No wonder you haven't given that senior your WeChat. Yao Yutong remarked, quietly accomplishing great things. Fang Haoyu retorted with irritation. Does Jiang Ziyan even have an interest in me? I hardly know her. Of course. He was well aware of who Jiang Ziyan was, having already obtained the necessary documentation. So did he know her or not? He simply wished to avoid any misunderstandings. The two were not in a romantic relationship. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Jiang Ziyan harbored any romantic feelings for him. Then why did she bring you water? Perhaps she is merely a fan of my music. Fang Haoyu indulged in a fleeting moment of self-admiration. What kind of person do you think your father is? With such charm, it is not impossible for the campus belle to be drawn to me. EW. If she likes you, I'll directly eat my words. Ling Ji-kai feigned disgust. I never anticipated you to be so self-absorbed. I like it. Come to my bed tonight. Zhou Ziran grinned lewdly. Fang Haoyu quickly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. Brother Jia, spare me. In the girls' dormitory, Yang Xiaoling asked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Jiang, are you in a relationship? Jiang Ziyan's expression stiffened. Who told you that? Nonsense. Yang Xiaoling pressed, if you're not in a relationship. Why have you been going out so often? I feel like a lonely old person. Boo-hoo. Jiang Ziyan shot her an exasperated glance. You really have a vivid imagination. Indeed, she was not in a romantic relationship. The military training had concluded. This signified that the true university life was about to commence. At that moment, Fang Haoyu truly wished to exclaim, 2 weeks. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 2 weeks? With military training behind him. Classes were set to begin the next day. What? Early morning calculus tomorrow? I have an 8 o'clock class. Zhou Ziran nearly fainted upon reviewing the schedule. He despised mathematics above all else. Fang Haoyu managed decent grades in math, yet he too harbored a strong aversion to the subject. He performed well, but had no fondness for it. What are you doing? Ling Ji-kai inquired curiously, peering at Fang Haoyu's screen. Fang Haoyu replied nonchalantly. My part-time job. Ling Ji-kai expressed admiration. Writing novels? That's impressive. Fang Haoyu sighed. Impressive? Not at all. I barely earn enough for living expenses. During military training, I had no time to write, and my readers are threatening to send me razor blades. Indeed, although Fang Haoyu spent most of his summer vacation at home, he managed to find a suitable part-time job, one that required no travel. He became a part-time online novelist. However, his writing skills were average, barely bringing in 2,000 or 3,000. Though his father provided him with 3,000 a month, combined with his own earnings, he could accumulate 6,000 monthly. With 6,000, he could save up, reducing the need to constantly appease his father. He could even afford gaming equipment and travel during the holidays. Additionally, he had another reason for writing novels. He simply enjoyed reading them. What genre are you writing? In the realm of esports concerning the game. Did you say there is a class meeting tomorrow? Zhou Ziren suddenly inquired. It appears that the election for class officers is on the agenda. Fang Haoyu shook his head dismissively. It does not concern me. I am rather lackadaisical. Being a class officer is a thankless endeavor, one that even a dog would shun. Ling Jikai echoed. I shall not participate either. Zhou Ziren added. Nor will I. Yao Yutong expressed her desire. I wish to be the Youth League secretary. Fang Haoyu, bewildered, responded. Have you even been elected as the Youth League secretary? Yao Yutong replied with a smile. I am simply eager to progress. Fang Haoyu retorted. Have you had your fill, Youth League secretary? Yao Yutong immediately adopted a mock official tone. Have the people been fed? Ha. Who sent these? I have no idea who sent them, but I can distinctly recall who did not. Yao Yutong's imitative official tone elicited laughter from her companions. The innate embodiment of progress. This position of Youth League secretary is meant for you. Rest assured, if you cast your vote for me, the benefits will be substantial. Will attendance in class not assist us in answering questions? That is the responsibility of the class monitor. Chapter 13. The Bridal Chamber. Yao Yutong, having fulfilled her aspirations, was appointed as the league secretary. Leader, isn't that the esteemed leader? Come here quickly. As Yao Yutong descended, the group of 3,357 began to tease her. Time passed swiftly. After just a week of classes, the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday arrived. Finally, no classes. Haoyu, are you heading back? Zhou Ziren inquired while engrossed in the latest episode. Fang Haoyu nodded. My family is local. I must return for the Mid-Autumn Festival. My parents surely miss me. With that, he slung a backpack over his shoulder and departed the dormitory. Dad, open the door. Your son has returned. I'm right at the entrance. Fang Haoyu called his father. What brings you back? Fang Ling did not open the door. Confused, Fang Haoyu asked, Don't you miss me? I miss your mother, not you. Beep, beep, beep. Fang Haoyu? Staring at the disconnected call, he fell into silence. Truly, a biological father. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival a time for reunion? How could he deny his son entry? As he pondered whether to return to the dormitory, Jiang Jiwen sent him a location. Your dad wants you to stay here. What is going on? Fang Haoyu was somewhat perplexed. Upon checking the location, it was a neighborhood very close to Jiang University. Could it be that my father bought me a house? He quickly dismissed the thought. Although his father had some money, purchasing a house for him seemed unlikely. Perhaps it was a rental? Regardless, as long as he had a place to stay. It was better than returning to the dormitory where his peers would undoubtedly mock him for being cast out by his parents. Moreover, he needed to brace himself against Zhou Ziren's philosophical onslaught that evening. Returning to the dormitory was not an option. Fang Haoyu opted for the neighborhood. I've arrived. Building 12, apartment 1501, let yourself in. Just as he approached the door, it swung open before he could knock. Before him stood an exquisite woman, Jiang Jiwen. Clad in a delicate sleepwear set and shorts, revealed her graceful figure, leaving Fang Haoyu wide-eyed. Jade-like shoulders, legs, and feet. No. Such jade imagery could lead one astray. He shook his head, dismissing his impure thoughts. Senior? You live here? Come in. The slippers are in the shoe cabinet. Jiang Jiwen replied with a calm demeanor, not immediately addressing his question. Fang Haoyu hurried inside to change into the slippers. Pink ones. This is too flamboyant. He looked down at the pink slippers adorned with bunny motifs. How utterly girlish. He was, after all, a straightforward man. Jiang Jiwen playfully smiled. Isn't pink lovely? The bunny is so cute. How can you call it flamboyant? Just before entering, Jiang Jiwen appeared quite aloof. Why did she become so lively once the door closed? Could it be that she possesses a contrasting persona in private? Fang Haoyu cast a glance at Jiang Jian's delicate feet. No, it was her slippers. He noticed they were the same style, yet hers were a vibrant blue adorned with images of the big bad wolf. Could they be a couple's design? A faint blush crept on Fang Haoyu's cheeks. Why did it feel as though he had wandered into a rabbit's den filled with wolves? Senior, you still haven't answered me. Why are you here? Jiang Jian shrugged nonchalantly. I've been living here for a year now. Her graceful shoulders. Fang Haoyu quickly averted his gaze. No. He must not linger. His attention was consistently drawn to peculiar distractions. Wait a moment. You've lived here for a year? Isn't this place rented by my father? It was bought for you. Bought for me. When did my father become so generous? He previously mentioned that if I didn't get a marriage certificate, my living expenses would be halved. Fang Haoyu's face lit up with astonishment. To have a house before even graduating, relying solely on the hard work of his parents. Hold on. If my father bought this house for me, how are you here? A faint smile danced at the corners of Jiang Jian's lips. Because this is the wedding house that my father purchased for us. Wedding house. Fang Haoyu was momentarily speechless. Jiang Jian chuckled mischievously. We have already obtained our marriage certificate. My father is now your father too. Family members do not speak as strangers. It finally dawned on Fang Haoyu that this was indeed a wedding house purchased by Uncle Jiang for the two of them. Staring at Jiang Jian's triumphant smile, he swallowed hard. Why did he feel as though he had stepped into a den of wolves, with a beautiful she-wolf at its helm? From now on, you must come here to stay every weekend, though you are welcome to visit any time, Jiang Jian declared. Why? Jiang Jian feigned a pitiful expression. Would you really abandon your wife to dwell in solitude? With a playful blink of her enchanting eyes, she sent Fang Haoyu's heart racing. Wasn't their marriage merely a formality? How had things taken such an unexpected turn? No, he must refuse. A Sigma male would never alright. Fang Haoyu nodded reluctantly. Looking into Jiang Jian's pleading eyes, he found himself unable to utter a refusal. Furthermore, he did indeed harbor feelings for her. Thus, he allowed the Sigma male to momentarily transform into an Omega male. My room. Fang Haoyu pointed inside. The apartment was quite spacious, boasting 4 rooms and a living area. It was evident that Jiang Jian's father cared for her greatly. Jiang Jian raised her eyebrows playfully. Let me show you around our wedding house. The constant mention of it as their wedding house made Fang Haoyu feel as though they were truly married. Yet, it seemed almost real, considering the authenticity of the certificate. Soon, he was taken aback by the features of this wedding house. A room had been specifically designated as an esports room. 2 computers were set up inside. This setup is especially for you. Do you like it? The graphics card is a 4090, and you can trust the configuration. For 1090, Fang Haoyu could no longer contain his excitement. He dashed over to gently caress the components of the computer. In school, I have always used a gaming laptop, which could be considered a formidable device. To my surprise, there is an esports room here, equipped with such advanced gear. Who would remain in the dormitory on weekends? One would rather perish than spend time there. Observing Fang Haoyu's expression, Jiang Jian couldn't help but smile slightly. Ah, men? A mere flick of the wrist could easily put them in their place. Fang Haoyu exclaimed excitedly, does this mean I can play on 2 machines now? Jiang Jian shot him a glare. One of them belongs to me. What are you thinking? She genuinely wished to deliver a swift kick to this dense man. How could he not see the obvious with 2 computers present? What a foolish brain. Fang Haoyu asked, you can play games? Upon meeting his doubtful gaze, Jiang Jian merely smirked. I could easily defeat you. The competitive spirit surged within him. Fang Haoyu scoffed, Sister Jiang. I'm not boasting. If you can beat me at my favorite game, I will abide by your every command within this household. A sly smile crept onto Jiang Jian's lips. Is that a promise? She then extended her pinky finger. Pinky swear. Fang Haoyu chuckled. Are you a child? Still doing pinky swears? Though he teased, he found his hand involuntarily reaching out. How soft. Is this the delicate touch of a senior? A blush crept onto Fang Haoyu's face, marking the umpteenth time he had blushed today. Pinky swear. In 100 years shall not change. Jiang Jian chuckled foolishly. Wait a moment. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Chapter 14. Only one bedroom? Fang Haoyu furrowed his brows, the scene before him strikingly familiar. Yet, he could not quite place it. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had intertwined with Jiang Jian's delicate fingers. A subtle blush graced Jiang Jian's cheeks as she softly inquired, What's wrong? Do you fancy my hand? Realizing the gravity of the moment, Fang Haoyu hastily withdrew his hand, stammering, and no, I'm sorry, Senior Jiang. I didn't mean to. Jiang Jian gently caressed his face. Just call me Senior. There's no need to add Jiang. What's up with your face? It's so warm. It's nothing. Perhaps it's just a bit hot. Fang Haoyu resembled a startled rabbit, darting to the bathroom to splash water on his face. Jiang Jian looked on fondly at his retreating figure. Did this foolish boy recall something? After washing his face, Fang Haoyu took a deep breath. Merely holding hands with his senior made his face flush uncontrollably. This was his first time being so intimate with a girl, let alone holding another girl's hand. Jiang Jian teased, So, you're still a pure-hearted boy, huh? Fang Haoyu, blushing, retorted, What are you saying? I'm just a bit warm. Keep denying it. You really enjoy holding my hand, don't you? Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her eyes. Fang Haoyu, his face aflame, turned his head aside, and not at all. Jiang Jian leaned closer, playfully tracing her finger along his chin. Silly junior, you can't even lie properly. Just admit you like holding your senior's hand. After all, we are officially registered. At that moment, Fang Haoyu's face turned crimson, reaching down to his neck. He couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze. his heart racing uncontrollably. Was this truly the aloof goddess of Jiangxing University? She was about to drive him mad. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Jiang Jian's lips curled into a mischievous smile, relishing the thrill of teasing an innocent boy. Little Bunny Jr., he, the big bad wolf senior is here. As Fang Haoyu closed his eyes, surrendering to her whims, he suddenly noticed Jiang Jian capturing him with her phone. Wait, what? Jiang Jian chuckled uncontrollably. I'm sorry. But your expression is simply too amusing. Just moments ago, Fang Haoyu's face had displayed an endearing vulnerability. After snapping the photo, she waved the phone in front of him. Fang Haoyu caught a glimpse of his own expression, which conveyed a curious blend of surrender and enjoyment. This photo is utterly ridiculous. I'm a respectable gentleman. With a forlorn expression, Fang Haoyu pleaded, Senior, I beg you, delete it. Jiang Jian, with a wicked smile, replied, Little Bunny Jr., that depends on your performance. Help. Whoever said Jiang Jian was an aloof goddess? Fang Haoyu felt tears welling up. She was nothing short of a charming rogue. Wait, if I live here, would she peek at me while I bathe? What am I thinking? Your expression suggests you might enjoy it. By the way, where is my bedroom? Fang Haoyu quickly shifted the topic. Jiang Jian, did I not just introduce you? Fang Haoyu furrowed his brows. Wait, but after your introduction, there is only one master bedroom left. Are you implying that I should stay in the esports room? Fang Haoyu instantly felt a surge of excitement. Living in the esports room would indeed be worth it. However, the smile that had once graced Jiang Jian's lips froze. She felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of salty water upon him. After all this, could he still not comprehend? Jiang Jian scoffed coldly. The esports room has no bed. Where would you sleep? On the floor? Fang Haoyu replied. Then where am I supposed to sleep? You can't possibly expect me to sleep on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Jian feigned great difficulty. What should we do then? If that's the case, I suppose you'll just have to share a room with me. Upon hearing this, Fang Haoyu quickly waved his hands. No, that's really too much trouble. Sharing a room with a senior. Just imagining that scenario sends shivers down my spine. Yet he considered himself a gentleman. How could he take advantage of her? Jiang Jian, exasperated, said, If I say you can sleep, then you will. She had lowered herself to this extent, yet this fool still failed to grasp her meaning. Fang Haoyu had not expected her to be upset. He helplessly replied, I will stay. Jiang Jian shot him a fierce glare. Is it such a grievance to share a room with me? What kind of expression is that? Are you a delicate flower? Little did she know, she felt equally wronged. After all, she was the most beautiful girl at Jiang University, yet this boy seemed to disdain her. In truth, Fang Haoyu did not harbor any disdain. In his eyes, Jiang Jian was ethereal, and he feared to sully her purity. With a heart full of lament, Fang Haoyu murmured, I'll do as you say. Come here. Jiang Jian gestured with her eyes. Fang Haoyu obediently approached. Jiang Jian gently rose to her tiptoes, softly caressing his head, and sweetly said, No grievances, all right? Just be good and listen to me. Fang Haoyu nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace her. The senior was simply too adorable. So soothing. Yes, I'm not aggrieved. Jiang Jian patiently explained. This house wasn't arranged by me. It was arranged by my father. Everything is set up for a couple, including items like slippers. So, isn't it quite normal to have only one bedroom? Besides, I, a pure young lady, have said nothing. What are you afraid of? Are you plotting something against me? We can simply lie on the bed, doing nothing, maintaining our innocence. Isn't that enough? Fang Haoyu seemed swayed by her words. Indeed, even though they shared a room, they remained pure and blameless. He felt like a little rabbit, bewildered by the cunning wolf, Jiang Jian. Deep down, he certainly wished to share a bed with the senior. For she was so stunning, yet he had no justification. Jiang Jian had provided him with one. Is this truly arranged by your father? Fang Haoyu inquired with skepticism. Generally, older generations wouldn't set up an esports room, would they? Jiang Jian confidently replied, Rest assured, when have I ever deceived you? She playfully blinked her sincere, large eyes at Fang Haoyu. Yet within her heart, she mused, I am deceiving you. This is a deliberate ruse. All of this is my design. Fang Haoyu had initially contemplated voicing his skepticism. The last time she had suggested feigning a marriage certificate, she had played him for a fool. Who could say whether he would be duped again this time? Nevertheless, upon gazing into the sincerity of his senior's eyes, he could not help but place his trust in her. After all, could it be that she would resort to deceit for mere sensuality? If they were to share a bed, it was undoubtedly he who would benefit the most. He was the prey. No, the hunter. Hunters often masquerade as their quarry. Fang Haoyu felt an intellectual superiority that rivaled even that of Einstein. The one being maneuvered was she, not him. There was still ample time. Shall we engage in a couple of rounds? Fang Haoyu proposed. Earlier, they had wagered that should he lose, he would be at her beck and call. It was time to demonstrate the true prowess of his FPS genius. Chapter 15. The meal prepared by the senior. Isn't it true, senior, that you opened it? Fang Haoyu exclaimed with disbelief. To think that his most skilled game had been reduced to a mere AI by a girl. With a defiant tone, he insisted. It must be that my performance was lacking today. How could I let you win? Jiang Jian responded with an endearing grimace. Practice makes perfect. You must accept your defeat. From now on, you are to heed my commands in this household. Fang Haoyu grimaced. All right, I concede. With her hands on her hips, Jiang Jian continued. In the future, you must inform me whenever you go out. There is only one key to this place, which I shall safeguard. You are not permitted to bring anyone else here. And if you wish to come, you must let me know. Do you understand? Fang Haoyu saluted. Yes, senior. Jiang Jian couldn't help but chuckle at his comical demeanor. The adorable little brother truly was charming. I could just eat him up. Senior, what shall we do for dinner? Should we order takeout? Fang Haoyu finally recalled a pressing question. How would they manage dinner? His culinary skills were limited to frying eggs, stir-frying rice, and preparing instant noodles in a variety of flavors. With a composed smile, Jiang Jian replied, I will cook. Fang Haoyu was somewhat surprised. Senior, you can cook? Well, I manage. It's edible, she replied modestly. I have a bit of experience. She had always enjoyed cooking, often researching various recipes online. It was a cherished hobby. Though she primarily cooked for herself, never for others. This was indeed her first time preparing a meal for someone else. And she found herself willingly offering her first attempt to this foolish little brother. Glancing at the time, Jiang Jian noted it was nearly time to begin. Please wait a moment. I will go prepare the meal. Fang Haoyu inquired. Do you need my help? Won't you be overwhelmed alone? Jiang Jian shook her head. No need. You have no experience. Your presence would only serve to distract me. Feeling a bit aggrieved, Fang Haoyu replied, All right then. Good luck, senior. I shall go cut some fruit for you. Jiang Jian chuckled softly, murmuring, Why do you seem cuter as you grow older? I just want to ruffle your hair. She became momentarily lost in thought, feeling as though they were truly a newlywed couple. Dinner is ready, Jiang Jian announced. Coming. Fang Haoyu was already famished, having caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma earlier. It smelled divine. As he gazed at the array of dishes on the table, sweet and sour ribs, chicken soup, cola chicken wings, stir-fried cabbage, his mouth nearly watered. How did you know I like these? He asked, astonished. With a hint of pride, Jiang Jian replied, Don't flatter yourself. I had no idea. I simply felt like making them. Seeing her slightly proud expression, Fang Haoyu couldn't suppress his laughter. He was beginning to suspect that his senior might indeed have feelings for him. Although he couldn't fathom why, he found himself liking her in return. As for whether they would truly become a couple, only time would tell. After all, the last lesson was profoundly etched in his memory. He was unwilling to endure such an experience again. Senior, allow me to assist you with serving the rice, Fang Haoyu eagerly offered. Jiang Jian's face illuminated with a satisfied smile, quite the attentive one. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. In no time, 2 bowls of rice were prepared. Hiki, you take the first bite, senior. Fang Haoyu placed a piece of rib into Jiang Jian's bowl. She momentarily froze, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. As she took a bite, Fang Haoyu also began to eat. Delicious. He couldn't help but exclaim. Undeniably, this was the finest sweet and sour rib he had ever tasted. The harmonious blend of sour and sweet was perfectly balanced, not overly tangy nor excessively sweet. It surpassed the culinary creations of many chefs in upscale restaurants. Fang Haoyu sincerely remarked. Jiang Jian felt a surge of delight, though she skillfully concealed her emotions. A cook's greatest desire is to receive acknowledgement from others. Do you really enjoy it? I absolutely adore it. Then I shall make it for you every day from now on, Jiang Jian replied shyly with a smile. Fang Haoyu's gaze lingered, captivated by the adorable bashfulness of his senior. The atmosphere gradually grew more intimate. Subsequently, the two fell into a comfortable silence, with Fang Haoyu's mouth never ceasing its motion. So delectable. What had I been eating at school? It was either yellow braised chicken or chicken pot. I was almost turning into a chicken myself. Hence, experiencing a meal prepared by my senior is pure bliss. Suddenly, Jiang Jian queried, Can you manage more? Fang Haoyu hurriedly swallowed his mouth full. Me? I suppose I can. Why do you ask? She offered him the remaining half of her rice. Please help me. I cannot finish this. I dislike waste. Fang Haoyu recalled that he had served her a bowl that was not quite full, yet she still struggled to eat much. Her appetite was rather modest. He noted this in his mind, resolving to avoid such an oversight in the future. I shall assist you, he said, his face slightly flushed. It was undoubtedly his fault for serving too much. It could hardly be her fault. His dilemma was one he must resolve himself. Yet, the thought that this was food she had touched made his cheeks burn. Was this a form of indirect intimacy? Fang Haoyu took her bowl and began to eat in small bites. For some reason, he felt her rice was more delectable than his own. It tasted sweeter. He quickly composed his expression, fearing she might think him a rogue. Senior, wait a moment. I will wash the dishes. You should rest. I just cut some fruit in the living room. All right. Fang Haoyu patted his slightly bulging belly, concerned that if this continued, he might gain weight. After all, if his senior kept cooking for him, it would be challenging to avoid gaining a few pounds. Being plump is merely a state of being. True happiness is what truly matters. After washing the dishes, Fang Haoyu initially intended to immerse himself in video games. However, he was called over by Jiang Ziyin to join her in watching a show. All right, he replied without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, he started to yield to her request. The sofa was quite spacious, yet Fang Haoyu did not sit directly beside his senior. Jiang Ziyin frowned slightly, urging him, come here. Huh. Oh, he quickly adjusted his position. Shuffling closer, they settled in the middle of the sofa. Despite their proximity, they did not lean against one another. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Was it that his senior carried a signature scent? Upon drawing nearer, he caught a whiff of her subtle body fragrance, a most pleasant aroma that felt almost addictive. If only he could hold her close and take a deep breath of that intoxicating scent. What show are we watching, senior? He inquired. A Korean drama. A Korean drama? Fang Haoyu had never indulged in such a genre. He had, however, come across some commentary on Douhai before. Was it just about romance? What could possibly be so captivating? Chapter 16. The adorable foolish junior, why are they not together? Fang Haoyu felt a pang of heartache. The sweetness of the protagonist in the early stages contrasted sharply with the ensuing turmoil, as misunderstandings kept them apart. Fang Haoyu instinctively leaned against the shoulder of his senior. Jiang Ziyin glanced at him. And no, I'm sorry, Fang Haoyu stammered, realizing he needed to apologize. A subtle smile curved Jiang Ziyin's lips, her tone playfully teasing. It's fine. If you're tired, you can rest your head on my lap. Fang Haoyu's gaze fell upon her fair, slender legs, and a flush crept across his face. He could hardly imagine how comfortable it would be to lay there. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. I must uphold my dignity. Jiang Ziyin regarded Fang Haoyu with a bright smile. The thrill of teasing this innocent boy was undeniably addictive. Instantly, he sat up straight, too timid to move. Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow. You won't move? Then I shall. In the next moment, Fang Haoyu felt a silken softness against his shoulder, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. As senior, what are you doing? Fang Haoyu was taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. Don't speak. Let me rest for a moment, she replied, her voice slightly trembling and gentle. A blush adorned her cheeks. This was the first time she leaned on a man's shoulder, and it was given to this foolish junior. Fang Haoyu dared not make any sudden movements. Rest your hand on my shoulder. Jiang Ziyin's voice was soothing. Okay. Fang Haoyu placed his hand on her shoulder. They resembled a couple. The girl nestled against the boy's shoulder, engrossed in a show. Senior, this plot is absolutely outrageous. After finally resolving their misunderstandings and preparing to be together, the male lead loses his memory. It's infuriating. Do you really think anyone would lose their memory? Well, it's possible. Why? Because I have experienced it. You lost your memory? Jiang Ziyin chuckled softly. Guess. I'm not a child. You are. Fang Haoyu pouted. Rebound. Jiang Ziyin replied, rebound ineffective. She glanced at the time and said casually, it's time to shower and sleep. You should shower first. Your pajamas are in the room. Fang Haoyu nodded. He was quite swift in the shower. Boys are undeniably efficient in this regard. Senior, I'm done. That was quick? Jiang Ziyin asked, puzzled. Fang Haoyu grinned. I can be even quicker. Back in high school, after playing basketball in the afternoon, I could shower and change in just 2.5 minutes if I was running late. Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow. You seem quite proud of that. Absolutely. Jiang Ziyin replied nonchalantly. Now it's my turn. You can play on the computer for a while. All right. I'm done showering. Showered for that long? Fang Haoyu had played 2 ranked matches before the senior sister emerged, as he had been occupied with washing his hair. Jiang Ziyin had just stepped out of the bathroom, her hair still damp, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The delicate pink pajama set clung softly to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Fong Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, not solely by the inexplicable beauty that radiated from his senior sister post-bath, but also because he too was adorned in a similar pink pajama set. It was not merely the same style, it was a couple-esque design. Senior sister. This. He glanced at his own pajamas. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Are you feeling wronged wearing the same as me? Do you find me distasteful? Fong Haoyu quickly clarified, that is not my intention at all. I consider it an immense honor to wear the same as you, senior sister. Jiang Jian chuckled softly, murmuring, You fool. Senior sister, what did you say? He inquired. Jiang Jian's smile faded, her demeanor turning cool once more. I asked you to come over and help me dry my hair. But I don't know how to blow-dry a girl's hair, he protested. Learn. For it is the Queen's command. Yes, your majesty, he replied. He then proceeded to fetch the hairdryer. As he assisted her in drying her hair, Fong Haoyu remarked, This is the first time I've ever helped a girl with her hair. Jiang Jian smiled lightly. It's also my first time allowing a boy to assist with my hair. Senior sister, your hair smells delightful. You may take a whiff, she allowed. Ahem. Don't misunderstand. I don't have such a peculiar habit, he assured her. Really, I don't, he insisted, feeling somewhat aggrieved as her expression clearly conveyed disbelief. All right. It's dry now, Fong Haoyu said, looking at her with eager anticipation, his face reflecting a childlike longing for praise. Jiang Jian couldn't help but chuckle internally. Then feigned astonishment. Wow, Junior, you did such a great job. Truly impressive. Hearing such commendation, Fong Haoyu's smile nearly reached the heavens, of course. Then can you help me with my hair every day? She asked. If you do, my hair will surely look splendid. At that moment, Fong Haoyu's grin was even more exuberant than before. No problem. I will take it upon myself to ensure your hair remains beautiful. Jiang Jian struggled to suppress her laughter. Her junior was quite amusing. No wonder they say that male psychology mirrors that of children. A few compliments and he was beaming like a proud peacock. How adorable. One could only imagine how long he would cry if he were to receive a playful punch. If Fong Haoyu were privy to Jiang Jian's thoughts, he would surely cover his face in embarrassment. In the master bedroom, upon observing the large pink bed, Fong Haoyu hesitantly inquired, Senior sister, where shall I sleep? Naturally on the bed. Do you wish to sleep on the floor? Jiang Jian replied. That wouldn't be impossible, he suggested. Jiang Jian shot him a disapproving glance. Straightforward man. We shall each take half the bed, no more. Lest you be likened to a puppy, she stated blandly. In truth, this bed is quite spacious. Even half of it surpasses the size of the beds at school. However, there is only one blanket. Shall I go purchase another tomorrow? No need. The blanket is sufficiently large, Jiang Jian replied with displeasure. She had meticulously arranged everything, and this foolish junior was dawdling as if sharing the bed was a great hardship. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Enough with the chatter. It's time to sleep. Jiang Jian pouted. Come over here, she urged, patting the space beside her. Fong Haoyu dared not delay. Oh, I'm coming. Just don't get too touchy-feely tonight, Jiang Jian cautioned. Fong Haoyu replied, Rest assured, my character remains impeccable. Rather, it is you. Senior. Jiang Jian shot him a glare, her eyes carrying a hint of warning. What is wrong with me? Nothing. Nothing at all. Turn off the lights. All right. Chapter 17. You are the little puppy senior. Are you asleep? Fong Haoyu found it difficult to rest, uncertain whether it was due to anxiety or some other reason. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of sharing the same bed with his senior, a privilege envied by many. Jiang Jian replied softly, Not yet. Are you having trouble sleeping? Just a bit, he responded. Curiously, he inquired, Why? I am accustomed to listening to music alone while falling asleep, Jiang Jian stated nonchalantly. Should I go outside? Fong Haoyu asked. No need. Sing for me instead. Jiang Jian suddenly suggested. I've seen you sing on the confession wall. You're quite good. I really like Jay Chou's songs. Fong Haoyu was taken aback. You enjoy Jay Chou's music too? What do you want to hear? I can sing most of his songs, he added, also a fan of the artist. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jian said, I'd like to hear Dandelion's Promise. All right, but just so you know, my a cappella might not sound as pleasant. He warned. That is all right. Closing his eyes, he began to recall the lyrics, then slowly began to sing. The dandelions by the elementary school fence are the fragrant memories of my youth. The cicada sounds echoing in the playground during nap time still resonate beautifully after all these years. His voice was gentle, though sung without accompaniment. It remained melodious. The instrumental played in Jiang Jian's mind, and with Fang Haoyu's voice, her thoughts drifted back to her childhood. Sleepiness crept in. The promise of growing up together, so vivid, I believe in it. Yet, she could no longer discern whether what she felt was friendship or a love once missed. As the final note lingered in the air, he asked softly, "Senior, are you asleep?" Receiving no response, he deduced she had fallen asleep. In that case, I should also rest. Fang Haoyu yawned and pulled the blanket a bit closer, ensuring his senior wouldn't catch a chill. Heh, I am indeed a considerate junior. No wonder she has an interest in me. Suddenly, Fang Haoyu felt a constriction around his neck, making it hard to breathe, which jolted him awake. He instinctively removed whatever was gripping him. What on earth? He murmured, rubbing his eyes, still in a daze. Upon turning his head, he was startled to find Jiang Jian's face mere inches from his own. Fang Haoyu swallowed hard, acutely aware of her breath. Her skin was porcelain smooth, emanating a subtle sheen. Her tightly shut eyelids, adorned with long lashes, fluttered slightly, as if she might awaken at any moment. This rendered him frozen, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his face flushed. She smells so delightful, he thought, overwhelmed by the moment. After spending a considerable amount of time with my senior, I found myself exuding a delightful fragrance. He whispered softly, "Senior, this is not my fault. You crossed the line last night. I am not a little dog." Unable to contain his silly laughter, he added, "Hee hee. I'm not the little dog. You are a rather charming little dog." He gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Senior, you look so beautiful. If only you were truly my girlfriend." After waiting a while and confirming that she would not awaken any time soon, he quietly got out of bed. After covering her with a blanket, Fang Haoyu tiptoed out, clutching a pair of pink slippers, careful not to disturb her. "Senior, I'm going to buy you breakfast." Once he left, Jiang Jin did not open her eyes, but a subtle smile graced her lips. "Who wants to be your girlfriend? You or the little dog?" She mused. "What does the senior like to eat?" Fang Haoyu wandered the streets in search of food. Suddenly, a notification from WeChat interrupted his thoughts. Who could that be? He curiously glanced at the message. It was from several members of the dormitory group chat. Group name: a father and his 3 grown sons. Zhou Ziren, leader. Bring me a breakfast. Yao Yutong, call me dad. Zhou Ziren, daddy. Bring your son some breakfast. Ling Jikai. Zhou Ziren's expression packed during military training. Zhou Ziren, is your bottom itching? Ling Jikai, I'm begging for it. Zhou Ziren, don't return to the dormitory for a while. Otherwise, clean yourself up and wait for me. Fang Haoyu. How did this group of sons produce one pervert? Fang Haoyu, your father is here. Zhou Ziren, you should clean yourself up and wait for me too. Yao Yutong, by the way, Haoyu, aren't you a local? Since it's the holiday, how about we gather for dinner tonight? Fang Haoyu finally realized that they had been at school for nearly a month without ever dining together. This simply could not stand. The 3-day holiday was the perfect opportunity for a gathering. No problem. Let us go out for drinks tonight. Zhou Ziren. Mambo. Ling Jikai drinking? That's my forte. I can easily take care of you all. Yao Yutong. It's settled then. Haoyu, since you're local, you find a place. Fang Haoyu. No problem. After confirming the time with them, Fang Haoyu resumed his search for food. Oh no, I forgot that I don't have my keys. Standing downstairs with breakfast in hand, he hoped that when the senior woke, she would see the meal waiting for her. This would surely leave a good impression. However, it seemed his plan had faltered. Perhaps he should send her a message. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. Silly junior, forgot your keys? Senior, I thought you were still asleep. Fang Haoyu exclaimed in surprise. She seemed to be in deep slumber, but unexpectedly, she woke up half an hour later. Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly. I couldn't sleep without my pillow. Fang Haoyu scratched his head. What pillow? Jiang Jian replied playfully, my little dog pillow. Fang Haoyu finally realized that the body pillow the senior referred to might be himself. However, it was not he who had crossed the line. Senior. That is not. Just as Fang Haoyu attempted to explain, Jiang Jian shot him a glare. Who was the little dog? Fang Haoyu stammered. I am the little dog. Only then did Jiang Jian revert to her smiling demeanor. Good. Let us go. I'll take my little dog Junior home. Fang Haoyu sighed. Well, if he was to be a little dog, then so be it. At least he could be held by the senior while sleeping. In that case, perhaps being a dog wasn't so bad after all. The two returned to the marital residence. Senior, I specially bought you some soup dumplings. These are the best in the vicinity. I often order from this place during the holidays. Fang Haoyu grinned, donning an expression that begged for praise. Seeing this, Jiang Jian felt her heart almost melt. Family, who understands? My little junior is so adorable. I want to pinch his cheeks. My little junior is fantastic. How did you know I wanted to eat soup dumplings this morning? Jiang Ziyin revealed a look of surprise. Chapter 18. I cannot comply. Your Majesty indeed. Fang Haoyu's smile stretched almost to the back of his ears. Jiang Ziyin couldn't help but chuckle at the foolishness of this naive junior. Silly boy. If it doesn't taste good, I shall withhold dinner from you tonight. Suddenly, Fang Haoyu remembered that he had yet to report. That's senior. I plan to dine with my roommates this evening. Jiang Ziyin's large, watery eyes blinked playfully as she waved her hand. Very well, I grant you permission. Fang Haoyu hastily replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Ziyin, satisfied, responded, Rise, my beloved concubine. Fang Haoyu was momentarily taken aback. Beloved concubine? When did he become a concubine? Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow. Is being a beloved concubine not to your liking? Or do you wish to be a eunuch? Or perhaps you aspire to be little Haoyu? No. I still prefer to be the noble consort, Fang Haoyu chuckled. He certainly did not wish to be a eunuch. Moreover, the title of beloved concubine had a certain charm to it. Come here, Jiang Ziyin said nonchalantly. What is it? Is it not to your Majesty's taste? Fang Haoyu asked cautiously. Not at all. I simply wish for my beloved concubine to feed me. Jiang Ziyin's eyebrow arched, revealing a mischievous smile. Fang Haoyu's face instantly flushed crimson. Your Majesty, I cannot comply. Jiang Ziyin's tone shifted slightly, tinged with displeasure. If you cannot, I shall have to summon noble consort Shi to dine with me. Fang Haoyu looked perplexed. This senior is quite the entertainer. Where did she conjure up noble consort Shi? Truly a dramatic performer. How childish. I shan't indulge her in this game. No. Your Majesty, I was mistaken. Fang Haoyu said, feeling quite aggrieved. Jiang Ziyin sighed. Beloved consort Fang, please do not make me difficult. Surely, you would not want me to seek the company of another man? Fang Haoyu furrowed his brow. Are you threatening me? Am I the sort to be easily intimidated? I just might be. With a playful grin, Fang Haoyu declared. I shall feed your Majesty right away. Now, that is more like it, Jiang Ziyin said, affectionately ruffling his hair. Higi, my adorable junior. Who could resist a charming junior who plays along? Senior, it's a bit hot. Let me cool it for you. Tasty, isn't it? Fang Haoyu looked at the senior with eager anticipation. Jiang Ziyin chewed delicately, and one must admit, the soup dumplings from this establishment were indeed exquisite. Moreover, they were purchased by her adorable junior, making them even more delightful. Very delicious, just like you, Jiang Ziyin said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I am delicious? Fang Haoyu feigned terror. Senior, you aren't a man-eater, are you? Jiang Ziyin chuckled lightly. No, I am the big bad wolf. I relish devouring little white rabbits like you. No, rather, little pink rabbits. Fang Haoyu glanced down at his pink bunny slippers. Indeed, these slippers exuded a youthful charm. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Ziyin's feet were a smaller size, he might have suspected she had donned his slippers. How could you possibly eat such a cute bunny? I have a fondness for braised dishes. Senior, do you think I am sufficiently braised? Fang Haoyu inquired tentatively. Jiang Ziyin propped her chin on her hand and scrutinized him carefully. Quite braised, indeed. Tonight, I shall feast upon you. Fang Haoyu blushed. Unable to suppress the warmth flooding his face, he instinctively touched his cheek, thinking, oh no, I want to actually become braised. Jiang Ziyin couldn't help but chuckle at his foolish demeanor. Silly boy. Senior, would you like to play a game together? After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ziyin had intended to study, but Fang Haoyu insisted on gaming. Being a disciplined individual, she would surely. Here I come. Jiang Ziyin set aside her book and followed Fang Haoyu into the esports room. This time, they chose to play Minecraft rather than a competitive game. Senior, watch as I create a unique house just for you. Fang Haoyu declared earnestly. It was Jiang Ziyin's first time playing this game, and she was curious to see what kind of house this foolish junior could construct for her. Before long, Fang Haoyu had completed the house. Upon seeing it, Jiang Ziyin was momentarily speechless. She could only describe the house in 3 words. Water cube. Senior, what do you think? Quite impressive. It's clearly a grand coffin. Fang Haoyu. Jiang Ziyin observed his actions and quickly grasped the situation. Allow me to take over. They had initially been playing in creative mode, primarily to help the senior familiarize herself with the game. After studying the elements available in the game, Jiang Ziyin began to tinker. Meanwhile, Fang Haoyu started constructing a coffin made of diamonds beside her. 2.5 hours later. Done. Junior, what do you think? Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow. Fang Haoyu glanced over and was left speechless. A white villa, 3 stories high, complete with steps, surrounded by greenery and fountains. It exuded an air of sophistication. In stark contrast to his earlier diamond coffin, it was utterly overwhelming. "Beloved, step inside. This is the villa I have built for you." "I'm coming." Fong Haoyu selected a barbecue stall conveniently located near the school and shared the location in their group chat. Half an hour later, all four of them had gathered. As soon as Zhou Ziren sat down, he couldn't help but comment, "Haoyu, what is that scent on you?" Initially, he intended to savor the aroma of the barbecue, but instead detected a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Fong Haoyu. Ling Zikai leaned in to sniff. "Is that a woman's scent?" "Fong Haoyu, I simply took a shower before coming out." Ling Zikai, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am quite familiar with women's scents. And yours is distinctly familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it before." Fong Haoyu cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Dead sugarcane? Have you ever encountered it? You seem quite familiar." Ling Zikai retorted, "I trust my instincts." Zhou Ziren teased, "No wonder your instincts are so sharp. Turns out you're akin to a hound." Ling Zikai shot back, "Get lost. Philosophical nonsense." Zhou Ziren replied, "It seems you are utterly clueless." Yao Yutong chuckled. "These two have been bickering like this in the dormitory for days." Fong Haoyu smiled. "It's a testament to their camaraderie. Who knows, they might just become a couple." "Get lost." Zhou Ziren and Ling Zikai exclaimed in unison. To be on the safe side, Fong Haoyu casually grabbed a couple of crates of beer, uncertain of his companion's drinking capacities. Once the drinks and snacks arrived, the group began to play dice. 6 sixes. Split. Countersplit. 3 cups. Drink. Chapter 19. I will only propose to my senior an hour later. Kai Kai. Ran. At this moment, Zhou Ziren had his arm wrapped around Ling Zikai's waist. Fong Haoyu and Yao Yutong exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in disapproval at the sight before them. He had not anticipated that these two would be so inept at dice. Nor could he believe their drinking prowess was equally lacking. This was merely the beginning. Fong Haoyu was the first to regain his composure, promptly retrieving his phone to capture the scene. A grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. If this video made its way online, it would undoubtedly go viral. "Don't jump." "Kai Kai," Zhou Ziren exclaimed. "No, I want to jump." Ling Zikai retorted, his face etched with despair. With utmost sincerity, Zhou Ziren declared, "You jump, I jump." Their faces were flushed crimson, revealing their profound intoxication. Yao Yutong's expression was one of concern. Is this the Titanic? The two were engaging in drunken revelry right in front of a barbecue stand, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. How embarrassing. They would certainly not be taken out for drinks again in the future. Fong Haoyu was rendered speechless. Fortunately, he had recorded the two in their drunken stupor, eagerly anticipating the moment they would witness their own antics once sober. He chuckled to himself, envisioning their expressions would be utterly priceless. Yao Yutong, unable to bear the humiliation, hurriedly pulled the two back. However, upon returning to their seats, they remained in a state of delirium. "Kai Kai. Yes? Will you marry me? Here's the ring I prepared for you." As he spoke, Zhou Ziren produced a ring from a soda can. Yao Yutong? Again. Fong Haoyu, having anticipated this, had already activated the recording. "I do." Ling Zikai extended his middle finger. Zhou Ziren slid the soda can ring onto Ling Zikai's middle finger. Fong Haoyu chuckled. "Congratulations to the newlyweds. The ceremony is complete. Husband. Wife." Fong Haoyu nodded with satisfaction. Another couple had emerged from Jiang University. "Leader, let us continue. We must determine a victor." "Absolutely. Leader, you truly are something." Fong Haoyu's head was beginning to feel somewhat light. Yao Yutong's cheeks were flushed as well. "You are not doing too badly yourself." To be honest, he was also nearing his limit. They could only agree that tonight had ended in a draw. "How about we call it a night?" Great minds think alike. They both synchronously decided to halt their revelry. Fong Haoyu's stomach felt exceedingly bloated. He could not manage another drop. It felt as though the alcohol was lodged in his throat, and any further consumption would surely lead to an unpleasant outcome. "Please escort this couple home." Fong Haoyu gestured towards the inebriated pair, who were now nestled together, resting their heads on the table. Yao Yutong nodded in agreement, of course. "Are you heading home?" Fong Haoyu's movements had grown sluggish. "Yes, I suppose so." Yao Yutong, concerned, inquired, "Are you all right?" "I can manage." Fong Haoyu reassured her, patting his chest. "Then I shall take my leave." He subsequently hailed a taxi, taking two individuals away. After Fong Haoyu had settled the fare and was about to depart, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Fong Haoyu?" He paused momentarily, then turned to discern the source of the voice. A girl. adorned in a floral dress and sporting a high ponytail, gazed at him in sheer astonishment. It truly is you. Fang Haoyu squinted slightly, striving to recognize her. Shun. Shani? At that moment, the effects of the alcohol surged within him, causing the figure before him to appear as a double image. So it was indeed you. The one from the confession wall. Shun Yi approached, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Fang Haoyu shook his head, remaining silent. Shani continued, I understand your feelings, but I believe we are truly incompatible. There is no need for you to come to Jiangda for my sake. Your academic prowess could secure you admission to a superior university. Fang Haoyu had long since moved on from Shani. Now, a dizzying haze enveloped him, and he merely wished to leave swiftly. I haven tea, don't flatter yourself. As he prepared to depart, Shun Yi grasped his arm. You really don't need to pretend. If you genuinely like me, I could grant you a chance to pursue me. Fang Haoyu furrowed his brow, attempting to shake off her hold. Suddenly, a melodious voice interjected, let him go. Jiang Jian appeared abruptly, pulling Fang Haoyu to her side. Are you not aware that randomly grabbing someone on the street is quite discourteous? Jiang Jian spoke with an icy tone, her cool demeanor resurfacing. Jiang, Senior Jiang? Shani appeared incredulous. The ever-aloof campus belle of Jiangda was here, and she was defending a man. What was their relationship? Shani's expression grew increasingly complex. I apologize. Shani hastily offered her contrition. This incident was indeed her fault. Fang Haoyu had initially intended to leave but was halted by her grasp. Jiang Jian's expression remained indifferent. You may leave now. Shani wanted to exit but could not suppress her curiosity. Do you know him? The effects of the alcohol had intensified, and Fang Haoyu was now in a state reminiscent of his previous encounter with Zhou Ziren. Senior, are you here to pick me up? Shall we go home? Shani stared in disbelief. Why, you are his girlfriend? How could this be? The ice goddess could not possibly be his girlfriend. Jiang Jian did not respond but coldly stated, you would do well not to speak out of turn. Shun Yi immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Nodding fervently, I will certainly refrain from speaking out of line. Jiang Jian took Fang Haoyu's hand. Come along, little puppy. Hee, I'm coming. After they departed, Shani remained frozen in place, her emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Was this a dream? Why did she feel as if something that belonged to her had been snatched away? On the way back to the community, Jiang Jian shot a glare at Fang Haoyu. So this is your ex? Fang Haoyu, with a silly grin plastered on his face, replied, what ex? I have yet to experience the joys of romance. Hee. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jian felt a wave of comfort wash over her. What had just transpired? Fang Haoyu. Hee. What situation are you referring to? All I recall is someone proposing. Jiang Jian. Could it be that you were the one who proposed? Fang Haoyu. How could that be? Hee. I would only propose to my senior. Jiang Jian stood frozen in place. Why aren't you moving? What did you say? Fang Haoyu. Hee. I forgot. Once it comes to mind, I shall escort you home. The corners of Jiang Jian's mouth lifted slightly. No. I wish to return to my marital abode with my senior. Fang Haoyu said with a hint of grievance. Jiang Jian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Truly, you leave me at a loss. When do you plan to propose to your senior? When my senior genuinely falls for me. Jiang Jian gazed at him with affection and murmured, silly. Is there not a possibility that your senior has already developed feelings for you? Chapter 20. Good night, silly junior. Well, we arrived home. Jiang Jian gently rubbed Fang Haoyu's face. Fang Haoyu wore a wise smile. Hee. Is this the home I share with my senior? Silly junior. She chided affectionately. Did you really have to drink so much? Having just returned, Fang Haoyu immediately collapsed onto the living room sofa. A drunken junior truly is a fool, yet rather endearing. Perhaps I should take a photo? Jiang Jian pulled out her phone, crouched beside him, and rested her head against his. Click. Jiang Jian gazed at the photo with satisfaction. In it, Fang Haoyu lay on the sofa, eyes closed, wearing a silly grin, while she pulled a funny face beside him. This picture would make a splendid wallpaper. She playfully rubbed Fang Haoyu's face, a hint of displeasure in her voice. In such a state, had it not been for me, you could have been sullied by another woman. Out this late at night. A boy must learn to protect himself. What if someone had taken you away? Do you understand? Silly. I am your savior. Tomorrow, you must thank me upon waking. Fang Haoyu had already drifted into slumber, leaving his senior to converse with herself. Jiang Jian remarked, it seems you won't be able to bathe, so you'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight. She then retrieved a blanket and covered Fang Haoyu. Naturally, she grabbed one for herself as well. With two sofas in the living room, it was perfectly suited for each of them. Don't think I can't sleep alone. I'm merely worried you can't without me. Jiang Ziyin declared with a hint of pride. Good night, silly junior. The following day, Fang Haoyu awoke on the sofa, feeling a throbbing headache and heavy eyelids. Ouch! He struggled to recall the events of the previous night. All he remembered was that after settling the bill, the effects of the alcohol had hit him. A gentle evening breeze had made him feel dizzy, and then he heard a familiar voice. Who was it that called him? Ah, it was Shani. His memory halted at the moment she had called out to him. What transpired afterward? Despite his efforts, he could not piece it together. Where am I? Fang Haoyu glanced around the familiar surroundings. Wait, how did I get back by myself? A look of confusion crossed his face. Suddenly, he lifted the blanket to check his clothing, fearing he might have been violated by another woman. Thankfully, his attire remained intact. What a scare. Are you awake? Jiang Ziyin emerged from the kitchen. I've made you some porridge. Go wash up and enjoy it while it's warm. Fang Haoyu nodded. The scent of alcohol lingered on him, and he felt embarrassed to approach his senior without washing up first. In no time, he had finished washing and made his way to the dining table, where his senior had already poured him a bowl of porridge. At this point, it had cooled to a perfect temperature. Jiang Ziyin also served herself a small bowl, savoring each bite delicately. Fang Haoyu sensed a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere. Senior, how did I return last night? He inquired. Jiang Ziyin replied nonchalantly, I brought you back. Fang Haoyu tentatively asked, did you see? Before he could finish, Jiang Ziyin, with an expression of calmness, interjected, I saw your ex. Fang Haoyu hurriedly clarified. Senior, she is not my ex. I have no connection with her anymore. She has rejected me, so please do not misunderstand. A triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Ziyin's lips. Why do you feel the need to explain to me? Is it that significant? Fang Haoyu, feeling embarrassed, lowered his gaze, unsure of how to respond. This. Observing the foolishness of the younger student, Jiang Ziyin found it amusing. She could effortlessly manipulate him each time. How delightful. What if such a naive junior were to be deceived? Perhaps I should be the one to lead him astray. After a moment of silence, Fang Haoyu earnestly confessed, it is important. What? Jiang Ziyin was taken aback. Fang Haoyu continued, I meant that it is important for you to know about this. He no longer cared. Sincerity was his ultimate weapon. Jiang Ziyin chuckled softly. Her tone gentle, you are indeed quite honest. Suddenly, Fang Haoyu remarked, Senior, I actually think you are not aloof at all. Intrigued, Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow and asked, why is that? I don't know. At least, I don't perceive your aloofness when I interact with you. I find you quite lively at times. Jiang Ziyin couldn't help but smile internally. Silly junior. What if there is a possibility? Perhaps I only act this way towards you? He seemed genuinely naive, rather than just pretending. Could you share with me about that girl? Your story with her? Jiang Ziyin inquired. Fang Haoyu did not conceal anything. I met her in freshman year. She was the beauty of our class. We were desk mates, and she often sought my help. Gradually, I found myself liking her. Isn't that how adolescent boys are? Encountering a girl who aligns with their aesthetic and developing feelings after some interaction? Throughout high school, our relationship was very harmonious. Everyone thought we would definitely be together after graduation. Jiang Ziyin pressed further, what happened afterward? Fang Haoyu paused for a moment before speaking slowly. She rejected me, stating that if we both got into the same university, she would be with me. Jiang Ziyin responded, so that is the reason for your repeating a year? She hadn't expected her foolish junior to be so infatuated. Fang Haoyu nodded. I also successfully got into Jiang University, but she chose not to be with me. However, it doesn't matter. I have come to terms with it. It was just a verbal promise. I can only blame myself for taking it seriously. Jiang Ziyin looked at him with sympathy. How could someone who cannot even keep a promise be worthy of being with you? Fang Haoyu smiled. Senior, have you ever made a promise that you have kept for a long time? Jiang Ziyin replied nonchalantly, yes. Fang Haoyu asked, have you fulfilled it? Jiang Ziyin propped her chin with her hand, gazing at him with a meaningful look. I suppose this can be considered fulfilled, at least on a legal level. Fang Haoyu appeared somewhat perplexed. What does a promise have to do with the law? Jiang Ziyin replied, can you guess? Fang Haoyu chuckled foolishly, though I cannot fathom it. I know that my senior is a person of her word, and that is sufficient. Jiang Ziyin smiled faintly. In truth, you are also a person who keeps promises. Fang Haoyu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. That may be true, considering I have indeed been accepted into Jiang University as agreed. Though she has yet to fulfill her part. That senior, I shall wash the dishes for you. Fang Haoyu hurriedly collected the dishes and took them to the kitchen to clean. Jiang Ziyin's gaze deepened. In fact, we are both fulfilling the same promise. Chapter 21. Perhaps it was the weight of his conscience that finally urged Fong Haoyu to commence his writing. He had not put pen to paper for the past 2 days, and if he failed to update soon, his fans might resort to sending him threats. He strained his mind, striving to reach a modest goal of 4,000 words. However, inspiration eluded him, and after laboring for 2.5 hours, he barely managed to complete 2 chapters. Muttering to himself, he felt an urge to step outside in search of inspiration. Yet, the thought of wandering alone seemed rather dull. Perhaps he should inquire if his senior sister would accompany him. After all, one cannot simply remain cooped up at home during the holidays. It was certainly not his intention to invite her merely for the sake of solitude. Rather, he was concerned that she might feel lonely at home. He walked into the living room, where his senior sister was studying, and tentatively asked, "Senior sister, do you have time tonight?" Jiang Jian paused, her pen hovering in the air. "What's the matter?" Fong Haoyu scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Senior sister, are you free this evening?" Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Fong Haoyu continued, "I was thinking of taking a stroll in the park tonight to seek some inspiration. Would you care to join me for a walk?" Jiang Jian tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Are you asking me out? Is this a date?" "A date? With my senior sister?" Fong Haoyu felt his face flush with embarrassment. "No, not at all. You're being silly." Jiang Jian let out a soft laugh. Feeling awkward, Fong Haoyu scratched his head again. "If you're busy, it's fine." Jiang Jian leaned her chin on her hands, a gentle smile illuminating her face. "Who says I'm not free? I'm available right away." Fong Haoyu, taken aback, stammered, "Huh? Did you say you're available?" "Yes, I did." Immediately, she affirmed. "Thank you, senior sister. Thank you." "You're quite polite," she replied, her lips curving into a smile. Blushing, Fong Haoyu hurried back to his gaming room to continue his writing. Did the foolish junior not comprehend the implications of his own words? He had called him foolish. And indeed, he was. Perhaps he should henceforth be referred to as the clever junior. Who knows, he might become a bit wiser. Jiang Jian mused. "I hope our future child won't be as foolish as him." After dinner, Fong Haoyu cheerfully exclaimed, "Senior sister, let us take a walk." Jiang Jian changed into a light purple dress, her eyes sparkling with joy, exuding an aura of innocence. "How do I look? Is it pretty?" she asked, twirling delicately. Fong Haoyu swallowed hard, awestruck. "It's absolutely stunning. Your outfit today is simply exquisite." It evoked feelings of pure first love within him. Jiang Jian seemed pleased by his reaction. "Let us go," she said. "All right," he replied. Just outside their apartment building lay a nearby park. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the lively sight of children frolicking about, elderly couples dancing to lively tunes, and young lovers nestled together on benches. As they strolled through the park, Fong Haoyu inquired curiously, "Senior sister, why didn't you return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival?" The reason he himself had not gone home was that his father had forbidden him from doing so. "Why doesn't the senior return?" Jiang Jian replied softly. "Even if I go back, I would be alone. My father is usually quite busy and rarely comes home. My mother passed away when I was very young due to illness." "Senior, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." Fong Haoyu realized he had spoken thoughtlessly. Jiang Jian shook her head. "It's all right. In fact, I envy you a bit. Your mother often messages me, and I can feel that she treats me like a daughter." Fong Haoyu was unaware that Liang Yin privately messaged Jiang Jian. "Is that so? Your father seems quite nice." Fong Haoyu remarked. "Nice? I sometimes doubt if he is my biological father. What kind of parent doesn't allow their son to come home during the holidays?" Jiang Jian managed a faint smile now. "My only family is my father, so he treats me well. He usually gives me whatever I want." Fong Haoyu felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. "Senior, I could be your family too," he blurted out instinctively. Jiang Jian paused slightly, her cheeks flushing. "What do you mean?" Fong Haoyu, blushing, explained, "We are legally registered. So at least I can be considered your family." Jiang Jian chuckled softly. "You silly." "I'm not silly." "You are." "Not silly, not silly, not silly. Just silly. Just silly, just silly." They bickered like children. "Look, senior, someone is singing." At that moment, a long-haired man was performing in the park square. "Let us go take a look." All right. To be honest, the street performer had quite impressive equipment. Many people gathered on the steps to listen. The performer mostly sang love songs, mainly requested by couples present. Fong Haoyu led Jiang Jian to sit on the steps, quietly listening to the songs. After about 10 minutes, the performer cheerfully asked, "Does anyone want to come up and sing?" Singing for someone you love is a delightful thing. Many couples in the audience appeared eager yet hesitant, fearing they might sing poorly. Fong Haoyu glanced at Jiang Ziyin, recalling their moments together during this time. Suddenly, a song came to mind that he desperately wanted to sing. "Hey, you should come up. I can see you want to sing to your girlfriend," the performer said, perhaps noticing Fong Haoyu's eagerness. Fong Haoyu instinctively looked at Jiang Ziyin. She smiled calmly. "I want to hear you sing." With her encouragement, Fong Haoyu decided not to hesitate any longer. He stood up and approached the performer, taking the microphone. He quietly informed the performer of the song he wished to sing. The performer gave him an approving gesture. "The song is titled 'Can You Hear It?' and I wish to serenade my senior." Fong Haoyu gazed at her with profound meaning in his eyes. Jiang Ziyin was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Is it really this song?" As the accompaniment began to play softly, Fong Haoyu gradually opened his mouth to sing. "Who could know better than I? Your tenderness is like a feather. Secrets lie within my embrace. Only you can hear them. Oh, how I long to cherish your goodness. Only I can behold it." Fong Haoyu's gentle voice was imbued with deep emotion, nearly captivating all the couples present. Some couples joined in the singing, while others, unable to restrain themselves, began to draw closer together. "I am reluctant to part from this innocent child." As the performance concluded, even the street musician nearby was left astonished. "This guy really sings beautifully." "Thank you," Fong Haoyu said as he handed the microphone back to the street performer, then hurriedly sought out his senior. "Senior, what do you think? Can you hear it?" Fong Haoyu asked softly. "Yes, I can hear it," she replied. Chapter 22. We are a married couple. Having already registered our union, the two exchanged a knowing smile. "Shall we go, senior?" Fong Haoyu extended his hand. Jiang Ziyin tilted her head with a smile. "Are you hoping to hold my hand?" Fong Haoyu's face flushed slightly as he explained, "I merely wish to prevent you from falling." Jiang Ziyin pursed her lips in a smile, choosing not to expose him. "Very well, since you're looking out for me, I suppose I have no choice." She confidently took hold of Fong Haoyu's hand. "Let us go." Even after standing up, she did not release his hand. They both instinctively maintained their grip. At that moment, Fong Haoyu held the delicate hand of his senior. So soft and smooth. "Is this truly the hand of my senior?" He chuckled internally, reluctant to let go. His heart raced like a startled deer, yet he feigned composure. The senior said nothing, so why was he feeling so anxious? They were already registered. Holding hands was hardly excessive, was it? He stole a glance at her, noticing her expression remained largely unchanged. Why no reaction? Does she merely see me as a younger brother? A fleeting sense of disappointment crossed Fong Haoyu's mind. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ziyin appeared calm on the outside, but internally, she was bursting with excitement. "Ah, he is holding my hand. His hand is so large, providing a sense of security. Stay composed. The junior isn't as thrilled as you are. You must seize the initiative." Jiang Ziyin forcibly controlled her expression, though her palm was betraying her with nervous sweat. "Junior, is my hand soft?" "Huh, no. I apologize, senior." Fong Haoyu mistakenly thought she wanted him to release her hand, and hurriedly attempted to do so. Just as he was about to let go, her small hand tightened around his. Jiang Ziyin furrowed her brow slightly. "Do you not like my hand?" Fong Haoyu quickly shook his head. "I like it very much." "What do you like?" "I like my senior's hand." "Pervert." Jiang Ziyin chuckled softly. "Silly?" Fong Haoyu wore a helpless expression, realizing that his senior seemed to take delight in teasing him. Yet, he found himself enjoying it rather than feeling repulsed. Could it be that he has a submissive side? Fortunately, Jiang Ziyin could not read minds. If she knew what Fong Haoyu was thinking, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter. The pair arrived at the center of the park, where numerous children played, each clutching a toy. Watching these children frolic, they could not help but pause, quietly observing the scene. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the moment. "Why are you both staring at us?" They turned in the direction of the voice to see a little boy holding a girl's hand. Curiosity etched on their faces. Fong Haoyu blinked in surprise, recalling that he had posed a similar question in his childhood. Why do adults always enjoy watching us children? Observing their playful antics stirred within him an indescribable feeling, rekindling memories of his own youthful days. Perhaps this is why adults find amusement in watching children engage in playful scuffles. Within each adult resides a remnant of their former self. Fong Haoyu smiled faintly, stating, "Seeing you all is akin to glimpsing my younger self." Jiang Ziyin, intrigued, inquired, "Do you still remember your childhood?" After a moment of contemplation, Fong Haoyu replied, "I must admit, my memories of early childhood are quite sparse. Much has faded over time. But I do recall events from around the age of 10. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Jiang Ziyin's face. "Is that so? Big brother, is this your girlfriend?" "She's quite lovely," exclaimed a little boy, his admiration genuine. Both were momentarily taken aback. Just as Fang Haoyu was about to clarify, Jiang Jian smiled gently. Not quite. We are not a couple. For reasons unknown. Fang Haoyu felt a twinge of disappointment. We are actually husband and wife. We have registered our marriage. Fang Haoyu. His earlier discontent morphed into an inexplicable sense of delight. Husband and wife? Yet, her assertion held truth. Their marriage certificate was indeed real. He cast a sidelong glance at his senior. Jiang Jian wore a subtle smile. The little boy, astonished, exclaimed, Sister Fairy, you are actually married. Aren't you both university students? Jiang Jian replied softly, Since we have reached the legal marriage age, we are able to wed. The boy's eyes sparkled with realization. So, university students can get married, right? Indeed, once you grow up, you can, Jiang Jian reassured him with gentle warmth. Fang Haoyu gazed at her, somewhat entranced. At that moment, Jiang Jian resembled a fairy. Just as the little boy had said, a fairy sister. Such a gentle senior. The boy nodded, and then turned to the little girl beside him, declaring, When I grow up, I will marry you. This way, I can always protect you and ensure no one can bully you again. The little girl blinked in surprise, shyly nodding in agreement. Jiang Jian earnestly cautioned, Little brother, promises hold significant weight. You must think it through. The boy's gaze was resolute. Rest assured. Unable to resist. Jiang Jian affectionately ruffled his hair, encouraging, Then you must protect her well. Before departing, the boy did not forget to commend them, brother and sister. I wish you both an early arrival of children. May you live forever. Live forever? Fang Haoyu couldn't help but chuckle. What an unusual expression. Senior. That little boy is quite adorable. Yes, he resembles you as a child. Me as a child. Have you seen my childhood photographs? I simply think you share a resemblance. That's impossible. I was already quite dashing in my youth. How shameless. Before long, Fang Haoyu noticed a stall selling beverages. Senior, are you thirsty? A little. Then allow me to fetch you a drink. Please wait for me here. The park features vendors selling homemade refreshing beverages, such as sweet pea soup and jelly. Boss. 2 servings of jelly, please, Fang Haoyu said with a smile. Certainly. Just a moment. Before long, 2 servings of cold noodles were prepared. Boss. How much is 1 serving of cold noodles? Can I buy one for 3 yuan? A tender voice inquired. I'm afraid not. 1 serving costs 5 yuan. The owner replied with a hint of reluctance. The little boy's face fell, filled with disappointment. All right then. Fang Haoyu noticed that this boy resembled the one his senior had mentioned earlier. Little brother, here you go. Fang Haoyu generously extended a serving of cold noodles towards him. The boy paused for a moment, hesitating. Is that all right? You paid for it. Fang Haoyu smiled gently. It's fine. But you must keep your word and protect the person you wish to safeguard. He had already held a favorable impression of this young lad. His senior had remarked on the boy's resemblance to him. In his own childhood, he had little money and yearned for cold noodles, yet no one helped him buy them. This act was, in a way, a purchase for his younger self. The little boy's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. I will definitely protect her. Jiang Jian, watching from a distance, observed this scene with surprise. She had not anticipated that her foolish junior could be so kind-hearted. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. I didn't know you were this kind of junior. I like you even more now. Chapter 23, Dual Personality Senior. I'm back. Fang Haoyu exclaimed cheerfully as he returned, holding a freshly purchased bowl of cold jelly in his hand. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. Why did you only buy 1? Aren't you going to have any? Fang Haoyu chuckled. I already had some, but this is for my younger self. Besides, I'm not thirsty. Fool. Jiang Jian said with a fond smile. Here you go, Fang Haoyu said with a silly grin as they found a spot to sit down. You must try this. It's delicious, he urged. Have you tried it? She inquired. Not yet, but based on my experience, it must be exquisite. If it's not, you can hit me. I wouldn't dare, Jiang Jian retorted, pouting slightly. Why not? Fang Haoyu asked curiously. With a wise glint in her eyes, Jiang Jian replied, Because if I hit you, you could accuse me of domestic violence. Fang Haoyu was taken aback by her thoughtfulness. Senior, do you have a persecution complex? Get lost. You're the one with a persecution complex. I was just joking, you silly. Jiang Jian shot him a glare. Fang Haoyu made a gesture of swearing. No worries. I won't sue you for domestic violence, I swear. Jiang Jian regarded him with a peculiar expression. So, you actually enjoy being hit by your senior? Huh. Fang Haoyu was at a loss for words. Jiang Jian's eyes sparkled mischievously. So it seems you have such a preference. You can't be. No. I truly am not. Fang Haoyu hastily defended himself. With her chin resting on one hand and tilting her head, Jiang Jian smiled wickedly. I haven't even revealed what I meant, yet your reaction is so intense. Is it really? Fang Haoyu coughed nervously. Ahem. I'm nothing of the sort. He wore a pleading expression. Oh, senior, please don't tease me. You know I'm slow on the uptake. I'm being honest. Just let me off this once. Jiang Jian bit her lip, smiling. All right then, I shall reluctantly spare you this time. Thank you, your majesty. I am honored. Fang Haoyu replied dramatically. Jiang Jian delicately scooped a spoonful of the cold jelly into her mouth. It was sweet and refreshing, a delightful flavor indeed. Fang Haoyu eagerly observed her expression. How is it, senior? Isn't it delicious? Jiang Jian nodded. It's quite all right. Then why not hit me? All right, I'll refrain from striking you this time. After consuming nearly half of the dessert, she found herself unable to eat more. Though it was delicious, she felt quite full. With half remaining, she was reluctant to waste it. Oh, but isn't there a human trash can right next to me? Silly junior. What is it, clever senior? Fang Haoyu watched her intently. You're becoming more and more handsome, Jiang Jian remarked. Previously, he had often stolen glances at her face. Now, he had grown bolder. I can't eat anymore. You help me finish it, she said, passing the remaining jelly to him. Me? Fang Haoyu was momentarily stunned. Jiang Jian's uneaten jelly. The spoon she had used. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away, she pretended to get up. Eat it. Fang Haoyu hurriedly exclaimed. Senior sister, he declared with righteous fervor, you know that I detest wasting food. Allow me to remedy this. Fang Haoyu was certainly not motivated by a desire to consume the remnants of his senior's meal. Absolutely not. He took the bowl of cold noodles from her hands and savored every last morsel. Hee, your cold noodles are simply delightful. Jiang Jian looked at him with disdain. Junior, you truly are a pervert. Fang Haoyu was taken aback. What? Senior, I am wronged. Senior, I assure you, I am not a pervert. I believe you, Jiang Jian replied skeptically. Fang Haoyu's expression turned more sorrowful than tears could convey. He finally understood the meaning of being incongruent in heart and speech. Perverted junior, there are many childhood toys over there, Jiang Jian suddenly remarked. Could you refrain from calling me perverted? I think foolish junior has a nice ring to it. Fang Haoyu replied with a pained smile. The two arrived at a stall where an elderly gentleman in his 60s presided over a simple setup brimming with toys. Fang Haoyu instantly recognized the hand-pushed flying saucer he had once played with. How classic. Are you going to buy it? Jiang Jian quickly discerned his thoughts. Fang Haoyu scratched his head. Senior, you don't think I'm childish, do you? Not at all. Then I shall buy it. He yearned to recapture the nostalgia of his youth. Moments later, armed with the flying saucer, Fang Haoyu propelled it into the air, running over to flaunt it to Jiang Jian. What do you think, senior? Does it fly high? Childish. Fang Haoyu looked perplexed. Senior, do you have a dual personality? Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly, Indeed, this is my second persona. Nearby, a buzzcut boy had sent his flying saucer soaring nearly 10 meters and taunted Fang Haoyu. Big brother, you're pathetic. I fly better than you, a grown-up. Fang Haoyu. Had he just been mocked by a child? You didn't even fly as high as that kid. Jiang Jian could no longer suppress her laughter. Fang Haoyu's competitive spirit ignited. Little brother, allow me to show you what a true flying saucer is. Thus, he promptly initiated a second round of competition against the boy. Jiang Jian couldn't help but chuckle, so immature. Fool. In this contest, Fang Haoyu barely emerged victorious, his superior strength and height giving him an advantage. Otherwise, he might have truly lost. The little boy, defiant, proclaimed, Just wait until I grow taller. Then I will definitely beat you. With a triumphant grin, Fang Haoyu retorted, If you're not good enough, practice more. After the boy walked away, Fang Haoyu turned to Jiang Jian, seeking praise. So, what do you think, senior? Am I impressive? Childish. Fang Haoyu, with a hint of playful sulking in his voice, replied. Senior, you said you would think I was childish. That was my first persona speaking. It has nothing to do with my second persona. Fang Haoyu finally conceded. He truly could not outplay his senior. Every time, the senior effortlessly manages him. You childish fool, it's time to head back. All right. The two had been wandering for quite a while, and he too felt a bit fatigued. Today marked the third and final day of the holiday. Fang Haoyu was returning to school, feeling an inexplicable sense of reluctance. He had truly enjoyed these past few days, and he had come to realize his feelings. Indeed, he had developed an affection for the senior. Senior, may I come here on weekends? Fang Haoyu ventured cautiously. Jiang Jian propped her chin up, raising an eyebrow. Silly boy. Haven't I told you? This is our bridal home. Whenever you wish to come, just send me a message. A hint of shyness colored Fong Haoyu's cheeks as he feigned composure and nodded. For some reason, when the senior referred to it as their bridal home, a wave of inexplicable joy surged within him. Senior, I'm leaving now. Jiang Jian gazed at him gently, murmuring, Silly Junior, it's not as if we can't meet at school. Chapter 24, The Soft and Gentle Boys on the Eve of the New School Term. Fong Haoyu exclaimed with excitement, Boys, your father has returned. Zhou Ziren smiled warmly, resembling a kind father. Ah, my dear eldest son has finally come back. Ling Jikai remarked, during your absence these past few days. Zhou Ziren's pent-up hormones have been unbearable. It was nauseating, even affecting the other dorms. Zhou Ziren retorted angrily, Get lost. You've all gossip monger. Fong Haoyu approached and patted their shoulders, saying, You two ought to cease your bickering. It pains me to witness such discord. Yao Yutong, puzzled, inquired. Why does their banter trouble you? Leader, let me ask you this. If you were a father, would you wish to see your two sons at odds with one another? Fong Haoyu feigned a heartbroken expression. I hope my two dear sons can coexist harmoniously. Zhou Ziren nodded with a smile. Very well. It seems you are feeling a bit mischievous. Ball gossip monger. Here they come. The two displayed a remarkable synergy as they swiftly seized Fong Haoyu. Wait. I was wrong. It's my fault. Please, no, Brother Jia. Fortunately, Fong Haoyu was quick to plead for mercy. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a rather precarious situation. You two are quite spirited when it comes to your banter. I didn't expect such a seamless coordination. Yao Yutong teased. Fong Haoyu, unable to restrain himself, remarked, Of course spouses have a certain rapport. Zhou Ziren retorted sharply, What spouses? I am not inclined that way. Even if I were, I wouldn't choose that insufferable gossip monger. Ling Jikai interjected, I prefer women, not men. Do you think I am some deviant like Zhou Ziren? Only Yao Yutong understood the true implications of Fong Haoyu's words. She recalled the previous night of drinking when Fong Haoyu had recorded a video. With a mischievous grin, Fong Haoyu announced, Let me show you a video. Ling Jikai raised an eyebrow. Curiosity etched across his face. What sort of video? It must be something intriguing. It shouldn't be shared lightly, Zhou Ziren assumed, his excitement palpable. Thinking it was a different kind of video, he eagerly said, I enjoy such things. If the female lead is attractive, send me a copy. Fong Haoyu smirked. The female lead is indeed beautiful, though a tad slender. As he clicked to play the video, the screen revealed, Kai. Ran. Zhou Ziren was momentarily stunned, while Ling Jikai appeared equally bewildered. They exchanged glances, both taken aback. Despite their initial silence, they had already been caught off guard for quite some time. As the video reached its conclusion, the question echoed, Will you marry me? I will. Husband. Wife. Their anxious hearts finally found peace. Yao Yutong, unable to contain her laughter, turned crimson with mirth. This was an open spectacle of embarrassment. Uffed. Ha. She burst out, unable to hold back. Fong Haoyu, however, was different. He was trained to maintain composure. No matter how humorous the situation, he would not laugh, unless he absolutely could not help it. Ha. Fong Haoyu clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. He had secretly watched the video several times already, chuckling to himself in private. Initially, he believed he had built up an immunity to its humor. However, the hilarity of witnessing the events unfold before the individuals involved was far greater than his private amusements. Moreover, the expressions of this delightful duo were simply too amusing. Zhou Ziren and Ling Jikai exchanged solemn glances, and before long, they burst into laughter in perfect harmony. Why are you two laughing? You find it amusing too, don't you? Ha. Fong Haoyu exacerbated the situation. Zhou Ziren declared, One for each of you. I shall apprehend the mastermind. Ling Jikai chimed in, I will capture the leader. Zhou Ziren displayed a mischievous grin. It seems you both are utterly oblivious. No, this has nothing to do with me. Yao Yutong hastily shouted. Wait, I was wrong. I won't record secretly anymore. Fong Haoyu quickly admitted his fault. Too late. You're in trouble now. Wait a moment. Ling Jikai suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Zhou Ziren asked, puzzled. You carry the scent of a woman. Ling Jikai scrutinized Fong Haoyu with suspicion. Have you been secretly courting a girlfriend behind our backs? Zhou Ziren? Yao Yutong? Ling Jikai sighed. I had hoped you would continue alongside the three of us, but alas, I was mistaken. Fong Haoyu appeared taken aback. He had not anticipated Ling Jikai's senses to be so keen. Having spent the past few days with a beautiful senior, he indeed bore her fragrance. I am not pursuing a girlfriend, Fong Haoyu clarified. Ling Jikai retorted, I don't believe you. I caught a whiff of it before we went drinking last time. You must be secretly dating someone, betraying the group. The villagers will not let you off easily. Zhou Ziran added, exactly, 3,357 no longer welcomes you, Ghana. Feng Haoyu sighed in exasperation. What is this nonsense? I truly am not seeking a girlfriend. Although he genuinely wished for the senior to be his girlfriend, he had yet to muster the courage to confess. As for when they might truly be together, he had no idea. It was a matter of taking one step at a time. Then how do you explain the scent? It's my own natural fragrance, he replied. Zhou Ziran immediately called him out. You too, with your body odor. What do you think I can't recognize your scent? Yao Yutong stated calmly. Isn't it possible that he hasn't even pursued that girl yet? Can't you think for a moment? Ling Jikai smacked his forehead. Oh right, Haoyu. Who do you like? Do I know her? Feng Haoyu pondered for a moment. I suppose you could say I know her, but she likely doesn't know you. Ling Jikai pressed further. What stage are you at? Feng Haoyu scratched his head. We registered our marriage, I suppose. Ling Jikai's disbelief was evident. Do you really believe that? Zhou Ziran's expression mirrored his skepticism. I find that hard to believe. Yao Yutong also appeared doubtful. I don't believe it either. Feng Haoyu did not expect them to take him seriously. After all, who would believe he had married right after entering university? Nonetheless, it was a preemptive measure to prepare them for what lay ahead. Should he truly find himself in a relationship with the senior, he could then claim he had forewarned them. Ling Jikai earnestly advised Feng Haoyu, a young man ought to embody softness and charm. Be wary of those women reeking of smoke. Feng Haoyu appeared perplexed, but the senior is the epitome of softness and charm. Upon merely contemplating her, a lovesick smile graced Feng Haoyu's visage. It's impossible. She is indeed the softest and most charming. Ling Jikai, with utmost seriousness, countered, the crux of the matter is, should you genuinely find love, what becomes of the three of us? Can you bear to see us remain single? Unless what? Ling Jikai chuckled mischievously. Let us each be introduced to two lovely ladies, preferably ones of striking beauty. Get lost. Feng Haoyu retorted with irritation. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang. Why do you look so delighted while staring at your phone screen? Yang Shaoling inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chapter 25. The Senior's Surprising Transformation. During this period, I have found myself increasingly perplexed by Jiang Jian. This semester, she has smiled more frequently than she has in the past 2 years combined. Could it be that she is truly in love? Yang Shaoling's gaze towards Jiang Jian grew ever more suspicious. Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly, I just recalled something amusing. Yang Shaoling exclaimed, Jiang, you are acting strangely lately. What is amiss? What do you mean? Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback. You were laughing at your phone. Do you have someone you fancy? Yang Shaoling sensed something was awry. If Jiang Jian claimed she wasn't dating, then it surely implied she had someone she liked. I won't tell you, Jiang Jian replied calmly. Jiang Jian, you've changed. You weren't like this before, boo-hoo. Your heart is so cold. Yang Shaoling looked exceedingly despondent. Were it not for the absence of any tears in her eyes, Jiang Jian might have believed her. Jiang Jian remained silent. Yang Shaoling, on the verge of tears, lamented. You are already a junior, and now suddenly you are in love. You are so beautiful. It's inevitable someone would like you. What about me? Who would fancy an old senior like me, boo-hoo? At my age, surely I won't be dating. Jiang Jian offered her comfort. Yang Shaoling's expression began to brighten. I might as well get married, she declared. Yang Shaoling's expression shifted back to dismay. Jiang, are you playing with me? Jiang Jian chuckled. Your mood changes quite rapidly. Yang Shaoling, feeling wronged, erupted in frustration. I don't care. If you start dating, I will lose my dining companion. You must introduce me to a handsome man. On Monday, during the early 8 a.m. class, the 4 residents of dorm 3357 arrived punctually at the classroom. This lesson was in advanced mathematics. They all shared a common trait. None of them had eaten breakfast. It was only upon entering university that they realized breakfast was a rather niche affair. Either they had no time due to the early class, or they had no classes in the morning and slept until noon. Naturally, latecomers would receive special treatment, sitting in the front row. Those who arrived later had no chance of occupying the back. The residents of dorm 3357 had no choice but to take their seats at the front. Ling Jikai was the first to shift the blame, leader as a class officer. You should have risen early to set an example. Yao Yutong retorted, I got up ages ago. I kept calling you all. And you didn't even notice how soundly you were sleeping. Zhou Ziran looked utterly dazed. Was today's alarm set to sugar cane? Your alarm didn't wake you. But it woke the 3 of us. You truly are something. Ling Jikai scoffed. I set the alarm just to wake you all up. Only then could you rouse me. Essentially, it's still about waking me. Fong Haoyu suddenly understood. So, that's your intention. From now on, if we are awakened by your alarm, we'll quietly slip away and let you sleep. Ling Jikai quickly approached with a sheepish grin. Don't do that, brothers. You know my hearing is quite poor. I can never hear the alarm. Fong Haoyu frowned. What do you call us? Dad. Ling Jikai replied shamelessly. What about me? Zhou Ziren inquired. Dad. Yao Yutong added, clearing her throat. Dad. Fong Haoyu nodded with satisfaction. Rest assured, my dear sons, your fathers will wake you up. The advanced mathematics class was tedious. Even sitting at the front, they found it impossible to absorb the material. Clearly, most students exhibited a strong aversion to mathematics, and Fong Haoyu was no exception. Therefore, he chose not to pay attention to the lesson. Instead, he pulled out his phone and began scrolling through videos. However, he soon realized that it was rather uninteresting. His thoughts were consumed by a single individual, the senior he admired. Should he send her a message? Despite having known her for quite some time, they had yet to engage in a proper conversation on WeChat. Fong Haoyu had saved Jiang Jian's contact as Clever Senior. The last time he messaged her was ages ago. But what should he say? Who are you messaging? Ling Jikai noticed something amiss. Is it your crush? Fong Haoyu retorted defiantly. No, not yet. Your acting skills are still too amateurish. I've been through countless battles in the realm of love and can see right through your thoughts. Ling Jikai smirked. Fong Haoyu earnestly asked, Really? Ling Jikai patted his chest in assurance. Absolutely. So, how many have you dated? None so far. Fong Haoyu replied. Ling Jikai continued, Haven't you heard that strategists never go to battle? I only need to strategize from behind the scenes. Fong Haoyu looked exasperated. I'll handle this myself. After dismissing Ling Jikai, he pondered for a long while before finally typing, Senior, have you woken up? In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Jian glanced at the message from Fong Haoyu. Silly Junior? Senior, have you woken up? A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. The silly Junior was being proactive? Has he finally come around? Clever Senior. Not yet. Silly Junior. Then who is sending me messages now? Clever Senior. My alter ego. Silly Junior. Clever Senior. What's wrong? Do you miss me? Upon reading the message, Fong Haoyu felt his face heat up. What was the senior saying? Silly Junior. Of course not. I'm just bored. Jiang Jian couldn't help but laugh. Knowing the silly Junior as she did, he was likely feeling shy now. So contradictory, so tsundere. It appeared today was a day for the proud Junior. Silly Junior. Senior. Don't you have class? Clever Senior. No, in my third year, there are far fewer classes. Silly Junior. I'm so envious. I still have to study advanced mathematics. I detest math. And I'm terrified of failing my finals. What should I do? Clever Senior. I can help you with advanced math, but it seems you dislike it. So that won't work. The thought of the senior tutoring him in advanced mathematics made Fong Haoyu envision the two of them studying together, spending time alone with her. In truth, he doesn't seem to harbor such a strong aversion to advanced mathematics. The foolish Junior. In fact, I quite enjoy mathematics, especially subjects like calculus, as they present a challenge to me. Please, Senior. The astute Senior. Well, that depends on your sincerity. The foolish Junior. How about I treat you to a meal? The moment Fong Haoyu sent the message, he regretted it. Inviting someone to dinner? The senior must have countless admirers, and one meal surely wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, it seems that he would be the one benefiting from treating the senior to dinner. Could his intentions be too transparent? Would it provoke her aversion? The foolish Junior. Let me think about it. Panda with a serious pondering expression. Upon seeing the emoji, Fong Haoyu was slightly taken aback. He had initially presumed that such a beautiful girl would use adorably charming emojis. He never anticipated that her choice would be so abstract. Indeed, the senior's private persona reveals a stark contrast. Chapter 26. Do you disdain me? Jiang Jian lay on her bed in the dormitory, her delicate, fair feet swinging behind her. A clear indication of her buoyant mood. Yang Xiaoling, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, Jiang, you seem quite elated. Jiang Jian retracted her smile, responding nonchalantly. Do I? Yang Xiaoling replied, Oh, absolutely. Your little feet are practically reaching for the heavens, and you claim otherwise? It was only then that Jiang Jian realized her feet had betrayed her. However, she maintained her stubbornness, stating, perhaps they have their own opinions. Yang Xiaoling retorted, You're like a stubborn duck. Jiang Jian pouted, I'm a charming duck, not a dead one. Yang Xiaoling shook her head. You've changed. You've become narcissistic. You are no longer the Jiang I once knew. Something is off. You are definitely in love. I checked online. A person who suddenly smiles foolishly at their phone must be in love. Jiang Jian replied, the internet is full of nonsense for gullible people like you. You could search online and conclude you have cancer from a mere stomachache. Yang Xiaoling hesitated. Really? Indeed, Jiang Jian nodded seriously. I'll trust you this once. What are you grinning about? Ling Zikai asked, looking at Fang Haoyu with confusion. Not telling you, Fang Haoyu replied coolly. All right, I won't pry. I'll just look it up online. Fang Haoyu remained silent, choosing not to entertain the foolishness. He couldn't fathom why he longed to see her so much. It had already been over 10 hours since he last saw the senior. It felt unbearable. He wondered if she had eaten breakfast. Silly Junior? Senior? Have you had breakfast? Smart Senior? Not yet. Why? Silly Junior. Skipping breakfast is unhealthy. I'm about to finish class. Shall I bring you some? Do you prefer sweet or savory soy milk? This foolish boy intends to deliver breakfast to me? Jiang Jian was taken aback. She wasn't particularly fond of soy milk. Smart Senior. I prefer sweet. Except when it is from the foolish Junior. It wasn't that she liked sweet soy milk. She cherished the thought of it being from her Junior. Silly Junior? Senior? Should I buy one for your roommate as well? Smart Senior. You want to treat two people? Quite ambitious, straddling two boats. Aren't you, Scoundrel Junior? Fang Haoyu felt a chill run down his spine. He merely aimed to make a good impression on the senior's roommate, hoping that she might speak kindly of him. He never anticipated being labeled a scoundrel by the senior. A cold sweat broke out on him. Surely, couldn't he genuinely believe him to be a scoundrel? Ling Zikai teased. What's wrong? The classroom is quite cool. Yet you're sweating? Feeling weak? Fang Haoyu replied exasperatedly. I just enjoy a little sweat. Silly Junior. Senior, I'm wronged. Should I just buy for you then? I truly am not a scoundrel. Jiang Jian chuckled softly, already envisioning the silly Junior drenched in sweat. Jiang Jian cast a glance at Yang Xiaoling, who was engrossed in her studies with headphones on, and softly murmured, Would you care for breakfast? If you choose not to eat, I shall take your silence as consent. Very well, I shall have a Junior fetch a portion for me. Just remember, it is your choice to forego it. So do not blame me for not calling you later. Unbeknownst to Yang Xiaoling, who remained oblivious to her refusal of breakfast, the astute senior noted, I inquired. And she stated she does not eat. She has no fondness for breakfast procured by others. The Navi Junior responded, understood. During the 10-minute intermission of university classes, Fang Haoyu resolved to seize the opportunity to deliver breakfast. Purely a gesture of goodwill, devoid of any ulterior motive to see the senior. Ling Zikai, curious, inquired, Where are you off to with another half of the class remaining? Fang Haoyu replied nonchalantly, I'm going to buy breakfast. Zhou Zaran chimed in, Dad, could you fetch me some breakfast? Even calling him Grandpa proved futile. Fang Haoyu coldly declined, prioritizing his mission to deliver breakfast to the senior. As for his companions, they could endure a bit of hunger with some water. A little hunger for them was inconsequential. However, it would be unfortunate if the senior went hungry. Fang Haoyu hurried to the cafeteria to procure breakfast, aware that time was of the essence, particularly given the considerable distance from the classroom to the dormitory. If he did not hasten, he would surely be late upon his return. This marked the first time he felt that a smaller school might be preferable. I would like a cup of sweet soy milk, along with 2 steamed buns, he ordered. After securing the breakfast, he slowed his pace, being exceedingly cautious lest the soy milk spill. Before long, he arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory. Senior, I have arrived. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Jian raised her eyebrows slightly in surprise. So soon? Shouldn't he still be in class at this hour? A quick glance at the time elucidated the situation. This foolish junior had taken advantage of the break to come. Fool, she thought, hastily slipping into her slippers and descending the stairs. If only the junior had informed her sooner, she would have certainly gone down to wait. At that moment, Fang Haoyu stood downstairs, clutching the breakfast while occasionally glancing towards the exit of the dormitory. It wasn't long before Jiang Jian emerged, clad in a loose white t-shirt and sporting a bun. Her exquisite visage paired with her lively eyes exuded a youthful exuberance. Senior, here I am. Fang Haoyu waved his hand to signal her. Jiang Jian jogged over, exclaiming, Look at you, your face is all sweaty. Unbeknownst to her, she had acquired a pink handkerchief, which she began to use to dab the perspiration from his brow. Instantly, Fang Haoyu felt warmth creeping up to his neck. Was this level of intimacy too much? The scent of the handkerchief was delightful. Senior, I can manage, he stammered, taking the handkerchief from her. If the atmosphere continued to grow more intimate, his perspiration would only increase due to his nervousness. Jiang Jian, with a hint of concern in her voice, remarked, You could have waited until after class to come. There was no need to rush. Our university is not like high school. Your sprint over here must have been exhausting, right? Fong Haoyu offered an awkward smile. I'm not tired. By the time my class ends, it will be 10:30. I'm concerned about making you hungry, and skipping breakfast is detrimental to one's health. Jiang Jian chuckled. You silly. Here, Fong Haoyu said with a grin, handing the breakfast to his senior. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. Did you come solely to deliver breakfast? Fong Haoyu shyly replied. I also wanted to see you. Jiang Jian smirked playfully. What do you want to see me for? Do you miss me? Fong Haoyu honestly nodded. Yes. Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this foolish junior would be so candid, dropping his usual bravado. Have you seen enough? Jiang Jian tilted her head with a smile. I've seen enough. I must head to class now. Here is your handkerchief back. Jiang Jian pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. It's a gift for you. You'll surely be sweating when you run back. Won't you? Fong Haoyu hesitated slightly. But, Jiang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. Are you repulsed by me? Chapter 27. The world is turned upside down. Fong Haoyu instinctively exclaimed. How is that possible? How could I ever disdain my senior? Jiang Jian's lips involuntarily curved upwards. If he does not disdain her, does that not imply affection? Perhaps it could be considered so. Fong Haoyu's face flushed crimson. Observing such a flustered junior, Jiang Jian found him irresistibly adorable. The foolish junior is simply delightful. Senior, it's getting late. Class is about to start. I must hurry back. Until next time. Jiang Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Watching the panicked figure of her foolish junior scurry away, she couldn't help but chuckle. Truly a simpleton. Jiang, why didn't you call me when you bought breakfast? Yang Shaoling pouted, her expression a clear reflection of discontent. Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly, I didn't buy it. Someone else gave it to me. Besides, I did ask you, but you ignored me. Yang Shaoling looked puzzled. When did you ask me? I was wearing headphones earlier. Wait a moment. You mean to say this breakfast was given to you by someone else? The disbelief was evident on Yang Shaoling's face. The world has turned upside down. It has transformed into something unrecognizable. The campus beauty of Zhang University. The aloof senior. The ice goddess. You actually accepted breakfast from someone else. Was it a man or a woman? Could it possibly be someone androgynous? Are they younger or older than you? Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. I won't tell you. In that moment, Yang Shaoling genuinely felt as though she were dreaming. The most aloof beauty in the school. Who does not know that she has always kept her distance from boys? Countless boys have sought to approach her, only to meet the same fate, returning empty-handed. How could she, her best friend, not be aware of her personality? Now, astonishingly, she claimed to have received breakfast from someone. Yang Shaoling felt as if she had studied for an hour, only to realize that the sky had fallen. Please tell me. I am truly curious as to who could possibly approach our ice goddess. I want to see if he is handsome, tall, and of good character. Otherwise, what qualifies him to be your boyfriend? Yang Shaoling's tone carried a hint of pleading. In truth, she was also somewhat intrigued. After all these years in university, Jiang Jian had yet to show interest in any man. And now she apparently had someone in mind. As Jiang Jian's closest confidant, how could she resist the allure of gossip? Jiang Jian's voice remained serene. Why are you asking so many questions? One might think you were selecting a partner. And when did I say I have a boyfriend? Yang Shaoling paused, slightly taken aback, and retorted, not a boyfriend? Then is he a suitor? Jiang Jian replied with utmost seriousness. He is merely the son of a friend of my father. He just started university this year, and is technically a junior. During the beginning of the term, I took him to his dormitory. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, he bought me breakfast, which is quite reasonable, don't you think? Yes, that's how it is. Previously, she had mentioned obtaining a certificate. But Yang Shaoling had not believed her. Now, she chose not to divulge the truth to her friend. She intended to quietly accomplish her plans and ultimately astonish her silly best friend. Yang Shaoling suddenly realized. So that's how it is. I thought you were genuinely in a relationship, but it turns out to be a junior. What a relief. Jiang Jiwen pouted. What is the matter? Does my dating life affect you? Yang Shaoling clarified. Not really, but if you were to date, I would be left all alone. You'd be off on dates. And I'd be cast aside, which would break my heart. You should find someone too. Never mind, I'm better off alone. In these past 2 years, I haven't met anyone suitable. The handsome ones tend to lack character, while the good-natured ones aren't quite handsome enough. Jiang Jiwen cut to the chase. Thus, you deserve to be single. Yang Shaoling stuck out her tongue. So what? I enjoy being single, especially with you by my side. Jiang Jiwen sighed. This foolish best friend of hers. If she only knew that she had registered for a marriage certificate, what would her thoughts be? Jiang Jiwen was already looking forward to seeing her silly best friendess expression when she learned the truth. Didn't you go to buy breakfast? Have you finished? Is the cafeteria very warm? You're sweating profusely. Ling Zikai inquired curiously. At that moment, Feng Haoyu returned to his seat, panting heavily. Don't mention it. I'm exhausted. This school is enormous, and the dormitory is so far away. Ling Zikai responded, What? You went back to the dormitory? The class isn't even over yet. Why did you go back? Feng Haoyu chuckled foolishly. Of course, I went back to bring breakfast to my senior. Guess what? Ling Zikai looked exasperated. Am I a child? Why should I guess? Feng Haoyu asked. Do you have any tissues on you? I need to wipe my sweat. Ling Zikai retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it over. Here you go. Feng Haoyu grinned. Thank you, sugarcane. I'll buy you some sugarcane next time. Ling Zikai's expression darkened. Get lost. Feng Haoyu glanced at the pink handkerchief and tucked it away carefully. He truly cherished the handkerchief given to him by his senior. What? You have a handkerchief? And yet you asked me for tissues. Ling Zikai's eyes widened. Feng Haoyu explained. This was gifted to me by someone, and I can't bear to use it to wipe sweat. Ling Zikai instantly transformed into a detective. Pink? Someone gifted it to you? You just came from the dormitory building, all sweaty. Something is off with you. There's only one truth. I know it. You went to buy breakfast for a girl. Ling Zikai was greatly astonished. You traitor. Do you not realize that, as the dorm leader, I have repeatedly warned the boys of room 3357 to be cautious of girls and not to fall for their tricks? You simply didn't listen. Feng Haoyu inquired. Why? Ling Zikai donned a pained expression. Because I'm still single. You can't be single before me. It would be worse than death. He turned to complain to the other two. Zhou Ziren was taken aback. What? Haoyu is dating? Which character from which show is she? Have I seen her? Ling Zikai looked at him disdainfully. You're hopeless. Yao Yutong asked. Haoyu, have you really found a girlfriend? Feng Haoyu helplessly clarified. No, I haven't found a girlfriend. I just have feelings for someone. Ling Zikai immediately remarked. That certainly won't do. Delivering breakfast to someone feels excessively sycophantic. What if they don't harbor feelings for you? What if they perceive you solely as an ATM? Yao Yutong interjected. Ganchao, do not assume the worst of everyone. This is not the online realm filled with numerous fairy-like figures. Feng Haoyu pondered for a moment. Sycophant, the senior has prepared meals for me. She has indeed made her own contributions, hasn't she? An ATM? Her family appears quite affluent. She likely wouldn't be interested in the mere trifles I possess. After this reflection, Feng Haoyu found himself even more enamored with the senior. Ling Zikai sighed. My son has grown up. It seems I can no longer hold on to him. Scram. Feng Haoyu retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. Yao Yutong inquired. How did you two come to know each other? It must have been through a family introduction, right? When we first met, it felt surreal. Indeed, Feng Haoyu replied. We went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate upon our first meeting. Is that not akin to a dream? Chapter 28. The campus belle of Jiangda wishes to attend the welcome party. None of the 4 students paid attention in class. Thus, under the leisurely demeanor of the group, the lesson swiftly passed. Fortunately, there was only one class this morning, allowing them to return early for some much-needed rest. 3,357 dormitory. Finally, sleep beckoned. Ling Zikai felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The agony of attending class had been unbearable. Thankfully, the instructor was not overly strict. Had it been otherwise, their front row seats would have rendered them unable to indulge in their phones. It is well known that a university student deprived of phone entertainment during lectures may as well be condemned. At last, it was time to immerse in gaming. The first thing Zhou Ziren did upon returning to the dormitory was to power up his computer for a gaming session. Feng Haoyu followed suit, as he still had a daunting task of 4,000 words ahead of him. Meanwhile, Yao Yutong retrieved her English Level 4 materials to commence her revision. Just as Ling Zikai settled onto his bed, preparing for a nap, the sound of turning pages broke the silence, instantly capturing the attention of his companions. Zhou Ziren exclaimed. What is going on? Stop. What are you doing? Put that down. Are you studying for Level 4? Ling Zikai questioned Yao Yutong, his voice laced with anger. Yao Yutong, startled, explained, I must pass Level 4 to graduate. If I don't study now, when will I? Isn't it better to prepare early? Ling Zikai retorted passionately. No, not at all. We are a collective. How can you study in secret? This is the time for gaming. Yao Yutong, exasperated, replied. Weren't you going to sleep? My gaming would disturb you, wouldn't it? Ling Zikai shook his head. What nonsense is this? The sound of gaming is hardly loud. It's your flipping pages that truly bothers me. Feng Haoyu agreed. The gentle clicks of a gaming keyboard lulled him to sleep, while the rustling of pages kept him awake through the night. Ling Zikai produced his new headphones. These are my precious new headphones, quite expensive. Here, use them, and hurry to play a match in honor of kings. Don't make me beg you. No, wait, you can also use your speakers. Yao Yutong hesitated for a moment before saying, but if I don't memorize the level 4 vocabulary, how will I pass the exam? Feng Haoyu replied solemnly. Do you expect the answers to magically appear in your mind during the exam? Isn't that akin to cheating? Ling Zikai nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is cheating. How disgraceful. Yao Yutong, taken aback, pondered their reasoning. Since you both put it that way, I suppose I should indulge in a couple of matches instead. Now that's more like it. Ling Zikai sighed in relief. Just remember, no studying. It might disturb my sleep. Suddenly, Yao Yutong recalled something. Oh. I received a notification about a welcome party in a couple of days. As a class officer, I'm expected to attend. Would you like to join? A welcome party? Not even a dog would go, Ling Zikai scoffed. I've heard there will be many beautiful senior sisters performing, she continued. But then again, while dogs may not attend, I am no dog, so I shall go. The speed at which Ling Zikai's mood shifted was remarkable. You change your stance quite swiftly, Yao Yutong remarked, exasperated. Are you two going or not? Feng Haoyu pondered for a moment. The welcome party, you say? Spending each day in the dormitory can become rather monotonous. Perhaps it's time to venture out. By the way, I could inquire with the senior. Knowledge seeker. Senior, in a couple of days, there will be a welcome party. I'm considering attending. What are your thoughts on this event? Is it worth witnessing? Before long, Senior Hai Jiyin responded. Hai Jiyin, yes, it is indeed worth attending. Knowledge seeker, all right. Upon receiving the message, Feng Haoyu decisively chose to attend the welcome party. Are you coming, Zhou Ziren? Zhou Ziren, with an air of disdain, remarked that watching the party was less appealing than catching up on the latest anime. Suddenly, Feng Haoyu interjected. There might be a senior from the manga club performing in cosplay. However, on second thought, since this week's anime has yet to be updated, I believe it would be worthwhile to attend. Zhou Ziren chuckled. Aren't you only interested in girls from the two-dimensional world? Ling Zikai teased. Zhou Ziren shook his head, correcting him. Incorrect. I also appreciate girls from the 5-dimensional realm. I admire those who engage in cosplay, especially if their interests align with mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother attending comic conventions, as I seek a suitable 5-dimensional girl. Ling Zikai gave a thumbs up. You're unbeatable, my friend. With a mischievous grin. Ling Zikai added, at the welcome party, there will likely be many beautiful girls. Perhaps this is my chance to find romance. Zhou Ziren scoffed. A mere stick of sugarcane dreaming of finding love? Ling Zikai retorted angrily. Get lost. You're even worse off. Curiously, Feng Haoyu asked, by the way, leader, do you have a girl you fancy? Yao Yutong replied nonchalantly. Yes, we have been together for 3 years. This revelation caused the two previously bantering individuals to pause. Ling Zikai, astonished, exclaimed, Leader, you actually have a partner. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I thought you were single. Yao Yutong shrugged. You never asked. And I tend to be rather low-key. Feng Haoyu inquired with interest. Which university is she attending? Yao Yutong sighed with a hint of sadness. She is repeating her studies. This year didn't go well for her, so she wishes to try again. Her goal is to attend Jiang University. No worries, you'll do well on your second try. I also repeated a year. Feng Haoyu reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Ling Zikai sighed, surprised that the first to find a partner was the leader. This also meant that 3 of us in the dormitory remained single. I shall strive to be the second to find love. Zhou Ziren looked at him contemptuously. With your physique, a gust of wind would knock you over. Perhaps you should focus on gaining some weight first. Meanwhile, Feng Haoyu secretly chuckled to himself. Although he wasn't with the senior, he was already legally bound. So, he couldn't be classified as a single individual. To be precise, there should be 2 single souls left. Once they realize he is married, their expressions will surely be priceless. What? You wish to attend the welcome party? Yang Shaoling increasingly found it difficult to comprehend her good friend. Jiang Jian replied coolly, Please inform the student council on my behalf. Yang Shaoling nodded. I am indeed the vice president of the student council. Naturally, I shall agree. I will have them make the arrangements. However, what compels you to attend the welcome party? The university's belle taking the stage to perform, how could the student council possibly refuse? I won't tell you, Jiang Jian replied with a mysterious smile. Yang Shaoling scoffed. If you don't wish to divulge, then I have no desire to hear it. She chuckled. In truth, I am not particularly keen to know. Are you truly not going to say anything? Perhaps you should share after all. Yang Shaoling gazed at Jiang Ziyin with a pitiful expression. Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow, simply wishing to take the stage and perform. Yang Shaoling looked at her with a face full of skepticism. The university's belle suddenly taking the stage solely for a performance. Surely, there must be an underlying motive. Chapter 29. Completely random. What about my cosplay? Zhou Ziren questioned, his expression darkening. He had come solely for the cosplay, only to discover that it was nothing like he had envisioned. In contrast, Ling Zikai appeared thoroughly amused. On stage, numerous senior female students were dancing energetically in their sleeveless outfits, their figures undeniably alluring. Ling Zikai seemed on the verge of a nosebleed. Fang Haoyu consoled him. It's all right. Since you're here, you might as well stay until the end. With no other choice, Zhou Ziren reluctantly opened his phone and activated it. The welcome party was indeed quite ordinary, or so Fang Haoyu thought. The event consisted mostly of skits and stand-up comedy, apart from the singing, which he found somewhat enjoyable. He was largely uninterested in everything else. The lively dances of the senior students failed to capture his attention, as his mind was already occupied with thoughts of the clever senior girls. Hadn't the seniors claimed that the welcome party would be entertaining? Fang Haoyu felt utterly perplexed. He stifled a yawn, resolving never to attend such events again. They simply lacked appeal. Ling Zikai chuckled lewdly. Did you see that? The dance was so hot. Truly. The vitality of university students is unmatched. Zhou Ziren shot him an exasperated glance. After the performance, one of the senior girls seized the opportunity to promote their dance club, inviting those interested in street dance to join. Ling Zikai's eyes lit up. I want to join the street dance club. So many beautiful seniors teaching me to dance. Heh. Fang Haoyu declared. I must announce that your level of sleaziness now rivals that of Zhou Ziren. Zhou Ziren smiled mischievously at Fang Haoyu. What did you say? Fang Haoyu felt a chill run down his spine, stammering. I didn't say anything. He was terrified that Zhou Ziren would transform into his alter ego and begin to annoy him yet again. As the final, rather awkward skit concluded, Yao Yutong pulled out her phone to check the program schedule. It seemed this was the last performance, and the event was about to conclude. Zhou Ziren sighed in relief. Is it finally over? Their performances were even less impressive than mine. Fang Haoyu nodded in agreement. He mused that if Zhou Ziren were to don women's attire and perform Pure Land, it would surely surpass the value of these lackluster skits. He even felt that anyone casually taking the stage to dance to Kuan Kuan's hit song would ignite the entire venue. Suddenly, Ling Zikai speculated. It seems it's not over yet. Could there be another dance? At that moment, a man dressed in a black suit, sporting black glasses and possessing a scholarly demeanor, stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Jiaxing, the current president of the student council. With a mysterious smile, Song Jiaxing continued. You might think the program has concluded, but I can assure you, it has not. The next performer is someone you would never expect. I was just informed of her arrival, and I am quite astonished. The audience below began to buzz with excitement. Who could it be that warranted a personal introduction from the student council president? Ling Zikai, filled with curiosity, asked, Who is so esteemed? Yao Yutong frowned slightly. Could it be a school leader? Otherwise, why would the president wear such a pleasing smile? Zhou Ziren curled her lips, stating that no one could sway her enjoyment of the primal game. Fang Haoyu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Could it be her, the one nestled in the depths of his heart? Song Jiaxing joyfully announced, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. She is Jiang Qinyang, the most esteemed beauty of Jiangxing University, a senior from the computer science department. She will grace us with a performance of a special person. Let us welcome her with resounding applause. At this revelation, the audience erupted in fervor. The campus beauty was a name known to nearly every freshman. Her allure was unparalleled. Often gracing the school forum and adorning the confession wall, a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. To witness her at the welcome party was beyond imagination. Ling Zikai exclaimed in elation, This welcome party is truly worthwhile. It's the campus beauty. Those who had intended to leave found themselves drawn back, not for any particular reason, but simply for a fondness of the song. The campus beauty, indeed. It was a rare occasion to see her, let alone witness her perform. Haha. I told my gaming roommates. They are nearly in tears, asking if they can still make it. Fang Haoyu was taken aback. It truly was her. Did a special person carry any deeper meaning? Song Jiaxing approached the stage, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon it, a hint of admiration gracing her eyes. Soon, Jiang Qinyang gracefully stepped into the spotlight. Adorned in a simple, elegant black evening gown that flowed softly around her, with a golden flower accentuating her waist. The gown enveloped her skin in layers of silk, accentuating her slender, exquisite figure, utterly captivating. Her natural beauty was already remarkable, and today, a subtle touch of blush rendered her radiance even more striking. This scene left the audience utterly mesmerized, speechless in the wake of her beauty, especially her ethereal aura, which emanated an overwhelming presence. The previously bustling hall fell into a hushed reverence. Jiang Qinyang's enchanting gaze seemed to search the crowd, quickly locking onto one person. Her eyes fixated on him, and Feng Haoyu was momentarily stunned. Was she truly looking at him? The thought quickened his heartbeat, yet he soon regained his composure. Was he being too self-absorbed, considering how exceptional she was? Ling Zikai, in a fit of self-admiration, remarked, "It seems Jiang Qinyang is looking at me." Zhou Ziren rolled her eyes in response, quipping, "Surely you don't believe she desires sweet cane?" As the accompaniment gradually began, silence enveloped the crowd. Jiang Qinyang, microphone in hand, softly began to sing. Her voice was gentle, and her melody enchanting, enveloping everyone in its embrace. The campus beauty of Jiang University was not only striking in appearance, but possessed a voice that was equally beautiful. At that moment, Song Jiaxing was entranced, her gaze fixed upon the stage. Certainly, it was not only him. Everyone present was utterly captivated. Feng Haoyu couldn't shake the feeling of a slight vanity, as he sensed that the special person the senior spoke of was, in fact, himself. He listened intently to her melodious voice, discovering that she possessed a talent for singing. As the song drew to a close, the audience erupted into applause. Meanwhile, Song Jiaxing prepared to take the stage to conclude the evening's welcome party. Suddenly, Jiang Jiyu picked up the microphone and casually announced, "I would like to invite someone to join me for a duet." Song Jiaxing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it stated that only one song would be performed? Why the sudden addition of a duet? The crowd became exuberant, calling out, "Choose me! Choose me! I sing exceptionally well. I am a karaoke deity." Jiang Jiyu smiled nonchalantly, "I shall choose someone at random." She surveyed the audience thoughtfully, her enchanting gaze landing on Feng Haoyu. "It will be you," she declared, pointing to the young man clad in white. Feng Haoyu's mind went blank as he pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? Is this truly random? He couldn't help but wonder if he had misinterpreted the situation. A hint of a sly smile seemed to play at the corners of Jiang Jiyu's lips. "Indeed, it is you." Chapter 30. The Duet. Alas, it is you I drew. Why do you hesitate to ascend the stage? Ling Zikai's anxiety surpassed even that of Feng Haoyu. His tone revealed a hint of frustration, as if he lamented the lack of ambition in his peer. No one anticipated that Jiang Ziyin would actually select a male companion to join her in song. Over the past 2 years, countless suitors had sought her attention, yet she remained aloof to all male advances. Thus, it was naturally assumed that she harbored no interest in the opposite sex. To everyone's astonishment, she had chosen a boy for this duet. Feng Haoyu swallowed hard, rising to his feet while feigning composure. In truth, his legs quaked with trepidation, primarily due to the overwhelming aura of confidence that Jiang Ziyin exuded on stage, something he had not witnessed during their prior encounters. It was only now that he comprehended why she was often referred to as the Ice Queen. Song Jiaxing furrowed his brow slightly, for reasons he could not articulate. The sight of Jiang Ziyin preparing to sing with another stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience, a girl with a ponytail wore an expression of disbelief. "Yibao, what troubles you?" Chen Yu inquired, sensing that her friend had encountered something astonishing. While the notion of the Ice Queen performing a duet with a boy was indeed shocking, it hardly warranted such a reaction. "And no, it's nothing," Shen stammered, recalling that fateful night. Could they truly be involved in such a relationship? For reasons unbeknownst to her, a pang of reluctance surfaced within. She had decisively rejected him, yet now found herself grappling with a tinge of regret. The moment Jiang Ziyin called Feng Haoyu to the stage, she recognized it was no mere coincidence. This was undoubtedly intentional. Was there a hint of flirtation between them? Shen Yi's countenance darkened. Concerned, Shen Yu suggested, "If you're feeling unwell, I can escort you back to the dormitory." "There's no need. I shall remain until the end," Shen Yi replied, forcing a smile. Under the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd, Feng Haoyu approached the stage, standing beside the senior. "I recognize you," Jiang Ziyin remarked with a subtle smile. "You are the boy who sang Rewind on the confession wall, correct?" Feng Haoyu nodded, somewhat dazed. Had they already established a connection? Jiang Ziyin inquired coolly, "What song do you wish to perform?" She maintained her aloof persona, even on stage. Feng Haoyu hesitated. I'm not quite sure." He possessed a repertoire of melancholic songs, but the moment did not seem fitting for such themes. In that case, shall we opt for something simpler? Can you sing Simple Love? Fang Haoyu's voice was barely audible. Yes. He was intensely nervous, his mind a blank slate. At that moment, Song Jiaxing approached, presenting a microphone to him. As he accepted it, an unmistakable sense of rivalry lingered, yet he politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. With a smile that barely concealed his intentions, Song Jiaxing replied. No need to mention it. The three students from room 3357 were the first to cheer, and with their enthusiasm igniting the crowd. The rest of the audience soon joined in, as the accompaniment began to play softly. At this moment, the audience began to quiet down. A love song was about to be performed. Fang Haoyu cast a glance at his senior, only to find her gazing back at him, her eyes harboring an indescribable meaning. Their eyes met, and Fang Haoyu began to immerse himself in the rhythm of the music, his gaze softening with tenderness. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of initiative. When one falls in love, every endeavor seems worthwhile. Observing Fang Haoyu at that moment, Jiang Ziyin felt her heart skip a beat. He sang the love song with such genuine emotion. Gradually, she joined him in a duet. Her voice imbued with deep feeling. I wish to hold your hand and never let go. Can love remain eternally pure, free from harm? Their harmonious singing felt as if they were truly experiencing a romance. Memories of their stroll in the park surfaced simultaneously. The melody resonated with the audience. You, resting on my shoulder. You, asleep upon my chest. This is the life we share. I love you, and you love me. As the song concluded, spontaneous applause erupted from the crowd. The duo's synergy was remarkable, akin to that of a couple in love. Had Jiang Ziyin not claimed it was entirely random. Coupled with Fang Haoyu's youthful demeanor, one might have suspected he was a plant orchestrated by the school. In truth, Fang Haoyu was not a ringer. Yet he understood that his senior's presence was anything but coincidental. It was deliberate. Blushing, he stepped off the stage, exhilarated by the experience of singing alongside her. For reasons he could not fathom, he longed to hear her articulate the final line of the lyrics directly to him. As the welcome party concluded, on the way back, Ling Zikai remarked with envy, I can't believe you pulled that off. That's the campus belle. You actually got to know her. Fang Haoyu scratched his head. It was nothing special. Yao Yutong nodded. If we didn't know you, we might have thought you were a plant. What are the odds of being chosen from so many? Zhou Ziren added, with that kind of luck, I'm passing my 10 consecutive draws to you tonight. Fang Haoyu wore a peculiar expression. Random? He sensed that his senior's actions were premeditated. No wonder she had been scanning the crowd as soon as she stepped on stage. She had indeed been searching for him. No longer able to contain himself, he decided to send her a message. Senior, you weren't lying, were you? It was completely random. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? I feel like you're always deceiving me. Do I look good today? Yes. You look beautiful. Do you like it? I've always liked it. Well, at least you know how to flatter. Fang Haoyu grinned at his phone, chuckling intermittently, drawing the attention of those around him. The others instinctively edged away, embarrassed. He can't be coming down with something, can he? Ling Zikai asked, concerned. This fool is still laughing. Let us see how long it takes for him to come back to reality, Zhou Ziren said with a mischievous smile. Yao Yutong, is this expression not quite obvious? He must be chatting with a girl he fancies. Ling Zikai cast a glance at him. How do you know? Yao Yutong replied nonchalantly, because I have a girlfriend, so I understand. Ling Zikai, could it be that he is truly involved with someone? Who is this junior? Yang Shaoling inquired, producing a video. Jiang Ziyin stated coolly it was chosen at random. Yang Shaoling, not easily fooled, replied, chosen at random? Do you think I would believe that? Jiang, I know your character. Would you actually select a boy at random? You must have a connection with him. Jiang Ziyin did not refute. If you say so, then so be it. To be honest, this junior is rather handsome, exuding a youthful charm. If you have no ties to him, I might just pursue him myself, Yang Shaoling said with a mischievous grin. Jiang Ziyin instinctively blurted out, no way. Chapter 31. Teaching the foolish junior how to pursue Mia. It seems I have exposed you. Yang Shaoling revealed a triumphant smile. You are anxious. Jiang Ziyin replied coolly. I did not mean it that way. I merely believe he will not pay you any heed. Yang Shaoling's expression instantly darkened. Jiang, do you look down upon me? Not at all. It is simply that he has someone he adores. He has someone he adores? Then he certainly would not pay me any attention. Wait, how do you know this? Yang Shaoling inquired pointedly. Jiang Ziyin's voice was devoid of emotion. I am acquainted with him. He is the son of my father's friend. As I previously mentioned to you. So it is him. Yang Shaoling exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. No wonder you call them on stage. So, this is your little act? Before Jiang Jian could respond, Yang Shaoling began her analysis. Because he has someone he likes, yet that person does not reciprocate his feelings. You orchestrated this performance to incite jealousy in that girl. Yang Shaoling began to elaborate. Jiang Jian. Did I guess correctly? I am indeed a genius. Yang Shaoling crossed her arms, embodying a detective-like demeanor. Jiang Jian stifled a laugh. Her dear friend had already pieced together the narrative without any need for explanation. She had intended to confess that the one the junior liked was indeed herself, but she had not anticipated her Sherlock-like friend's brilliant deductions. Jiang Jian nodded. No wonder it is you. Yang Shaoling proudly puffed out her chest. That's right. That's right. That night, Fang Haoyu found himself unable to sleep. For reasons unknown, the moment he lay down, visions of singing duets with the senior flooded his mind. The melody lingered in his thoughts. Have I met her somewhere before? He had felt this way the first time he encountered Jiang Jian. He had never inquired if they had crossed paths before, but now he found it rather peculiar. How did she know I couldn't return home? He had always sensed something amiss. Could it be his father? No wonder his father forbade him from going home. It was to compel him to stay with the senior. My apologies, father. Fang Haoyu had an epiphany. This was an opportunity crafted by his father. The senior was so remarkable that he was meant to win her heart. After spending these past few days together, he had indeed developed feelings for her. Although they had already obtained a marriage certificate, he did not yet consider their relationship official. After all, he felt they lacked many essential elements. He believed that true marriage required first knowing, understanding, and loving one another. Currently, he and the senior were likely still in the phase of getting to know each other, having never been in a romantic relationship. He resolutely opened Baidu and began his search, how to pursue the girl one likes. Relevant topics included 3 tips for pursuing girls, 8 correct methods to win a girl's affection. Fang Haoyu nodded along as he read. Yet soon he snapped back to reality. Why was he searching on Baidu? Most of the information there was merely nonsense meant for fools. Fang Haoyu truly wished to slap himself. He could not believe he had become foolish too. Is this what they mean when they say one becomes foolish after falling in love? I wonder if my senior has fallen asleep. Without a singing. I wonder if she can drift off. Should I inquire with my senior? Perhaps he possesses experience in matters of the heart. He sent a message to Senior Haijian. Senior, are you asleep? Haijian, not yet. What's up? Fang Haoyu was somewhat astonished. The senior responded almost instantaneously. Could it be that he is a night owl? Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Jian found herself sleepless. Her mind was filled with images of singing alongside Fang Haoyu. Just as she was searching online for advice on how to handle her feelings for the boy she liked, a message popped up on QQ. Senior, are you asleep? She paused briefly, perplexed. What could that foolish junior be up to at this hour? Haijian, not yet. What's up? Knowledge explosion, senior. Have you ever been in a relationship? I have some questions about emotions I'd like to ask you. Haijian, of course, I have. Feel free to ask. Knowledge explosion. Well, I have a friend who has developed feelings for a senior girl. She is very attractive, and he feels a bit insecure. However, he genuinely likes her, but he has never been in love before and doesn't know how to pursue her. Jiang Jian couldn't help but smile at the message. So, this is how friendships are born. Who could this senior girl be? Surely not me. How embarrassing. A flicker of pride crossed her eyes. Silly junior. Just wait and see how I will guide you. Haijian, what is the senior girl's personality like? Knowledge explosion. It's quite peculiar. Sometimes she is aloof. And at other times, she is vivacious. There seems to be a stark contrast in her demeanor. Haijian, contrast? When is she aloof, and when is she lively? Jiang Jian forced a smile. How could the junior perceive her as having contrasting traits? She had always treated him kindly. Knowledge explosion. She is more lively and playful when alone with my friend, but quite aloof in front of others. Haijian, is your friend foolish? Why would she behave that way only with him? Knowledge explosion. I don't know. Haijian, she must have feelings for your friend. Otherwise, why would she act this way only with him? Encourage your friend to be bold. Be daring. Handsome individuals have partners, and even those less attractive do. But it is often the shy ones who remain alone. Knowledge explosion. Senior, I think I understand. You truly are wise. I'll treat you to a meal someday. But I may need your guidance on how to proceed. Haijian, no problem. Just be bold and feel free to ask me if you need help. Knowledge explosion. Rose emoji. After conversing with the senior, Fang Haoyu felt enlightened. Be bold. The worst that could happen is rejection. Having faced rejection for so many years already, what difference would one more make? At worst, He would hide under the covers and shed a few tears. It is certainly preferable to listen to the clock ticking in the opposite direction than to wallow alone after a senior has developed an infatuation for someone else. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyin gazed at her phone, a smile that could not be contained illuminating her face. Silly junior. One has to wonder if this could be considered the junior pursuing her. It seems like an eternity since she last saw the foolish junior 6 whole hours, to be precise. This morning, as there were no classes, the residents of dormitory 3357 unusually gathered at the third cafeteria for breakfast. Originally, Fang Haoyu intended to visit the first cafeteria, given its proximity. However, he could not resist Ling Zhikang's insistence on the third cafeteria, claiming that it boasted a greater number of beautiful women. At long last, they could enjoy a proper breakfast. Zhou Ziren stretched languidly, dark circles still evident beneath his eyes. Ling Zhikang glanced at the time. It was just 10 o'clock. The perfect moment for breakfast. He held firm to his 3 dietary preferences. He would not eat too early, as he struggled to rise, nor too late, as that would be considered lunch. And the third? He refused to dine in a cafeteria devoid of women. Chapter 32. Who is at the third canteen? I can sense your current hunger, Zhou Ziren remarked casually. Ling Zikai immediately retorted, shut up. You're the one who's starving, sporting those dark circles under your eyes. You must have treated yourself last night. Get lost. Their familiar banter continued. By the way, where's Zhao Yutong? He's quite busy, being a class officer. With the semester just starting, the instructor has a plethora of tasks for him to tackle. Leaders are indeed different from us. Fang Haoyu nodded in agreement. The 3 found a spot to settle down. Fang Haoyu and Ling Zikai both ordered a serving of hot dry noodles, while Zhou Ziren opted for a bowl of corn porridge. Such a light choice? Are you trying to eat healthily? Ling Zikai inquired with curiosity. Zhou Ziren replied, I prefer not to eat greasy food in the morning, and since it's almost noon, I want to save some room for lunch. That's quite normal, being from Guangdong. It's understandable that he prefers a lighter breakfast. As they waited for their food, everyone instinctively reached for their phones to scroll through videos. However, Fang Haoyu was the first to send a good morning message to a senior. After receiving guidance from the senior the previous night, he resolved to be a bit bolder. Silly junior, senior, have you had breakfast? Smart senior, not yet. Silly junior, skipping breakfast is bad for your health. I'm at the third canteen now. Would you like me to bring you something? Smart senior, no need to trouble yourself. After being rejected, Fang Haoyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Was the senior's advice really effective? What's wrong? Ling Zikai noticed Fang Haoyu's slightly downcast expression. Why do you look so glum? You haven't started rewarding yourself like Zhou Ziren. Have you? Get lost. Fang Haoyu replied irritably. Ling Zikai seemed to realize something. Did you experience a breakup? No. Fang Haoyu's emotions were clearly written on his face. He had just been smiling, but upon lifting his gaze, his expression changed abruptly. Ling Zikai, not one to be easily fooled, quickly deduced the truth. Why cling to a single flower? He said earnestly. Haoyu, our college life encompasses more than just romance. Even if she doesn't like you, there are other possibilities. Don't hang all your hopes on one tree. Though Ling Zikai had no clue who Fang Haoyu's crush was, as a brother, he could only offer such comfort. Fang Haoyu sighed, you wouldn't understand. She's exceptional, and this unrequited affection feels like a love story that ended before it even began. Ling Zikai, frustrated, responded. How exceptional can she be? Is she on par with the campus beauty of Zhang University? You've interacted with her, many envy you for that. Besides, you're not lacking. You're quite handsome and have a bit of money. Finding a girlfriend shouldn't be that difficult. Zhou Ziren, perplexed, remarked, she's just a woman. All she does is slow down my gaming speed. Before long, his hot dry noodles were ready, and Ling Zikai thoughtfully brought them over. Eat your fill first. Ling Zikai urged, pushing the bowl of noodles towards him. Fang Haoyu took a couple of bites, but soon found he couldn't eat any more. Why has my senior sister stopped allowing me to bring her breakfast? Has she grown weary of me? Does she no longer care? At this moment, he felt akin to an abandoned little wife, his heart heavy with grievance. Could it be that he has disturbed her? It appears that the tactics employed by the senior do not apply to a clever senior sister. Ling Zikai sighed deeply, yet another man wounded by love. He yearned to experience such heartache, but it seemed he had yet to encounter a love that belonged to him. Zhou Ziren continued to immerse himself in his show while sipping his porridge. Jiang, don't you usually eat breakfast very rarely? Yang Shaoling asked, puzzled. Jiang Ziyin replied nonchalantly. Skipping breakfast is detrimental to one's health. Then why insist on coming to the third cafeteria? Isn't the first cafeteria closer? Who exactly is there in the third cafeteria? Yang Xiaoling's face was filled with suspicion. Jiang Jian casually remarked, empty stomach cardio. Yang Xiaoling was left speechless by this response. Jiang Jian, look at you now. I hardly recognize you. As the two entered the third cafeteria, the gaze of most patrons converged upon them. The reason was simple. The campus belle had unexpectedly appeared in the third cafeteria. Not to mention, Jiang Jian rarely partook of breakfast. Her visits to the third cafeteria could be counted on one hand. Typically, she would dine at the first cafeteria, which was closer to her dormitory, attracting those who wished to catch a glimpse of the campus beauty. Thus, the number of boys in the third cafeteria was scant, with the majority being girls. At that moment, Fang Haoyu sat with his back to the entrance, oblivious to the unfolding scene. However, Ling Zikai, seated opposite him, had a clear view of the entrance. The instant Jiang Jian stepped into the cafeteria, Ling Zikai's eyes widened in astonishment. The campus bell? At 12 o'clock. He fought to suppress his excitement and alerted the others. Fang Haoyu showed no interest, entirely disinclined to look. What is going on? Zhou Ziren inquired curiously. Isn't that the campus bell? Although Zhou Ziren preferred a more anime-like aesthetic, Jiang Jian's beauty was undeniable, even causing him to steal a few extra glances. What? Fang Haoyu abruptly turned around, his gaze locking onto her. At that moment, Jiang Jian also noticed Fang Haoyu. She raised an eyebrow at him before leading her friend to buy breakfast. The campus bell. This is truly remarkable. Your senior was not lying to you. The third cafeteria is indeed filled with beauties. Even the campus bell is here. I shall come here for meals every day. Ling Zikai felt a surge of excitement. Fang Haoyu was left in a daze. Was the senior sister just greeting him? While he was lost in thought, Jiang Jian had already procured her breakfast and was making her way toward his table. May we sit here? Jiang Jian asked softly. Fang Haoyu momentarily failed to respond. Of course. Ling Zikai quickly replied. Yang Xiaoling furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, why sit here? Is there no other space? However, there is clearly. This position is quite comfortable. Very well. Jiang Jian proactively seated herself beside Fang Haoyu. The surrounding individuals could scarcely contain their envy. It is worth noting that merely being in proximity to Jiang University's campus bell was already beyond their wildest dreams. To think that someone could elicit the campus bell's presence beside them. At that moment, Fang Haoyu's emotions resembled a roller coaster ride. He once again inhaled the familiar fragrance. Ling Zikai was utterly envious from his side. Yang Xiaoling, on the other hand, took a seat on Jiang Jian's other side. What's wrong? Feeling down? Jiang Jian inquired, raising an eyebrow. Fang Haoyu stammered, struggling to find his words. No. He had just experienced heartbreak. Ling Zikai quickly answered on his behalf. Fang Haoyu. Jiang Jian seemed to have an epiphany. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Had she been rejected by the person she admired? Chapter 33. The Punishment of Tsundere Enno. Fang Haoyu hurriedly denied, though a faint blush crept upon his cheeks, revealing his embarrassment. Ling Zikai, curious, inquired, Senior, do you know each other? Jiang Jian replied with an indifferent expression. Did we not sing together yesterday? Ling Zikai nodded, realizing she remembered. Yang Xiaoling suddenly recalled, Jiang. Is that Junior you mentioned him? No wonder you insisted on sitting here. Jiang Jian feigned curiosity, asking, could you enlighten me as to why you experienced heartbreak? Who rejected you? Fang Haoyu hesitated, casting a glance at the senior, his face betraying his shyness. Jiang Jian silently chuckled. Is this foolish junior incapable of articulating his thoughts? Ling Zikai swiftly interjected. No, I was just joking, senior. Hasn't he experienced a breakup? Fang Haoyu quickly affirmed. Yes. I have not had a heartbreak. Yang Xiaoling teased. This junior is rather handsome. Should we consider having Jiang pursue him? It seems that Jiang is particularly nice to you. At this moment, Fang Haoyu emanated a bashful aura. Is that so? Although he appeared exceedingly shy, his heart soared with joy. The senior only treats him this way? Does that mean he is special? Ling Zikai, perplexed, asked, so you were acquainted with Senior Jiang before? Fang Haoyu nodded. My dad is friends with her father. Ling Zikai's face was a canvas of astonishment. Why didn't you tell me sooner that you know the campus bell? Well, you didn't ask, he replied. So the gala was not random after all? Yang Xiaoling chuckled. Oh, ice dog. Jiang Jian, with an expressionless demeanor, stated coolly. No, I was completely random. Yang Xiaoling smiled gently. Ignore her. She is a bit tsundere. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yang Xiaoling, a close friend and roommate of Senior Jiang. Ling Zikai hastily introduced himself. I'm Ling Zikai, Fang Haoyu's roommate. This is Zhou Ziren. We're together. Zhou Ziren. Having remained silent, rarely spoke to girls, and found himself at a loss for conversation, so he kept his head down. He merely nodded symbolically, continuing to watch the show. Jiang Jian maintained her aloof persona, leaving Feng Haoyu uncertain about how to engage in conversation. However, he soon felt a pinch at his waist. Looking down, he discovered the senior was secretly pinching him. Jiang Jian shook her phone beneath the table, urging him to check it. Feng Haoyu opened his phone to find a message from the senior. Clever senior, are you upset because I rejected you? Foolish junior, of course not. Clever senior, such at Sundara. Feng Haoyu felt a surge of happiness, masking it with a facade of indifference. Who is being Sundara? He was ready to retaliate. Foolish junior, then why are you at the third cafeteria? Clever senior, because a foolish junior informed me that skipping breakfast is detrimental to health. The foolish junior. Is it because of me? The clever senior, are you admitting that you were foolish? Feng Haoyu's face instantly flushed crimson. It was over. He was once again at her mercy. Jiang Jian feigned concern and inquired, what happened? Why is your face so red? The others instinctively turned to look as well. Indeed. What was wrong with his face? Could it be a fever? Feng Haoyu explained, the hot dry noodles were too spicy. Ling Zikai questioned in confusion. But you ordered them without spice, right? At that moment, Feng Haoyu truly wished to punch Ling Zikai. He was a decent person, yet he had a way of ruining his moment. Perhaps it was an accidental addition, Feng Haoyu stubbornly maintained. The clever senior remarked, accidental addition? Upon seeing the message, Feng Haoyu instinctively glanced at Jiang Jian. He wasn't sure if he had misread her expression, but a glimmer of pride flashed in her eyes. The senior seemed to be in rather high spirits. The foolish junior lamented, if this continues, I will be utterly toyed with. The clever senior replied, if you are toyed with, I shall simply find another foolish junior. The foolish junior retorted, to abandon me after playing with me? What a heartless senior. No wonder you refused the breakfast I offered. Is there another junior bringing you breakfast? The clever senior teased, are you jealous? The foolish junior denied, of course not. The clever senior teased further, Hatsundara. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Feng Haoyu's waist. Indeed, the senior had pinched him again. What's wrong? Ling Zikai inquired curiously. Feng Haoyu grimaced, I got burned. The foolish junior protested, senior, why are you doing this? The clever senior replied, it's a punishment for being Sundara. Their little antics went unnoticed by the others. Jiang Jian had numerous reasons for not wanting Feng Haoyu to bring her breakfast. She did not wish for him to make unilateral sacrifices. She was not a woman who enjoyed spending another's money. Her perspective on romance was that mutual affection necessitated reciprocal effort rather than one-sided demands. The breakfast concluded swiftly. Before long, Yang Shaoling pulled Jiang Jian away. Just before departing, Jiang Jian casually remarked, I'm leaving, foolish junior. Feng Haoyu nodded, feeling elated. At the very least, he could ascertain that the senior had not rejected him. That was sufficient. After the senior's departure, Ling Zikai questioned, why does Jiang call you foolish junior? What is your relationship? Feng Haoyu scratched his head, oh? Just an ordinary relationship. Are we supposed to be a couple? Ling Zikai looked at him skeptically. I find that hard to believe. Such an endearing title makes it seem like they're asked something more. Feng Haoyu sighed. Consider who she is. Ling Zikai smacked his forehead. Ah, right? She is the icy goddess. How could she possibly be interested in men, and certainly not in you? I must have overthought it. Feng Haoyu rolled his eyes. What do you mean she wouldn't be interested in me? Just earlier, you were comforting me, claiming how exceptional I am. Ling Zikai offered an awkward smile, explaining. I was merely trying to comfort you. While you do possess a certain charm, it's worth noting that Senior Jiang is the belle of Jiang University, a true beauty. Your modest attractiveness pales in comparison. Feng Haoyu silently took note of this, resolving that if he were to successfully win over the senior, he would undoubtedly astonish them all. Zhou Ziran remarked nonchalantly, engaging in a romantic relationship pales in comparison to watching a good show. Ling Zikai suddenly mused, by the way. That Senior Yang from earlier is quite lovely as well. It seems that beautiful women naturally gravitate towards one another. Although she may not rival Senior Jiang in beauty, she certainly belongs to the ranks of campus flowers. How wonderful it would be if she were my girlfriend. Feng Haoyu raised an eyebrow. I have Senior Jiang's contact information. I could arrange for her to help you meet. Ling Zikai hastily waved his hand. No, let's forget it. A strategist never steps onto the battlefield. He then realized. Weren't you just feeling down? Didn't you just experience a heartbreak? That was the past. I find myself in love once more. Chapter 34. The Pursuer of the Senior? Jiang, why do you refer to him as the foolish junior? Yang Shaoling inquired, perplexed. Jiang Jian responded with a calm smile, because he is indeed foolish. Is that all there is to it? Yang Xiaoling pressed. What else could it be? Do you suppose I have fallen in love with him? Jiang Jian countered. Yang Xiaoling shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If you were dating, you would probably call him baby. Or perhaps you two are more intimate and private. Get lost. Jiang Jian retorted, her tone laced with exasperation. Yang Xiaoling, puzzled, remarked, you don't seem to be in a relationship. You barely exchanged a few words earlier. It feels strange. Yet I sense something between you two. If you say so, Jiang Jian did not dispute it. Yang Xiaoling, rebellious in spirit, declared, the more you act like this, the less I believe it. I refuse to accept that the campus belle would be enamored with a junior. Leader, let me tell you, you have no idea. The campus belle actually came over to sit with us for lunch. It's such a pity you weren't here. Ling Zikai eagerly boasted upon returning to the dormitory. However, Yao Yutong did not exhibit much of a reaction. Although the campus belle was indeed stunning, he already had a girlfriend, and thus, other women held little allure for him. Even the campus belle could only garner a fleeting glance. Why did Jiang Jian choose to sit with you? Yao Yutong inquired, donning a curious expression. Because she knows how you. Ling Zikai replied. Yao Yutong was slightly taken aback. You know Jiang Jian. Fang Haoyu nodded. Yes, my father is acquainted with her father. Yao Yutong remarked. But you don't seem very excited. Look at this sugar cane. It's practically buzzing with excitement. Fang Haoyu feigned indifference, though internally, he was bursting with joy. For some reason, he began to adopt a nonchalant demeanor. Was he influenced by the senior? He found this new version of himself rather cool. The sugar cane, however, was clearly inexperienced. Ling Zikai lunged at him playfully. Get lost, Fang Haoyu. You're slandering me. Still pretending to be aloof, huh? Fang Haoyu quickly begged for mercy. No, I was wrong. I'll stop pretending. Yao Yutong donned an expression of realization. So, there's an inside story to the evening event. I knew it. Jiang Jian wouldn't randomly select someone she didn't know. Fang Haoyu sighed. I had no idea I would be called up. All right? Ling Zikai teased. All right. Your lips are betraying you, making it seem like you're the one wronged. Fang Haoyu chuckled. You caught me. How could I feel wronged singing with the senior? I'm overjoyed. But I must clarify, we are merely ordinary friends. He refrained from mentioning that they were friends with a certificate. However, he knew they wouldn't believe him even if he did. Ling Zikai exclaimed, ordinary friends is not enough. Do you know how many boys at school wish to be acquainted with Jiang Jian? You're getting a bit too proud. Yao Yutong suddenly remarked. I recently applied for the student council, and I heard that the previous president seemed to have pursued Jiang Jian. This statement immediately piqued Fang Haoyu's interest. Do elaborate. Ling Zikai's curiosity was instantly ignited. Even Zhou Ziren, who had been engrossed in a show, couldn't resist leaning in to hear the gossip. Fang Haoyu feigned indifference, yet internally, he was quite invested. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Yutong continued, This is what those seniors told me. It may not be true, but it's worth a chuckle. President Song apparently had quite the fondness for Jiang Jian, having pursued her for a considerable time, bringing her breakfast and gifts, yet she consistently rejected him. At that time, some members of the student council were shipping the two, but Jiang Jian's stance was quite clear. She essentially avoided President Song, and gradually, no one continued to support that pairing. Vice President Yang even specifically commented on the matter, advising against spreading rumors and shipping couples, stating that Jiang Jian had no interest in men at all. Ling Zikai suddenly interjected, Is your vice president named Yang Xiaoling? Yao Yutong confirmed, Indeed. No wonder. I didn't realize Senior Yang was the vice president. Do you have feelings for her? Don't go saying such things. Fang Haoyu fell into deep thought. He finally understood why he had felt a certain way about Song during that presentation. It turned out he was a rival. He felt a pang of jealousy towards Song Jiaxing. Yao Yutong remarked, Actually, President Song is quite impressive. He has a refined appearance, excels academically, is handsome, and possesses a tall stature that exudes an air of erudition, all while being the student council president. I just don't understand why Jiang Jie doesn't seem to fancy him. Fang Haoyu couldn't help but interject, Impressive? He is not as tall as I am, nor as handsome. He is merely a tad better in academics. Ling Zikai responded. Yao Yutong looked puzzled. Haoyu, what is wrong with you? Why do you suddenly seem so antagonistic towards President Song? Fang Haoyu then realized that he had let his emotions get the better of him. In retrospect, Song had never wronged him. Pursuing someone he liked was perfectly reasonable. It seemed he had indeed overreacted. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. Ling Zikai, ever perceptive, remarked, You don't secretly have a crush on Jiang Jie, do you? Fang Haoyu exclaimed, How could that be? Ling Zikai laughed. Your face could not be more transparent. It practically screams that you like Jiang Jie. As your brother, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of your affections. But I must caution you, she is the campus belle of Jiang University. You know how exceptional she is. Even someone as accomplished as President Song has difficulty approaching her. You may pursue her, but tread carefully to avoid being hurt. Ling Jikai advised earnestly. Fang Haoyu fell silent. Indeed, while his relationship with Jiang Jie was quite good. What if she only regarded him as a close friend? Or merely a buddy? Ling Jikai's words began to instill a sense of insecurity within him. Upon witnessing the scene, Yao Yutong consoled. While Senior Song is undoubtedly exceptional, I believe you are not lacking in any regard. At the very least, you surpass him in both charm and stature. Ultimately, winning a woman's affection hinges upon one's intrinsic charisma. Presently, you remain friends, whereas Song can't even claim that status, despite his prolonged pursuit. The totality of his exchanges with Jiang Jian barely exceeds 5 sentences. Zhou Ziran nodded in agreement, adding, if the senior doesn't want you, there's still me. I would gladly choose you. Fang Haoyu grimaced in distaste, retorting, you are truly repugnant. Nevertheless, bolstered by Yao Yutong's words of encouragement, he found himself imbued with newfound confidence. Indeed, the bond he shared with the senior vastly eclipsed that of Song Jiaxing. Moreover, he had even secured a marriage certificate with her. Even if they ultimately do not unite, he can still, in a nominal sense, be regarded as her ex-husband. Furthermore, he would inevitably hold a position of respect in the future, at least at the level of a department head. Chapter 35, Love Never Fades. It merely shifts, the astute senior inquired. No classes today? The naive junior replied, none. The clever senior suggested, let us head to the library to study. The junior, somewhat taken aback, asked, study? The senior reminded him, didn't you mention wanting me to guide you in your studies? It dawned on Fang Haoyu that he had indeed made such a promise. Finally, with a day free of classes, was he really going to spend it studying? Glancing at his freshly opened laptop, he resolutely decided to shut it down, internally affirming, I love studying. Grabbing his advanced mathematics textbook, he set off towards the library. Are we the only two? The junior queried. Why, is it awkward to be alone with me? The senior teased. Not at all. Fang Haoyu was quite eager to enjoy their time together. Senior, I'm here. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Jiang Jian wore a smile. Thinking it perfectly normal to tutor her junior. She was merely fulfilling her responsibilities as a senior. As for the one-on-one tutoring, it was simply her preferred method. This was Fang Haoyu's first visit to the library for study, and it must be said, Jiang University's library was impressively spacious and impeccably clean. However, the number of patrons was rather sparse. After all, most students were attending classes, and even during off hours, few would voluntarily come to the library for revision. Fang Haoyu felt an overwhelming sense of discipline. He had not anticipated that he would be so studious in university. It was not merely the prospect of spending time alone with the senior that motivated him to visit the library, it was his passion for learning. Indeed, he was passionate about studying. Convincing himself of this, he sought out a secluded corner, as he preferred not to attract attention. He took a photograph of his surroundings to ensure the senior could locate him. Upon receiving the photo, Jiang Jian immediately recognized his spot, as she frequently occupied that very corner. Not kept waiting, I hope? She teased playfully. Fang Haoyu, nervously fidgeting with his fingers, replied, not at all. I just arrived. Jiang Jian was adorned in a simple, elegant long dress, cinched at the waist with a delicate belt that accentuated her slender figure. The subtle makeup she wore enhanced her natural beauty, rendering her all the more captivating in Fang Haoyu's eyes. Is it beautiful? She inquired. Absolutely. He responded earnestly. Jiang Jian was pleased with his reaction. She typically refrained from makeup, opting for a natural look except on special occasions. Although she was already quite lovely without embellishment. The light makeup made her even more enchanting, momentarily captivating Fang Haoyu's gaze. She believed that, given the significance of the occasion, a touch of makeup was entirely reasonable. After all, she had no intention of seducing her junior. Was she that kind of person? She was quite serious. Did you bring your textbooks? She asked. I did. He affirmed. Jiang Jian's academic performance is commendable. At the very least, she exhibits remarkable self-discipline in her studies since entering university. While her grasp of advanced mathematics may not be exceptional, it remains quite satisfactory. In fact, she has forgotten quite a bit, but to assist her junior. She has taken the time to review the material online over the past couple of evenings, starting from the very basics. Jiang Jian leaned in closer, sharing a single notepad with him. The library was air-conditioned, the atmosphere refreshingly cool, Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a nervous perspiration. The fragrance emanating from the senior enveloped him. They were so close. Pay attention, Jiang Jian said, her brow slightly furrowed, still very earnest in her endeavor. She was determined to ensure her not-so-bright junior understood the concepts. Otherwise, her hours spent watching study videos would have been in vain. Once Fang Haoyu came to his senses, he too began to focus intently. His mathematical foundation was already solid, and with the guidance of such a beautiful senior, his desire to learn was invigorated. He was filled with enthusiasm. Primarily, it was her gentle and patient voice that captivated him. He had never realized that studying could be such a joyful experience. At that moment, he found himself completely entranced by her warmth. Once immersed in an activity, time seemed to pass swiftly. 2.5 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Have we really been studying for so long? Time for a break, Jiang Jian said, playfully tapping his head with her finger. Fang Haoyu, feeling a tad aggrieved, replied, Senior, please don't tap my head. It hurts. He felt he had learned a great deal that day. If he continued in this manner, he was certain he wouldn't need to fear failing his finals. Just as he opened his phone, he realized he had been bombarded with messages. He had silenced his phone upon arriving at the library and had not checked it since. To his astonishment, his dormitory group had tagged him nearly 99 times. Ling Jikai, knowledge explosion. May I ask where you have been gallivanting? It's been over 2 hours since we last saw you. Zhou Ziren, if you're dead, just say something. Look how anxious Ganqiao is. Yao Yutong, could it be that he went on a date? Ling Jikai, who could he possibly be dating? Is he actually going out with Jiang Jian? If he did, I would write my name backward. Son, hurry back to the dorm. Don't make your father worry. Fang Haoyu looked at the flood of messages in exasperation. He then snapped a photo of himself studying in the library. Fang Haoyu. Image, Ling Jikai. How dare you? Sneaking off to study without us. Are you even human? Zhou Ziren. Betraying the organization. Expel him from 3357. Yao Yutong. How could you? Going to the library to study without inviting me? Ling Jikai. Leader, you should also get out of 3357. Studying is a shameful act. Fang Haoyu. Studying brings me joy. I wish to engage in delightful pursuits. Ling Jikai. Didn't you say that having the answers in your head during exams is equivalent to cheating? Yet here you are, acting in such a contradictory manner? I am deeply disappointed as your father. Fang Haoyu. I shall bring you meal shortly. Ling Jikai. Oh, esteemed father. Please allow me to pay my respects. Zhou Ziren. Father. Have you grown weary from your studies? Would you like me to warm your bed? Fang Haoyu. The rapid changes in the expressions of these two individuals are truly remarkable. It would be a grave loss not to invite them to perform in a Sichuan opera. As for Jiang Jian, her situation is no different. Upon opening her phone, she is bombarded with messages from Yang Shaoling. Why haven't you replied? Do you not love me anymore? Is love something that vanishes? I understand now. Love can be transferred. To whom has your affection been diverted? Jiang Jian. Her dear friend must be somewhat unwell. She ought to take her to the hospital one of these days. Jiang Jian replied, I merely went to the library to study. Do not overthink it. Why didn't you take me? Yang Shaoling lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. Jiang Jian did not respond immediately. Why should a world for two be burdened with a third wheel? For I have no desire to carry an appliance. For reasons unknown. Yang Shaoling feels as though a small red sphere has appeared upon her nose. Chapter 36. Senior sister, your appa has arrived. Fang Haoyu, senior sister. Are you ready to head back? It's already 4 in the afternoon, and mealtime is approaching. Jiang Jian rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head to regard him. Have you forgotten something? Fang Haoyu tentatively ventured. Thank you, senior sister. That's not it. Jiang Jian pouted, clearly displeased. Fang Haoyu felt a sense of unease wash over him. What? What else is there? Jiang Jian adopted a more serious demeanor. Are you stuttering? Why are you so nervous? Fang Haoyu grimaced. Her sudden change in expression made him feel an oppressive weight, which was why he was so anxious. Jiang Jian decided not to tease him further. You forgot that you promised to treat me to a meal. Fang Haoyu slapped his forehead. Oh right. I almost forgot. I had mentioned treating you to express my gratitude. I nearly let that slip my mind. This is wonderful. I get to have a meal alone with you. So, senior sister, what do you wish to eat? Fang Haoyu inquired cautiously. Jiang Jian smirked playfully. I want to eat you. This. Fang Haoyu's face flushed crimson. Just kidding. Look at how nervous you've become. I'm not a big bad wolf. You are, Fang Haoyu muttered defensively. What did you say? Jiang Jian's expression darkened. And nothing. Fang Haoyu quickly waved his hands. Jiang Jian smiled serenely. Senior sister is gentle, So since you're treating, the choice is yours. Fong Haoyu pondered for a moment. Given that senior sister had been around for quite some time, she had likely tried most of the food on campus, which wouldn't provide much novelty. How about we go out to eat instead? I know a fantastic barbecue buffet that I frequent. Shall I treat you to that? Sure. With that, they set off without hesitation. Fong Haoyu returned to his dormitory to drop off his books and check the message from senior sister, waiting for you at the school gate. He even took the time to wash his hair and style it into a charming side part. He gazed at his reflection, feeling quite the oppa. What is going on with you? Ling Zikai scrutinized him. Are you going on a date? Guess. Fong Haoyu raised an eyebrow, his emotions plainly visible on his face. Amidst Ling Zikai's exclamations, he dashed out of the dormitory. Senior sister, your appa has arrived. Happily, he sprinted toward the school gate. Upon exiting, he spotted the pink electric scooter. He had the fortune of riding it once during the summer vacation, and it left a lasting impression. They had ridden it together to obtain their certificates. Senior sister, I'm here. Fong Haoyu jogged over. Why is your helmet still pink? Don't you like it? Fong Haoyu chuckled. Not at all. I like everything that you like, senior sister. Foolish junior, your tongue seems to have grown quite eloquent. Jiang Jian chuckled lightly. Having learned from the previous experience, Fong Haoyu proactively donned a pink helmet. Junior, what's the matter? You seem quite overheated. Did you forget something? Jiang Jian pointed to her own helmet. Realizing his oversight, Fong Haoyu quickly assisted her in putting it on. There. Are you satisfied now, senior? He asked with an eager expression. Such thoughtfulness, dear. Get in the car. Jiang Jian sat sideways in the back, her arms tightly wrapped around Fong Haoyu's waist, her head resting against his back. A faint blush appeared on both their faces simultaneously. Are you settled? Then I shall set off. Fong Haoyu maintained a moderate speed, wary of any unforeseen incidents. With Jiang Jian seated behind him, he was concerned that driving too fast might cause her to lose her balance. Yet, he needn't have worried. She held on firmly to his waist, so should she fall, they would fall together. He certainly wasn't deliberately driving slowly to allow her to lean against him, though he would never admit it even if that were the case. Fong Haoyu felt a surge of nervousness as they shared a comfortable silence, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. The moment he had to brake at a traffic light was particularly embarrassing. The car's brakes were exceptionally responsive, stopping almost instantaneously with the slightest touch, devoid of any jolt. The sudden halt caused Jiang Jian to press against him entirely. As he sensed the softness against his back, he could only guess what it was. Fong Haoyu's face turned a shade of crimson, more vivid than when he encountered a 0-10 teammate in a game. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. Was that intentional? Fong Haoyu chuckled awkwardly. Senior, would you believe me if I said it was an accident? I'll trust you this once. Consequently, the same scenario unfolded at the next intersection. Fong Haoyu, feeling somewhat wronged, pleaded, Senior, this truly isn't my fault. The brakes have issues. Jiang Jian's gaze held a playful glint. Junior, I understand everything. In the next moment, her body pressed against him once more, her arms encircling his waist. Fong Haoyu's body stiffened, too embarrassed to move. The softness behind him was overwhelming. This is a foul. Is there a referee around? He thought. This should suffice, right? I can focus on driving now, Jiang Jian whispered in his ear. Fong Haoyu straightened his posture, feeling even less capable of concentrating on the road. He awkwardly nodded. Why are you still waiting? The light is green. Oh, right. Before long, Fong Haoyu brought Jiang Jian to his favorite all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant. Since it was a holiday and the peak hour hadn't yet arrived, the establishment was relatively uncrowded, with only about half of the tables occupied. As a local, Fong Haoyu confidently proclaimed, if it's not delicious, you can devour me, senior. Jiang Jian chuckled lightly. You wish. Hello. To both of you. This way, please. The two individuals chose an unoccupied table and settled down. Given the self-service nature of the establishment, they were responsible for grilling their own food and procuring their desired dishes. The merit of this self-service barbecue lies in the fact that the meat is all freshly cut and devoid of modern processing. However, a downside is that the variety of side dishes may be somewhat limited, predominantly featuring meats. Nonetheless, since they were there to indulge in barbecue, it was only natural to consume a hearty amount of meat. Fong Haoyu adeptly retrieved several plates of beef along with some vegetables, and he brought over a Korean dipping sauce for his senior. Just as Jiang Jian was about to start grilling meat, Fong Haoyu interjected, Senior, allow me to take charge of the grilling. You have prepared meals for me before, and now it is time for you to witness my grilling prowess. Although Fong Haoyu's culinary skills and cooking were lacking, he was quite confident in his ability to grill. After all, he frequently visited this barbecue restaurant and had even learned some handy techniques from the staff. Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback. The junior was grilling meat for her? Ever since she entered this barbecue restaurant, it had predominantly been the junior bustling about. Now, he was even offering to grill for her. For some reason, she felt as if she were being cherished like a wife by her junior. Wait, it seemed she actually was his wife. Chapter 37. You are a fool before long. Fong Haoyu had grilled several slices of beef to perfection, thoughtfully placing them into his companion's bowl. Would you care to try? He asked. His eyes filled with eager anticipation as he gazed at the senior. Jiang Jian picked up a piece, dipped it in sauce, and gently savored the grilled meat. Upon tasting it, she was instantly captivated, her elegant brows arching in delight. She found the culinary skills of the foolish junior surprisingly commendable, though he lacked proficiency in cooking. His grilling technique was quite impressive, suggesting he had practiced diligently. Furthermore, the sauce was exceptionally delicious. She marveled at having overlooked such a hidden gem of a restaurant until now. Observing the blissful expression on her face, Fong Haoyu awaited her commendation with bated breath. Senior, how is it? He blinked fervently, desperately seeking praise. Like a child yearning for validation, his face radiated a plea for accolades. Jiang Jian nearly let out a laugh, amused by the sight of her foolish junior seeking compliments. Without hesitation, she praised him. It's delicious. You're fantastic, junior. Not everyone can grill meat this well, you know? Fong Haoyu's nose seemed to rise in pride, his face beaming with satisfaction. Indeed, indeed. To be honest, my grilling skills surpass even those of the staff here. You are truly fortunate to have me. Allow me to grill other meats for you, senior. You needn't lift a finger today. Leave it all to me. Jiang Jian smiled softly. It was evident that the psychology of men mirrored that of children. A few words of praise brightened his mood, and he was eager to showcase everything he had learned. Watching Fong Haoyu, who was grinning foolishly while grilling, she felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle his hair. He was simply too adorable. In a brief span, her bowl had filled with an array of grilled meat, while Fong Haoyu had yet to indulge himself. Your Majesty, please indulge. He gestured grandly. Jiang Jian chuckled, appreciating the thoughtfulness of her beloved fool. To her delight, the meat he grilled was indeed the best she had ever tasted. Her appetite, typically modest, seemed boundless when it came to the dishes prepared by her junior. Before long, she had polished off an entire bowl of grilled delicacies. Senior, do not move. She instinctively froze at his command. With a paper towel, Fong Haoyu dabbed the grease from the corner of her mouth. All done, he grinned. Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly. I am full now, but you haven't eaten yet, have you? Fong Haoyu nodded affirmatively. I eat quickly, so do not worry. I won't keep you waiting long. Jiang Jian shook her head with a serene smile. That is not what I meant. I meant to say it's my turn to grill for you. Fong Haoyu paused in surprise. You will grill for me, senior? He recalled having tasted her cooking before. Her culinary skills were rather impressive. He wondered if her grilling would be equally delectable. With that, Jiang Jian picked up several pieces of meat and began to grill. Though she did not frequently indulge in barbecues, her culinary skills were quite exceptional. By observing Fong Haoyu's grilling technique, she had, to some extent, grasped the essentials. Consequently, the meat she grilled was utterly delectable, perfectly cooked without a hint of charring or toughness. Would you care to try? Fong Haoyu gazed at the sizzling, oil-laden meat in the bowl, tears of joy unexpectedly streaming from his eyes. He was astonished by the senior's remarkable grilling prowess. The mere appearance of the dish promised delight. He selected the most exquisite piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and savored it. Unlike the senior, who savored her food delicately, he was less refined in his manner of eating. The barbecue prepared by his senior was a revelation. It's delicious, sweet. Perhaps it was the fact that it was cooked by his senior that filled him with a profound sense of happiness. Fong Haoyu's expression was one of pure bliss. Jiang Jian was thoroughly pleased with his reaction, realizing that her grilled meat suited his palate perfectly. Senior, this is incredible. I bet mine isn't as good. Hee hee. I was referring to your grilling, she replied. I must admit, you have quite an appetite, silly junior. Jiang Jian felt that no matter how much she grilled, the foolish junior would devour it all. He not only ate what was in his bowl, but also eyed the meat still cooking, his gluttony evident. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. Junior, are you a scoundrel? Fong Haoyu was taken aback. Huh, how did I suddenly become a scoundrel? He pondered, feeling he had not interacted with any woman aside from his senior. Could it be that she thought he was fond of men? Surely, It was due to Zhou Ziren's appearance, which might have led to a misunderstanding. Senior, I assure you, there is nothing between me and Zhou Ziren. My sexual orientation is entirely normal, he explained, a hint of grievance in his voice, with oil still lingering on his lips. This pitiful expression instantly softened Jiang Zhiyin's heart. How adorable, she thought, realizing she had mistakenly labeled him a scoundrel. With a hint of pride, she said, "Then why do you eat what's in your bowl while still watching what's in the pot?" Feng Haoyu was bewildered. "Is that enough to brand me a scoundrel? It's just that your grilled meat is so fragrant. I wanted to indulge a bit more," he replied, feeling somewhat wronged. Jiang Zhiyin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she reluctantly conceded. "I suppose I can believe you." The naive junior was simply too charming. She made a mental note to find time to playfully pinch his cheeks, curious to see what they were made of. Watching Feng Haoyu consume every last morsel of the meat she had grilled filled her with a sense of fulfillment. After all, everyone desires their creations to be acknowledged by others, and she was no exception. The junior provided her with ample emotional gratification, showering her with compliments as he ate. She nearly lost control of her rising smile. Once they finished their barbecue, the two planned to return to school. Feng Haoyu patted his pleasantly plump belly, thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Zhiyin smirked. "What's wrong? Have you eaten away your abs?" Feng Haoyu chuckled. "Nonsense. I have 9 pieces, it's just that they all come together as one." The meat grilled by the senior sister was truly delectable. Being fed felt delightful. Jiang Zhiyin shot him a glance. "Are you a pig? Do you enjoy being fed?" "I want to be the senior sister's pet." "What kind of peculiar preference is that?" "What I mean is, I wish to be the senior sister's cherished jewel." On the way back, Feng Haoyu once again experienced the softness of the senior sister. If possible, he would like to go on dates with her every day. Today should be considered a date, at least in his eyes. Upon arriving at the school gate, he said, "Senior sister, the car is yours. I still need to make a trip to the cafeteria." "All right, I'll be off then." Wait a moment, senior sister. What impression do you have of me?" Feng Haoyu stammered, as he was quite concerned about Jiang Zhiyin's perception of him. He wanted to know if he had any chance. Jiang Zhiyin couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up in a fond manner. "Haven't I told you before? You are a fool." "Huh? What does that mean?" Jiang Zhiyin raised an eyebrow, her smile gentle. "It means exactly what it says." Chapter 38. When did he start to have feelings for her? Having already obtained a marriage certificate, one would think she would have a clearer impression of him. Could she truly be so frivolous as to marry a stranger without reason? Indeed, what a fool. Feng Haoyu found himself utterly perplexed. Was it possible that in the eyes of the senior, he truly appeared as a simpleton? "I'll take my leave now, goodbye." Jiang Zhiyin waved her hand and rode off on her electric scooter, leaving Feng Haoyu alone, gazing in confusion at her departing figure. But wait, what was wrong with being a fool? The senior was clever. They complemented each other perfectly. At the very least, she must hold a favorable impression of him. With this thought, Feng Haoyu's spirits soared. He first headed to the cafeteria to buy 3 meals, knowing that his dormitory awaited 3 ravenous souls eager for his return. If he delayed any longer, his 3 sons might very well starve. Upon entering the dormitory, the moment he opened the door, 3 pairs of resentful eyes simultaneously turned toward him. As soon as they spotted the 3 meals in Feng Haoyu's hands, their expressions morphed into those of flattery. "Is that you, Dad? Please, do come in." Lin Jikai's face was brimming with sycophancy, while Zhou Ziren wore a lewd grin that made Feng Haoyu feel nauseated. As if Zhou Ziren were about to philosophize about him. "Where's my pig's trotter rice?" Zhou Ziren unusually whined. A muscular man whining. How revolting. "Don't look at my food with those eyes. This is my Huamin Kuan rice." Before long, the 3 meals were distributed among the trio. Lin Jikai's ingratiating smile quickly faded. "I was nearly starving. Where on earth have you been, son?" Feng Haoyu was speechless. What a character, eating with one hand while cursing with the other. Zhou Ziren nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you better explain yourself to your father." Yao Yutong, however, was less inquisitive than the others and refrained from asking too many questions. "In my life, I need not explain my actions to anyone," Feng Haoyu declared confidently. Lin Jikai chimed in. "Oh, so that's where all the trash went," Zhou Ziren added. "Turns out it was all packed away by Feng Haoyu. You two seem quite in sync. Why not just get together?" Feng Haoyu retorted. "Get lost. He doesn't deserve it." "Apologies, but I have no taste for sugarcane." "Who are you calling lewd?" The two engaged in their familiar banter. Suddenly, Feng Haoyu approached Yao Yutong. "Leader, you have experience in romance. Do you know how to pursue a girl?" Yao Yutong was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled. "Who do you fancy?" Feng Haoyu grinned. "Aren't you all aware?" After pondering for a moment, Yao Yutong replied, When it comes to love, one must use this. She touched her heart. With sincerity? Indeed. Yao Yutong said softly. Only true sincerity can elicit genuine affection in return. Sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon. Ling Zikai eavesdropped on their conversation. Is sincerity truly the ace up one's sleeve? I once confessed my feelings to a girl with utmost sincerity, yet I failed. Yao Yutong inquired, what did she say? She asked what I liked about her. What was your response? I said I liked her legs. Yao Yutong couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, that's not an ace. That's a blunder. Ling Zikai retorted angrily, I was in class early. You're the one messing up. Yao Yutong pointed at Ling Zikai, declaring. Here lies a cautionary tale. Fang Haoyu nodded in agreement, realizing he must be careful not to turn his aces into blunders. Ling Zikai, somewhat discontent, remarked. Perhaps the senior actually prefers someone like you, someone who makes blunders. Fang Haoyu promptly kicked Ling Zikai away, saying scram. A single dog doesn't deserve to teach me. In the girls' dormitory, something felt amiss. Very amiss. Didn't you go to the library? Why do you smell like barbecue? Yang Shaoling demanded, her cheeks puffed in anger. It seems the library has opened a new barbecue joint, Jiang Jian replied with feigned seriousness. Do I seem foolish to you? Yang Shaoling pointed to her face. Jiang Jian pretended to contemplate seriously for a moment. A little, perhaps. Jiang Jian. You're inhuman. Simply inhuman. Yang Shaoling flailed her limbs in exasperation. You don't even call me for anything anymore. Am I still not your best friend? Jiang Jian, maintaining her calm demeanor, said, calm down. It was merely a barbecue outing. Yang Shaoling feigned great sorrow. What you ate was not barbecue. It was my heart drama queen. Next time, I'll treat you. Jiang Jian replied. All right. Yang Shaoling sat up straight, adopting a dutiful demeanor. We're sisters. It's not about treating each other, but the sentiment that counts. Curiously, Yang Shaoling asked, did you go eat barbecue alone? What do you think? Jiang Jian smiled knowingly. Yang Shaoling's instincts tingled with suspicion. You didn't go with a man, did you? It can't be someone I know, can it? Not that junior, right? Jiang Jian smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. At that moment, Yang Shaoling felt as if she had embodied Sherlock Holmes, declaring, there is but one truth. The culprit who has taken Jiang away is that junior. Jiang Jian, exasperated, thought, you've truly become addicted to this charade. Is it true or not? I've forgotten. Yang Shaoling nodded with a smile. All right, I understand. When love is lost, it is simply lost. Heartbroken, she began to sing, lamenting the irretrievable heartbeat of the past. Jiang Jian teased, stop singing. No song can take us back. Jiang, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for that junior? What is your current relationship? Yang Shaoling said, sounding aggrieved. Jiang Jian spoke softly, my relationship with him is somewhat intricate. As for whether I have feelings for him, don't you already possess the answer in your heart? Yang Shaoling finally grasped the situation. If Jiang Jian harbored no feelings for the younger student, why would she engage in such lengthy conversations with him? Why would she choose to sit beside him? Why would she affectionately call him Silly Junior? Had she ever treated any boy in such a manner throughout the years? Even Song Jiaxing, who had pursued her for nearly 2 years, had not exchanged more than 5 words with her. Clearly, their relationship was far from ordinary. She should have realized this much earlier. Yang Shaoling's expression was filled with complexity. I never expected that the campus beauty, Jiang, would experience a moment of awakening. Jiang, when did you start to develop feelings for him? Yang Shaoling regarded Jiang Jian with curiosity. Jiang Jian fell into contemplation. A vivid image of a young boy surfacing in her mind, his smile radiating warmth and brightness. It must have been quite some time ago. Chapter 39, Leadership. I have realized something. I just received news that there will be a freshman cup after the National Day holiday, said Yao Yutong. Basketball? Ling Zikai inquired. Yes. Is anyone interested in participating? Yao Yutong said eagerly. It is well known that he has a profound passion for basketball. Back in high school, he played quite frequently. But since entering university, his opportunities to play have diminished significantly. Initially, he played with friends, but now that he has fewer acquaintances at university, his visits to the courts have become rare. Most boys who play basketball are quite enthusiastic about competitions. They often fantasize about being NBA players, scoring points, and collaborating with teammates to secure victories. Ling Zikai shook his head. I think I'll pass. Although I do play basketball, my physique makes me quite vulnerable. Zhou Ziran was even less likely to join. Despite his imposing stature, he had little experience with basketball and lacked the necessary physical coordination, which is crucial for the game. Yao Yutong felt a twinge of disappointment. If he were to compete, He would certainly prefer to collaborate with someone he shares a close bond with. How you? Would you like to join? Yao Yutong asked. Fang Haoyu removed his headphones, paused his typing, and displayed a puzzled expression. Huh? Where to? The Freshman Cup basketball tournament. Competing against freshmen from other colleges would be so exciting. Yao Yutong's face lit up with anticipation. Basketball. Fang Haoyu suddenly recalled his former self in high school, where he played at a team level. However, since repeating a year, he had hardly touched a basketball. His mind had been solely focused on getting into Jiang University and being with Shin Yi, gradually distancing himself from the sport. Even after the college entrance examination, he had rarely played. He had once held a deep affection for basketball, but I haven't played in a long time. I might not even make the team. Fang Haoyu hesitated. Don't worry. The selection starts after the National Day holiday, which gives us about 2 weeks for recovery training, Yao Yutong exclaimed with determination. Fang Haoyu remained uncertain, as his physical fitness was nowhere near what it once was. Stop hesitating. How could you possibly capture the attention of Jiang University's campus beauty if you just stay cooped up in your dorm? Yao Yutong said excitedly. Fang Haoyu was visibly taken aback. Yao Yutong continued, the campus beauty is likely to be drawn to someone with unique qualities. If you want her to be interested in you, you need to showcase all your shining attributes. Is that so? Fang Haoyu's interest was piqued. Yao Yutong pounded his chest and declared confidently, I met my girlfriend through basketball. She thought I looked cool playing, so she came over to give me water. And that's how we got to know each other. Listen, a man must display his strengths to capture a woman's attention. You already showcased your singing talent. Didn't the senior seem to have a fondness for you? She even invited you to duet. Fang Haoyu nodded foolishly. Is that how it works? Yao Yutong spoke earnestly. Thus, this time you should showcase your athletic prowess. Many girls are fond of boys who can play basketball, provided they are handsome and skilled. Have you grasped the essence? Fang Haoyu's eyes lit up. Leader, I have understood. So what will you do now? I will register. Precisely. After a bit of persuasion from Yao Yutong, Fang Haoyu ultimately decided to enroll. Yao Yutong patted Fang Haoyu on the shoulder. Having shared so many techniques with you, should you not take some action? Fang Haoyu gratefully replied, I will bring you lunch. Ah, a teachable spirit. Once Fang Haoyu departed, Ling Jikai immediately exposed Yao Yutong's intentions. Well, you're after CPU Haoyu, right? Even Zhou Ziren, who is rather dense, can discern that it is normal for a leader to coax an employee into working for them. Yao Yutong retorted, this is not mere coaxing. I speak from the heart. I genuinely wish to witness Haoyu's progress. After all, he cannot spend every day cooped up in the dormitory, can he? Who would be drawn to someone perpetually confined to their room? Zhou Ziren interjected. I have a feeling you're being cryptic, yet I lack proof. Ling Jikai dismissed her, saying, if Senior Jiang truly preferred athletic boys, wouldn't he, the president of the basketball club, have a better chance than Haoyu? Yao Yutong displayed an expression of clarity amidst the intoxication of the masses. No. Haoyu is different. At the very least, Senior Jiang does not harbor disdain for him and is willing to befriend him. His face nearly bears the words, I like Senior Jiang. Do you think she wouldn't notice? Ling Jikai furrowed his brow. That does seem somewhat plausible. Yao Yutong scoffed. Senior Jiang has been pursued by so many suitors. She is not foolish. She can certainly discern the difference. Previously, she was quite clear in rejecting her admirers. Why would she now allow Haoyu, whom she likes, to be her friend? Is it merely because their parents are acquainted? I think not. Ling Jikai's curiosity was piqued. Then what is the reason? Yao Yutong replied. It is because Senior Jiang must have feelings for Haoyu. Are you really that dense? Would you become good friends with someone you do not like, but who is infatuated with you? Ling Jikai pondered for a moment. Perhaps I would. Yao Yutong exclaimed. Then you are merely fishing. Cast him aside. We do not need any scoundrels. Ling Jikai countered. But what if Senior Jiang is the one to be avoided? Yao Yutong responded sharply. If she were a scoundrel, she would not have rebuffed so many suitors, would she? How many boys have begged to offer her gifts? Would she accept? Zhou Ziren chimed in. I have always believed the leader is right. Let us first rid ourselves of that scoundrel. Indeed, like sugar canes. He may appear sweet but is hollow within. Ling Jikai smirked. No, I was merely jesting. How could I be a scoundrel? However, I must admit, the leader does have a point. Yao Yutong raised an eyebrow. Do you also aspire to improve? Ling Jikai, with a fawning smile, said, Leader, I am eager to improve myself. I yearn for an impassioned romance. Do you think I have a chance? Yao Yutong replied coolly. Although you are quite slender, your audacity may indeed enable you to find a girlfriend. Zhou Ziren, on the other hand, adopted a more laid-back attitude. If I can find someone, I will. If not, then so be it, he said nonchalantly. I am off to pursue the latest anime. Intrigued, Ling Jikai leaned in, asking, what anime is this? The Allure of 2. 5D? It seems quite captivating. I want to watch it too. At that moment, Fong Haoyu returned with a meal for Yao Yutong. Even Ganja has begun following anime now. By the way, leader, when shall we commence our recovery training? Fong Haoyu inquired, his eagerness to showcase a different side of himself on the court palpable. Yao Yutong replied calmly, there is no time to waste. Let us begin tonight. Chapter 40. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Why not go for a morning run? Because I can't get up. A reasonable point, Fong Haoyu readily agreed. They had early classes 5 days a week. And on days when they had to run in the morning, they would need to rise by 6 o'clock. How was that different from high school? If waking up for 8 o'clock was a struggle, waking at 6 was utterly impossible. Would you two like to join me for a run? Fong Haoyu inquired. We're not participating in any competition, Ling Jikai replied. It could improve our physical fitness, Fong Haoyu countered. Ling Jikai exclaimed, no, I want to watch anime with Zhou Ziren. This show is quite addictive, and the male lead is just like me. Fong Haoyu was taken aback. Yao Yutong chuckled, don't mind them, we can run on our own. Fong Haoyu nodded, all right then. He sat down and suddenly had a thought. He promptly sent a message to Senior Hai Jian. Knowledge explosion. Senior, would you like to join me for a run? I could treat you to a cup of milk tea. He had not seen the senior in a long time and was curious whether he would be willing to run together, as it would also provide an opportunity to get acquainted. Hai Jian, you're going for a run? Knowledge explosion. Yes, I'm participating in the freshman cup. I haven't exercised in a while, so I consider this a rehabilitation training. Do you play basketball? We could play together next time. Hai Jian, I don't play basketball. I'll pass on the running. Knowledge explosion. All right, if you have time, let me know, and I'll treat you to a meal at the school canteen. Hai Jian, there will be opportunities. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Jiyin rested her chin on her hands, her cheeks puffed adorably. She had previously run often, aiming to enhance her physical fitness. However, she had become quite lazy lately and had hardly visited the track. For some reason, she suddenly felt the urge to run. Initially, it was for the sake of fitness. Now, perhaps it was to see someone she wished to meet every day. Yang Xiaoling noticed Jiang Jiyin's unusual demeanor. What are you thinking about? I miss him, Jiang Jiyin replied. Yang Xiaoling's expression stiffened. I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. As dusk approached, Fong Haoyu finished typing the 4,000 words he had updated today and changed into shorts and basketball shoes. Let's go, he said. The two made their way to the school track. It must be said, the evening atmosphere on the track indeed exuded a sense of youth. The grassy area in the middle was filled with couples engaged in conversation, while many others were jogging along the path. The last time Fong Haoyu had been here was during military training. Let us start with some warm-ups, Yao Yutong reminded. After Fong Haoyu snapped back to reality, he began stretching alongside Yao Yutong. How long do you plan to run today? She asked. About half an hour. Although it's been a while since I last ran. My endurance was always my pride, Fong Haoyu replied confidently. I don't believe it, Yao Yutong said skeptically. If I can't run the distance, I'll be your son, Fong Haoyu declared, his competitive spirit ignited. After warming up for 2.5 minutes, the two individuals began to run. Initially, they ran side by side. However, it wasn't long before Fong Haoyu fell behind, already gasping for breath. Having not exercised for an extended period, his stamina had diminished considerably. A sudden return to physical activity after a long hiatus often results in such exhaustion. Merely 10 minutes into the run, Fong Haoyu felt utterly spent. Yet, driven by sheer determination, he pressed on. He had just declared that anything less than 30 minutes would be disgraceful. If his supervisor were to witness his struggle after only 10 minutes, where would he find the courage to face them? Fortunately, equipped with Bluetooth headphones, he was able to listen to music, which effectively diverted his attention and allowed him to push a little further. I can't go on. I need to rest, he thought. His face etched with agony. Squatting on the ground, he gasped for air, feeling as though his lungs might burst. Can't go on. A voice tinged with playful amusement broke through his thoughts. Lifting his head, he was greeted by the sight of the person he had longed for. Senior? Jiang Jiyan, clad in a black athletic ensemble and wearing a cap, stood before him. Had it not been for the familiar scent that enveloped her, he might not have recognized her at first glance. A teasing smile graced her lips as she remarked, Silly Junior. You're already struggling after just a few minutes of my company. Fong Haoyu's face flushed crimson. No, I'm not, he protested. I've been here for quite some time. Right? Jiang Jian replied with a smirk. So, who was warming up over there just now? Fang Haoyu turned his head away, feeling a pang of guilt. Perhaps it was my long-lost brother, he mumbled. Silly Junior, when did you develop a split personality? Jiang Jian teased further. So, can you keep up, huh? Who can't keep up? I can definitely do this. Fang Haoyu exclaimed, rising to his feet, eager to prove himself. Then you better keep up with me. Let us go. He thought, determined not to embarrass himself in front of her. He wanted to demonstrate just how formidable he could be. Thus, they resumed running side by side. Although Jiang Jian had not been running much lately, she was still active. In contrast, Fang Haoyu had hardly exercised for nearly a year. Consequently, her endurance far surpassed his. In truth, Fang Haoyu was beginning to struggle, relying solely on willpower to persevere. The most significant hurdle was his reluctance to breathe heavily in her presence. He simply did not want to appear weak. He had originally hoped to showcase his athletic prowess at the freshman competition, but it seemed that Jiang Jian was already outperforming him in that regard. How embarrassing. However, this only served to ignite his competitive spirit. He managed to endure for 30 minutes, but as soon as he finished, he collapsed onto the ground. Senior, I can't go on. Fang Haoyu exclaimed. His face a mask of pain, unable to conceal his expression any longer, drenched in sweat. Jiang Jian's perspiration dampened her hair, and tiny droplets of water trickled down her cheeks, which bore a faint blush. Fang Haoyu gazed at her intently, his heart racing uncontrollably. She is beautiful. She took a seat beside Fang Haoyu and casually inquired, What brings you to run? Fang Haoyu explained, I am preparing for the freshman cup. He then posed a counter question. And what about you, senior? Why are you running? Jiang Jian flashed a mischievous smile, for the fool. Fang Haoyu couldn't help but feel a rush of embarrassment. Senior, please don't tease me. Are you admitting that you are the fool? You are setting me up again. If I am a fool, then you must be the villain. Jiang Jian smirked. Indeed, I am the villain, but that is still better than being a fool. Senior, the moon is particularly round tonight. Yes, the moonlight is exquisite this evening. Nearby, Yao Yutong observed the two in the center of the playground, her face adorned with a knowing smile. Chapter 41 Why didn't you wait for me to return to the dormitory on my own, leader? Upon arriving back at the dorm, Fang Haoyu's first action was to interrogate Yao Yutong. With a mysterious smile, Yao Yutong replied, Still pretending? Am I not allowed to stay out if not to watch you flaunt your affection? Fang Haoyu felt a pang of guilt, unable to deny the truth. Don't say that. It was merely a chance encounter. Yao Yutong's smile widened. A chance encounter? I understand completely. Rest assured, I shan't divulge your secret. Fang Haoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the senior likely preferred to keep her evening jogging habit under wraps. After all, a sudden influx of people joining her nightly run could disrupt their private moments together. How long did you run today? 30 minutes, he replied, proudly brandishing his phone to showcase the evidence. Impressive, indeed. But you shall feel the repercussions come morning, Yao Yutong teased with a mischievous grin. Fang Haoyu's expression darkened. He was well aware of the impending muscle soreness from such an abrupt return to vigorous exercise. Yet, he recognized this as a necessary ordeal. I initially thought you would only manage 10 minutes at most. It seems I underestimated you, Yao Yutong remarked, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. In truth, had it not been for her unexpected appearance, Fang Haoyu might not have persevered to the 30-minute mark. During those first few minutes, he had nearly succumbed to exhaustion, contemplating surrender. Of course, I am the mightiest man. After all, he declared. Let us hope you do not vocalize your struggles upon waking. Impossible, Fang Haoyu retorted confidently. Meanwhile, the other two were engrossed in an anime together. Zhou Ziran and Ling Jikai sat side by side, each wearing a headphone. This is quite good. I like it, one remarked. And this one is my wife, the other countered. Isn't your wife Sanjiu? They are all mine. With a sigh, Fang Haoyu observed how much like a couple these two had become. After showering, he decided to send a message to the senior. Clumsy Junior. Senior, are you asleep? Wise Senior. What do you think? I just showered, and my hair is still damp. Clumsy Junior. Why not use a dryer? Wise Senior. Because high-powered appliances are not permitted. Clumsy Junior. Senior, may I join you for jogging in the future? As soon as he sent the message, his face flushed with embarrassment. He was uncertain whether she enjoyed running alone. Jiang Jian, glancing at the message from the Clumsy Junior, felt a smile tug at her lips. Want to run with me? Wise Senior. Beg me. Clumsy Junior. Senior, I beg you. Wise Senior. Since you have earnestly pleaded, I shall graciously agree. Yay. Fang Haoyu was elated. This meant he would be able to see the senior every day. Moreover, they would have the chance to converse. Imagining the scene of the two of them sitting together under the moonlight that evening, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. At this moment, Jiang Jian's complexion was slightly flushed. The prospect of meeting the foolish junior every day to enjoy the night scenery thrilled her. Yang Shaoling, astonished, exclaimed, "Jiang Jiang, you are actually blushing." She was at a loss for words, having never witnessed Jiang Jian's cheeks redden before. Although her face betrayed a rosy hue, Jiang Jian maintained her facade of composure, replying, "Is it? Perhaps it's just the heat." Yang Shaoling, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "The air conditioning is set to such a low temperature. And you dare claim it's hot? Do you take me for a fool?" The illustrious campus beauty of Jiang University, the icy goddess. The aloof senior, who would have thought she could blush? As her close friend, Yang Shaoling had never seen such a sight. Countless suitors had professed their affections for Jiang Jian, and each time she had rejected them with calmness, never once appearing shy. Yet today, she had blushed and been caught in the act. Who could it be? Is it that junior? Yang Shaoling interrogated. Jiang Jian took out a mirror to inspect her face, wondering if the redness was indeed so conspicuous. It seemed she was slightly flushed after all. Yang Shaoling, nearly beside herself, pleaded, "Can you please focus on me?" Jiang Jian, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" Yang Shaoling, on the verge of tears, lamented, "You've changed. Your heart is so cold." Jiang Jian rolled her eyes. "All right, enough of the theatrics. You just want to gossip, don't you? So is it that junior?" Yang Shaoling pressed. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You ask as if you don't already know." Yang Shaoling let out a wail resembling that of a forlorn single person. "Ah, I could just devour you both." "Are you together?" Jiang Jian inquired. "What do you mean by together?" "I mean, have you confirmed your relationship? Are you dating?" "Not yet," Jiang Jian denied. For the junior had not yet formally confessed to her. They could hardly be considered a couple, but perhaps they could be likened to a married couple. Was it not normal for spouses to not have dated yet? Yang Shaoling pouted. "Your romance is already bothering me. And you haven't even started dating yet? If this is what it's like before you're dating, what will it be like after? Child, you are invincible." The following morning, as Fang Haoyu rose from his bed, he lamented in agony, "Oh, my father is in pain. Had he known the price of vanity, he would have acted differently." His entire body ached, particularly his calves and thighs. Yao Yutong teased, "It seems our dormitory has acquired a new human alarm clock these past few days. Hurry up. We have class to attend. Early morning classes await." Fang Haoyu was in immense discomfort, especially when descending the stairs. Each step felt torturous. To make matters worse, several of his peers were nearby. Ling Jikai grinned mischievously, occasionally kicking his calf. "I'm off to early class. Don't mess with me. Call me father." Taking advantage of the situation, "I have no son like you." During class time, Fang Haoyu had grown accustomed to messaging his senior. Previously, he would only send a message every few days. Now he has developed a rather audacious demeanor. "Good morning, senior. Do you have no classes, senior? Have you eaten, senior?" He behaves much like an ardent admirer, yet he revels in it. Although he initiates all the messages, the senior responds to each one, ensuring he feels no sense of defeat that would deter him from reaching out again. As a typical Aquarius, he possesses a certain stubbornness in his speech. If others fail to reply to his messages, he tends to withdraw. However, the senior is different. No matter what he sends, she always replies. In truth, even if she did not respond, he would still message her. There is no other reason. It is simply because he harbors feelings for her. The foolish junior. "Senior, class is so dull. Your class is interesting. When can you teach me again?" In the dormitory, Jiang Jian's lips curled slightly, revealing an enchanting smile. The clever senior. "Then you must plead with me." Chapter 42. Club recruitment. Fang Haoyu let out a derisive laugh. "Please, I beg you." The earnestness of a young man born amidst the vastness of heaven and earth could hardly be undermined. The foolish junior responded, "I truly beseech you." Yet, on the other hand, it must be said that the ability to bend and endure is the hallmark of a true gentleman. After all, this was not his first time imploring the senior. In pursuit of solitary moments with her, he was willing to sacrifice his pride. The astute senior replied, "Make sure to rise promptly at dawn and come to the library on Saturday mornings." He eagerly agreed, his face illuminated with excitement, though it required awakening on a weekend. What did it matter? It was merely an early rise. For the sake of the senior, he would forego sleep entirely. Beside him, Ling Jikai observed Fang Haoyu's foolish grin with a mixture of complexity. This child was beyond saving. Before long, the morning classes concluded. It was already the fourth week of the semester, and many clubs had commenced their recruitment drives. Upon entering university, one encounters a plethora of clubs. However, Fong Haoyu harbored little interest in such organizations. He believed that the time spent participating in clubs would be better devoted to penning additional chapters for his readers. Although he did not intend to join any clubs, he still wished to partake in the lively atmosphere. Upon arriving at the recruitment venue, he found a throng of individuals. Numerous clubs were present. The four members from dormitory 3357 wandered through the crowd together. Wow, there's Yunli. Zhou Ziren's sharp eyes quickly spotted the anime club's recruitment booth, which was adorned with several cosplaying seniors. Among them was Sanjiu, Zhou Ziren's favorite. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had encountered a long-lost organization. Brothers, I must take my leave. You can explore as you wish. I am off to pursue my happiness. Once Zhou Ziren departed, only the three of them remained. Ling Zikai remarked nonchalantly, this aligns perfectly with his interests. Curiously, Fong Haoyu inquired, why aren't you going? Haven't you been following the latest series? With a mischievous grin, Ling Zikai replied, no rush, I'll go later. I wish to browse a bit first. Why? You shall find out soon enough. Indeed. It was not long before Fong Haoyu understood Ling Zikai's intentions. As the three of them meandered through the recruitment area, several enthusiastic seniors called out to them. Junior, come here. Our club has plenty of fun activities. Join the dance club. We have numerous lovely seniors. Come to the esports club. We have many beautiful seniors waiting for you to help them climb ranks. A constant smile adorned Ling Zikai's face as he navigated between the various club representatives, thoroughly enjoying the interactions with the seniors. Senior, I need to think it over. Let us exchange WeChat. I'll let you know once I've made my decision. Through this method, Ling Zikai managed to connect with nearly 10 seniors. Fong Haoyu and Yao Yutong could not help but give him a thumbs up. You're incredible! Fong Haoyu exclaimed. It seems that you're quite clever after all. He marveled at Ling Zikai's cunning intellect. To think one could connect with so many senior sisters in such a manner. Ling Zikai exclaimed proudly, would you like me to recommend a few to you? Rest assured. The quality of these senior sisters I've added is exceptionally high. He was not lying. Most clubs had dispatched their most attractive members to recruit newcomers. Thus, the senior sisters Ling Zikai befriended were indeed of high caliber. No, I don't want any. I already have a girlfriend, Yao Yutong decisively declined. Ling Zikai then turned to Fong Haoyu. Fong Haoyu waved his hand dismissively. Keep them for yourself. I already have a senior sister. His affections were solely reserved for an intelligent senior sister, making it impossible for him to pursue others. Then these senior sisters are all mine, Ling Zikai proclaimed. Yao Yutong retorted sharply, just because you added them as friends doesn't mean you've become their boyfriend. Besides, whether you dare to message them is still uncertain. Ling Zikai scoffed, who wouldn't dare? You're just envious. Enough of this, my mission is accomplished. I must go find beautiful cosplaying senior sisters in the anime club. After Ling Zikai left, Fong Haoyu inquired, Leader, which club do you intend to join? The basketball club, Yao Yutong replied. Fong Haoyu nodded. Yao Yutong had always enjoyed playing basketball, so her choice seemed natural. Where do you plan to go? Fong Haoyu smiled. I'm just here for the excitement. I probably won't join any club. He had turned down numerous senior sisters who approached him earlier. Clubs would only hinder his pursuit of senior sisters. The reason he refrained from running for class officer or joining a club was to enjoy a more relaxed college life. Fong Haoyu followed Yao Yutong to the basketball club. To his surprise, someone was cosplaying as Kuan Kuan there. The club was even playing GNI Tai Mei, Kuan Kuan's famed song. Remarkably, this cosplayer was dancing energetically. As he walked in, the lyrics made him feel exhilarated. One must admit, the creativity displayed by these clubs in recruitment was impressive. While Yao Yutong explored the basketball club, Fong Haoyu curiously made his way to the anime club's recruitment point, eager to see if the two had signed up. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback. As he maneuvered through the crowd and reached the anime club's recruitment area, he immediately spotted Zhou Ziren, who was already integrating into the group. He had even begun showcasing his talents. He danced various otaku dances with remarkable ease. Fong Haoyu could understand, after all. Zhou Ziren's performance during military training had already captivated many. Wasn't it easier to perform simple dances? A throng of cosplaying senior sisters cheered enthusiastically for him. And what of Ling Zikai? A glance revealed him attempting to learn an otaku dance from a cosplaying senior sister. He longed to be admired by the anime club's sisters, compelling him to join in the live dance instruction. Yet, even the simplest moves eluded him, causing him to stumble. Nevertheless, it appeared they were all having a splendid time. Fong Haoyu chuckled. He had chosen not to participate in any club. The day's recruitment had come to a close. All the residents of dormitory 3357 have returned to their quarters. What about you? Which club have you joined? Zhou Ziren. Naturally, I have joined the anime club. Ling Jikai. I have as well. Are we not giving any response to the other senior sisters? Fong Haoyu teased. The senior sisters of the anime club are simply too alluring. I confess, I have no resistance against the beautiful senior sisters who can cosplay from now on. I shall embrace my identity as a slender homebody. Yao Yutong. I have joined the basketball club. Ling Jikai curiously inquired. How you? Which club have you joined? I haven't joined any. I find myself in a state of leisurely unemployment, Fong Haoyu replied. Why not join? Is there nothing that piques your interest? It's not that. I actually have a fondness for the singing club. So, why not go? Because I am rather lazy. Fong Haoyu chuckled. He initially intended to ask which club the senior sisters belonged to, but upon reflection, he realized that since they're in their third year, most have likely already left their clubs, leaving him with little desire to join any. Fong Haoyu glanced at today's date. It seemed he recalled something. Isn't the birthday of our clever senior sister approaching? Chapter 43. Preparing a gift. Fong Haoyu vaguely remembered that his senior's birthday seemed to fall at the beginning of October. With the end of September fast approaching, he reflected on how he had acquired this knowledge. It was inscribed upon their marriage certificate. He retrieved his phone and began to browse through his photo album. Although the marriage certificate was stored at home, he had taken a photograph of it, as he did with most essential documents, to safeguard against any potential loss of information. Before long, he located the date of his senior's birthday. Indeed, he had not erred. It was scheduled for October 5th. Fong Haoyu firmly committed this date to memory. Fortunately, he had not joined any clubs, leaving him with ample time to prepare a thoughtful gift for her. However, he remained uncertain about what to present. He yearned to bestow a gift imbued with genuine sentiment. Hey, are you playing any games? Ling Jikai inquired. Fong Haoyu shook his head and absent-mindedly replied, not for now. All right then, Ling Jikai responded without pressing further. Why not ask her if she needs anything? Wouldn't that be too obvious? He was keen to avoid revealing his intentions, wishing to orchestrate a surprise. Perhaps a subtle inquiry would go unnoticed. After all, he considered himself quite clever. Hey, senior, is there anything you particularly desire? He texted. Why do you ask? Came the clever reply. Are you planning to give me a gift? Of course not. Just a casual question. Haha. Fong Haoyu felt a pang of guilt at his clumsiness. Was it that obvious? Although he had heard that one tends to act foolishly when in love. He hadn't even begun the journey yet. Had he truly become foolish? Or was his senior simply too astute? Jiang Jian observed her phone with a playful expression, unable to suppress a laugh. This foolish junior was indeed endearingly naive. I don't really want anything. I already have most things I desire, Jiang Jian replied honestly. Coming from a well-off family, she could afford nearly everything on her wish list, and she held little interest in extravagant luxury items. Thus, her statement rang true. Fong Haoyu realized he could not press any further. Doing so would undoubtedly expose his intentions. He opened his senior's moments, hoping to find some inspiration. However, her social media was almost devoid of content. There wasn't even a single selfie. Fong Haoyu's expression grew complex. No wonder people referred to her as the aloof goddess. She hardly shared anything online. Were he so attractive, he would be eager to post daily. He slumped in his chair, conceding, forget it. I'll just listen to some music. He pulled out his phone, donned his Bluetooth headphones, and intended to select a song. Just as he settled on Jay Chou's Dandelion's Promise, a notification popped up on the music app, indicating that one of his friends particularly enjoyed that song. The profile picture looked strikingly familiar. Instinctively, he clicked on it. Was this a senior's account? Was big data truly this formidable? Fong Haoyu often encounters such news. Many contemporary software applications operate this way. Your playlist bears an 80% similarity to that of a friend, surpassing. Fong Haoyu was momentarily taken aback. How could his playlist be so remarkably aligned with that of his senior? The capabilities of big data are astonishing. Can it truly make such comparisons? Yet, he sensed a glimmer of inspiration emerging from this revelation. Upon perusing his own playlist, he realized that the majority of the songs were by Jay Chou. This suggests that at least half of the senior's playlist consists of Jay Chou's music. Recalling that just before sleeping, the senior had requested he sing Dandelion's Promise. He became increasingly convinced. The senior is undoubtedly a fan of Jay Chou, and so is he. Thus, he can certainly leverage this connection. Focusing on the senior's preferences is undoubtedly a prudent approach. At that moment, Fong Haoyu felt like a genius. I am practically the reincarnation of Einstein. He is certainly not the foolish junior anymore. From this moment forth, he is the astute junior. He promptly began searching for Jay Chou's albums and other related items. However, a thought crossed his mind. The senior is well off. She must have purchased these items herself. Just when he felt clever, Fong Haoyu's enthusiasm waned. Yao Yutong noticed his fluctuating emotions, oscillating between joy and sadness, and inquired curiously, Haoyu, what are you up to? With a troubled expression, Fong Haoyu replied, I am pondering what birthday gift to give her. Yao Yutong instantly understood. So that was the case. Fong Haoyu continued, but it seems she lacks nothing. Yao Yutong earnestly remarked, in truth, the gift itself is not what matters. It is the sentiment behind it that counts. While that may be true, he yearned to present her with something exceptional. He did not wish for his gift to be something others had already bestowed upon her. He desired to give her something truly unique. Fong Haoyu stated calmly. Yao Yutong contemplated for a moment, considering the notion of uniqueness. In fact, there are many things that are one of a kind. They need not be tangible items, but could also be experiences or feelings. Fong Haoyu nodded, half comprehending. Are you suggesting I offer my first kiss to the senior? Yao Yutong shot him a disapproving glance. Child, you are insufferable. Fong Haoyu chuckled, clarifying, I was merely jesting. I wouldn't dare do as the senior requests. Nevertheless, your words carry some weight. I seem to have formulated an idea. Yao Yutong nodded in satisfaction. Disciple, do not disappoint your master. Avoid becoming like the other two singletons in the dormitory. Fong Haoyu nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. Achoo. Ling Jikai sniffed. Who is insulting me? Zhou Ziran mocked. It's because you've rewarded yourself too much. Your constitution is weak. Haha. Achoo. Ling Jikai's large, expressive eyes reflected his bewilderment. My apologies. I spoke rather loudly just now. Zhou Ziran offered an awkward smile. At this point, Fong Haoyu had conceived an idea. Though he remained uncertain about its feasibility, he stepped out of the dormitory and into the corridor to call his dear friend Huang Jianfeng. Hello? B. Are you busy right now? Fong Haoyu inquired. Not at the moment. What's up? You called suddenly, Huang Jianfeng replied. Could you do me a favor and help me snag some tickets for the concert? Concert? Which one? Jay Chou's. Just one? Two. Huang Jianfeng, puzzled, asked. Two? Who are you going with? Shen Yi. Fong Haoyu quickly added. It's impossible to go with her. We're no longer in a relationship. Don't you frequently attend concerts? Don't you have a script for ticket purchases? Huang Jianfeng confirmed. I do, but there's no guarantee of success. The ticket market is quite murky. It's complicated to explain. What price range are you looking for? Around 2,000, preferably closer to the front. For the October concert in the Mountain City. All right, if I manage to get them, I'll let you know. But fair warning. Most of the closer tickets are reserved for insiders. You might only be able to get something midway, which is still quite good. At least you'll have a chance to interact with Jay Chou. That's sufficient. I appreciate it. No worries. We're buddies. The ticket purchasing window is just a few days. In truth, the time was quite pressing. Fong Haoyu promptly transferred 5,000 yuan to Huang Jianfeng, money he had earned from writing recently. He had always wished to attend Jay Chou's concert since his graduation, but he had envisioned going with someone he cherished. At that time, he had hoped to go with Shen Yi, believing they would be together. However, that dream was dashed when he faced rejection. Now, he merely hoped Huang Jianfeng would come through and avoid any unforeseen mishaps. As evening arrived, Fong Haoyu had arranged to go jogging with his senior. Jiang Jian smiled slightly. Silly junior, are you planning to surprise me with a gift? Fong Haoyu, feeling guilty, replied, Of course not. I don't even remember your birthday. With a mischievous grin. Jiang Jian teased, but I never mentioned it was a birthday gift. Are you secretly planning to give me a surprise? Chapter 44, The Complications of Affection. Fong Haoyu, feeling a twinge of guilt at being so easily guessed, remarked, What surprise? I'm just a straightforward guy. Jiang Jian responded with a sweet smile. That's true. You were rather foolish. How could you possibly prepare a surprise? Though she said this, she had already formed her own conclusions. She merely wished to give the naive junior a chance to redeem himself. Senior, with the holidays approaching, do you have any plans for where to go? Fong Haoyu inquired cautiously. Jiang Jian shook her head. Not yet. I have no arrangements. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow. Are you hoping to invite me out? Fong Haoyu was taken aback. Is my intent so transparent? Could it be that senior possesses mind-reading abilities? Fong Haoyu felt a bit shy. About to speak when Jiang Jian interrupted. I accept. Accept what? Fong Haoyu was momentarily stunned. Accept the invitation to go on a date with you, Jiang Jian said. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Feng Haoyu felt a surge of excitement. Really? Indeed. For the entire holiday? Jiang Ziyin playfully flicked his forehead, her expression filled with affection. I'll be at our future home. You can come over any time. Feng Haoyu was momentarily lost in thought. What's wrong? It's time to run. Oh, right. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Ziyin would agree so readily. Did this mean he could continue staying with her during the National Day holiday? As for returning home, his father would surely prefer he didn't come back. If he did, he might even be sent away by his father. Besides, his father had provided him with such a wonderful opportunity. Returning home would be wasting his father's good intentions. Today, Feng Haoyu found himself slightly more invigorated than the day before, no longer so fatigued that he could barely speak. Senior, may I stay with you during the holidays? He scratched his head sheepishly. What's this? You're not becoming enamored with me, are you? Jiang Ziyin teased. Feng Haoyu was momentarily taken aback. Initially, it was Jiang Ziyin who had insisted he share a bed with her. Who would have thought the tables would turn? Yet now, he was the one who harbored feelings for her, and he didn't mind being a bit humble. Feeling aggrieved, Feng Haoyu explained. It's mainly that my dad won't let me go home, so I thought I could stay at your place for a few days. To his credit, his acting skills were quite commendable at such crucial moments, his big, pitiful eyes fixed on her. Please, senior. Jiang Ziyin found his expression adorable and couldn't help but laugh. Didn't I say you could come anytime? Do your parents know you're being so affectionate with someone outside? Feng Haoyu retorted. I'm not being affectionate, is that not so? Then what is? Feigning vulnerability. Feng Haoyu pleaded. Senior, I beg you. That is being affectionate. Wait, did you record that? Jiang Ziyin could no longer suppress her smile. Her phone having already anticipated the moment and captured the entirety of Feng Haoyu's endearing display. Feng Haoyu wore a pained expression. Senior, let's speak amicably. Could you possibly delete that video? If it gets out, I might as well lose my face. Jiang Ziyin seemed oblivious to Feng Haoyu's plea as she opened the video. Please, senior, Feng Haoyu murmured. Jiang Ziyin, propping her chin with one hand, smiled playfully. You beg me. At that moment, Feng Haoyu wished he could vanish into a hole. Who was it that labeled her as the aloof senior? This was what they called high and cold? He felt utterly foolish. Look at the moon. Feng Haoyu attempted to divert the conversation. If you beg me, I might take a look. I implore you. Just a cursory glance, please. The moon is quite round today. Time passed swiftly, and soon the National Day holiday arrived. A 7-day break. Where are you all planning to go? Feng Haoyu inquired. Yao Yutong replied nonchalantly. My girlfriend is on vacation, so I'll take her around our school for a couple of days. Then we'll explore Jiangqing. Ling Zikai added. I should head home. It's been a month since I last visited, and I wish to see my family. Zhou Ziren also expressed a desire to return home. Though they all aspired to study away during their application process, it was only after leaving that they realized the joy of studying locally. With the ability to return home at any time, provided, of course, that one maintained a good relationship with their parents. As the holiday commenced, Feng Haoyu found himself alone in the dormitory. He sighed. It seemed everyone was busy, even his father was off pursuing his own love life. Just as he prepared to leave, Yao Yutong suddenly returned to the dorm. Why are you back? I forgot my student ID. It's essential for discounts, she chuckled. Where are you headed? Feng Haoyu replied with a nonchalant smile. Of course, I'm off to chase love. Do you have any tips to impart, leader? After pondering for a moment, Yao Yutong finally said, practice more in the kitchen. What do you mean? Feng Haoyu asked, puzzled. Yao Yutong reiterated, don't you understand? I mean practice love. The more you engage, the more you learn. Don't let your father down. Feng Haoyu remained silent. After Yao Yutong departed, Feng Haoyu made his way straight to the senioress dormitory. Are you going home? Shun Yu asked, curious. Shun Yi wore a complex expression. I'm not quite sure yet. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of one person, Feng Haoyu, the one she had previously rejected. For reasons unknown, ever since their last encounter, he had occupied her thoughts incessantly. She couldn't fathom the nature of Jiang Ziyin's relationship with him. During the welcome party, their duet on stage had struck her heart with a pang of pain, as if something profoundly significant had been lost. Memories of Feng Haoyu from high school flooded her mind. He had shown her immense kindness, attending to her every need. She had even promised that once they both got accepted into the same university, they would be together. However, she soon found herself filled with regret. After entering university, she became the belle of the finance department, attracting the attention of various suitors daily. This newfound admiration began to waver her once steadfast heart. Unable to restrain herself, She reached out to Fong Haoyu, only to discover she had been blocked. This revelation shattered her composure. Yeah. I seem to have lost the one who cared for me the most, Shen lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She collapsed into Qinyu's embrace, who gently patted her back, offering soft words of comfort. What troubles you, Yi? Why haven't you mentioned this to me before? You can confide in me, and I will gladly help you find a solution. Shen sobbed. I rejected the boy who loved me the most. Seeing him with other girls fills my heart with unbearable anguish. Qinyue had never heard Shen speak of this matter before, and it took her a moment to process the implications. Thus, her dear friend had spurned one, only to realize her affections lay elsewhere. Yet that someone no longer held feelings for her. Upon comprehending the situation, Qinyue's expression became notably complex. Clearly, this dilemma stemmed from her friend's choices. After all, one cannot expect continued affection from someone they have rejected. Chapter 45. Really? Are you serious? However, she is still my close friend. Qinyue will surely come up with ideas to assist her. Does he have a girlfriend now? Qinyue inquired. He shouldn't have one yet. I had someone check his social media, and he hasn't made any official announcement. Shen replied, her voice tinged with grievance. He once told me that if he were to start dating, he would definitely post about it, letting everyone know he has a significant other. Qinyue sighed in relief. Why be sad if he is single? Has he had feelings for you for a long time? Almost 4 years now, Shen admitted. Qinyue responded nonchalantly. If he has liked you for 4 years, he cannot simply forget you. You must still hold a place in his heart. Really? Is that true? Shen asked, her hope rekindled. Qinyue smiled reassuringly. Have faith in your beauty. You are the belle of the department. How many men have shown interest in you? As the saying goes, a man chases a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through thin veils, especially for someone as stunning as you. Furthermore, you were his first love. The girl he adored in high school will always occupy a significant part of his heart. Encouraged by Qinyue's words, Shen began to regain her confidence. Yet, the thought of Jiang Ziyan's beauty made her hesitate. What if I'm not as pretty as that woman? Qinyue laughed. Are you joking? Is that woman Jiang Ziyan? That cannot be the case. Even if she is more attractive, you have spent 3 years with him in high school. You have your advantages. As for Jiang Ziyan, I doubt she would have feelings for a boy. Have you forgotten her personality? She would have had a boyfriend long ago if that were the case. Shen found her reasoning quite sound. Although Fong Haoyu seemed to have some connection with Jiang Ziyan, it was unlikely they would end up together. Jiang Ziyan was the epitome of an ice queen. If she liked boys, she would have already been in a relationship. Moreover, if Fong Haoyu truly were with Jiang Ziyan, he would have announced it by now. Thus, she still had a chance. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Shen asked, So, what should I do now? Qinyue contemplated for a moment. I think you need to be more proactive now, have a thicker skin. After all, you were the one who rejected him initially, and now you find yourself in a passive position. You only need to rekindle the feelings he has for you, and the power will shift back into your hands. Be bold now and send him a friend request. Shen nodded earnestly and decisively sent a friend request. Senior, please open the door. It's me. Fong Haoyu shouted at the entrance. Jiang Ziyan replied flatly. Who are you? You're silly junior, he responded. The door clicked open. Jiang Ziyan chuckled. If I had known it was a silly one, I would have opened it sooner. As soon as he entered, Fong Haoyu instinctively glanced down. Jiang Ziyan was dressed in shorts at home, revealing her fair and slender legs. What are you looking at? Jiang Ziyan asked, her cheeks flushed. Nothing. Fong Haoyu feigned ignorance. Do I look good? Quite good, he replied. Jiang Ziyan's charming visage bore a hint of playful mischief. If it's pleasing to the eye, then gaze a little longer. Why pretend to be a paragon of virtue? Fong Haoyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Well then, I shall not hold back. Oh really? You truly are looking. Did you not invite me to look? Less chatter. I do not eat beef. Prepare to meet your demise. Senior, I was wrong. Ouch. Do not pinch my waist. Moments later, Fong Haoyu slumped on the sofa, clutching his waist, his expression a tableau of agony. Why are you holding your kidney? Is there something wrong? Of course not. This is my waist. My kidneys are perfectly fine. Fong Haoyu retorted. Every time he found himself alone with his senior, he felt as though she transformed into an entirely different person. At school, whether alone or in the company of others, she exuded an air of aloofness. Yet, when they were in solitude, she relished in teasing him mercilessly. Why do you always pick on me? Because you appear so honest. Should honest individuals be bullied? They should not, but I shall bully you regardless. Jiang Ziyan placed her hands on her hips, her face adorned with a proud expression. A devil. What did you say? A devilishly attractive figure, I meant to say, senior, your physique is quite splendid. Fang Haoyu quickly offered a flattering smile. Jiang Jian glanced at her own figure, a slight smile gracing her lips. With a slender waist and long, fair legs, her figure, though slim, was also voluptuous in all the right places. However, she typically dressed conservatively at school, never allowing other men to glimpse her smooth, elongated legs. Fang Haoyu was the sole exception. Clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt, her fiery physique was still evident. Truly, she was enchanting. Do you enjoy looking? Jiang Jian inquired once more. Fang Haoyu chuckled inwardly. Senior, this time, I shall not fall for your tricks. I do not like it. The cold demeanor she maintained at school suddenly returned, her expression devoid of emotion as she asked, Do you think my figure is lacking? Fang Haoyu was momentarily speechless. I have been honest, please spare me. He swiftly changed the subject. Senior, how about we visit Shanxing in a couple of days? Jiang Jian paused, slightly taken aback. What shall we do in Shanxing? I simply wish to travel. We have been in Jiangcheng for so long, it is time we explore other cities. The world is vast. Do you not yearn to see it? Fang Haoyu spoke earnestly, since it was an invitation from a somewhat foolish junior. Jiang Jian felt no inclination to refuse, her face alight with a proud demeanor as she reluctantly agreed. Very well, I shall consent, albeit begrudgingly. However, I will cover the round-trip expenses and hotel. Fang Haoyu chuckled awkwardly. No worries, I can handle it. Jiang Jian replied calmly. I will pay. Do not be obstinate. Do you wish for me to continually spend your money? She did not wish to frequently rely on Fang Haoyu's finances, as it left her feeling uncomfortable. After all, she was not lacking in funds, and continuously using someone else's money would weigh heavily on her conscience, especially when it came to someone she cared about. She does not wish to be the sole contributor. She yearns to give as well. However, I have already purchased the tickets. Then I shall book the hotel. Very well. At this moment, Jiang Jian remains unaware of the gift Fang Haoyu intends to present her. Nonetheless, she has no inclination to speculate. As long as it is a gift from Fang Haoyu, even a simple cup would bring her joy. On Fang Haoyu's side, preparations are underway. He plans to take his senior to attend Jay Chou's concert. Thankfully, Huang Jianfeng has lived up to his expectations by securing 2 tickets. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned a trip to the mountain city. In Fang Haoyu's mind, the omnipotent Huang Jianfeng's status has been steadily rising. Should he and his senior truly become a couple, he would undoubtedly treat Huang Jianfeng to a lavish meal. It is at this moment that Fang Haoyu notices a friend request on his WeChat. Since entering university, he has kept his phone's notification sounds muted, which explains why he has only now noticed the message. Who could this be? Upon recognizing the avatar and ID, his brow furrows in concern. Why is it her? Chapter 46. Greetings, pervert. In an instant, he recognized it as Xinyi's WeChat ID, specifically her secondary account, since Fang Haoyu had already blocked her primary one. Fang Haoyu was utterly speechless. She had already rejected him, and to be precise, their paths had diverged entirely. Why, then, was she attempting to add him again? Just as he was about to decline the friend request, Jiang Jian leaned in, resting her head on his shoulder. Who are you chatting with? Caught off guard by the sudden proximity of his senior, Fang Haoyu felt a faint blush creep onto his cheeks. The closeness was palpable, and his gaze lingered on her exquisite features. Who is this? That avatar looks feminine. Why is she adding you? Jiang Jian furrowed her brow, launching a barrage of inquiries. Fang Haoyu was taken aback by her sudden ire. She seemed to be experiencing a hint of jealousy. How did she manage to peek at his messages? No, it wasn't clandestine. It appeared to be quite overt. If it was Jiang Jian, then there was no cause for concern. A strange sense of joy welled up within him. What's wrong? Are you jealous too? He inquired, curious if he could tease her a little. He had expected her to shyly refute his claim, but to his surprise, Jiang Jian burst into laughter. Silly junior. Do you really think I'm like you? Fang Haoyu felt a twinge of disappointment as he discerned that she might not harbor feelings for him. Jiang Jian affectionately ruffled his hair, her tone dripping with fondness. All right, I admit it. I'm jealous. Now tell me who she is, or I might just lose my mind. She spoke as if soothing a child, and oddly enough, Fang Haoyu found it endearing. Fine, I'll tell you, but only reluctantly. He replied. What do you mean reluctantly? Legally, we are married. If you flirt with another woman without my consent, I could accuse you of infidelity. Just tell me already, who is it? Are you interested in another senior? Jiang Jian pressed on. Fang Haoyu quickly clarified. How could that be? She is the girl I've liked for quite some time. I truly don't know why she suddenly decided to add me back. I had blocked her. I was just about to decline her request, I swear. He raised his hand in a comical gesture of assurance. Naturally, Jiang Ziyin believed him. She wasn't genuinely jealous. She simply enjoyed teasing this foolish boy. I know, I was just playing with you. With a mischievous smile, she pinched his cheek. Hey, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go make you something, she said with a sweet smile. As Fang Haoyu watched Jiang Ziyin head to the kitchen, his heart raced uncontrollably. Whenever he was near her, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He decisively rejected Shun Yi's friend request. He had invested considerable time in moving on from her. There was no way he would return to that past. Besides, the one he cherished now was not Shen Yi but his senior. Therefore, it was virtually impossible for him to have any contact with Shen Yi again. To be fair, Jiang Ziyin's cooking was undeniably to his liking. Fang Haoyu consumed his meal with remarkable speed, primarily due to the stark contrast between the school's cuisine and the delectable dishes prepared by his senior. The meals crafted by his senior were not only delicious, but also aligned perfectly with his preferences. Senior, are you perhaps my admirer? How is it that every dish you prepare is one that I adore? He playfully conjectured. Just a guess, Jiang Ziyin replied with a hint of nonchalance. Fang Haoyu chuckled. You guessed so accurately. Can you fathom what I am thinking at this moment? Jiang Ziyin feigned contemplation for a moment. You must be pondering about washing the dishes for me afterward. No, I do not wish to. Jiang Ziyin flashed a feigned smile, her gaze laced with a warning. No. You will. Am I right? Fang Haoyu lamented. Absolutely correct. Senior, you are indeed exceptionally astute. I am impressed. Jiang Ziyin beamed with pride, of course. Now, hurry and wash the dishes. Coming. Yeah, he declined my friend request. Shun Yi sighed bitterly. Shen Yu furrowed her brow. Declined? Yes. I truly feel there is no chance left. Do not lose heart. I believe he is employing a strategy of playing hard to get. Be patient, reapply in a few days. And start with an apology. Show a bit of humility before gradually asserting your stance. Shun Yi nodded earnestly, refusing to believe that someone who had cherished her for so long would easily let her go. Senior, you are quite impressive. Fang Haoyu remarked while engaging in a game of Honor of Kings with his senior. He could not help but notice her exceptional talent in gaming. She excelled in every game she played. Nevertheless, Fang Haoyu was no slouch either, often leading Ling Zikai in their dormitory battles. Together, they formed a formidable alliance, achieving a winning streak with hardly any losses. It's wise to quit while you're ahead. Continuing may lead us to a losing streak, he chuckled. Their victories were consistently marked with gold medals, and they often found themselves matched with less skilled teammates, even encountering some inexperienced players. Fortunately, they managed to carry their team to victory. Senior, you excel in academics and gaming. I fail to discern any flaws in you, Fang Haoyu remarked. Jiang Ziyin smiled. Oh, I have plenty of shortcomings. Could it be that I view you through a filter of admiration? Fang Haoyu mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Senior, what do you perceive as your shortcomings? Jiang Ziyin propped her chin on one hand, fixing her gaze upon him. I find you to be a flaw. Fang Haoyu secretly rejoiced, but feigned exasperation. Your cheesy pickup lines are rather cringeworthy. If you do not wish to hear them, I shall refrain from saying them in the future. However, to be honest, I rather enjoy cheesy pickup lines. Senior, feel free to bombard me with them. Fang Haoyu closed his eyes, adopting a surrendering expression. Jiang Ziyin narrowed her eyes slightly, expressing her disdain. You are quite peculiar. Fang Haoyu grinned flatteringly. As long as you enjoy it, that is all that matters. When did I ever say I liked it? Just a guess. Though the holiday has commenced, Fang Haoyu still goes for a run in the evenings. After his run and a refreshing shower, he arrives at his favorite moment. He gets to share a bed with his senior sister once more. Come in, what are you doing? Jiang Ziyin said with a hint of irritation. Fang Haoyu cautiously approached the bedside, feeling a touch embarrassed. What is there to be embarrassed about? She continued. Remember the rule, no crossing the middle. Last time, you were the one who acted like a puppy. Be mindful. Fang Haoyu suddenly recalled that it was indeed the senior sister who had crossed the line previously. Wasn't it you who? Jiang Ziyin blushed and lifted her chin defiantly. What did you say? Who was the puppy last time? It's nothing. I am the puppy, he replied. It seems this rule only imposed restrictions on him. An adaptive rule, indeed. After all, who could argue when the senior sister is the true master of the household? Just don't talk in your sleep tonight, Jiang Ziyin teased. I want to talk in my sleep, I assure you. Once the lights were extinguished, the two lay in bed conversing. Senior, I have always wanted to ask you a question. What question? Have you ever liked someone? Chapter 47. The labor and capital of the Shu Road Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Fang Haoyu would pose such a question. At that moment, Fang Haoyu felt as if his heart had leapt into his throat. Surely there must be someone, he thought. When? He inwardly prayed it was not at this very moment. The thought of his senior having affections for another, and not for him, would indeed be disheartening. Perhaps from childhood, Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly. Fang Haoyu exhaled in relief. From childhood? That little boy, if he knew how lovely you are now, would surely rue his past choices. Is that so? I think so too, Jiang Jian chuckled. What drew you to him? Fang Haoyu inquired curiously. Jiang Jian began to delve into her memories, murmuring, why? Because he bravely stood up for me when I was bullied. He was my only friend during those years. Senior, you were bullied as a child? Fang Haoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Jian crossed her left leg over her right. Turning to face him, her gaze captivating, although Fang Haoyu remained oblivious to this enticing scene. Yes, they all laughed at and isolated me. But he was the only one who protected me. Fang Haoyu gazed at the ceiling, reflecting, he truly is a good person. If you were to meet him again, what would you say? Jiang Jian smiled softly. I have already met him. A pang of jealousy stirred within Fang Haoyu. What kind of person is he now? Like a fool, she replied. Fang Haoyu felt a sense of loss. His eyes gradually dulled. That boy must surely be Jiang Jian's beacon of light, he thought. He had assumed that the term fool was an exclusive label bestowed upon himself, not realizing how significant her light was to her. Due to the dim light and Fang Haoyu's desire to conceal his sorrow from Jiang Jian, he refrained from further inquiry. Jiang Jian, puzzled, asked, Are you asleep? Fang Haoyu whispered in response, Initially, he had been quite drowsy, but now his mood was fraught with agitation, rendering sleep elusive. His mind wandered incessantly. The thought of Jiang Jian's beacon. If her light were to confess his feelings, she would surely accept, right? As he observed his senior gradually drifting into slumber, Fang Haoyu felt a tumult of emotions. He harbored feelings for her, yet when faced with the reality of her beacon, he found himself lacking confidence. For if he were to embody her perspective, his choice would undoubtedly lean towards her light. Imagine, in your darkest moments, if someone were to emerge as a protective light. One would inevitably develop affections for such a person. Fang Haoyu cursed his own inquisitiveness. Had he known such torment awaited him, he would have refrained from asking. However, it appeared that Jiang Jian and her beacon had not interacted much either. Contemplating this, Fang Haoyu recalled that since he had known Jiang Jian, the only male she had engaged with was him. Could it be that her beacon had a girlfriend, or perhaps she had moved on from her feelings for him? If that is the case, Fang Haoyu felt that his chances were indeed substantial. He had finally found a somewhat comforting rationale for himself. Perhaps he should seek advice from his senior? The senior was quite adept in matters of the heart. Fang Haoyu discreetly retrieved his phone from the bedside, adjusting the brightness to its lowest setting. He then sent a message to Senior Hai Jian. Are you there? Typically, when he messaged, Senior Hai Jian would be available. However, this time, there was no response. Fang Haoyu set his phone down, assuming his senior was either busy or asleep. There was no rush, after all. Just as he was preparing to rest, he noticed the screen of his senior's phone illuminating. It seemed someone had sent her a message. Yet, Fang Haoyu chose to disregard it, respecting the privacy of others. As he was set to travel to the mountain city with his senior, Fang Haoyu had been busy packing for the past couple of days, anticipating a few days of adventure. Regarding the updates for his novel, he decided to take a brief hiatus, confident that his readers, who were undoubtedly as handsome as Peng Yuyan, would understand. He would return to offer them a delightful continuation upon his return. After completing the chapter for the day, Fang Haoyu appended a note at the end. Senior, have you finished packing? I'm all set, she replied. This would be their first trip together to another destination. Fang Haoyu had purchased plane tickets. Flying would allow them to reach the mountain city in under 2.5 hours. Traveling by high-speed train would take considerably longer. In truth, Fang Haoyu personally preferred the train for its scenic views along the journey. Concerned that the lengthy car ride might tire his senior, he opted for the flight. Given that it was a holiday, plane tickets were pricier than usual, but Fang Haoyu had managed to save a little money. They were scheduled to arrive in the mountain city around 2:30 in the afternoon. One cannot deny the invigorating sense of novelty that accompanies visiting a new city. Senior, let us find a hotel first, he suggested. During this holiday period, hotel prices soared, costing 4 to 5 times more than usual. Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly. I've already made a reservation. You have? How much was it? Not too much. Let us just take a taxi there. Jiang Jian had booked a hotel well in advance, one that was neither too luxurious nor too modest, though certainly more expensive than prior to the holiday. Senior, did you reserve 2 rooms? Should I transfer you some money? No need. I only booked 1 room. A gentle breeze tousled Jiang Jian's hair, revealing a slight blush on her cheeks. What do you mean by that? Feng Haoyu swallowed hard. All the hotel rooms are full for the holiday, and only 1 remains. Don't think I want to share a room with you. It's a double room, Jiang Jian replied, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. Skeptical, Feng Haoyu opened the booking app, his brow furrowing slightly. Senior, are you sure there are no other rooms? Let me check. Jiang Jian, hands on her hips, huffed in annoyance. Do you not trust me? Feng Haoyu hurriedly smiled and said, How could that be? I just wanted to confirm. Noticing that Feng Haoyu was about to continue, Jiang Jian furrowed her brows and remarked, Laborious. I am from Shudao Mountain. Feng Haoyu retracted his smile, declaring, I shall no longer look. I am hailing a taxi this very moment. Ultimately, Feng Haoyu yielded, refraining from delving further. He had initially thought he could assert some control over his senior, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Wasn't she also not a local of Shansheng? Why had her tone shifted upon arriving here? Nevertheless, one must admit that when she stood with hands on her hips, indignantly proclaiming her origins from Shudao Mountain, there was an undeniable charm to her demeanor. Once the two boarded the vehicle, the driver, upon noticing the striking beauty of Jiang Jian, couldn't help but shower her with compliments. My friend, you are truly fortunate. Your girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful. Are you both here to tour Shansheng? Just as Feng Haoyu was about to clarify that she was not his girlfriend, he hesitated upon seeing Jiang Jian's lack of denial, opting not to elaborate further. Jiang Jian, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Yes, we are here for sightseeing. The driver chuckled. You two look quite compatible. He even employed the local dialect to praise her. This girl is truly charming, simply delightful. Feng Haoyu leaned toward Jiang Jian and whispered, I find myself a bit lost in translation. Jiang Jian offered a serene smile. He is complimenting me. How do you know? Just a guess, she replied. Feng Haoyu then inquired, Master, are there any notable attractions around here? The driver, a loquacious individual, relished engaging with his passengers. Here? You have certainly asked the right person. As a local, I can share. The taxi driver was quite amiable and talkative, sharing numerous experiences of exploring Shansheng during their journey. Before long, they arrived at the hotel they had reserved. After bidding farewell to the taxi driver, Feng Haoyu and Jiang Jian approached the front desk to check in. At last, everything was settled. Chapter 48. If you insist. It's not impossible. The two arrived at the hotel room. As soon as Feng Haoyu entered, he flopped onto the bed. I'm utterly exhausted. Jiang Jian glanced at him, remarking, You claimed you weren't tired, and yet here you are, already worn out. Feng Haoyu pouted slightly. It's different. If you had me walking continuously, I might not feel fatigued, but having to sit for so long truly wears me out. After a while, I just need to stretch my legs or lie down for a moment. Jiang Jian replied coolly, Are you going to shower first, or shall I? Huh. Feng Haoyu displayed a perplexed expression. Senior, you can't possibly be tempted by my physique, can you? I'm a respectable person. But if you insist, he crossed his arms and curled up, tilting his head as if genuinely frightened. Jiang Jian's face was a canvas of exasperation as she coldly warned, Try that act again, and see what happens. This dramatic junior of hers was becoming increasingly ridiculous. Who had influenced him so? Senior, I was wrong, Feng Haoyu said, his face a mask of flattery. Hurry and take a shower, Jiang Jian threatened, raising her delicate fist. Yes, Your Majesty, your humble servant will bathe and change at once. The hotel's double room was quite spacious. After all, Jiang Jian had booked a room costing 1,000 yuan per night. The quality was assuredly not lacking. Since it was a double room, the bathroom was also not transparent. Many hotels use frosted glass for the bathrooms, allowing one to see silhouettes inside. Naturally, Jiang Jian would not book such a hotel. Before long, Feng Haoyu had finished his shower. He emerged wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, a soft towel in hand, gently drying his damp hair. He even paused to admire himself in the mirror. I truly look more handsome than Peng Yuyan after a shower. Feng Haoyu began to indulge in self-admiration. Indeed, boys always look more attractive after bathing. What are you doing? You'll catch a cold if you don't dry your hair, Jiang Jian reminded him with a frown. I was contemplating who this handsome fellow in the mirror is. Do you happen to know him, senior? Feng Haoyu exclaimed animatedly at his reflection. Jiang Jian's expression remained stoic. You can't possibly have a screw loose, can you? She realized this foolish Junior's mind was filled with peculiar thoughts. Junior, are you a narcissist? Jiang Ziyin teased as she fetched a stool. What are you doing, Senior? Sit down. All right. Although Fang Haoyu was unaware of her intentions, he obediently complied and took a seat. Wait, why was he so compliant? Why did he feel like he had truly become the obedient little puppy of his senior? Jiang Ziyin retrieved the hairdryer. The little fool was surprisingly well-behaved. She ruffled Fang Haoyu's hair. Your hair is quite long. No wonder it's taking so long to dry. Are you trying to attract other seniors with this length? Fang Haoyu's hair was indeed somewhat longer than most boys. Styled in a slightly messy fashion, he was somewhat handsome, and with this hairstyle, he exuded a youthful charm. Fang Haoyu, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, How could that be? I've only ever flirted with you, Senior. Jiang Ziyin chuckled at his words, acknowledging that his wit had improved. She picked up the hairdryer and began to dry Fang Haoyu's hair. Senior, is this your first time blow-drying a boy's hair? She inquired. What does it feel like? Quite an honor, he replied, his words sweetening the air. Jiang Ziyin smiled slightly, finding that drying a boy's hair was rather effortless. In just 2.5 minutes, she had dried Fang Haoyu's hair completely. Fang Haoyu gazed into the mirror and asked, Senior, can you style hair too? The strands she had dried exhibited a slight texture, appearing more appealing than before. What do you think? Am I handsome? He inquired. One must admit, Fang Haoyu was indeed quite attractive, especially with his stylish hair and outfit, which enhanced his overall appeal. Jiang Ziyin felt a stirring in her heart as she proudly declared, Humph, I concede that you possess some good looks. You are worthy of being my beloved. Fang Haoyu jested. Then may I assist the emperor with bathing and changing? Jiang Ziyin, with a look of disdain, retorted, Get lost. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. How naive your thoughts are. The mere thought of the foolish junior helping her bathe made her cheeks flush slightly. What was she thinking? Why did she feel a sense of anticipation? Her face turned crimson as she hurriedly shook her head, dismissing the thoughts, and rushed to grab a change of clothes to head to the bathroom. Fang Haoyu, under the impression that he had angered her, lightly slapped his own mouth, thinking, I always speak carelessly. I must have upset the senior. She's blushing. Clearly, he needed to apologize to her. However, an apology must carry sincerity. Having spent some time with her, Fang Haoyu estimated that Jiang Ziyin would take about 20 minutes for her shower. This gave him the perfect opportunity to go downstairs and buy a cup of milk tea. To ensure she could enjoy it immediately after her shower, he decided to place an order on his phone before heading out, so he could pick it up at the store. He couldn't help but admire his own time management skills. His plan was aptly named, the Milk Tea Apology Plan. Knowing that she liked her drink with extra toppings, he ordered several, pearls, agar, and coconut jelly, all added for her delight. He opted for half sugar, ensuring it would not be overly sweet or cloying, but just right. Soon, he arrived at the milk tea shop and collected the drink. In October, the mountain city was pleasantly cool, and Fang Haoyu carefully cradled the cup, wary of spilling or dropping it. This milk tea was generously filled and perfectly sweetened to her liking. Upon returning to the hotel room, he glanced at the time, perfectly timed. Did you just step out? Jiang Ziyin emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She was clad in a shirt and a pair of loose-fitting shorts, notably adorned with the whimsical character SpongeBob. Fang Haoyu, on the other hand, sported shorts featuring Patrick Star. The humidity within the bathroom was palpable. Fang Haoyu recalled having seen a video that suggested that the water for a girl's shower was typically quite hot. Judging by the steam wafting from the bathroom, it was evident that the temperature during Senior Sister's shower was no exception. Should an opportunity arise for him to share a shower with her in the future, he would surely find it unbearably hot. Was he not being foolish? How could he entertain the thought of showering with Senior Sister? If she were to discover his musings, she would undoubtedly give him a good scolding. I went to buy you some milk tea, Jiang Ziyin remarked, raising an eyebrow, her tone hinting at appreciation for his thoughtfulness. Fang Haoyu flashed a charming smile. There's something even more considerate. Senior Sister, please take a seat. I'll dry your hair, or you might catch a cold. The once clueless younger student had matured, now displaying concern for his senior. Hee, you've taught me well, Senior Sister. Your hair is so smooth and fragrant. I brought along my favorite shampoo. It seems you quite enjoy this scent. Indeed, this fragrance feels familiar. It instantly reminds me of you. Fang Haoyu began to dry Jiang Ziyin's hair. Having aided her in this way before, he felt less awkward this time around. Jiang Ziyin took a sip of her milk tea and frowned slightly. Why are there no toppings? Impossible. I added 3 types of toppings. Fang Haoyu expressed disbelief. Then taste it. Jiang Jian offered the cup to him. Is this the straw you used? Fang Haoyu hesitated momentarily before taking a sip. Isn't this quite sufficient? He questioned. Puzzled. Senior sister, are you deceiving me? With a blush, Jiang Jian shyly replied, Of course not. Perhaps I didn't get any earlier. Chapter 49. A visit to the scenic area. Fang Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had been playfully tricked by his senior. Wait a moment. Had he just shared a straw with her? Did this count as an indirect kiss? His heart raced, and he unconsciously licked his lips. For some reason, the milk tea he had just consumed felt more than just half-sweetened. Perhaps it was full sweetness. It was undeniably too sweet. With a bold demeanor, Fang Haoyu said, Senior, I just remembered that I didn't get to savor the toppings. May I have another sip? Jiang Jiao blushed, thinking him quite shameless. She took another sip, relishing the delightful toppings, feeling utterly satisfied. The sweetness was just right, and upon glancing at the sweetness selection, she noted it was set to half sugar. A subtle smile crept upon her lips. Perhaps her foolish junior had a surprising attention to detail. Fang Haoyu diligently helped to dry her hair. It must be said that his senior had splendid hair. He had always assumed that those studying computer science would have issues with hair loss or poor hair quality. But that was not entirely the case. Her hair appeared exceptionally healthy, with no signs of thinning, and an abundance of volume, indicating she took great care of it. Once finished, Fang Haoyu set the hairdryer down. How did I do? Am I improving? Jiang Jiao replied nonchalantly. Not bad. There's been progress. Fang Haoyu feigned indignation. Senior, you used to praise me. Why not today? Jiang Jiao stood up, affectionately ruffled his hair, and smiled. I fear it might make you too proud. She then handed him the milk tea. Here as a reward for you. Senior, do you not enjoy it? Fang Haoyu inquired, perplexed. I do, but I can't drink too much. To avoid waste, I'll let you finish the rest. What? If you don't want it, just say so. I can finish it. Jiang Jiao attempted to reclaim the milk tea. Absolutely not. I adore your milk tea. Fang Haoyu quickly retrieved the cup. Jiang Jiao regarded him with a complex expression. You're not. A bit strange, are you? Fang Haoyu, blushing, clarified. It's a misunderstanding. I simply happen to be thirsty and really want to drink milk tea. Jiang Jiao, half convinced, asked, Really? You're not peculiar? Fang Haoyu felt as though he might weep. Do I seem peculiar? Quite a bit, she teased. That is slander. You are slandering me. He took a sip of the milk tea in a state of grievance. For some reason, today's milk tea tasted exceptionally delightful. While ordinary milk tea was simply that, the milk tea his senior had enjoyed was akin to a national treasure. Senior, what you drink is always exquisite, he blurted out, not thinking twice. Jiang Jiao turned her head away, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she muttered. You've had things I've consumed before? Haven tea you? Yet you claim not to be strange, but you do enjoy what I've had? It's a misunderstanding. Though it isn't tea that great, she replied, her brow furrowed. Really? So what I've had is terrible? Fang Haoyu questioned, bewildered. After the two individuals organized their belongings, they decided to explore the scenic area. Fang Haoyu, already dressed, sat on the bed awaiting his senior. Shortly, the senior emerged from the restroom, having changed her attire. Jiang Jian donned a delightful pink floral sundress paired with a delicate white outer garment. She had meticulously styled her hair into a French fringe and a high ponytail, her face adorned with a subtle yet sweet makeup look, exuding an aura of pure charm. Fang Haoyu lifted his gaze, momentarily entranced, feeling as though his heart had skipped a beat. What a celestial beauty! Today, the senior's makeup is exceptionally sweet. How do I look? Pretty? Jiang Jian asked with a sweet smile. Fang Haoyu instinctively swallowed hard. Why yes, very pretty. Is this the beauty of Jiang University's campus queen? It seems she can pull off any style. Do you like it? I do. That's good to hear, Jiang Jian replied with satisfaction. Checking her bag to ensure she hadn't forgotten anything. Suddenly, Fang Haoyu noticed a familiar item in her bag. Senior, what is that? A keychain, Jiang Jian replied. Pulling it out. It was a keychain with a small pink princess doll attached. Isn't it adorable? Quite cute. Fang Haoyu thought he had seen the doll before, but couldn't quite recall where. Where did you buy it? Jiang Jian smiled lightly. It was a gift from someone important. I see, Fang Haoyu nodded, not dwelling on it. He assumed it was a gift from her father. Beyond that, he could not think of anyone else who might hold significance for her. A white moonlight? Unlikely. As they probably had lost contact. Shall we go, senior? Yes. At Hongyudong Scenic Area, the night view was stunning. As Fang Haoyu and Jiang Jian arrived, they immediately noticed the overwhelming crowd. It was, after all, a holiday, and being nighttime, the foot traffic was naturally high. So many people. What if we get separated? Fong Haoyu frowned. Jiang Jian calmly replied, silly, give me your hand. Huh. Fong Haoyu was taken aback, but quickly extended his hand. The senior's delicate, fair hand clasped his. This way, we won't get lost. Jiang Jian exchanged a smile with him. Fong Haoyu's face flushed, his heart racing, and his hand began to perspire slightly. He was once again holding the senior's hand. As a pure-hearted youth with no prior romantic experience, the sensation of her hand in his was indescribable, filling him with sweetness. Is this what love feels like? Jiang Jian led him forward, unaware that her own face was also flushed. Though her expression remained unchanged, her heart was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. She never anticipated that she would exhibit such boldness. Although it was not her first time holding hands with Fong Haoyu, that instance was instigated by the Navi Jr. While this time, she took the initiative herself. It marked her inaugural venture into initiating the act of holding a boy's hand. She could not fathom when she had become so audacious. The two remained silent, yet instinctively made their way to the sky bridge on the first floor. A prime spot for capturing the essence of Hanyadong. Especially in the evening, the area buzzed with a multitude of visitors. Hand in hand, Fong Haoyu and Jiang Jian arrived at this picturesque location, where the nocturnal scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. As they strolled, their entwined fingers gradually transformed into an intimate interlocking of 10 fingers. Hello, are you two a couple? You look splendid together. I am a street photographer and would love to capture this moment. May I take a few photographs of you? I can send the pictures to you via WeChat later. Inquired a courteous man in his 20s, wearing a hat and holding a camera. Fong Haoyu quickly clarified, we are not a couple. The street photographer cast a glance at their joined hands, his expression laden with curiosity. Could he possibly be a scoundrel? Holding hands without taking responsibility? Jiang Jian replied calmly. We are already registered. Chapter 50. The enigmatic street photographer's revelation. The street photographer suddenly realized, my apologies, I misunderstood. Such a young couple? At this moment, Fong Haoyu was still basking in the joy of his senior's words about their marriage certificate. You just got married, didn't you? You still look like students. We are indeed students, they replied. What? You are still studying and have already tied the knot? This is the first time I've encountered such a youthful couple. How amusing. This is my Douhai account. You can take a look, the street photographer said as he displayed his profile on his phone. Fong Haoyu was taken aback. Hundreds of thousands of followers? Don't be misled by the numbers. Hundreds of thousands may not seem much on Douhai, but in reality, how many can boast of such a following? The photographer showcased several of his works. See, these are couples I have photographed before. The videos encompassed various styles, ancient, modern, youthful. His account featured both male and female subjects. Bro, your photography is impressive. Fong Haoyu couldn't help but compliment him. You are truly fortunate. Your wife is the most beautiful girl I have encountered during my street photography endeavors. So, what do you say? Would you like to have a shoot? Is my senior my wife? Fong Haoyu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Truly a street photographer. If you can speak so well, do share more. I relish it. Fong Haoyu chuckled. I have no objections, but let me ask my wife. He turned to his senior, hesitantly uttering, dear wife. Would you like to take a picture? Jiang Jian felt her ears flush and shot him a playful glare. This silly junior was getting a bit too presumptuous. But she couldn't bear to see him embarrassed. Let us do it, Jiang Jian replied with an air of pride. All right, I can't bear to see you looking awkward. Fong Haoyu stated. He then inquired, is there a fee? Rest assured, it's free. With your good looks, you will undoubtedly help me gain a significant number of followers. I would be more worried about you charging me. Is that so? Then may I charge you? Fong Haoyu asked with a grin. Just kidding, he added, chuckling awkwardly. How should we pose? We are at your service. Thus, Fong Haoyu and Jiang Jian began to cooperate with the street photographer for their photo shoot. That's it. The girl should hold the boy's hand. Yes, just like that. Make a heart together. Now gaze at him. That look is perfect. Lower your heads and look at her, just like that. Under the expert's guidance, the resulting photographs were stunning. Even the photographer couldn't help but exclaim, you two are a match made in heaven. Your beauty has elevated my photography skills immensely. Not at all, Fong Haoyu replied, thoroughly enjoying the photos. This was likely their first picture together, and his senior appeared enchanting, exuding charm. The depth of his gaze toward her was profound and combined with the night scenery. The ambience was utterly enchanting. The two individuals appeared to be genuine lovers. Jiang Jian was quite fond of the photographs. Yet her attention was not focused on the quality of her shots. Rather, she was captivated by the boy within the images. Let us add the boy. I'll send him the photos later. All right, After exchanging contact information, the street photographer set off in search of his next subject. Ouch! Senior, why are you pinching me? Jiang Jian glared at him, her cheeks still flushed. Who gave you permission to call me wife? You truly have no shame. It turned out that even the senior could feel shy. Feng Haoyu smiled triumphantly, for he had finally turned the tables after being teased by her previously. Not at all. Senior, what's wrong? Are you flustered? Take this punch. Ouch. I'm sorry. Despite her beauty, the senior's petite fist struck without mercy. Feng Haoyu felt a stinging mark on his back, wondering how she had transformed into a fierce creature since arriving in the mountain city. He even entertained the notion that she might have lived there before. However, despite their playful banter, their hands remained intertwined. Feng Haoyu gently held her delicate, fair hand, which had just left a bright red mark on his back. He found it difficult to reconcile the gentle touch of her hand with the force that had just struck him. Senior, your hand is so soft. Do you like it? I do, but I would like it even more if you didn't hit me. What did you say? Jiang Jian feigned a smile, raising her other small fist. Feng Haoyu quickly laughed it off. I was just joking. I actually enjoy being hit by you. Jiang Jian displayed a look of disdain. You're a weirdo. Am I truly a weirdo? Enjoying being hit makes me an M? I'm at a loss for words. Feng Haoyu began to question himself. Could it be that he was indeed an M? He certainly did not enjoy being mistreated, except when it came to her. She could strike him. After casually strolling about and capturing a few more photos, they decided to seek out something to eat, as they had yet to have dinner. Being in the mountain city, they were determined to indulge in an authentic hot pot experience. However, Feng Haoyu did not wish to dine within the tourist area. A taxi driver had previously recommended a hot pot restaurant nestled within a small alley, claiming it to be a century-old establishment frequented by locals, with reasonable prices and exceptional value. Thus, Feng Haoyu intended to take Jiang Jian there. The pair departed from the scenic area and took a taxi to an old alley nearby. The entrance to the alley was bustling with numerous shops, predominantly frequented by locals. The taxi driver was not misleading us, Feng Haoyu remarked as they entered a hot pot restaurant named Chaojiao Old Hot Pot. The ambience exuded the charm of a time-honored establishment, and they could see the broth being freshly prepared. Boss, a table for two. Feng Haoyu called out as he found a vacant spot for himself and the senior. Upon glancing at the menu, I was astounded by the prices. Senior, these prices are remarkably affordable, remarked Jiang Jian as she too cast her eyes upon the menu. Her surprise evident. The base broth here cost merely 18 yuan, while the vegetables start at just 2 or 3 yuan. And the meat dishes hover around a mere 10 to 20 yuan. This is a significant reduction compared to the prices she encountered in Jiangqing. Feng Haoyu exclaimed. At a hot pot restaurant I visited in Jiangqing, a portion of meat was priced at 60 yuan, and the serving size was quite modest. I never anticipated such affordability here. This is precisely why Feng Haoyu opted against dining at a hot pot establishment within the tourist area, where prices soared and crowds swarmed. However, here, one can savor the hot pot favored by locals, a traditional establishment that offers not only authenticity, but also reasonable prices. Senior, what would you like to eat? Feng Haoyu inquired. With her right hand propped under her chin, Jiang Jian smiled sweetly. You should choose. I fear that what I select may not be to your liking. So it would be best if you remember my preferences. Chapter 51. Is this mildly spicy? Fortunately, before arriving, Feng Haoyu had inquired about his senior's favorite hot pot flavors. He had made a mental note of her preferences. In no time, he had placed the order. Senior, do you see anything you dislike? Feng Haoyu asked. Jiang Jian nodded in satisfaction. It's quite good. You haven't disappointed me. Feng Haoyu, feeling pleased with himself, replied, Of course, I did my homework. Are you good with spicy food, senior? Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly. It's all right. Then let's go with mildly spicy. He chose a mildly spicy broth, as he believed himself capable of handling spiciness. Yet he was concerned that his senior might not tolerate too much heat. Senior, I can handle spicy food quite well. Just as Feng Haoyu was about to boast about his spicy food prowess, the broth arrived, leaving him dumbfounded, staring at the broth overflowing with chili peppers. He fell into contemplation. Is this really mildly spicy? The broth was drenched in red oil, even dark red. Feng Haoyu's expression stiffened. Boss, are you sure this is mildly spicy? The boss confidently assured him, absolutely. Rest assured, we've been in business for a century. We pride ourselves on our honesty. Jiang Jian teased with a smile. Didn't you say you could handle spicy food? What's the matter? Is this too much for you? Feng Haoyu stubbornly replied. How could that be? A man must never admit defeat. Senior, let me prepare a dipping sauce for you. I learned a particularly delicious recipe online. After saying this, Fang Haoyu walked towards the sauce station. To impress his senior, he had taken the time to learn several kinds of hot pot dipping sauces: crushed peanuts, chopped green onions, soy sauce, fragrant vinegar, and sesame paste. Thus, a bowl of meat dipping sauce was created. He then took another bowl to prepare a second sauce with small chili peppers, minced green onions, garlic, and sesame oil, completing a garlic dipping sauce. He made 2 additional portions with cilantro, uncertain if his senior liked it, deciding to prepare both options. If she enjoyed cilantro, he would serve it to her. If not, he would gladly take it himself. Fang Haoyu did not dislike cilantro. In fact, he had a fondness for it. Before long, he returned with the 4 sauces. Senior, do you like cilantro? I quite like it. So you enjoy cilantro too? Upon hearing this, Fang Haoyu immediately handed her the 2 sauces containing cilantro. Jiang Jian asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you like cilantro?" "I do like it," he replied earnestly. "Then why did you give me the ones with cilantro?" Fang Haoyu said sincerely, "Because I want to share what I love with the people who matter." "People who matter?" Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly. "You're quite the charmer. Why do you consider me someone important?" "Hee, because we're registered now. Senior is my wife," Fang Haoyu boldly declared. So shameless, Jiang Jian feigned exasperation, yet deep down, she felt inexplicably pleased. "Senior, what about you? Could you please add some cilantro?" Jiang Jian said softly. Her junior liked cilantro, so she naturally wanted to help him out. She took the 2 portions of dipping sauce in front of Fang Haoyu and went to add the cilantro. Fang Haoyu propped his face up with both hands, gazing at Jiang Jian, a lovesick expression adorning his face. The senior was simply too beautiful. Previously, when they walked side by side, he had been too shy to meet her gaze directly, opting instead for furtive glances. Each time he stole a glance, she would catch him, leading to an awkward exchange of looks. It was mainly because Fang Haoyu couldn't understand why he felt inexplicably shy whenever he locked eyes with her. Soon, Jiang Jian returned with the dipping sauce, now enhanced with cilantro. She looked at him with suspicion. "Why do you seem so sneaky? Are you up to something devious?" Fang Haoyu replied defiantly. "How could that be? Is admiring a beauty considered a wrongdoing?" Jiang Jian furrowed her brows. "Who were you secretly watching?" Her gaze shifted to the other patrons in the shop. They were all men. Aside from her, the only other woman was an elderly lady. A bold thought crossed Jiang Jian's mind. You can't possibly be a pervert for liking someone so much older than you. Fang Haoyu sighed, thinking that his senior's imagination was running wild. "Senior, let's consider the possibility. What if the beauty I was looking at is you?" "Me?" Jiang Jian pointed to herself. "Then why not just say you were looking at me?" Confusion etched on her face. She added, "Wait, why were you sneaking glances at me? Is it not permissible to look at you?" He replied, "Of course, but why do it in secret?" Fang Haoyu hesitated, unable to admit that he felt shy whenever their eyes met. Jiang Jian looked at him with a teasing smile. "Am I beautiful?" "Very much so," Fang Haoyu replied honestly. "If I'm beautiful, then look more openly. Don't be so sneaky. How can one be shy about looking at their partner after they've registered their relationship?" Jiang Jian smirked, thinking that this naive junior was incredibly innocent. It was evident he had never been in a relationship. Just as she was about to chuckle at his naivety, she realized that she too had never been in one. Fine, she admitted they were equally inexperienced. Before long, the hot pot ingredients they ordered arrived. Fang Haoyu naturally wanted to test the spice level first. "Senior, let me check the spiciness for you. I can handle spicy food, and if it's too much, I'll get you a glass of milk," he said earnestly, not wanting her to suffer from the heat. Jiang Jian was taken aback, then nodded with a smile, curious to see just how resilient this foolish boy's palate was. Fang Haoyu picked up a slice of meat to taste. Delicious, not spicy. Ouch, cough cough. Initially, it was too spicy, but after a few seconds, the heat hit him suddenly. Fang Haoyu's face turned crimson, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Was this what they called mild spice? It dawned on him that he was still quite young. Jiang Jian could not help but chuckle at his comical display. "What's the matter? Too spicy?" "Impossible," he gasped. "No, it's just too hot. That's just right for me. It might be a bit too spicy for you, senior. I suggest you." Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Haoyu observed the senior, unfazed, placing the freshly cooked tripe into her mouth. Witnessing this, he hastily rushed to the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of milk, and promptly placed it before her. "Senior, if it's too spicy, you should drink this." He himself had not yet recovered from the heat. Jiang Jian took a moment to swallow the tripe. Her eating pace was notably slow. She waved her hand dismissively. "No need, you should drink it." I find this level of spiciness just right. Fong Haoyu was taken aback. Is it really not spicy? It's bearable, I suppose. If it weren't for the fact that the senior's face remained unflushed, he would have truly believed she was merely putting on a brave front, as he found it exceedingly hot. To his surprise, in the presence of the senior, his tolerance for spice seemed that of a mere child. Noticing Fong Haoyu's bewilderment, Jiang Jian unscrewed the cap of the milk, inserted a straw, and then offered it to him, the straw gently brushing against his lips. Go ahead and drink. Automatically. He took a sip through the straw. Such sweet milk. Chapter 52. A thoughtfully prepared gift to the eyes of those around them. The two individuals appeared to be a couple. Senior, you can take it yourself. Oh, very well. Fong Haoyu accepted the milk and began to drink. Initially, he assumed that the senior could not handle spicy food, yet he turned out to be the sole jester among them all. Opposite him, his senior resembled Batman. Senior, could you refrain from hitting me? Why would I hit you? Because jesters are destined to be struck by Batman. If I accompany you to Gotham City, please spare me. Jiang Jian chuckled softly. What are you thinking in that head of yours? You should consume more to nourish your brain. What brain? Of course, tofu brain. Or are you in love with the idea of romance? Before long, both had their fill, with Fong Haoyu consuming the majority. The senior's appetite was not particularly large. At this moment, Fong Haoyu's face had turned a deep shade of red. He was someone who was both inexperienced and fond of food, although it was quite spicy. He found it utterly addictive. Hiss. Senior, I'm full. Fong Haoyu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though he had just taken a hot bath. Jiang Jian stifled her laughter and reminded him, your mouth. What's wrong? Don't move. Click. Jiang Jian raised her phone and captured a photograph. Senior, why are you taking pictures of me? Take a look for yourself. She handed her phone to Fong Haoyu, fearing that if she glanced again, she would burst into laughter. As he received the phone, Fong Haoyu gazed at the image of himself. His lips were swollen from the spice, and there were tears at the corners of his eyes. Hiss. Senior, why do you keep taking unflattering pictures of me? Fong Haoyu grimaced. Jiang Jian smirked. Not unflattering, quite adorable. In fact, where's the adorableness in looking like this? Your combination of being inexperienced yet loving food is rather charming. Jiang Jian's lips also turned slightly red, but did not swell. Senior, could you truly be a spicy food dragon from Sichuan and Chongqing? How can you handle such heat? Jiang Jian placed her hands on her hips and shot him a glare. Who are you calling a dragon? No. I am the dragon. You are the princess. Suddenly, he recalled that there were quite a few pictures of him on the senior's phone, all of which were unflattering. Not a single handsome one among them. Yet, to be captured by the senior was a privilege, as not everyone could catch her eye. Perhaps he was the only male in her photo album. Although the pictures were unflattering, Fong Haoyu inexplicably felt a sense of joy. What are you smiling about? Jiang Jian inquired with curiosity. I thought of something happy. What is it that brings you joy? I'm pregnant. How can a male be pregnant? Jiang Jian asked, perplexed. Fong Haoyu declared with conviction. Can a male be pregnant? Senior, you are discriminating against men. Your thoughts are quite dangerous. Jiang Jian. She began to doubt whether there was something wrong with her ears. Every word spoken by the junior was comprehensible to her. Yet, when strung together, they became puzzling. A man pregnant? What a niche term. So, have you truly conceived, and by whom? Fong Haoyu gently touched his slightly protruding belly and glanced at the senior. Is it not apparent? Jiang Jian cautiously pointed to herself and inquired, could it possibly be mine? No, it belongs to it, Fong Haoyu replied, gesturing toward the hot pot before them. Jiang Jian was left speechless. You are invincible. Hee, it seems the senior isn't always so clever. Do you know why? Because fools outwit geniuses. After the two finished their hot pot, they returned to the hotel. As soon as Jiang Jian arrived, she headed for a shower. Meanwhile, Fong Haoyu was engrossed in planning a surprise for the senior's birthday the following day. He discreetly retrieved 2 tickets to a Jay Chou concert from his suitcase. His primary reason for visiting the mountain city was to orchestrate an unforgettable birthday celebration for the senior. Moreover, he needed to keep it a secret from her until tomorrow evening. Not long after, Jiang Jian emerged from her shower, dressed in SpongeBob shorts and a white nightgown. Having removed her sweet makeup, her natural beauty still shone through. With a slight lift of her chin, she approached him to help dry her hair. Here I come. Fong Haoyu expertly began to dry her hair. Senior, tomorrow is your birthday. What gift would you like? You said you wouldn't give me anything. Jiang Jian replied with a slight smile. She had long suspected that the junior would present her with a gift. Fong Haoyu chuckled. How could I possibly not give you something? Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly. I typically do not celebrate my birthday, Not many remember it. I don't have many friends, so it's quite normal for no one to recall. The only one who remembers her birthday is her close friend. As for the junior, he had transcended the realm of friendship. After all, they were already registered as a couple. Don't worry, I'll take care of your future birthdays, Fang Hao, you promised. What gift did you buy for me? Jiang Jian asked curiously. Just a moment, Fang Hao said, rummaging through his suitcase until he found a cute little dog plushie. This is the gift I selected for you. It is no ordinary toy. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Not ordinary? Could it be a toy from a Wang Wei poem? No, it sings. Fang Hao pressed a switch, and music he had recorded in advance began to play. Dandelion's Promise. Senior, you asked me to sing this song to you before bed, and I thought you must really like it, so I had it customized. You can listen to it when you can't sleep at night. Fang Hao's singing voice was indeed quite good, as he had sought a special venue for it. Jiang Jian happily accepted the little dog plushie. Thank you, I love it. Though she had received gifts on her birthday in the past, what truly mattered to her was the identity of the giver rather than the gifts themselves. She could feel the earnest effort put forth by her clumsy junior, which touched her heart. As she held the small dog plushie, she found herself utterly enamored by it. It was not opulence that she sought, but rather a token of genuine sentiment. Fang Hao could discern the satisfaction radiating from his senior regarding this gift. However, this was not his ultimate present. The true gift was reserved for the day of her birthday. Nevertheless, Fang Hao felt a swell of joy knowing that his senior did not regard his modest offering with disdain, but rather cherished it. Senior, I will continue to dry your hair, he said. Jiang Jian nodded gently, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she gazed affectionately at the plush toy in her arms. Fang Hao felt a subtle tremor of delight within him. What a sweet senior she was. A gentle reminder. This is purely a sweet narrative without any misunderstandings that could disrupt their budding romance. Chapter 53. The Tsundere Senior as night descended. The two lay in their respective beds. Senior, is there any particular place you wish to visit? Fang Hao inquired with genuine curiosity. Perhaps there once was, but not anymore. Jiang Jian replied in a decidedly monotone manner. Oh, I see. Fang Hao pondered, slightly perplexed by the implications of her words. Clutching a small dog plushie, Jiang Jian mused, where are we headed tomorrow? The reason for their trip to the mountain city was Fang Hao. He had meticulously organized their itinerary since Jiang Jian seldom ventured out and had not prepared any travel plans herself. She merely needed to accompany her junior. Tomorrow? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait until the day unfolds, Fang Hao thought to himself, concealing the surprise he had in store for her. All right then. Jiang Jian replied, nonchalantly. For her, the destination was inconsequential. As long as he was by her side, she felt content. She had already arrived at her most desired place. Senior, is something the matter? You're not planning to sneak into my bed at midnight, are you? I am still a pure-hearted lad. You must be delusional. Jiang Jian retorted, exasperated. Perhaps it should be I who is concerned. Fang Hao asserted with a sense of righteousness. Rest assured, I am a gentleman, and you need not worry at all. Conversely, this room was booked by you. Perhaps it is you who harbors ulterior motives, he teased. Jiang Jian sat upright, raising her small fist. Who has any ulterior motives? Do you dare to challenge me? How could a campus beauty like her harbor ill intentions towards such a foolish junior? Fang Hao quickly retreated. I was merely jesting. Senior, please spare me. With her chin held high, Jiang Jian confidently declared, do not worry. I would never invade your bed. Besides, how could you even suspect me of having such thoughts? Reflect on it. Am I truly that kind of person? Fang Hao suddenly recalled the previous days when they had shared the same bed. Each morning, he found himself ensnared by her hands around his neck, and on occasion, her legs would encircle his waist, leaving him in quite a predicament. Moreover, there were times he woke in the middle of the night, cold and realizing he had been pushed to the edge of the bed. Isn't that so? When you're at home, Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That was an accident. Besides, this time we have two beds. I could never treat you as a pillow again. Really? Indeed. Jiang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. Wait. Why do I feel something is amiss? Even if I did end up in your bed, would you truly mind? Fang Hao replied, not exactly. It's just that I fear I might not be able to handle it. Just imagine waking up with a beautiful girl embracing him, their bodies intimately close. Who could withstand such a scenario? Only he, as a gentleman, could barely maintain composure. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. One cannot simply say, Senior, you are too alluring. I fear I may not resist the temptation to make a move. What is it that you are afraid of? After all, You enjoy the advantage while feigning innocence. Jiang Jian cast him a sidelong glance, nearly falling prey to this foolish junior. She touched her flushed cheeks. Yet her heart remained tumultuous. Her emotions seemed increasingly influenced by this junior. Jiang Jian glared at Fang Haoyu, resolute in her decision not to join this simpleton in his bed. Senior, the lights are off. It is time to sleep. All right. In the dead of night. Jiang Jian tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Junior, are you asleep? She whispered softly, intending merely to ascertain his wakefulness without disturbing him. However, after a moment of silence, she received no reply. Is he asleep? With hesitation, Jiang Jian rose. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Should she share the bed with him? She touched her heated face, recalling her earlier declaration of never climbing into his bed. But wait, this is my reserved room. Everything within it belongs to me, not his bed. Therefore, my actions cannot be deemed contradictory, can they? Jiang Jian seemed to find a perfect excuse. Indeed, both beds belonged to her. She could choose to sleep wherever she pleased. Moreover, she lacked a pillow, which was essential for her rest. After all, she was accustomed to sleeping with a pillow. Junior, this is not my fault. The hotel provided too few pillows, not even a single cuddle pillow. Yes, it is the hotel's fault. And the air conditioning is far too cold. How chilly it is to sleep alone. Would the junior catch a cold by morning? Jiang Jian quietly approached Fang Haoyu's bed, murmuring, Junior, I do this for your sake. I fear you may catch a cold, so please understand the good intentions of your senior. Then, she gently slipped beneath his covers. Here comes my little cuddle pillow. Just as she intended to embrace him, Fang Haoyu suddenly turned, pulling Jiang Jian into his arms. You are awake? She murmured, receiving no response. It seemed she had overthought the situation. Jiang Jian exhaled in relief, feeling his breath against her. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and her heart raced. Being held by this junior offered an inexplicable sense of security. This was your doing. Subsequently, Jiang Jian closed her eyes and nestled into his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, a barely perceptible smile graced Fang Haoyu's lips. How adorably proud the senior is. The following morning, Fang Haoyu feigned ignorance, asking, Senior, why did you come to my bed again last night? Jiang Jian lifted her chin slightly, retorting, What do you mean, your bed? This hotel is mine. It is my bed, and I shall sleep where I please. Do you have an objection? Fang Haoyu clearly did not anticipate her articulate defense regarding possessions. I have no objections. Last night, the air conditioning was excessively cold, and I feared you might catch a cold, dear junior. Do not fail to recognize the kindness of others. Jiang Jian wore a proud expression. In truth, you could have adjusted the temperature a bit higher. Fang Haoyu continued to undermine her. The remote control for the air conditioning had gone missing. Jiang Jian shot him a glare. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine and promptly acquiesced to his senior's words. There was indeed nothing that could be done. However, the memory of last night's embrace while sleeping beside her made his heart race uncontrollably, and he could not help but feel warmth spread across his face. He was now infused with her delicate fragrance, almost making him wish to forsake bathing for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Jiang Jian recalled her audacious actions from the previous night, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Senior, why are you blushing? The room is rather stuffy. Junior, why are you blushing? The air conditioning is insufficiently cool. Jiang Jian let out a soft laugh, realizing that, in certain respects, they were quite alike. Hee. Fang Haoyu chuckled. Senior, it's time for breakfast. Allow me to take you to savor the local specialty, Wanjiao noodles. Chapter 54. You are the best gift I could ever receive throughout the entire morning. Fang Haoyu and his senior sister indulged in the culinary delights of the mountain city. Unsurprisingly, Fang Haoyu overindulged, as the majority of the dishes were chosen by his senior sister, who had a modest appetite. Thus, after she took a few bites, he polished off the remainder. They also explored various scenic spots, capturing numerous photographs along the way. The mountain city boasts an abundance of entertaining attractions, and Fang Haoyu found himself quite fond of the place, as it marked their first journey together as a duo. He cherished the moments spent taking pictures with her and relished the exquisite cuisine, deepening his understanding of his senior sister. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as evening approached, they returned to their hotel to rest after a day of adventure. Having risen early, they decided to catch a brief afternoon nap. Senior sister, I brought you a portion of wonton noodles, Fang Haoyu announced as he returned with 2 servings in hand. Are we not going out for dinner tonight? Jiang Jian inquired with curiosity. Fang Haoyu smiled mysteriously. I'll take you to a wonderful place tonight. Let us eat first, then freshen up before heading out. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ziyan, she had an inkling of what he had planned. Surely, her junior was intending to take her somewhere enjoyable, especially since it was her birthday. Perhaps he had prepared other surprises as well. Naturally, she refrained from probing further, wanting to preserve the element of surprise. All right, she agreed. Given that it was her birthday and her junior was planning something special, Jiang Ziyan took her time to apply a light touch of makeup after her shower. She donned the elegant white dress she had worn on the day they registered their marriage. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently swaying and exuding a subtle fragrance. How do I look? Does it seem familiar? Jiang Ziyan raised an eyebrow playfully. Feng Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, as memories of their first meeting flooded back to him. Senior sister, why did you decide to register our marriage that day? He suddenly asked. You will soon find out. Jiang Ziyan replied with a playful smile. Once they were ready, they stepped outside, and Feng Haoyu hailed a cab. Jiang Ziyan did not inquire about their destination. In no time, they arrived at the site, the Mountain City Sports Stadium. As they alighted, Jiang Ziyan realized where they were. Is this a concert? And it's JHOS. Feng Haoyu grinned as he extended his hand. Come on, senior sister. Jiang Ziyan instinctively took his hand, walking silently beside him, reflecting on the words he had once spoken to her. Yin Yin, when I grow up, I will take you to see your favorite JHO concert. And what if you can't make it? She had asked. If I can't, then you must sing to me. I want to hear you perform my exclusive concert. Yet, I am not particularly melodious when I sing. Nevertheless, I shall practice. From now on, I will sing only for you. A solemn vow. Unchanging for a century. Returning to reality, Jiang Ziyan's eyes brimmed with tenderness. For her, acquiring tickets to Jay Chou's concert was not a daunting task. She possessed the means to purchase internal or premium tickets. However, due to a childhood promise, Jiang Ziyan yearned to experience her first concert alongside the boy she cherished. This was the reason she had refrained from attending concerts all this time, patiently awaiting the arrival of this day. Unexpectedly, on her birthday, that day had finally arrived. Hand in hand with her beloved, this scene had appeared countless times in her dreams. Words could scarcely convey her emotions. She felt that all her years of waiting had been worthwhile. He remained unchanged, just as he was. At that moment, Feng Haoyu was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his senior's mind, yet he felt anxious, fearing that she might not enjoy it. His assumption that she liked JHO was merely a guess. What if she simply had a fondness for music? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ziyan was utterly moved by him at that moment. Wait a moment, you silly, she spoke gently. Huh? What's wrong? Am I walking too fast? Feng Haoyu paused, surprised. Why did it feel as though her tone had grown even softer? At this moment, she appeared more enchanting than ever. Jiang Ziyan took the initiative to link her arm with Feng Haoyu's, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right, we can go now? Feng Haoyu swallowed hard. Around them, couples were mostly intertwined in a similar manner. Their actions were intimate, and he could even sense her softness. As an innocent young man, his cheeks burned with embarrassment. Neither had experienced romance before, and their intertwined hands bore witness to their shyness. After Feng Haoyu guided her through ticket inspection and found their seats. Though not particularly close to the stage, they were still within a reasonable distance, even within reach for interaction. This was the closest he could manage to secure. Jiang Ziyan whispered, how much did you spend? It wasn't too much, was it? A hint of concern laced her words. Given the proximity, if these were scalp tickets, 2 would cost over 10,000. Fortunately, with Feng Haoyu's resourceful friend, Huang Jianfeng, they had acquired them at standard prices. Feng Haoyu chuckled. I had my friend help me snag them. Jiang Ziyan's brows furrowed slightly. Logically, it shouldn't have been so easy to procure them. A possibility crossed her mind, though she hesitated to confirm it. What is your relationship with your friend like? We are childhood friends, having known each other since elementary school. We've grown up together for 10 years and share a strong bond. What is his family like? They are affluent, part of the 3rd generation of wealth. Jiang Ziyan inquired with curiosity. Your friend wouldn't he be buying scalp tickets, would he? Feng Haoyu too began to sense something amiss. No way. Let me ask him. After all, securing such coveted tickets is inherently challenging, let alone acquiring 2. He hastily sent a message to Huang Jianfeng. Feng Haoyu, did you truly manage to get those tickets? How did you obtain 2 so close to the front? Huang Jianfeng, indeed. I snatched them online and contributed a small amount to help you out. Merely a day's living expenses. Really? Don't become infatuated with me. I am but a legend. On the surface, Feng Haoyu appeared speechless, yet internally he was genuinely touched. Nevertheless, he was resolute in repaying the money. Fong Haoyu, how much is it? I shall reimburse you later. Huang Jianfeng, it's really not much. We're friends, after all. Just treat me to a drink when you visit Haida next time. Although Wang Jianfeng insisted, Fong Haoyu still opened his phone to check the ticket price for that location, silently noting the approximate cost. He believed in repaying what he owed. He was not one to take advantage of his friends. When the time came, he would send Huang Jianfeng the earnings from his writing. However, he remained immensely grateful to Huang Jianfeng, who had been a good friend since childhood. Understanding the significance of the tickets to him, Huang Jianfeng had chosen to buy the more expensive ones online when the cheaper ones were unattainable. Jiang Ziyin calmly remarked, "No need. If you want to accept it, then let us not converse." "All right," Fong Haoyu replied, slightly embarrassed. "But this is a gift I prepared for you," he protested. Jiang Ziyin smiled and gently shook her head, softly declaring, "You are the best gift I could ever receive." Chapter 55. Happy Birthday. The two exchanged glances. Fong Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the tender gaze of his senior. His heart raced uncontrollably, thumping loudly within his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Instinctively, he placed a hand over his heart, feeling an indescribable sensation as he stared at her. The words she spoke seemed hauntingly familiar. Yet he could not quite grasp where he had heard them before. Was it merely an illusion? Unconsciously, they drew closer together. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ziyin noticed something amiss with Fong Haoyu and inquired with concern. Regaining his composure, he forced a casual reply. It's nothing. Just a bit of an itch on my head, as if I'm about to grow a brain." Still a love-struck fool, he diligently attempted to calm his racing emotions. "Senior," Fong Haoyu said softly, eager to discern her feelings about the gift he had given. "I adore this gift," Jiang Ziyin replied, seemingly aware of his thoughts. A gentle smile graced her lips as she looked at him affectionately. "I will always remember this day. I have waited for it for so long." Fong Haoyu gazed at her exquisite features, momentarily lost in admiration. It appeared that she truly cherished it. Waiting for so long, does that refer to the concert? He noted the warmth in her eyes, yearning to envelop her in his embrace, though he dared not act on the impulse. Soon, nightfall enveloped them, and the concert commenced. As the music began to play, Jay Chou made his entrance on stage, his melodious voice resonating through the air. The audience was entranced, and Fong Haoyu and Jiang Ziyin quickly found themselves immersed in the experience. The usually aloof senior could hardly contain her excitement upon seeing her beloved artist. Of course, for her, the artist was secondary. What mattered most was who she was with. As the concert reached its midpoint, the song Love's Flight Diary filled the venue, and the two sang along in perfect harmony, their emotions intertwined. In that moment, Fong Haoyu accidentally brushed against Jiang Ziyin's hand. Instinctively, he withdrew, only to feel her delicate fingers grasp his. Feeling shy? Afraid to take responsibility? Jiang Ziyin teased, raising her chin with a mischievous grin. "How could that be? I will take responsibility," Fong Haoyu replied, feigning nonchalance as he held her hand firmly. The stage lights transformed into a soft pink hue, bathing the venue in a dreamy atmosphere as everyone reveled in the lyrics celebrating love. Jiang Ziyin took out her phone to capture a few snapshots of the moment. Leaning her head against Fong Haoyu's shoulder, she raised their entwined hands for a photograph. "Senior, what are you doing?" he asked. "Just recording a beautiful moment. Come here." "Junior, what's up?" she prompted, and with a click, she captured another image. "You took another picture of me? Show me," Fong Haoyu exclaimed. Jiang Ziyin shared the photos with him, and he chuckled. "Finally, not an ugly picture. This photograph is remarkably striking." Capturing the fleeting moment when Fong Haoyu turned his head, exuding an effortless charm. His gaze carries a hint of affection, a testament to the tenderness he feels. To put it succinctly, the way he looks at Jiang Jiwen radiates warmth. Jiang Jiwen is exceedingly pleased with this image. Subsequently, she discreetly set it as her phone wallpaper. Just as she was engrossed in this task, she heard, "Senior." Click. Fong Haoyu had also taken a snapshot of her. "Did you just take a candid of me?" "I did so openly." "Let me see. If it's unflattering, you'll be in trouble." Jiang Jiwen took the phone and glanced at the photo. She appeared absolutely stunning in it. Notably, her expression bore a touch of fondness as well. When she lifted her gaze to meet Fong Haoyu's, her eyes sparkled with affection. The two photos resembled a pair of lovebirds. "Isn't it beautiful? No matter how you capture it, senior, you always look magnificent." Fong Haoyu's words were sweet. Jiang Jiwen chuckled as she returned the phone to him. "Remember to edit it for me." "Edit it?" Fong Haoyu exclaimed, perplexed. This photo could easily outshine many internet celebrities, even reaching star status. "Edit it." I can't fathom how it could be improved. In essence, there seemed to be no room for enhancement. Why not? You might as well just edit me into it. Why would I need to do that? You can simply take a photo with me. Jiang Jiwen playfully touched his cheek. You, dear Junior, are quite charming. Fang Haoyu's cheeks instantly flushed. Senior, you're so naughty. I like it. Jiang Jiwen chuckled. I can be even naughtier. Then I'll like it even more. They exchanged smiles and returned their focus to the concert. As the melody of Sevenly Fragrance filled the air, the performance approached its conclusion. The rain pours all night. My love overflows like the rainwater. The fallen leaves in the courtyard are a thick pile of my longing. I continued writing, inscribing I will love you forever at the poem's conclusion. You are the only one I wish to understand. The concert came to an end, and the journey of Fang Haoyu and his senior also reached its close. The attendees began to leave gradually. Senior, what is the matter? Happy birthday. Jiang Jiwen was momentarily taken aback, her heart rippling with emotion. Let us head back. Fang Haoyu stood, extending his hand with a smile. Jiang Jiwen rose, gently placing her hand in his. Fang Haoyu had ordered a cake in advance. The third surprise he had prepared. While Jiang Jiwen was bathing, the small cake he had ordered arrived. The cake was modest in size, suitable for just the two of them. A larger cake would surely go to waste. Everything was ready. They just needed Jiang Jiwen. Once she finished bathing and changed into her pajamas, the moment she stepped out, the lights dimmed. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a melodious happy birthday to you echoed as Fang Haoyu approached, delicately holding a small cake adorned with a solitary candle. Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face illuminated with delight as she murmured, "You silly." Clearly, she had not anticipated that her junior would prepare such a heartfelt surprise at the last moment. What a thoughtful fool he is. Senior, make a wish, Fang Haoyu said. Standing before Jiang Jian, with a smile, she nodded and closed her eyes to conjure her wish. Moments later, she opened her eyes and blew out the candle. With a serene smile, Jiang Jian inquired, "What else do you have in store that I haven't anticipated?" "Hiki, this time, truly nothing," he replied. "Senior, what did you wish for?" Jiang Jian playfully grinned. "I won't tell you. It won't come true if I do. Let me help you cut the cake," Fang Haoyu offered, moving to place it on the table. "Don't move." "What is it?" Jiang Jian shook her phone in her hand and cheerfully said, "I want to take a picture." Chapter 56. Make a wish. Hoping you will love me forever. Fang Haoyu held a cake, while Jiang Jian ensured he was included in the photo, albeit without capturing his face. Soon after, he began slicing the cake. The senior had only a small piece before losing her appetite, leaving the remainder for him to consume. It was evident that her appetite was rather modest. Coincidentally, Fang Haoyu was quite hungry, so he did not waste any of it. The portion was just right. This marked their final evening in Shanqing, as they would return home the following day, signaling the end of their holiday. Exhausted from the day's activities, Fang Haoyu promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Jian quietly organized the photos taken that day and posted a collection on her social media before midnight. She shared 9 photos, perfectly arranged in a grid. Images of the hot pot from Shanqing, snapshots from Jay Chou's concert, and moments captured at various tourist attractions. Central to the grid was a photo of her holding a boy's hand, resting her head on his shoulder, although his face was not visible. Additionally, there were 2 photos of Fang Haoyu with the cake and another with a plush puppy, both of which also omitted their faces. Accompanying the 9 images was the caption, "Make a wish, hoping you will love me forever." As soon as the post was shared, Jiang Jian's WeChat notifications began to flood in. She hurriedly silenced the alerts to avoid disturbing her junior. She did not block anyone and openly shared her moment. Naturally, her father saw the post and, rather than commenting, he simply liked it. He was aware that the two had registered their relationship and was pleased to have sent her a transfer of 20,000 yuan for their trip. With the note, "Enjoy a few more days, let me know if you need more." Jiang Jian smiled softly. Although her father rarely had time to accompany her, he consistently provided emotional support, fostering a strong bond between them. However, the most animated reaction came from her close friend, Yang Xiaoling, who was eager to call her immediately, startling Jiang Jian, who quickly hung up. "Jiang Jian, what are you doing?" "Yang Xiaoling, why didn't you answer my call?" Jiang Jian, "He is asleep." "I didn't want to wake him." "Yang Xiaoling, this is more painful than if you had killed me. I wished you a happy birthday. And you only replied with received? Are you not in love anymore?" Jiang Jian smiled faintly. Her brief reply was merely a habit formed from frequently acknowledging notifications in their university group chat, an essential skill for every student. Moreover, She had spent the entire day enjoying time with her junior, leaving little opportunity to check her phone, thus neglecting her friend's feelings. Jiang Jian, don't say that. I'm just worried he might misunderstand. At that moment, Yang Xiaoling, staring at her screen, was practically ready to leap through it to confront Jiang Jian. Have you started dating? For the time being, not yet, but it should be soon. We are all sharing the same room. The hotel has no more vacancies. And we have a double bed. Typically, we each sleep in our own space, quite self-aware. Why am I so skeptical? Believe what you will. Yang Xiaoling. Is he that junior, Fang Haoyu? Jiang Jian, you're asking the obvious. Yang Xiaoling was genuinely anxious at that moment, constantly mocked by Jiang Jian. She felt on the verge of tears. Jiang, you have changed. After years of silence on social media, you finally post this. Your circle will surely astonish many. Jiang Jian, what is so astonishing? I'm merely documenting my life. Yang Xiaoling, tomorrow's confession wall will surely be filled with inquiries about whether Jiang, the campus beauty, is truly in a relationship. You're going to be famous. No, you already are. Jiang Jian. She was indifferent to what others said. She simply wished to document her life, to record her long-awaited concert. Such a normal post. She refrained from revealing the junior's face to avoid disturbing him for now. Once they officially established their relationship, it would be time to share. She was waiting for a formal confession. On the way back, Fang Haoyu naturally noticed this post. Reading the caption made his heart swell with delight, for he had entered the senior's social circle. It was noteworthy that she had never posted before. Now, she had shared a moment with him in it. Although his face was not visible, he was still elated. This indicated that he held a significant place in her heart. Senior? Your caption. Jiang Jian turned her face away, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. Just something I picked. Fang Haoyu secretly rejoiced, not revealing her feelings. He was now quite certain the senior definitely had feelings for him, perhaps even affection. He had a chance. He needed to create more opportunities to spend time with her and plan a splendid confession. His confidence grew. The holiday was nearing its end, and Fang Haoyu returned to the dorm a day early. The other three had also returned ahead of schedule. Upon entering, Ling Zikai approached and patted his shoulder, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. Haoyu, don't be sad. Fang Haoyu looked puzzled. What am I sad about? Stop pretending. I know you're heartbroken. I understand. You don't have to put on a facade. Tonight, I'll take you out for drinks, and we won't return until we're drunk. Fang Haoyu was taken aback. Should I be sad? Yao Yutong couldn't help but laugh from the side. Ling Zikai scolded, don't laugh at him. Haoyu, it's nothing to be upset about. It's quite normal. You're not lacking in women, even if she is the campus beauty. He earnestly consoled. Wait, what heartbreak? What are you talking about? Fang Haoyu was utterly speechless. Ling Zikai sighed and then took out his phone. I've seen the forum for our school. Jiang Jian posted a moment. It seems to be about her boyfriend. Don't be disheartened. It's quite normal for such a beautiful senior to have a boyfriend. I can recommend you two lovely seniors I met last time at the club. Their qualities are certainly commendable. Stop. Don't recommend anyone to me. I truly am not upset, nor am I envious. Fang Haoyu quickly interrupted Ling Zikai. Why would he feel sorrow? The male lead in the photo was none other than himself. Are you really all right? Fang Haoyu smiled. I genuinely am. It's not a big deal. I'm relieved to hear you're not sad. I was worried you might indulge in excessive drinking late at night. Ling Zikai sighed in relief. After Ling Zikai departed, Yao Yutong smiled knowingly. Isn't that the male lead from the moment? Chapter 57. The male protagonist in the school bell circle of friends. What male protagonist? Fang Haoyu feigned ignorance. Yao Yutong raised an eyebrow. Are you pretending not to know? Isn't the male protagonist in the school bell circle of friends you? Fang Haoyu replied. Truly admirable. Leader, you were able to guess this. Yao Yutong smiled lightly. I wasn't entirely certain until I saw you return to the dormitory. If the person in the photo isn't you, you would have been lying in bed, shedding tears by now, wouldn't you? Fang Haoyu retorted. Am I really the type to shed tears so easily? It's not as if shedding tears brings any benefit. Yao Yutong chose not to pursue the topic further and instead inquired. You didn't slack off during the holiday, did you? The freshman cup election is just around the corner. Of course not. I've made significant progress, Fang Haoyu declared confidently. During the 7-day holiday, aside from the 2 days spent in Shanxing, he had diligently maintained his running routine every night. He no longer felt as weak as before, and his endurance had improved. You should hit the court more these days to regain your rhythm, Yao Yutong advised. Fang Haoyu nodded in agreement. He then returned to his chair and opened his laptop to continue writing. He still had not finished the chapters he had promised to complete during his leave. It was the perfect opportunity to catch up, lest readers track him down to express their grievances. Fong Haoyu couldn't help but marvel at himself. What a charming and considerate author he was to his fans. Just as he opened his writing assistant, a notification pinged from QQ. Who could be messaging this esteemed author at such an hour? Did they not realize he was busy writing? Fong Haoyu glanced at his phone with impatience. But his irritation vanished upon seeing that the message was from Senior Hai Jiyan. He had messaged Senior Hai during the holiday. Yet the senior had not responded throughout the entire break. Hai Jiyan, what do you need? I was quite busy during the holiday. Preoccupied with dating and didn't want to be disturbed, so I turned off QQ. Dating? No wonder. However, Fong Haoyu chose not to dwell on this matter. Jisher Shuebao. I was preoccupied before, but now I'm free. Previously, Fong Haoyu might have worried about the so-called white moonlight of the senior. Yet now he felt completely at ease. Primarily, the senior had not been in contact with that supposed white moonlight. Moreover, the time they had spent together had clarified many things for him. If the senior harbored no feelings for him, why would she hold his hand and post about him on social media? Thus, what he needed to consider now was to find an opportune moment to plan a confession. His initial confession to Shin-Yi had taken place in a restaurant, while the second had occurred via mobile phone after he repeated a year. Both attempts had ended in failure, making this third confession a matter of great importance. He needed to convey his true feelings clearly, allowing the senior to sense his intentions. Jisher Shuebao. Senior, I have a question I would like to ask you. Hai Jiyan, what question? Knowledge explosion. That friend I mentioned earlier is contemplating how to confess his feelings. Senior, how did you express your feelings to your partner? Could you share some insights for my friend to learn from? Hai Jiyan, I have never confessed. I was the one who was confessed to. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Jiyin touched her flushed cheeks. Is the junior really going to confess? Should she accept or not? The mere thought of Fong Haoyu confessing to her made her face turn as red as a ripe apple, although she had considered it before. It seemed this time it was genuinely happening. Thus, to say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Her heart raced uncontrollably even from across the screen. However, when it came to the matter of confession, Jiang Jiyin did not intend to instruct the junior. She was eager to see what kind of surprise he would prepare for her. Of course, the main reason was that she had never confessed either. She lacked experience. Despite teasing the junior daily as if she were an expert, she had never been in a relationship. Most of her techniques were learned from novels, and she had only applied them to the junior. In truth, if Fong Haoyu were to speak, she would undoubtedly say yes. Yet, she still craved the feeling of being cherished by the one she liked. Fong Haoyu was also surprised that the senior was so impressive. That it was actually the other way around with the senior being confessed to. Knowledge explosion. So, senior, how did your partner confess to you? I wonder if my friend can learn something from it. Hai Jiyan, I don't know about that yet. Knowledge explosion? Fong Haoyu was bewildered. He didn't understand what that meant. Could it be that the senior was too shy to share? All right. He decided not to press the senior further. In reality, Jiang Jiyin genuinely had no clue either. She couldn't foresee the future. But the thought of this fool wanting to learn how to confess to her amused her. Hai Jiyan, if your friend successfully confesses, treat me to a meal. Knowledge explosion. That can be done right now. I have time. Hai Jiyan, no need. Wait until your friend successfully confesses and then treat me. Knowledge explosion. All right then. Fong Haoyu was utterly perplexed. He couldn't grasp the senior's meaning. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to thank the senior, but had never found the right moment. But since the senior had said it like that, perhaps he could treat her to a meal later. For now, his priority should be writing. After Fong Haoyu finished writing, he stretched lazily and slumped in his chair. What a tiring day. The time had already slipped into the afternoon. He planned to go out and play basketball around 6. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the once quiet dormitory. The school forum was in an uproar. Ling Jikai exclaimed, "What are you shouting about, Dead Cane?" Zhou Ziran replied irritably, "My name is Ling Jikai." Ling Jikai excitedly said, "Forget about that for now. Everyone look. The school forum is flooded with posts about Jiang University's campus beauty falling in love. This morning, I encountered something unexpected, only to see it explode by the afternoon." Yao Yutong cast a meaningful glance at Fong Haoyu and remarked casually, "I do so enjoy indulging in gossip. What did you write in your post?" Ling Jikai responded, "Quite a bit, really. It's all speculation regarding who the campus belle's partner might be. I just saw someone suggesting it was Song Jiaxing. But since Senior Song is at school during the holiday and Senior Jiang is in Shanqing, that rumor collapses under scrutiny. Moreover, everyone is aware of Jiang Jiyan's feelings towards Song Jiaxing, making it implausible. Yao Yutong inquired, "Is there any speculation beyond romance?" Ling Jikai replied nonchalantly. One post claims that this young man is Jiang's close male friend, possibly a homosexual. After all, with Jiang University's campus belle's personality, how could she possibly approach a boy? This post has garnered quite a few likes. Instantly, Fong Haoyu's expression darkened. "You're the homosexual. Your entire family is." Chapter 58. The opportunity for confession. Fong Haoyu was nearly beside himself with frustration. This staunchly heterosexual man had been falsely rumored to be gay. Yao Yutong wore a mischievous grin and teased, "Ganja, do you think this man is gay?" Ling Jikai thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied, "Probably. Otherwise, why would the senior?" Fong Haoyu retorted irritably, "I think you resemble a gay man more." Ling Jikai, puzzled, asked, "Haoyu, I was referring to you. Why are you so agitated?" Realizing something was amiss, Fong Haoyu quickly cleared his throat. "No. I simply don't wish for others to be slandered. Who knows, perhaps he has a close relationship with Senior Jiang. They might even have mutual feelings." Ling Jikai furrowed his brow. "Aren't you fond of the senior? Why would you hope for their mutual affection?" Zhou Ziran cast a knowing glance at Fong Haoyu. "I see. Haoyu, you're not an infatuated admirer, are you? Hence your desire for the senior's happiness. I understand you like her. But there is no need to be so servile." Fong Haoyu looked despondent. "Stop. What on earth are you talking about?" Yao Yutong could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Leader, what is so funny?" Ling Jikai asked, confused. You say he is gay, can he not be anxious?" Yao Yutong laughed so hard she nearly cried. Ling Jikai, bewildered, asked, "When did I say Haoyu is gay?" "Wait a moment." Suddenly, Ling Jikai seized Fong Haoyu's arm, eyes wide with shock. "The male lead in the school beauty's circle of friends isn't. Is it?" Fong Haoyu nodded helplessly. "Impossible. How could you manage to date the school beauty? And I struggle to find a girlfriend." Ling Jikai clutched his chest in anguish. "Haoyu, tell me this is all a lie, right?" Fong Haoyu, expressionless, confirmed, "It's true. But we're not together yet." Ling Jikai, animated, exclaimed, "Not together yet? This is what you call not being together? Have you seen her post? She is practically confessing to you." Fong Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "I saw it. However, such matters must not be rushed. I need to plan." Ling Jikai composed himself, although his words dripped with jealousy. Deep down he genuinely wished for Fong Haoyu to be with the one he cherished. Between boys, it's always like this. They might outwardly express disbelief, yet inwardly they offer silent blessings. "If you need our help, feel free to ask." Fong Haoyu raised an eyebrow. "Is it really that simple?" Zhou Ziran chuckled. "As your three fathers, of course we wish you well. Get lost." Ling Jikai patted his chest. "Rest assured, before you officially announce it, we will certainly keep it under wraps." Fong Haoyu nodded, placing his trust in his good friends. Yao Yutong suddenly inquired, "Have you figured out how to confess yet?" Fong Haoyu shook his head, feeling overwhelmed. "Why don't you all offer me some advice?" Ling Jikai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before suddenly raising his index finger. "I have an idea. We could invite her to the playground and arrange candles in the shape of a heart. You could stand in the middle holding flowers to confess your feelings, surrounded by people, creating a wonderful atmosphere." "Stop." Fong Haoyu interrupted decisively. "I don't want to be too conspicuous, and it feels somewhat morally coercive. Although the ambience would indeed be splendid, with a crowd chanting in unison, it simply doesn't suit the dynamic between me and the senior. Firstly, I am not the type to declare my feelings in front of a crowd. Secondly, not everyone witnessing my confession to the school belle would necessarily wish me well. Moreover, if everyone is cheering and the senior isn't inclined to accept, it would only put her in an awkward position, creating a sense of moral pressure. Thus, I prefer a more understated confession where only the two of us are aware. It would be better to let others know later when we officially announce it." Ling Jikai nodded in agreement. Indeed, not everyone favors such ostentatious displays. "This method varies from person to person," he remarked. Yao Yutong interjected, "In my opinion, a confession requires a suitable opportunity." Fong Haoyu inquired, "What kind of opportunity?" "You actually missed one," Yao Yutong replied. "That moment during the concert when you were with her, that was the perfect time to confess. In such an atmosphere, many girls would be swept away by emotions, especially since you had prepared so much for her. Was that the ideal moment?" Fong Haoyu reminisced about the scene and suddenly realized his oversight, filled with regret. The atmosphere had indeed been ripe for a confession, especially during the song Diary of Love. "Oh no, could it be that I truly am a fool?" Regret was etched across Fong Haoyu's face. His initial intention had been to celebrate the senior's birthday together. His mind solely occupied with planning surprises for her, without considering this aspect. Moreover, after entering a relationship, his intelligence seemed to plummet. If it weren't for the leader's prompting, he would have remained oblivious. Yao Yutong smiled serenely. There's no need for regret. At least you now understand your feelings towards you. Fang Haoyu replied, please, enlighten me further. Yao Yutong raised a finger. Once you succeed, I expect a month's worth of breakfast. Fang Haoyu, his expression filled with excitement, grabbed her hand. I'll provide 2.5 months' worth of breakfasts. Yao Yutong replied calmly, I was quite clear earlier. What you need to focus on is the atmosphere of the moment. There is no need for elaborate preparations, rather. You should immerse yourself in the ambience during your date, especially when it's tinged with flirtation. When the time is right, follow your heart and express your feelings to her. Fang Haoyu pondered deeply, his eyes lighting up. Leader, it seems I've had an epiphany. He recalled the time spent with the senior, particularly their visit to the park. During our time at the concert, and while wandering through scenic spots, there always lingers a certain ambiguous atmosphere. It is in these moments that the opportunity for a confession arises most favorably. Thus, he must invite his senior out on more dates, as he currently seeks opportunities for the two of them to spend time alone together, lacking the serendipity akin to that of a concert. Ling Zikai felt utterly bewildered. Why can't I comprehend any of this? Yao Yutong chuckled and gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him that it was perfectly normal for a child not to understand. Haoyu, it's about time. We should head to practice. Fang Haoyu nodded, donned his sneakers, and followed Yao Yutong to the court. President Song, is something troubling you? You seem a bit unwell. It's nothing. I've just been quite exhausted lately. Song Jiaxing sat on the chair, his face etched with discontent. Once he was alone, he gazed at the forum post about Jiang Jian's romantic relationship. His teeth clenched in frustration. Who on earth is this boy? Chapter 59, the ambiguous tone. Song Jiaxing furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the image of the young man in the photograph. A disquieting sensation coursed through him, for in his eyes, only a woman of Jiang Jian's caliber was worthy of being his girlfriend. He hailed from a well-off family and excelled academically, even serving as the president of the student council. He considered himself to be reasonably handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have garnered the admiration of so many junior female students. Yet, he felt that these women were unworthy of him. He believed that only women of Jiang Jian's stature deserved to be with him. Thus, he repeatedly lowered his own status to pursue her. However, Jiang Jian appeared indifferent to his advances. He had assumed that such an exceptional woman would be unattainable for anyone, allowing him to console himself and share disappointment. Yet, when someone else succeeded in obtaining what eluded him, a profound discomfort enveloped him. More accurately, it was jealousy. With a cold sneer, Song Jiaxing questioned, why should he be worthy? He found it intolerable that Jiang Jian could harbor feelings for another man. The campus belle of Jiang University ought to be with someone as accomplished as himself. His expression grew increasingly frigid. On the basketball court, Achu, Fang Haoyu rubbed his nose. Who was thinking of me? Could it be a senior? Yao Yutong teased, perhaps someone is cursing you. Let's head to our group. Come on. All right. On the basketball court, once boys had played together, they were typically considered acquainted. In future encounters, they would nod at each other and gradually initiate conversations, forming brotherly bonds. The only drawback was that they might remain unaware of each other's names even after months of familiarity. Fang Haoyu and Yao Yutong had come to know several upperclassmen who played basketball with them, even if they could not name them all. Nevertheless, they had already forged connections akin to close friends. Great shot. With a sudden mid-range jump shot, Fang Haoyu clinched victory in the match. Impressive. A burly senior could not resist giving Fang Haoyu a playful pat on the backside. Yao Yutong joined in, delivering a light tap as well, an accepted gesture of camaraderie on the basketball court. I didn't expect you to be quite skilled, Yao Yutong complimented. Fang Haoyu smiled. It's not bad. He had always been proficient in basketball during high school, and now, with improved stamina and a bit of practice to regain his touch, his form had returned swiftly. At this rate, he should be able to represent the freshmen of the Information College. As dusk began to settle, the court's lights remained unlit, prompting many to wait for illumination before continuing their game. Yao Yutong took a sip of water and casually inquired, how late are we playing tonight? Fang Haoyu glanced at the time, suddenly springing to his feet. Urgency etched across his face. I have to go. What's the rush? I still need to go running. Fang Haoyu had previously made an agreement with the senior to run together every evening when there were no classes. They had now reached their designated time. Aren't you tired? You just played a game, and now you're going for a run? Yao Yutong frowned. Don't worry. My stamina is excellent right now. Fang Haoyu patted his arm. Although he was indeed fatigued after playing basketball, he could still manage a light jog. By the way, don't forget to buy water before heading over, reminded Yao Yutong, for Fang Haoyu had just finished his bottle. There's no time, he said, preparing to turn and leave. What's the rush? Are you eager to see me? Came a melodious voice from behind him. Fang Haoyu instinctively turned around. Jiang Jian was still dressed in her black sports attire, wearing a cap, and with the court lights yet to be illuminated. The surrounding crowd failed to recognize her as the campus beauty of Zhang University. They merely noted her impressive figure and given her presence beside a man holding a bottle of water, it was inferred that she was there to deliver refreshments to her boyfriend. Had she been single, they might have showcased their basketball prowess. But they paid her no further heed. Senior? Fang Haoyu exclaimed, slightly taken aback. When did you arrive? Yes, Jiang Jian replied playfully. Here is some water for you. I figured you'd be out. She handed him the bottle, which was room temperature rather than chilled. Fang Haoyu accepted it, feeling a bit shy, though this was not her first time bringing him water. The last occasion had been during military training. Jiang Jian smiled nonchalantly. You played quite well. In truth, she had been watching for some time, observing discreetly. Usually, others would watch her. Now, it was her turn to secretly admire someone else, her little husband. Flattered by the senior's compliment, Fang Haoyu's lips curled into a grin that rivaled an AK. Yet, he feigned indifference. It's nothing special. My current level is only half of what it used to be. Jiang Jian smirked. Wow. Then you must have been exceptional before. Indeed, Fang Haoyu said, his nose nearly rising to the heavens. Jiang Jian provided ample emotional support, knowing that the younger student relished praise, akin to a child seeking validation. You're adorable. Now, drink the water I brought you. All right, Fang Haoyu replied, his tone softening. He then took a sip. Jiang Jian watched him sweetly, resembling a stone gazing upon her beloved. Nearby, Yao Yutong looked on with disdain at Fang Haoyu. Hearing his earlier tone sent shivers down her spine. However, reflecting on it, she realized that he had once spoken similarly during his flirtatious phase with his girlfriend. Their conversations had been tentative and deliberately tender, even tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Yao Yutong frowned, recalling the goosebumps invoked by his past flirtation. Fang Haoyu smiled. Senior, shall we go? She replied, and they departed, leaving Yao Yutong in a state of disarray. Yet, unlike Ling Zikai, who would have surely spiraled into a frenzy, she remained composed. He found these two individuals quite compatible. He felt that Sister Jiang and Fang Haoyu were well matched, and their interactions resembled that of a couple. Yao Yutong could discern that the two undoubtedly harbored mutual affection. He was intrigued by the sudden shift in the aloof ice goddess's demeanor towards his good friend. Could it be love at first sight? Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. His impression of Sister Jiang remained quite favorable. At the very least, he believed she was not a heartbreaker. Otherwise, she would not have turned down so many suitors, including the President's Song, without a glance. Jiang Jian said lightly, Junior, are you doing all right? How could I not be? A man should never declare defeat. Whether I can or cannot, one must try to find out, right? Chapter 60, Stubborn Guy. As the two of them jogged, after approximately 20 minutes, Fang Haoyu began to struggle to maintain his breath. Having played basketball for quite some time earlier, his stamina was evidently waning. Don't push yourself too hard. If it's too much, we can take a break, Jiang Jian said with concern. However, adhering to the principle that a man should never admit defeat, Fang Haoyu replied. I'm fine. Jiang Jian could see that this foolish boy was exhausted, yet he stubbornly refused to stop. Truly, he was obstinate. Let us pause. I can't run anymore, Jiang Jian said calmly. There was little she could do, as her soft-hearted nature prevented her from watching him suffer. Only then did Fang Haoyu relent and come to a halt. Let's call it a day here. We can rest a bit. All right. Jiang Jian and Fang Haoyu sat down in the middle of the playground. No sooner had they settled than Fang Haoyu felt a cramp in his calf. Ouch. I've cramped. He nearly cried out in pain. Jiang Jian quickly grasped his foot and pulled it toward his knee, urging him to stretch it out. After 2.5 minutes, Senior, it's better now. I feel much better, Fang Haoyu said, relief washing over him. Yet, Jiang Jian did not immediately withdraw her hands from his leg. In the next moment, Fang Haoyu felt his calf being gently massaged by her delicate hands. This will help soothe your muscles, Jiang Jian remarked softly. Next time, if you're struggling, just say so. There is no shame in it. Yes, I want to be stubborn next time, Fang Haoyu replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How mortifying. He promised himself not to be obstinate again, especially after having experienced such a painful cramp. As Jiang Jian continued to massage, she suddenly let out a laugh. "Senior, what are you laughing at? I found a nickname that suits you perfectly." "What nickname?" "Stubborn guy." Fong Haoyu felt an urge to weep, watching the senior help him with his calf. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Her soft hands seemed to possess a magical touch. Under her gentle care, his calf felt exceptionally comfortable. No wonder so many people enjoy foot massages. If only she would wash his feet. The thought was too delightful for him to fathom. Besides, if he were to be with her, he could never bring himself to let her wash his feet. Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly as well. This was her first time touching another boy's leg. That should be enough, right? Perhaps just a couple more minutes? "Senior, isn't that enough? I don't want to trouble you too much." "It's no trouble. I enjoy it." "What?" Fong Haoyu didn't catch that. "Oh, it's nothing. I often massage my own legs. I've had cramps at night before." Fong Haoyu chuckled. "I've had cramps at night too." But I didn't dare to cry out. He recalled the nights during high school when cramps would wake him, yet he couldn't scream in pain. It was unbearably torturous. "All right," Jiang Jian said, finally withdrawing her hands. Fong Haoyu stretched his legs, feeling a significant relief. The pain had considerably diminished. "Senior, next time you cramp, I shall assist you in massaging," he jested, though inwardly he thought it was a charming notion. "I absolutely do not wish to touch your legs." He feigned indifference. Jiang Jian arched an eyebrow. "Your eyelids twitch when you lie." "Really? They didn't twitch just now, did they?" Fong Haoyu queried, perplexed. "Are you admitting to having lied just now?" Fong Haoyu, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Senior, you have triumphed." Jiang Jian, with a teasing demeanor, remarked, "Should my mood permit, I might allow you to touch." Fong Haoyu, mustering his courage, inquired, "Are you in a good mood now?" "No," she replied, making a playful face, then sprang to her feet and dashed away, "because I do not wish to let you touch my legs." "Senior, wait for me. My legs hurt," Fong Haoyu called, limping after her. "I'm back," he announced, fatigue evident on his face as he limped into the dormitory. Ling Zikai frowned. "Did you get interrupted while peeping at girls bathing? Get lost. Do you think I am like you?" Ling Zikai, with a sense of pride, retorted, "What of it? As a hormone-driven male, is it so wrong to indulge in a little eye candy? Can you assure me there are no inappropriate apps on your phone?" Fong Haoyu responded, "You are truly unbeatable, my friend." Yao Yutong bore an expression of knowing amusement. "Oh dear, cramping. Was it? I knew it. Enjoying the show, are we? How embarrassing for you." Fong Haoyu straightened his posture. No, I consider this a blessing in disguise. At least I can now have some intimate interaction with the senior." Ling Zikai, filled with indignation, demanded, "What do you mean? Did you go on a date with Senior Jiang?" "No. Do you expect me to remain single with the likes of Zhou Ziren in this dormitory? That would be perilous." Zhou Ziren's expression darkened. "What do you imply? Do you think I would ever fancy a mere stick of sugarcane? You think you're worthy?" Ling Zikai, unabashed, declared, "Look at my handsome face. Numerous seniors have sought my affection. Who knows what twisted thoughts this pervert harbors towards a striking figure like me?" Before Ling Zikai could finish, Zhou Ziren could no longer restrain himself and pressed him against the stairway. "You clearly do not comprehend. Please, I was mistaken, brother Jia. Do not squeeze my backside." Fong Haoyu frowned, secretly disapproving. Zhou Ziren had become increasingly peculiar. Familiarity had seemingly exacerbated his oddities. "How was the atmosphere tonight?" "Decent. Then why not confess your feelings?" Fong Haoyu replied nonchalantly, "I sense it is still too hasty. I believe I require something more." Thus, he planned to invite her out this weekend for a proper confession. Yao Yutong chuckled. "All right then, proceed at your own pace." Suddenly, Fong Haoyu exclaimed, "By the way, I haven't had dinner. I shall go to the convenience store downstairs for a cup of instant noodles. Do you want one?" "I've already eaten," she replied. "Very well." Fong Haoyu made his way alone to the small shop on the ground floor. There were 3 staircases in their dormitory building. Given that their room 3357 was somewhat secluded, he opted for the nearer yet less frequented staircase. Typically, this staircase saw little foot traffic, primarily serving as a gathering place for smokers. Compounded by several broken lights that had yet to be repaired, which deterred most from using it. However, in his haste, Fong Haoyu paid little heed to these details. Just as he stepped into the enveloping darkness of the staircase, a distinctly familiar voice echoed through the corridor, prompting the naturally curious Fong Haoyu to pause. Could it possibly be someone he knew? Maybe. Those are mere rumors. I never pursued her. It's all just nonsense spread by others at our school. Don't you know me? Who is Song Jiaxing? Would I deceive you? My character is beyond reproach. After all these years together, I simply feel no need to go public. If you choose to think otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Chapter 61. Although I do not know him, I understand you. Initially, Fang Haoyu assumed it was merely a typical quarrel between couples. However, upon hearing the name Song Jiaxing, he was taken aback. President Song? The voice sounded strikingly familiar. And as Fang Haoyu sifted through his memories, it suddenly dawned on him. That voice belonged to Song Jiaxing. He already had a girlfriend? Moreover, they had been together for many years. Why then did he still pursue the senior? Fang Haoyu furrowed his brow. This individual was indeed a scoundrel? His prior impression of Song Jiaxing had not been particularly negative. He merely felt displeased due to rivalry. Nonetheless, he held no substantial ill feelings towards him otherwise. After all, Yao Yutong had previously remarked that President Song was a very kind and amiable person. It turned out he was such a rogue? To chase after a senior while having a girlfriend? Instantly, Fang Haoyu's fondness for President Song evaporated, although it had never been significant to begin with. This revelation was truly disheartening. A wave of disgust rose within Fang Haoyu. He wondered if the senior was aware of this matter. He had originally intended to inform her, but upon reflection, the senior had never paid Song Jiaxing any heed. In fact, they had exchanged no more than 3 sentences. This semester, Song Jiaxing had not troubled the senior either, seemingly having given up. Nevertheless, Fang Haoyu could not place his trust in such a scoundrel. He was determined to gather some evidence against him. He discreetly took out his phone and began scrolling. Song Jiaxing was entirely focused on his phone call, oblivious to anything amiss. His immediate priority was to maintain his relationship with his girlfriend, as they were in a long-distance relationship, having been together since high school. He had initially been attracted to her solely based on her looks. Currently, he found himself drawn to Jiang Ziyan, who was even more beautiful. Yet, he had no intention of breaking up with his current girlfriend until he successfully pursued Jiang Ziyan. In his eyes, only the most exceptional and beautiful individuals were worthy of him. Of course, he saw no fault in his behavior. He believed he was merely seeking someone more suitable for himself. Upon returning to his dormitory after purchasing instant noodles, Fang Haoyu examined the evidence on his phone. This evidence could prove that President Song was indeed a scoundrel. However, he did not plan to reveal it just yet. If Song Jiaxing continued to harass the senior without remorse, he would post it directly on the forum to expose this hypocrite. His aversion toward this person was palpable. He was clearly a rogue, yet maintained a persona of a devoted suitor at school. Bah! He claimed to be deeply in love. Was such a faade truly heartfelt? Wouldn't he that rendered Chen Shimi's actions excusable? Fang Haoyu felt it necessary to inform the senior. It was prudent to exercise caution regarding such a character. He promptly sent a message to her. Foolish Junior. Senior, that student council president Song is a scoundrel. Be careful not to be deceived by him. Lying on her bed, Jiang Ziyan felt perplexed upon receiving the message. Song Jiaxing is a person she knows little about, for she has never made an effort to understand him. However, she did hear from Yang Shaoling that he possesses commendable character. Now, her junior claims he is a scoundrel? Who would believe that? Yet she does. While others might be skeptical, she unconditionally trusts this fool. Why, senior? I understand. Foolish junior. Aren't you curious as to how I know? Fang Haoyu was taken aback that the senior did not question him. He had intended to present evidence to her. Aren't you afraid I might be fabricating this? Why, senior? Not at all, I believe you. Foolish junior. Why? As soon as Fang Haoyu sent the message, within 2 seconds, the senior responded with a voice message. He cautiously opened the audio, revealing her gentle voice. Though I do not know him, I understand you. For some inexplicable reason. Upon hearing her voice, his heartbeat quickened, and he murmured, Do you truly know me? Unsurprisingly, he saved that voice message. The senior had never sent him a voice message before. This was the first time he received one from her. Moreover, her words inexplicably filled him with joy, signifying that she holds him in higher regard than others. I understand. Good night, senior. Good night. In unison, they exchanged their good nights through voice messages. The time for the Freshman Cup competition is fast approaching. Each college will select 12 representatives for the contest. Both Fang Haoyu and Yao Yutong have been chosen, and they have quickly been confirmed as starters. The Information College differs from the Physical Education College. The latter is filled with athletes, all in peak physical condition and formidable players, making the competition fierce. In contrast, the Information College primarily assesses fundamental skills, followed by a few matches to finalize selections. There are not many exceptional players in their ranks, but they can still identify 12 capable students. The 12 have formed a group chat, with Yu Yutong as the group leader. She calmly stated, future training schedules will be communicated here. We will strive to select times when everyone is free from classes. The competition is approaching, so let us practice our teamwork to achieve commendable results and bring honor to our college. Everyone nodded in understanding. They didn't dare to dream of winning the championship, as it has been claimed by the Physical Education College annually. Their athletes possess remarkable stamina and strength, many of whom are specialized basketball players, making it nearly impossible to compete. The best the Information College has managed in the Freshman Cup is reaching the semifinals. All right. That will be all, Yao Yutong declared. Fong Haoyu teased, you're starting to sound a bit like a leader. Yao Yutong raised an eyebrow. Do you aspire to improve? There will be a training session this weekend. Will you be joining? The Freshman Cup officially commences next week, and Fong Haoyu is likely to confess his feelings this weekend. Fong Haoyu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. There seems to be a bit of a conflict. However, it should not pose an issue, as long as it is not in the evening. Yao Yutong replied with a smile, if it truly becomes difficult, you could skip a day. It won't have a significant impact, as everyone has limited training time. You have more pressing matters to attend to. Very well. The next step involves inviting the senior out. However, prior to that, he had some preparations to undertake. The groundwork for his confession must be meticulously arranged. The emotional value must be adequately conveyed. This way, when he reminisces about it with the senior in the future, it will evoke a deeper sentiment. After all, it is a moment of great significance. The necessary preparations cannot be overlooked. Fong Haoyu began to contemplate what he should prepare in the coming days to truly touch the senior's heart. Leader, may I ask you something? What is it? Has your girlfriend ever given you a gift that left you particularly moved? Indeed. Fong Haoyu hurriedly inquired. What was it? Yao Yutong replied nonchalantly, the little moments we shared. I understand. Chapter 62, Preparations Before Confession under the guidance of Yao Yutong. Fong Haoyu experienced an epiphany. The first encounter with his senior sister occurred during the summer vacation when they rode together on a pink electric scooter to obtain their marriage certificate. As the academic year commenced, she greeted him and they exchanged contact information. During subsequent holidays, they cohabited, fostering an ever-deepening bond, and he gradually developed feelings for her. Memories replayed in his mind incessantly. As the holiday drew to a close, classes were set to resume. Wednesday was typically a day devoid of lessons. However, supplementary classes were required. Essentially, this meant that teachers would allocate time to make up for the missed lessons during the break. Generally, only essential professional courses would be rescheduled. A lament from classroom 3357 echoed. Isn't this supposed to be a break? I protest. Yao Yutong responded nonchalantly, protests are futile. We calculated it. At least we won't have to make up an entire day, only a few professional courses. Other schools don't have classes on weekends, so consider yourself fortunate. Ling Zikai interjected. So, should we be grateful to the school? Yao Yutong frowned in contemplation. That is not entirely accurate. Holidays should indeed be honored as such. And May-up classes are quite unreasonable. At this moment, Fong Haoyu was diligently writing his novel, aware that the week was packed with classes. If he did not prepare some drafts in advance, he would inevitably face more interruptions, leading to discontent among his readers. Yao Yutong inquired, Haoyu, do you believe we should have make-up classes? While he spoke, his fingers continued to type. I think discussing this is futile. The school doesn't care about our opinions. They only consider their own. What does it matter if we don't want to have extra classes? Will that change the school's decision? As for my feelings about make-up classes, I would simply say that if they weren't necessary, I wouldn't have to rush like this. His tone clearly reflected the grievances typical of a university student. It is well known that issues such as extended classes, early morning lectures, make-up sessions, sudden notifications for class meetings during free periods, and crowded dining halls can incite frustration among students. Zhou Ziran harbored thoughts of revolutionizing the academic system. Although they could use their phones during lessons and play games to pass the time, enduring classes from 8 in the morning until 9 at night was exhausting. Ling Zikai remarked, every day of classes has become a chore of just playing on our phones. It's utterly tedious. Fong Haoyu replied, I have a method that could make your phone usage more engaging. Ling Zikai, intrigued, asked what method. With a smile, Fong Haoyu suggested, in such cases, returning to repeat the final year of high school would certainly instill some discipline. Ling Zikai recollected his experiences during his last year of high school, particularly the final months, and his expression stiffened. There was no arguing against that. If I returned for just 2 days, I would undoubtedly be more diligent. Zhou Ziren chimed in. Leader, don't you miss high school? Aren't you nostalgic for it? Yao Yutong contemplated for a moment and remarked, I yearn for those times. But it is not the arduous life of senior year that I miss. Rather, it is the friends I shared those moments with. The companions who found joy amidst the struggles. Zhou Ziren inquired, How you? Do you have any friends from high school that you particularly reminisce about? Feng Haoyu shook his head. Not really. He genuinely had no friends he particularly longed for, as those he had bonded with were still in touch. As for Shani, he had long since moved on. Before sleep, the group resumed their familiar banner. Late into the night, one of them began. I saw a stunning senior today at the third cafeteria. I truly believe that if I were in that era, the outcome for the Prime Minister would have been entirely different. The next morning, the four of them arrived at class with dark circles under their eyes. However, they had learned their lesson this time, arriving half an hour early to secure seats at the back for a chance to rest. The reason for choosing the back was not due to discomfort in the front, but rather to avoid the disruptive volume of the teacher's voice, which adversely affected their sleep quality. Upon entering the classroom, the three of them, aside from Feng Haoyu, immediately succumbed to fatigue. Time to sleep. As attendance was called, Feng Haoyu too yearned for slumber, yet he had important matters to attend to. The influencer who had taken photos of him and the senior had sent the pictures over. Feng Haoyu took the opportunity to inquire about when the works would be released. The influencer, known as a Chun on Douhai, frequently sought out attractive passers-by for photo shoots. A Chen replied, It should be released next week. After I finish shooting, I still need to edit the videos. And I have some previous footage that I haven't posted yet, so it will take a bit longer. I've developed the photos and sent them to your school. They should arrive in the next couple of days. Feng Haoyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He found the influencer to be quite considerate, taking the time to develop the photos. However, he quickly realized that this was to be expected. The influencer relied on creating such content to earn a living and sustain their passion for photography. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He then began searching for nearby stores that specialized in album creation, preferably those that allowed for personal design. After a thorough selection process, he discovered that Jiangsheng had a considerable number of such establishments, and he meticulously reviewed the ratings for each. However, being online reviews, many stores were likely to have inflated ratings. Checking the time, he noted that he had no classes during lunch, leaving him with 2.5 hours for dining and relaxation. This interval was perfect for evaluating the stores. With time pressing and tasks at hand, Feng Haoyu finalized his decision and left school after classes. During the lesson, he had already mapped out a route, selecting 3 stores with decent ratings. Ultimately, within the limited time frame, he chose a store that offered a wide variety of albums. Here, one can design a multitude of items, not merely photo albums. A short-haired female attendant approached with a warm smile, greeting him. Hello, what is it that you wish to create? Feng Haoyu articulated his request. The attendant nodded thoughtfully. If you wish to design it yourself, it may take some time, as many of our customers prefer to create their own designs, and production is conducted in sequence. Feng Haoyu furrowed his brow. Once the design is completed, how long will it take? Can it be ready by the weekend? The attendant appeared somewhat troubled as she replied. Unfortunately, that is not feasible. Our process adheres to a strict order, as our establishment prides itself on customer satisfaction. Feng Haoyu tentatively inquired. What if I offer extra payment? Would triple the price expedite the process? Theoretically, that is not permissible, yet if you are truly in need, it might be possible. The attendant responded with a conciliatory smile. Feng Haoyu found himself somewhat speechless. It seems one can indeed pay for expedited service. Chapter 63. Will the junior brother be lured away by other senior sisters? Feng Haoyu decided to increase his spending. There was no alternative, given the urgency of his schedule. The female shop assistant smiled and gestured. This way, please. Feng Haoyu followed her inside. The assistant then produced a tablet to showcase various album styles. Instantly, Feng Haoyu's eyes were drawn to a pink album. A strong man in pink. He mused, recalling how much the senior sister adored that color. After all, she wouldn't he have chosen a pink electric scooter and helmet otherwise? Without hesitation, he opted for the pink design. The shop assistant, displaying great understanding, brought forth a sample. Feng Haoyu took the pink album and flipped it open. Just as he had imagined, it was capable of holding printed photos, as well as those directly transferred from a smartphone. With the assistance of the shop assistant, he learned that he only needed to design it on the tablet. The layout of the images was also customizable. While there were pre-made options available, he found them lacking in appeal. Since this album was meant for the senior sister, It would undoubtedly feature her photos. For the cover, he contemplated using the picture he had taken of her at the last concert, which now adorned his phone's lock screen. Soon, he began designing on the tablet. Before he realized it, the time for his afternoon class was fast approaching. He hadn't completed the design yet. I haven't finished this, but I need to head back to school now. Fong Haoyu expressed his dilemma. The shop assistant reassured him. No worries, you can come back this afternoon or evening. We close at 10. As long as you finalize the design today, we can have it ready by the weekend. All right, Fong Haoyu said, preparing to attend his class. After the lesson, he promptly returned to the album shop to continue his design. Time was of the essence. He even settled for a mere bread roll for dinner. During his evening class, fatigue washed over him as he entered the classroom. His dorm mates had already saved him a seat. The moment he sat down, he couldn't resist the urge to lean back and succumb to sleep. Roll call, Fong Haoyu, he heard, but the sound barely registered as he drifted off. A few classmates began to murmur quietly. Ling Zikai furrowed his brow. He hasn't returned to the dorm all day. Where on earth could he be? Surely he isn't sneaking off to a date? Yao Yutong shook her head. Impossible. If he were on a date, he would be too excited to sleep. He wouldn't be this lethargic. Besides, a date would have to occur during a time without classes. What could he possibly do in just 2 hours? Ling Zikai, adamant, responded. Oh, it's quite feasible. Zhou Ziran interjected with disdain. What nonsense are you filling your head with? I look down upon you. Ling Zikai crossed his arms defiantly. Then tell me, why hasn't he returned to the dorm? Zhou Ziran replied. I suspect he finds it unbearable to share a room with you, and thus avoids coming back. Just the sight of you must be irksome. Get lost. Ling Zikai retorted, resting his chin on his hand. He didn't even reply to the messages sent in the dorm group today. Zhou Ziran lightly tapped on Fong Haoyu's phone, seemingly realizing that it had run out of battery. No wonder he hadn't replied to any messages. Yao Yutong stroked his chin, lost in thought. And soon a smile crept onto his face. He could probably guess what Fong Haoyu was up to. All right, keep your voices down and don't disturb him, Yao Yutong said casually. Jiang, why do you keep staring at your phone? Yang Xiaoling inquired, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jiyan. Are you waiting for a message from the junior? Jiang Jiyan replied. Yang Xiaoling teased. Perhaps he's gone to find a new senior? Jiang Jiyan maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, that's impossible. She still held faith in the character of her clumsy junior. However, a twinge of concern gnawed at her. Fong Haoyu had only messaged her in the morning and then remained silent. Typically, he would inundate her with messages and emoticons. Surely, nothing had gone awry? Unable to quell her anxiety, Jiang Jiyan sent a message. Why haven't you messaged me? Yang Xiaoling sighed at the sight. When had the campus belle of Jiang University transformed into someone like this, anxiously clutching her phone for someone else's message? Jiang, you are turning into a stone waiting for your husband, she remarked. Though she was gazing at her phone, her thoughts were solely on her junior. Jiang Jiyan retorted. Isn't it normal to show concern for a junior? Concern? You practically wish to tether him to your side, Yang Xiaoling replied with a tone tinged with jealousy. Jiang Jiyan propped her chin on her hands, blinking her beautiful eyes. Well, perhaps that's not entirely out of the question. Yang Xiaoling mimicked a peculiar tone. Perhaps that's not entirely out of the question. Ignoring her silly friend, Jiang Jiyan began to ponder. Should she go seek out her junior? Normally, when she messaged, Fong Haoyu would reply almost instantaneously. What was happening today? A sense of unease began to settle in. Surely, this fool hadn't been lured away by another senior? What if his phone had been confiscated, and he was whisked away to a remote mountain to be sold to an elderly widow? A series of bizarre thoughts flooded Jiang Jian's mind. No, she must go protect her junior. With that determination, she rose to find Fong Haoyu. Yang Xiaoling, puzzled, asked, What are you doing? Looking for your junior? Though Jiang Jian's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of concern could be detected in her eyes. Yang Xiaoling sighed, exasperated. I really can't with you. Jiang, love does seem to dull the mind. Does he have classes today? Jiang Jian inquired. Full schedule, Yang Xiaoling replied. I'll ask Yao Yutong from his dorm. She should know. As the vice president of the student council, she had connections with most members. Yao Yutong, having recently joined the student council, had a distinct impression of Fong Haoyu due to her good friend's influence. Moreover, as Fong Haoyu's roommate, coupled with her girl-like name, she was quite memorable to Jiang Jiyan. She randomly located Yao Yutong's WeChat from her friend list and handed the phone to Jiang Jiyan. Here, you can chat. Jiang Jiyan took the phone and promptly sent a message. Junior, are you in class now? Yao Yutong replied. Yes. Is there something you need from President Yang? Yang Xiaoling inquired. Is Fong Haoyu beside you? I have a matter to discuss with him, but I haven't been able to contact him all day. Yao Yutong responded. He's here. Almost immediately, a photo of Fong Haoyu sleeping with his head on the desk was sent. Yao Yutong smiled as she looked at Fong Haoyu. She knew full well that the person on the other side of the screen was certainly not President Yang, for Fong Haoyu did not possess President Yang's WeChat. The two had hardly any contact at all, let alone a means of communication. Most likely, the individual on the screen was Senior Jiang. Jiang Jian's first reaction was one of relief. As long as the junior had not been whisked away, that was what mattered. However, she couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with him today. He appeared quite fatigued. Chapter 64. Has the Ice Mountain Goddess become infatuated? Yao Yutong remarked, It's nothing. I simply had an overwhelming number of classes today, and I'm quite fatigued. He had no intention of revealing to Sister Jiang the events of today involving Fong Haoyu. Given her intelligence, he was certain she would deduce that Fong Haoyu was orchestrating a surprise. After all, Fong Haoyu's clandestine actions were solely to delight her. His phone had run out of battery, rendering him unable to respond to messages. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to elucidate the reason for Fong Haoyu's silence. Yang Shaoling replied, I see, then it's all good. Jiang Jiyan, cradling her phone, exhaled in relief. Subsequently, she forwarded the pictures Yao Yutong had sent her to her WeChat and deleted the conversation with Yao Yutong, along with the forwarded images. Gazing at her phone, she found the sight of the younger student sleeping adorably endearing. A faint smile graced her lips, and the worry in her eyes dissipated. Oh my, you seem so pleased. Is your little husband all right? Yang Shaoling's tone was laced with sarcasm. Jiang Jiyan replied nonchalantly, He's just a bit tired. Just a bit tired? Yang Shaoling scoffed. He probably hasn't eaten yet, right? Are you planning to bring him a meal? Good idea, Jiang Jiyan said as she rose to her feet. Yang Shaoling furrowed her brow. Wait, I'm just joking. You're really going to bring him food? The cafeteria is likely out of options by now. You're not upset that he hasn't replied? Jiang Jiyan looked bewildered. Why would I be upset? He must have his reasons for it. Yang Shaoling shook her head in disbelief. Who would have thought the once frosty Ice Mountain Goddess would become so lovesick? What do you plan to buy for him? Jiang Jiyan replied softly. I don't intend to buy anything. I plan to prepare something for him. After a long day, it would pain me to see him return to mere instant noodles. She glanced at the time. It was running short. Gathering her belongings, she grabbed her keys and set off towards her residence. Yang Shaoling watched her retreating figure, sighing in resignation. Is this the power of love? Am I destined to become a lonely old woman? Meanwhile, Fong Haoyu painfully shifted his legs. He had remained motionless while sleeping, resulting in a numbness that nearly rendered him senseless upon waking. Awake? Fong Haoyu twisted his neck, having been uncomfortable in his previous position. I suggest you hurry back to charge your phone once class is over, Yao Yutong stated matter-of-factly. Fong Haoyu, still somewhat dazed, queried, Why? Someone is looking for you. Complaining that you have neglected her for nearly a day, Yao Yutong teased. Who is looking for me? Could it be Sister Jiang? Suddenly, Fong Haoyu snapped to attention. Who else would seek him out but her? Realizing this, Fong Haoyu nearly sprang out of his seat to return to his dormitory and charge his phone, only to be halted by Yao Yutong. There are still 2.5 minutes left in class. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. Fong Haoyu finally regained his composure. Indeed, he had been somewhat hasty. Today had been exceptionally hectic, leaving him no opportunity to charge his phone. Now, urgency was of no consequence. Would the senior be upset with him? A twinge of concern gnawed at him. Should he purchase a cup of milk tea to apologize to her? But then, consuming milk tea this late might hinder his sleep. Perhaps a fruit dessert would suffice. He recalled that she rather enjoyed it. After class, Fong Haoyu's first task was to rush back to his dormitory to charge his phone. As soon as it powered on, he promptly opened WeChat. He was greeted by a pinned message. Clever senior, why haven't you messaged me? That was the sole message, devoid of any emoticons. This absence prompted him to imagine her tone as she uttered those words. In his mind's eye, she furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with displeasure, asking, Why haven't you messaged me? A chill ran down his spine. An apology was imperative. Without delay, Fong Haoyu pre-ordered a fruit dessert from a shop that the senior frequently visited. He was well aware that this particular establishment at Jiang University was her favorite, as she had mentioned it during their previous conversations. Once his phone was charged, he hurried to the fruit dessert shop to collect his order. A glance at the time revealed it was 9:30. He decided to wait downstairs at her dormitory. Soon, he arrived beneath the 4th dormitory building. Checking the time again, he felt it was appropriate to summon her. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiyan, clutching a pink lunchbox adorned with a cute bunny motif, had originally intended to prepare chicken soup, but found herself pressed for time. Instead, she whipped up a few simple home-cooked dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, prepared in both sweet and savory styles, as Fong Haoyu relished both. She also stir-fried a portion of beef. Time constraints dictated her choices, relying on whatever ingredients were at hand. Nonetheless, these were all dishes that the junior enjoyed. Fong Haoyu was known for his lack of pickiness when it came to food. He relished almost everything, especially if it was prepared by her. Jiang Jian arrived at the base of the third dormitory, clad in a black short-sleeved dress. The square neckline accentuated her fair collarbones, while the fitted design highlighted her exquisite figure, exuding a blend of innocence and subtle allure. She glanced at the time. Half an hour had elapsed since class ended. It was time to send a message to her junior. Clever senior. Fool, come down. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Foolish junior. Senior, I'm at the base of your dorm. Could you please come down? I brought you something. The two messages were dispatched almost simultaneously. Jiang Jian paused in surprise. She hadn't anticipated such a coincidence. Her junior was indeed seeking her out. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Did he think she was upset? A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, Fong Haoyu stood there, utterly astonished. The senior was waiting downstairs for him? Are you here to seek retribution? Fong Haoyu swallowed hard. The astute senior replied, stand still and wait for me. Before long, Jiang Jian spotted Fong Haoyu at the foot of the dormitory building. With a blank expression, she inquired, what do you want? Fong Haoyu cautiously responded, I didn't intentionally ignore your messages today. I was simply overwhelmed with tasks, and my phone ran out of battery. What is that? Jiang Jian interrupted, pointing to the fruit dessert in his hand. Fong Haoyu hurriedly offered it to her. I bought you this fruit dessert. I initially intended to get milk tea, but I was concerned that it might keep you awake. Please don't be angry with me, senior, he pleaded, his expression one of innocence. Jiang Jian could hardly withstand such a look. How adorable. She quickly adjusted her expression and, in a haughty tone, declared, in that case, I shall graciously forgive you. However, as a form of recompense, here is something for you. What is this? It's the meal I prepared. If you don't want to eat it, then so be it. Jiang Jian replied, her demeanor still proud. Fong Haoyu immediately grew anxious. Taking the pink lunchbox, I will eat it. Your cooking is the best. It's my favorite. Hearing the junior's words, Jiang Jian couldn't help but let her lips curl upwards. Indeed, it is. But then she added, though, it may be slightly burnt. Chapter 65. The wind is gentle. Jiang Jian furrowed her brow slightly. What's wrong? Did I select this with great care for you, and yet you express disdain? Fong Haoyu felt a chill run down his spine. It has appeared, the familiar aura of impending doom. How could this be? I absolutely adore this. Especially this burly pink bunny lunchbox. It suits me perfectly. His desire to survive surged as he spoke with a face full of flattery. Senior, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. Feigning surprise, Fong Haoyu exclaimed, I can't believe I get to dine with the delightful pink bunny lunchbox carefully chosen by my senior. This is sheer bliss. I must be the happiest junior in the world. Jiang Jian scoffed coldly. Flattery? Who would fall for such tricks? With a proud demeanor, she added. Of course, that would be me. Fong Haoyu had no intention of returning to the dormitory. Based on his understanding of the others, if he dared to bring it back, it would surely be devoured in an instant. In the boys' dormitory, bringing food meant even soy sauce would be snatched away. Are you not going back to the dorm? Jiang Jian inquired softly. Fong Haoyu replied, not returning. There are plenty of benches over at the playground. I will eat there. Why? There are 3 gluttons in the dormitory. Jiang Jian chuckled. You don't want to share with them? She teased. You aren't being selfish, are you? Fong Haoyu retorted, not at all. It's just that I can't bear to share the meal prepared by my senior. Jiang Jian's lips curled into a slight smile. Then let us go together. Why? With a sweet smile, Jiang Jian replied, the fruit salad bought for me by my foolish junior is something I also wish to keep to myself. In the girls' dormitory, a vice president of the student council sneezed. Achoo! What is going on? Is it getting colder? Is someone talking about me? In the boys' dormitory, Ling Zikai exclaimed in frustration. What is the matter? Why isn't this guy returned? Could he really be on a date? Zhou Ziren remarked. What does it matter if he is on a date? You should just stay single and mind your own business. No. I want a beautiful senior too. Ling Zikai roared in discontent. Yao Yutong, exasperated, donned her headphones and began working on her CET for practice questions. Ling Zikai fumed. Leader, what are you doing? One is out on a date, another is secretly studying, and another is covertly rewarding themselves. The lovebird, the studious one, the reward seeker, Who would have thought I am the only normal one in the dormitory? Zhu Ziren, with a wise expression, murmured, the lovebird is Hao Yu. The studious one is the leader, so the reward seeker must be. I have an early class. You are the reward seeker. Clearly, you have no idea. At the playground, on a bench in a secluded corner, Fang Haoyu was devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. The food prepared by his senior was simply exquisite, particularly the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which paired perfectly with rice. He had been hungry all day, having only eaten a few pieces of bread. Later that evening, concerned that his senior might be upset, Jiang Ziyin hurriedly went to purchase some fruit dessert. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with affectionate amusement. What's wrong? You look as though you haven't eaten all day. Feeling her gaze upon him, Fang Haoyu promptly halted, his cheeks puffed, clearly still chewing. He mistakenly thought his rather uncouth eating habits had startled her. Quickly, he transitioned from a voracious appetite to a more refined pace. Once he swallowed the morsel, he sheepishly remarked, the food you made is simply delectable, which may explain my rather. Before he could finish, Jiang Ziyin suddenly leaned in closer. Fang Haoyu was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Jiang Ziyin's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on his face, and he could feel her breath so near. The distance between their lips seemed almost negligible. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, presenting a submissive demeanor, with a faint flicker of anticipation in his heart. You have a grain of rice at the corner of your mouth. Allow me to assist you. Jiang Ziyin gently took a tissue and dabbed at the corner of his lips. Fang Haoyu opened his eyes, utterly bewildered. It appeared he had overthought the situation. Why did you close your eyes? Am I really that unattractive? She pouted, crossing her arms with a look of discontent. Fang Haoyu hastily waved his hands in explanation. No, I thought you were going to. Jiang Ziyin leaned in closer, a teasing smile gracing her lips. What was I going to do? Nothing, he replied. His cheeks slightly flushed. He still couldn't muster the courage to voice his thoughts, fearing she might deem him vain. Jiang Ziyin raised an eyebrow. TSK. The junior is quite shy. How about I try the fruit dessert you bought for me? Taking a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. It's exactly to my taste. Observing the blissful smile adorning her face, Fang Haoyu felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment and accomplishment. She enjoys the fruit dessert I brought her. I also enjoy the fruit dessert I bought for myself. Hence, she must like me. There is nothing amiss with this reasoning, right? He felt utterly brilliant. Jiang Ziyin regarded the grinning Fang Haoyu with a slight furrow in her brow. Surely, the junior hasn't he lost his wits? What's the matter? Why do you look so foolish? Have you truly become a simpleton? Fang Haoyu snapped back to reality. And no, it's nothing. Is my cooking too rich? Here, have a bite of the fruit dessert. Jiang Ziyin expertly speared a piece of fruit and brought it to his lips. Though he initially intended to decline, his mouth betrayed him and opened obediently. Such a good boy, she affectionately ruffled his hair. Fang Haoyu felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. Was this perhaps too intimate? His heart raced wildly, akin to a startled fawn. Suddenly, Jiang Ziyin looked up and pointed at the night sky. Junior, do you think the moon looks beautiful tonight? Fang Haoyu sighed. Indeed, the night is truly enchanting. Jiang Ziyin gazed intently at him, a serene smile gracing her lips. Indeed, the wind is gentle. When Fang Haoyu returned to the dormitory, his face still burned with warmth. Just moments ago, he and the senior had appeared as if they were truly a couple, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. It was already 10:30. Ling Zikai, filled with indignation, demanded, what on earth happened? Why are you returning so late? Were you out fooling around? Speak. Which woman has you fallen for this time? I've warned you before. Boys must tread carefully, for those girls are treacherous and merely seek to ensnare you in romance. Did you go on a date with Senior Jiang? Fang Haoyu replied coolly, you feign ignorance. Ling Zikai, in a state of despair, roared in frustration. No, I refuse to believe it. The campus belle of Jiang University could not possibly have taken a liking to you. Why is it that no senior has ever shown interest in me? Why is this so unjust? The sting of personal failure is indeed painful. Yet the triumph of a brother is even more agonizing. Chapter 66. Senior sister is so bad. I like her so much. How long has this symptom persisted? Fang Haoyu inquired, his expression one of bemusement. It has been ongoing for 2.5 hours, just here losing my mind. Zhou Ziren replied nonchalantly. Fang Haoyu, perplexed, remarked, did I not just leave an hour ago? How could it possibly be 2.5 hours? Zhou Ziren chuckled lightly. My apologies, it's just a habit. At that moment, Fang Haoyu noticed Yao Yutong, who was diligently studying. Leader, are you secretly studying? He asked. No, Why isn't anyone stopping him from studying? Studying equates to cheating on exams. Ling Jikai sighed. You dare to say he is merely studying while you were off on a date? You were even worse. Feng Haoyu, feeling helpless, retorted, when did I agree to that? Besides, doesn't TR leader have a girlfriend? I don't care. Ling Jikai began to throw a tantrum. How absurd. Feng Haoyu suddenly recalled something. By the way, does anyone here know how to edit videos? Zhou Ziren replied, I can do that. Do you want me to help you edit a video? Feng Haoyu waved his hand. That's not what I meant. I was wondering if you could teach me how to edit. I want to edit this video myself. Zhou Ziren frowned slightly. I can teach you, but as a beginner. Your editing speed may be a bit slow. Feng Haoyu smiled. No worries, I can spare some extra time. I must edit this video myself. And it must remain a secret from everyone. It's a surprise for senior sister. I'll go take a shower now. When I'm done, could you teach me some basics? Sure, no problem, Zhou Ziren readily agreed. After all, Feng Haoyu had frequently brought him meals, so he felt inclined to assist. Besides, he had nothing pressing to attend to at the moment, having already completed today's gaming session. At this moment, Feng Haoyu was secretly editing the video during class. He deliberately chose not to sit with the other three to prevent them from accidentally discovering his plans. The album had already been designed. He was now simply awaiting its completion at the Photoshop. The pictures from the last outing with Ah-chun would arrive tomorrow. The only task remaining was video editing. For someone like him, a novice, editing a video was truly a formidable challenge. Thus, after an entire class, his progress was minimal. Choosing the background music for the video also required careful consideration. If Zhou Ziren were to edit, he could likely achieve the desired effect in half a day. However, Feng Haoyu preferred to edit it himself, as it would better reflect his dedication. During lunch, he chose not to sleep, instead utilizing the time to continue editing. He worked on the video whenever he had a break between classes, since he had expressed his desire for no one to see the video. The other three members of 3357 refrained from disturbing or peeking at him. Everyone exhibited remarkable decorum. Though typically carefree, she maintains a sense of discretion regarding her privacy. Recently, due to an overwhelming schedule, she has seldom messaged her senior, which has left Jiang Jian feeling somewhat forlorn. Is the junior truly that busy lately? Previously, he seemed almost glued to her side. Jiang Jian's mood has shifted, turning less cheerful. Last night, she felt giddy. Today, her spirits have dampened. What is that fool up to? Could he be preparing something? Jiang Jian still holds faith in the junior's character, convinced that he must be orchestrating a surprise. Could it be a confession of feelings? At this thought, her face flushed suddenly. Imagining the scene of her junior professing his feelings, her cheeks grew warm. Cradling her heated face in her hands, she murmured, How would you confess to me? Regardless of the manner, she would embrace it, as long as he uttered those words. Her wait would be worthwhile. Yang Shaoling observed Jiang Jian with suspicion. Are you thinking about the junior again? It was unexpected to see the campus belle of Jiang University so enamored with a junior. Jiang Jian stuck out her tongue playfully. You wouldn't understand. With a proud smile, she added, You can be envious all you want, while you remain single until graduation. I'll be one step ahead. Jiang, you have a heart of stone. Yang Shaoling feigned anger, clutching her heart. After all these years of friendship, shouldn't you introduce me to a quality match? Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. What kind do you desire? Yang Shaoling rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before replying nonchalantly. I want someone handsome, just as dashing as your junior. Jiang Jian shot her a glance. Dream on. Everything exists in dreams. She knew Yang Shaoling was jesting. In truth, Yang Shaoling had no real desire for romance. She was one to speak of handsome men, yet had little acquaintance with any, and her circle of male friends was quite limited. The 2 days swiftly passed, and the weekend finally arrived. On Saturday, Feng Haoyu planned to invite his senior out for a movie. He no longer stayed in the dormitory on weekends, but resided in the senior's apartment instead, as she had invited him to come over any time. Moreover, she had mentioned it was their future home together. Today, he had taken leave from his readers. Although frequent absences could lead to backlash, today was of utmost importance. He trusted that his charming readers would forgive him. In the living room, he cautiously asked, Senior, would you like to go see a movie together? What movie? Jiang Jian inquired, puzzled. You choose. I'll watch whatever you want, Feng Haoyu offered, handing her his phone. The latest films were listed, including horror, romance, comedy, and animation. Ultimately, the choice of film was inconsequential, for Feng Haoyu's true intention was not to watch a movie, but to find an opportunity to prepare for something special. Senior, what genre do you enjoy watching? Feng Haoyu inquired with a smile. Jiang Jian glanced briefly and replied, "This one, the film titled Silent Kill. Do you prefer suspense films?" he asked. Indeed, Jiang Jian affirmed without hesitation. Fang Haoyu had anticipated that she would choose a romantic film, as she had previously enjoyed inviting him to watch Korean dramas together. He assumed she favored love stories. "What genre do you like?" Jiang Jian asked curiously. "In the past, I was fond of action films," he responded. A hint of intrigue flickered in Jiang Jian's eyes as she asked, "Action films?" Fang Haoyu blushed and clarified, "Not that kind of action film. I meant those cop and robber movies." He was surprised that she possessed such knowledge. "Truly, what a delightful contrast. You're quite the enigma, senior. I find it quite appealing." However, the action films Jiang Jian referred to were indeed a staple for Zhou Ziren. "Senior, I've bought the tickets. Let's get ready to set off," he said. "All right," she agreed. Chapter 67. Just a gentle squeeze. Fang Haoyu was dressed in a simple ensemble of a black long-sleeve shirt paired with white trousers. Jiang Jian, on the other hand, wore a white short blouse complemented by a white skirt that fell just below her knees, revealing her delicate calves. Today, she adorned her face with a subtle touch of makeup and carried a cream-colored handbag. Each time she went on a date with her junior, she felt compelled to apply a bit of makeup, believing it enhanced her perfection. Yet, in Fang Haoyu's eyes, she was already flawless without it. With makeup, she resembled a celestial being. Today, Jiang Jian maintained her sweet style, which she chose deliberately, as her junior had a fondness for it. She dressed to please him, and this new sweet outfit was undeniably charming. Fang Haoyu's heart skipped a beat at the sight. A smile unconsciously graced Jiang Jian's lips, satisfied with his reaction. "How do I look?" "Very beautiful," Fang Haoyu nodded fervently. He noted that his senior often favored white dresses on their dates, and intriguingly, none of them were of the same design. He rarely saw her don the same dress twice, nor did she seem to carry the same handbag. "Senior, you have so many bags," he remarked. Jiang Jian pondered for a moment. "Is it a lot?" "Just over a dozen." There was a small room in the master suite designated as her personal dressing room, filled with numerous handbags and outfits. Fang Haoyu had glimpsed the clothing inside before, but had never ventured in to explore. "Just over a dozen isn't much?" she continued. "Most were birthday gifts from my father. I've hardly purchased any myself." Jiang Jian stated this matter-of-factly, as every year her father gifted her a bag. A tradition she no longer needed to guess at. As for their value, many were beyond her comprehension, though she knew they were not inexpensive. Fang Haoyu, too, was oblivious to such matters. With practiced ease, Jiang Jian looped her arm through Fang Haoyu's, her soft body pressing against him, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Let us go." Fang Haoyu felt the warmth of her presence against his arm, his heart racing. "Yes, let us go," he echoed. As they descended the stairs to hail a cab, suddenly, Fang Haoyu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. "Senior, what's wrong? My stomach feels a bit off. Please wait here for me while I run back." "All right." Jiang Jian didn't press further and handed him the keys. After receiving them, Fang Haoyu turned back, his pained expression vanishing, replaced by a triumphant smile. Half an hour later, he finally rushed downstairs, panting as he apologized. "Senior, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting." Jiang Jian looked at him, perplexed. "What took you so long?" "I got stuck in the restroom," he chuckled sheepishly. "I almost couldn't get out." "You don't despise me for that, do you?" Jiang Jian cast him a sidelong glance, clearly expressing her disdain. However, despite her words, her hand instinctively intertwined with his. Fang Haoyu felt a surge of delight within, unable to suppress a smile. Was it not a case of verbal disdain but physical affection? The proud Sundra Senior. How charming. At the cinema, Fang Haoyu accompanied his senior to the nearest movie theater. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 5 in the afternoon, with the film set to commence around 5:30. The movie had a duration of 2.5 hours, meaning they would finish at 8, perfectly aligning with dinner time. As the film prepared to start, Fang Haoyu and his senior entered Auditorium 5. To his surprise, the auditorium was sparsely populated, with no more than 5 individuals scattered about. He guided his senior to a seat in the 7th row, the optimal location for viewing. Neither too close nor too far. He had expected the middle seats to be crowded but found that they were the only ones seated there, aside from a couple in the last row and 2 boys in the 2 rows ahead. It struck him as odd that moviegoers would avoid the center seats. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Where others chose to sit was none of his concern. "Senior, wait here for a moment." Fang Haoyu suddenly stood up. Jiang Jian looked puzzled. "Where are you going?" Fang Haoyu grinned. "You'll find out soon." With that, He made his way towards the entrance of the auditorium. Before long, he returned, cradling a bucket of popcorn. Here you go, senior, he smiled. Jiang Jian paused. I didn't say I wanted any. Would you like some? She raised her chin defiantly. Of course. Why refuse free food? Feng Hao, you teased. Didn't you just say you didn't want any? Jiang Jian accepted the popcorn, puffing out her cheeks and shooting him a playful glare. What I said earlier doesn't apply now. Just because I didn't want it then doesn't mean I don't want it now. Seeing her adorable expression, Feng Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled a phrase he had heard from a political teacher back in high school. The person you borrowed money from a month ago is not the same as the person you are now. You should seek the former, not the present. Looking at Jiang Jian's puffed cheeks, he felt an overwhelming urge to pinch them. Senior. What? She replied. You're so cute. May I pinch your cheeks? Feng Hao mustered the courage to ask. Immediately regretting his words, he thought, what have I just said? How embarrassing. Jiang Jian was taken aback, and a sudden silence enveloped them. The senior was speechless. This was disastrous. He wanted to slap himself. He suspected that he had once been a national hero, yet here he was, rendered mute. The reason for Jiang Jian's silence was her astonishment at how much the junior had matured. Previously timid to the point of being timid. She never expected him to be so forward today. Wanting to pinch her cheeks? How preposterous. She had never pinched the face of another man before. Jiang Jian said softly. All right. Indeed, I knew it wouldn't be impossible. Wait, what did you just say? Feng Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly. Did you not hear me? I said yes, but you must be gentle. The senior actually agreed? Feng Hao hurriedly pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Seeing that he remained still for a while, Jiang Jian shyly leaned her face forward and said, just a little pinch. How adorable. As he gazed at the approaching senior, Feng Hao felt as though his heart was ensnared. He gently pinched the senior's face. The moment his fingers made contact with her skin, he could feel the delicate smoothness of her complexion. What a perfect face. How does one maintain such beauty? If only I could pinch the senior's face every day. I would gladly trade that for a luxury car and a mansion. Have you had enough? Although Jiang Jian's expression was devoid of emotion, the blush on her face betrayed her. Chapter 68. I will take responsibility to be honest, not yet. Feng Hao chuckled with a mischievous grin. Jiang Jian shot him a glare, prompting Feng Hao to hastily release his grip, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Truthfully, the senior's face was incredibly soft, tender, and smooth, evoking an addictive sensation upon touch. Despite appearing lean, it felt delightfully plump and remarkably silky. It was indeed the visage of his dreams. If only he could kiss the senior's face, he would do so at least 100 times a day. Suddenly, Jiang Jian displayed a look of disdain. Junior, your gaze. What is wrong with my gaze? He inquired, perplexed. It's rather lewd, she replied. Feng Hao was taken aback. Is it that obvious? Jiang Jian propped her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. Junior, you just pinched my face. It's only fair that I get to pinch yours in return. She had long desired to knead the face of this younger student. And now she finally found the perfect opportunity. Let us see how you escape this. As Jiang Jian began to knead Feng Hao's face, he suddenly realized he was the prey. Ouch, senior. Be gentle. I'm afraid it'll hurt, he said, a hint of grievance in his voice. I'll be gentle. But it truly feels delightful. What have you done to your face? The more I touch it, the more addictive it becomes. Before long, the movie commenced. Feng Hao covered his flushed, handsome face, letting out a resigned sigh. He had nearly been disfigured by his senior. Jiang Jian murmured softly, what is the matter? My face hurts. I'm on the brink of disfigurement. Don't worry, if it hurts, just let me knead it some more, she teased. What will you do if you become disfigured? You'll need me to take care of you. The corners of Jiang Jian's mouth involuntarily curved upwards. Am I not your wife now? Feng Hao pouted slightly. But I'm worried you won't take responsibility. Rest assured, if you become disfigured, I will take responsibility. Jiang Jian said with an affectionate smile. Even if you don't become disfigured, I will still be responsible. Feng Hao's face immediately flushed crimson. Was this a veiled confession, or merely jest? After her declaration, Jiang Jian showed no further expression, turning her attention to the film. Feng Hao exhaled in relief. It seemed the senior was only joking. After all, he had been preparing to confess his feelings, having done so for several days. He couldn't let all that preparation go to waste. What he didn't realize was that Jiang Jian's cheeks were already flushed. But the lights had dimmed as the movie began, concealing her blush from Feng Hao. The film depicted the harrowing theme of school bullying. with a perpetual downpour setting a somber tone. It illustrated the tragic aftermath of bullying that led to death, showcasing the perpetrators who evaded legal repercussions while remaining audaciously defiant. Fong Haoyu felt a profound discomfort as he watched the scenes unfold, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon him. Jiang Ziyan remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding of the film. Yet her hand was tightly clasped around Fong Haoyu's. It was not until the parents of the victim took the lives of the 4 bullies and then ended their own that Fong Haoyu let out a sigh of relief at the conclusion. At least the fate of the bullies was somewhat satisfying to witness. He glanced at his senior, who was still gripping his hand, and it seemed as though she was reminded of some unpleasant memories. Fong Haoyu quickly held her hand more firmly. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Jiang Ziyan lowered her head and replied, "It's nothing." Although she spoke these words, Fong Haoyu, not being foolish, could easily discern that something troubled her. However, since she was unwilling to share, he would not press her. He gently ruffled her hair and softly reassured, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." When Jiang Ziyan looked up and met Fong Haoyu's gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, reminiscent of times past. She murmured, "Yes, with you here. What I have to fear?" Fong Haoyu could roughly guess the reasons behind her demeanor. All he could do was remain by her side and protect her from harm. Once she had collected herself, she revealed a smile once again. "Let us go?" Fong Haoyu nodded in agreement. Their hands intertwined in a harmonious connection. "Senior, would you like to find a place to have dinner?" he asked. Jiang Ziyan replied nonchalantly, "No need. I'll cook for you." She had already procured the ingredients in advance, knowing that the foolish junior would undoubtedly come by over the weekend. The reason for her certainty was simple. She understood him well. "All right," Fong Haoyu nodded. However, he simultaneously began to feel a wave of anxiety. The time was now 8:15. Throughout the movie, he had been distracted, for he had planned and prepared extensively for this day. On their way home, silence enveloped them, and Fong Haoyu could even hear the rapid thump of his own heartbeat. As they approached home, he felt a tightening in his chest, almost gasping for air. Jiang Ziyan, concerned, asked, "What's wrong? You look uncomfortable. Are you all right?" Upon seeing her face and recalling the words he intended to confess, Fong Haoyu's cheeks flushed crimson. "And nothing," he stammered. They had now reached the entrance of the community, but Fong Haoyu's pace had slowed considerably. "Why are you walking so slowly?" Jiang Ziyan urged him to quicken his steps. Reluctantly, he complied, encouraging himself inwardly. Come on. I must express everything I've been longing to say today." Before long, they arrived at the doorstep. Jiang Ziyan prompted, "Why haven't you opened the door yet? Isn't the key with you?" "Oh, I forgot," Fong Haoyu admitted, too nervous to remember to unlock it. As he fumbled with the key, his hands trembled. Jiang Ziyan raised an eyebrow in curiosity, wondering what could possibly make this foolish boy so unsteady. Could it be that he was feeling faint? If so, would she be at a loss? As she was lost in her thoughts, the door finally swung open. Jiang Ziyan stepped inside, oblivious to anything out of the ordinary. Fong Haoyu followed closely behind, a remote control now in hand. The moment Jiang Ziyan entered the living room, her attention was drawn to a pink album resting on the table. "Is this me?" The cover featured a candid shot of her taken by a junior at the last concert. She flipped open the album, revealing a collection of photographs capturing moments shared between the two of them. There were images of their duet at the welcome party, snapshots of them enjoying hot pot, and one where she leaned on the shoulder of the junior during the concert. Birthday cakes, shared bubble tea, these memories surged through Jiang Ziyan's mind. Additionally, there were photos taken by a popular Douyin influencer of the two of them together. A wave of emotion washed over her. This album must have been meticulously prepared by that silly junior. It was clear that the design was tailored to her preferences. No wonder he had been so busy lately. Just as Jiang Ziyan closed the album and cradled it in her arms, the television in the living room suddenly flickered to life, displaying a video. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards the screen. Fong Haoyu appeared, clearly captured mid-flight. Beside him, fast asleep, was none other than herself. In the video, Fong Haoyu whispered, "The senior is asleep on the plane. How adorable. Of course, she would be even cuter if I didn't tease her. A gentle pat on the head shouldn't wake her, right?" Chapter 69. I promised you long ago, did I not? This video was captured on a flight to the mountain city during the National Day holiday, featuring the two of them together. Jiang Ziyan was unaware that Fong Haoyu had surreptitiously recorded it. It was her first time viewing this footage. The background music was the song Special Person, performed by a senior during the welcome party. As Jiang Ziyan began to comprehend the implications, her heart raced abruptly. The scene shifted. revealing Fong Haoyu whispering mischievously to the camera, expressing, "It seems I have upset the senior. I was wrong. Next time, I shall dare again. Just kidding. I'm off to buy her some milk tea. She can enjoy the sweet beverage once she is done with her shower. Senior, will you forgive me?" This was Fong Haoyu's attempt to apologize for inadvertently offending the senior by fetching her milk tea. Jiang Jian recalled that at the time, the junior had gone out for milk tea because of this. She hadn't been angry, only shy. Truly, he was a fool. Yet she found herself fond of such foolishness. The scene transitioned to a hot pot restaurant nestled in a narrow alley. So, the senior can handle spicy food so well. No wonder her figure is so alluring. To think she deceived me into believing she couldn't tolerate spice. Senior, are you Batman? Have you been bullying me like a jester? Jiang Jian chuckled softly to herself. The imagery shifted once more, returning to the hotel bed where Fong Haoyu was taking selfies, cradling the senior in his arms. He wore a smug expression, teasingly saying, "Senior, did you not claim you wouldn't join me on my bed? Who is this? Surely, it cannot be you, right?" His voice was barely above a whisper, careful not to disturb the senior resting against him. Jiang Jian felt her cheeks flush at this sight and turned to glare at Fong Haoyu. He evaded her gaze, pretending to be engrossed in something else. Another transition revealed Fong Haoyu recording outside a stadium, saying, "The senior has no idea that I am taking her to a concert later. I wonder if she will be thrilled when she finds out. I've already scoped out the venue. She is the real fool. Thinking the puppy plush I gifted her is the actual present. She would never suspect this." He smirked, confident in his cleverness. Suddenly, the screen went black, a clear indication that he had slipped, and the phone had fallen. "Oh no. Please, let my phone be all right." Jiang Jian couldn't help but laugh, muttering, "A fool remains a fool." Finally, the scene transitioned one last time. Fong Haoyu was seated before a piano, his hands delicately poised above the keys. In the next moment, he leaned slightly forward, and as the first note resonated, Jiang Jian immediately recognized the melody. A flicker of emotion surged within her. It was Dandelion's Promise. Fong Haoyu knew this was her favorite song, believing it held profound significance for her. The video was nearing its conclusion. This also signifies the moment of confession. His mind is currently in a state of bewilderment. As the final note fades away, the video concludes. Fong Haoyu, with a flushed face, addresses his senior. Jiang Jian turns around, her cheeks also tinged with a rosy hue. What is wrong? She is no fool. She undoubtedly understands what Fong Haoyu is about to do. Yet, an undeniable sense of nervousness stirs within her. The previous video evoked an indescribable sense of happiness, akin to a couple's vlog they had filmed together. Although this is not her first time receiving a confession, her heart races uncontrollably. Jiang Jian strives to calm her tumultuous emotions, desperately maintaining her composure. Fong Haoyu stammers, as if his throat has been constricted. "Senior, He has rehearsed this confession countless times in his mind. However, when the moment arrives, the words elude him. Why can't you articulate your thoughts?" Jiang Jian, too, finds herself somewhat at a loss for words, yet her expression remains impeccably controlled. Fong Haoyu murmurs softly, "I like you." Unfortunately, Jiang Jian, overwhelmed with anxiety, fails to catch his words. "What? Forget it. Just go for it. I've prepared for this long enough." With a flushed face, Fong Haoyu gazes at Jiang Jian. They lock eyes, each perceiving a flicker of tension in the other. Fong Haoyu inhales deeply, closes his eyes, and declares, "Senior, I previously mentioned that we should pretend to be married, right?" A blush creeps onto Jiang Jian's cheeks. Her heart begins to flutter, yet she feigns calmness, replying, "Yes. From this moment on, I wish to turn this into reality. What I mean is, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Or rather, become my true partner in life?" After speaking, Fong Haoyu tightly shuts his eyes, his heart racing with trepidation, afraid to look for fear of rejection. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Fong Haoyu's hands begin to tremble. Could it be that he is about to be rejected? Slowly, he opens his eyes, only to find Jiang Jian before him, her eyes slightly reddened. Panic washes over Fong Haoyu. Oh no, is he about to be turned down? "Senior, did I upset you? I want to do this again, if you don't agree. You can simply say so. I want to be hurt." He mistakenly thinks her tears stem from his confession. Yet, in the next moment, he is taken aback. Jiang Jian leaps into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Fong Haoyu swallows hard, incredulity etched on his face. "Senior, are you accepting me or rejecting me?" Jiang Jian's voice is soft and tender. "I agreed long ago, didn't I? You simply forgot. Fong Haoyu's initial reaction is one of exhilaration. She has accepted him. From now on, she will be his. Wait a moment. When did she ever consent to his confession? Did he confess before and forget? However, Fong Haoyu did not dwell on this issue for long. For his senior had already agreed to be with him. A silly grin unexpectedly spread across his face, his lips unable to contain their upward curve. He was overwhelmed with the desire to shout his joy from the rooftops. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, mindful of the presence of his senior. After all, it would not do for her to think him unwell. Speaking of which, his senior truly exuded a delightful fragrance. Fong Haoyu could not resist inhaling the scent of her silky hair. Cradling her soft form in his embrace, his heart raced, and his cheeks remained flushed. It was uncertain how long they remained entwined before finally parting. Senior. Jiang Zhiyin's charming face was slightly flushed. You must be hungry? I shall prepare something for you. Before Fong Haoyu could respond, she activated her speed and dashed to the kitchen. Initially taken aback, he soon found himself laughing. It seemed even his senior could be shy at times. How adorably tsundere. Chapter 70. Salt is salty, but yin is sweet. Fong Haoyu settled onto the sofa, unable to resist pinching his own cheek. Ouch. It appears this is no dream. His face radiated joy, and he couldn't help but leap in place, though he managed to suppress any loud exclamation. This was a commendable feat of self-control, yet it hardly sufficed to contain his exhilaration. Senior sister. I'm going out to buy a drink, he declared before dashing out. Once he reached the ground floor, he could no longer contain himself and shouted. I succeeded in my confession. As he walked, he broke into a run, prompting those around him to regard him as somewhat unhinged, parting ways to let him through. He was on his way to procure milk tea for his senior sister. He chuckled to himself, hee, my senior sister is my girlfriend. A foolish grin remained plastered on his face. This was his first experience with romance. He had transformed into a blissfully foolish being, murmuring to himself, buying milk tea for my senior sister. In the kitchen, Jiang Zhiyin repeatedly cupped her flushed cheeks. What was wrong with her? It was merely a confession from that silly junior, so why was she feeling so elated? Yet, it seemed indeed warranted. She felt invigorated. Pinching her own cheek to confirm, ouch, not a dream. Although Jiang Zhiyin was excited, she appeared far more composed than Fong Haoyu, who was still wandering about with a goofy smile while searching for a milk tea shop. Jiang Zhiyin forced herself to regain composure and suddenly murmured, what was I doing in the kitchen? Her mind momentarily blanked. Oh right, to prepare a meal for my junior. Only then did she recollect the reason for her presence in the kitchen. The ingredients remained untouched in the refrigerator. She had entered without even retrieving them. Jiang Zhiyin touched her cheek, pondering when she had become so foolish. Was she infected by his silliness? Indeed. Spending time with a fool could lead one to become foolish as well. If only she had known. But never mind. Being a little foolish wasn't so bad. It didn't matter whether others agreed. What mattered was that she enjoyed this newfound silliness. After all, being as intelligent as she was, what harm could there be in embracing a touch of folly? She relished the idea. Before long, Fong Haoyu returned with the milk tea. Jiang Zhiyin remarked nonchalantly, isn't it quite cool outside? Why are you sweating so much? Fong Haoyu awkwardly scratched his head, admitting, I was too excited and couldn't help but run. Jiang Zhiyin couldn't suppress a giggle. Am I really that enjoyable to be with? Fong Haoyu replied earnestly, absolutely. I'm incredibly happy. I want to be with my senior sister for a lifetime. Jiang Zhiyin paused, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink. You better not be making empty promises. Her tone was even, yet internally, she was beaming with joy. I swear, Fong Haoyu declared, raising his hand with conviction. Jiang Zhiyin let out a playful snort, reminiscent of a child. Can you not be so immature? She certainly wouldn't allow herself to be swept away in excitement. Indeed. I won't, Fong Haoyu chuckled. You're the mature one, unlike me, who's so childish. Go take a shower first. Dinner will take a while, said Fong Haoyu, his tone softening. Upon returning home to a beautiful wife preparing a meal, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After his shower, Jiang Zhiyin had prepared an array of dishes, corn and pork rib soup, garlic chicken wings, stir-fried green beans with meat, sauteed water spinach, and his all-time favorite, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Was it the new year already? Such a feast seemed almost excessive, likely leftovers for tomorrow. Senior, did you make all this? He inquired. I feared you might not have enough, she replied. I'm not a pig, he retorted. You are my cherished pig, she teased. Fong Haoyu found himself growing bolder. After all, Jiang Zhiyin was not just his senior, but now his girlfriend, and he could embrace this new dynamic more freely. As she placed a piece of scrambled egg in his bowl, she urged, try it. Fong Haoyu nodded with a smile and took a bite. He had complete faith in her culinary skills. No salt? His initial reaction was to question his own taste. Surely, she wouldn't make such a fundamental mistake? How is it? She asked. Quite delicious. But what? Jiang Jian asked, puzzled. It seems like there's no salt. After a moment of silence, she realized that she had indeed forgotten to add salt. Her mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of him while cooking. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. I did it on purpose. Why? You have me, so why add salt? Fong Haoyu was taken aback, bewildered by her logic. It appeared that she had simply been too excited to remember the salt. Nevertheless, he felt it was only right to indulge her. After all, she was now his wife. Hey, in that case, it's rather adorable, he mused, realizing her intentions. He then picked up a chicken wing, only to furrow his brow. The salt seemed excessive this time. Senior, what's wrong? Did you forget the salt again? She asked, frowning. No, this time, it seems there's a bit too much, he clarified. Once more. She fell silent, contemplating what excuse to conjure. With a playful pout, she crossed her arms and challenged. Don't you like salt? If you don't like salt, then why do you like me? Is it possible to reason like this? Fong Haoyu was left dumbfounded. It seemed he had underestimated her wit. Jiang Jian puffed her cheeks and pressed, Tell me, do you not like me? I certainly do. I absolutely love salt, he exclaimed, realizing how endearing she was when she pouted. Although neither dish was perfected, Fong Haoyu still savored a sweetness in each bite. While ordinary salt is merely salty, Jiang Jian's essence was sweet, infused with her affection for him. After finishing their meal, he willingly took on the task of washing the dishes. Fong Haoyu and his senior sat together on the sofa in the living room. He appeared somewhat uneasy as he yearned to embrace her. Jiang Jian seemed to have discerned his intentions. Suddenly, she leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around him. A blush crept up Fong Haoyu's neck. Although his senior was now his girlfriend, he still hesitated to make the first move. Sensing his reluctance, Jiang Jian decided to take the initiative. If the junior would not act, she would. Fong Haoyu encircled her waist, finding it soft and delicate. His hands began to tremble slightly. Jiang Jian's voice was incredibly gentle. When did you prepare all this? I set it up while pretending to go to the restroom earlier. Clever, right? You fool. Then you are my foolish wife. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Had this silly boy finally come to his senses? She leaned closer to Fong Haoyu's ear and whispered softly, Indeed, I am your foolish wife. Instantly, his ears turned a vivid shade of red. Chapter 71. Other girls won't do. Senior sister Will Jiang Jian gently raised an eyebrow and asked, What's the matter? Why are your ears so red? Could it be that you're shy? The junior was indeed quite sensitive. Fong Haoyu stubbornly retorted, I'm not shy at all. Then why are your ears red? It's just how I was born. Jiang Jian smiled faintly. Is that so? She lightly pinched Fong Haoyu's flushed ear. Still warm. Is that also a natural trait? Fong Haoyu, maintaining his stubborn demeanor, replied, Yes. Jiang Jian rested her head back on his shoulder and remarked softly, Indeed, you are quite the stubborn one. Fong Haoyu mumbled, I'm not just stubborn. Jiang Jian inquired with curiosity, Oh, what else are you? I'm tough in every way. Jiang Jian smiled meaningfully. I want to believe it unless you provide evidence. Fong Haoyu blushed. Haven't you seen it? Jiang Jian's face turned crimson, reaching down to her neck. Nonsense. When did I ever see it? She blushed as she began to recall. No, if she had truly seen it, she would certainly remember. During the summer vacation, didn't you come to my house? I wasn't wearing a shirt, and you must have seen my abs, Fong Haoyu explained. Oh, is that what you're referring to? What else would it be? What were you thinking? Jiang Jian, unable to maintain eye contact, admitted, I was thinking the same thing. However, do you really consider that to be abs? Fong Haoyu defended, why not? I just haven't fully developed them yet. At least the basic shape is there. Don't believe me? Let me feel, Jiang Jian said, as her hand slipped under Fong Haoyu's shirt. Fong Haoyu. It's quite nice. With a bit more practice, it could take shape soon, he said, probing. Senior sister, do you like guys with 8-pack abs? Not really. What kind do you prefer then? Don't you know what I like? Fong Haoyu scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I truly have no idea what type of boy you prefer, senior sister. Jiang Jian couldn't help but laugh at his foolishness. Indeed, those in love often become less intelligent. The junior was already foolish. Now he seemed even more so. She pinched Fong Haoyu's ear and softly said, Silly, I like you. Why else would I want to be with you? Am I that bored? Only then did Fong Haoyu realize, his ears flushed once again. Right. If senior sister didn't like him, would she be with him? When did he become so foolish? He remembered himself as quite clever. Jiang Jian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Didn't you say your ears are natural? Fang Haoyu gazed at his senior sister. Their eyes meeting. Instead of responding to her remark, he whispered, "Senior sister, I like you too." "I know, didn't you say that before?" Jiang Jian was truly amused by him. Fang Haoyu experienced his first romantic endeavor, utterly oblivious to the nuances of courtship. Upon hearing his senior express affection for him, he naively interpreted it as a confession of love, prompting him to seek a response. "You truly are a fool," he mused, "but if my senior harbors feelings for me, I shall willingly remain a fool for a lifetime." Jiang Jian chuckled softly, encouraging him to speak more. "Senior, shall we watch some television?" "All right," she replied, retrieving the remote. Initially intending to watch the news, she found that the television, upon being switched on, was broadcasting the animal world. While she contemplated changing the channel, the remote inexplicably became unresponsive. Just as she pondered whether the batteries had died, the narration of the animal world filled the room. Following the rains, life awakens. It is once again the season of reproduction for the animals. The male and female lions on the grasslands are tentatively exploring each other. Fang Haoyu? Jiang Jian. They exchanged an awkward glance, both feeling a rush of crimson color to their cheeks. Fang Haoyu swallowed hard. Was his senior hinting at something? Was it too soon? They had only just solidified their relationship. Though they were married, he thought, I believe we should take things slowly, unless you desire otherwise. His expression betrayed a willingness to be led. No, Jiang Jian stammered, her face aflame, desperately wishing to toss the remote aside. It's not what you think. The batteries are dead, and I couldn't change the channel. Only then did Fang Haoyu realize he had misinterpreted the situation. They both found themselves ensnared in an awkward silence. Fang Haoyu began to fidget with his fingers, while Jiang Jian absent-mindedly played with her hair, both appearing preoccupied in their embarrassment. Senior, what's wrong? Aren't we changing the channel? Fang Haoyu managed to say, his cheeks flushed. Do we need to change it? Jiang Jian's mind momentarily short-circuited. At that moment, Fang Haoyu's thoughts were equally jumbled. Shall we just watch this then? Truth be told, he had never seen footage of lions before. Let us change it. Jiang Jian exclaimed, hastily rising to seek out fresh batteries, her face burning with heat, fearing that if she continued watching, she might truly combust from embarrassment. Once the batteries were replaced, she quickly switched the channel. Senior, is everything all right? Fang Haoyu inquired, still blushing. Do you still want me to hold you? Jiang Jian was momentarily taken aback by his boldness. So forward, she thought, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Come closer, and I shall embrace you. Fang Haoyu? This as a male, allowing a female to hold him seemed to portray him as weak. Such a thing was beneath him. Here I come. Fang Haoyu chuckled, leaning in, inviting his senior to wrap her arms around him. Of course, this was different. Other girls would not suffice, but his senior was an exception. Senior, you smell delightful. Have you been sniffing me? Why do you always say I smell good? Jiang Jian inquired, puzzled. The scent is intoxicating. I yearn to indulge in it daily. Surely, you must possess some peculiar inclination, do you not? Indeed, I embrace my eccentricity. Heh, my dear senior, your fate is sealed. As the clock struck 11 in the evening in the master bedroom, Jiang Jian donned her sleepwear and settled onto the bed. Fang Haoyu, however, appeared somewhat uneasy. Although this was not their first night together, it felt distinct. This was their inaugural night sharing a bed after becoming a couple. He pondered whether the past lingered, yet it seemed irrelevant. For even if they declared a division of space, she would inevitably seek him out in the middle of the night, wrapping her arms around him. What are you dawdling for? Are you not going to sleep? Jiang Jian urged, patting the soft pink bedding. Fang Haoyu tentatively inquired, Senior, is it still one half for each of us? Jiang Jian rose, gradually advancing towards him, a playful smile gracing her lips. My dear boyfriend, may I ask if, after marriage, you intend to sleep apart from your wife? Chapter 72. My young boyfriend. Fang Haoyu, with a flushed face, hurriedly ran to the bed and burrowed under the covers. Jiang Jian chuckled softly. Am I raising a little wife? Does that make me a domineering CEO? Hiki, dear Junior. Here I come. Jiang Jian imperiously lifted the blanket and dove in beside him. Fang Haoyu, feeling inexplicably shy, fumbled with his phone to mask his discomfort. Jiang Jian propped her chin on her hand, gazing at him with adoration. Silly boy, you cannot escape from my grasp. With his back turned to her, Fang Haoyu continued to play on his phone. Jiang Jian took out her own phone and snapped a picture of her junior's silhouette, sending it to Yang Xiaoling. Moments later, Yang Xiaoling replied, Jiang Jian, Isn't he adorable? My little boyfriend. Yang Xiaoling. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Yang Xiaoling stared at her phone in shock. The potato chips in her hand suddenly lost their appeal. She could easily recognize that figure. Who else could it be but that junior? She was astonished that Jiang Jian was actually in a relationship with him. The ice goddess has found a boyfriend? The love story of the ice goddess and the foolish junior? What am I supposed to do now that you have a boyfriend? Jiang, can you bear to leave me all alone? Without hesitation, Jiang Jian replied, I can. I'm shattered. Jiang, could you introduce me to someone as handsome as your junior? Jiang Jian, I can't guarantee anyone with the same looks. But I could have him introduce you to his roommate. Feng Haoyu's roommate? Yang Xiaoling recalled. And the one who left the deepest impression was that boy who dances to extreme joy. The contrast was striking, but she wasn't fond of that type. Never mind. Yang Xiaoling, you two just got together and you're already sharing a bed? Aren't you practically married? Shouldn't you be thinking about children? Jiang Jian, so what if we share a bed? Our intentions are pure, I assure you. Besides, I'm already married. Yang Xiaoling sent a voice message. Her tone reminiscent of the familiar crab boss. I'm already married. If you get married, I might have children by then. Jiang Jian sighed. What a silly best friend she had. She was curious to see how this foolish friend would manage to conjure children out of thin air. Yang Xiaoling curiously inquired, did he confess his feelings to you? Yes, it has been 165 minutes since he confessed. I didn't ask. There is no need to be so precise with time, so why did you agree to him? Because I'm kind. I couldn't bear to see my junior sad. Yang Xiaoling looked skeptical. Her dear friend is kind? Unable to refuse? She had turned down countless boys before. Now she claims she couldn't bear to refuse. Who would believe that? Yang Xiaoling, I'm severing ties with you this weekend. Don't message me anymore. I'm not pregnant and don't like sour things. Jiang Jian smiled softly, putting her phone down. There is something quite delightful about showcasing affection to others. The lights turned off, and she said lightly, stop playing on your phone. Hao Yufeng meticulously placed his phone aside and lay down obediently. For some inexplicable reason, he felt no drowsiness. Typically, he would retire to rest around midnight, yet the clock now read 11:30. Logically, he should be feeling tired by this hour. Furthermore, he sensed that he had forgotten something important. It seemed he had neglected to update his novel today. He had forgotten to request a leave of absence. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. He would explain to his readers tomorrow. After all, today's events were pivotal to his life. Missing a couple of chapters should be comprehensible to his discerning audience. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, with both of them tacitly refraining from conversation. The silence was so profound that they could hear each other's breaths. Midnight struck. Senior, are you asleep? No. 1:30. Senior, still awake? Not yet. Indeed. Both were experiencing insomnia. At this hour, they should have long succumbed to slumber. Jiang Jian felt remarkably alert tonight, as if even at 2:30, sleep would elude her. For reasons unknown, no position she assumed seemed comfortable. Could it be due to the absence of a pillow? As this thought crossed her mind, an image of a pillow appeared in her mind. Wasn't there one readily available beside her? My little boyfriend. Senior, what is the matter? Come here. Hold me. Jiang Jian's tone was notably calm, yet internally, she was a tempest of emotions, her heart racing wildly. In such a tranquil environment, she could even hear the rapid thumping of her heart. This was the first time she had so actively invited her junior to embrace her for sleep. Previously, she had covertly cuddled up to him in the middle of the night. However, now that they were officially together, wasn't it entirely natural for couples to sleep in each other's arms? Moreover, they had even registered their union, effectively making them a couple. Hao Yufeng gulped, his heart involuntarily quickening. Previously, they had shared secret embraces. Now that it was openly acknowledged, a new layer of shyness enveloped him. Okay, he whispered softly. His cheeks slightly flushed. Fortunately, the lights were off, concealing the rosy hue on their faces. He shifted his position, drawing closer to his senior, who in turn leaned towards him. They settled in the center of the bed. Summoning his courage, Hao Yufeng gently pulled Jiang Jian closer. She wrapped her arms around him, burying her face against his chest. Hao Yufeng swallowed hard. The moment she nestled against him, he felt warmth radiating from her. Her face seemingly a bit flushed. Yet, that was not the most compelling aspect. Her fragrance was utterly enchanting. He couldn't resist pressing his nose into her hair. At that moment, Jiang Jian happened to look up, and his lips brushed against her forehead. Why did you kiss me? She exclaimed, her cheeks flushing even more. Senior, it was an accident. Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly, lower your head. As Hao Yufeng lowered his head, He saw Jiang Ziyin gently sweep aside the hair from his forehead. A soft object pressed against his forehead, yielding a sensation both tender and elastic. But this wondrous feeling lasted merely a fleeting moment. Feng Haoyu stood in stunned silence, having witnessed his senior suddenly bestow a kiss upon him. Despite their newfound relationship, they remained in a state of innocent bewilderment, where even holding hands felt like a bold act of intimacy. He never anticipated that she would take such a daring step. For a moment, he doubted his own consciousness, questioning whether he had fallen into slumber. Such a scene had only graced his dreams before. He discreetly pinched his right hand. The sharp pain confirmed it was not a dream. Jiang Ziyin's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, mirrored by Feng Haoyu, although neither could discern the other's blush. "Senior, what is this?" he stammered. In a shy gesture, Jiang Ziyin buried her head against his chest. Then, in a whisper so soft that only Feng Haoyu could hear, she confessed, "This is my act of revenge." Chapter 73. Return my first kiss. Feng Haoyu probably rose around noon, while his senior had awakened much earlier. As he gazed at the stray lock of hair on the bed, memories of last night's kiss flooded his mind, causing his cheeks to flush with warmth. The reason for his late awakening stemmed from the excitement he felt after the kiss, compounded by the fact that his senior had embraced him tightly, making it increasingly difficult for him to fall asleep. Thus, while she drifted into slumber, he remained wide awake. Upon entering the living room, he encountered Jiang Ziyin, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Their eyes met, and a blush crept onto both their faces. "Senior, you're up so early," he stammered. "I've prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat." "All right," she replied, after Feng Haoyu completed his morning routine and joined her at the dining table. It was already past the typical breakfast hour. After finishing their meal, they settled onto the sofa in the living room. Jiang Ziyin casually remarked, "Why did you wake up so late?" I was a bit too excited last night," he confessed shyly. "Excited? Why?" "Because you kissed me secretly," Feng Haoyu admitted, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. A subtle smile played on Jiang Ziyin's lips. "How is it that merely one night has turned you back into your bashful self? Is that so?" In the next moment, Feng Haoyu felt a familiar warmth on his cheek, soft and bouncy, reminiscent of last night's sensation. He looked at her in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably. Jiang Ziyin, her face adorned with a faint blush, gently inquired, "How does it feel?" Feng Haoyu touched his flushed cheek and replied, "It was too quick. I didn't quite feel it. Can we do it again?" Jiang Ziyin playfully smiled. "No. Senior, I beg you. Please," he pleaded with a hint of childlike charm. Pleading won't help, she countered. Feng Haoyu, with a bold grin, said, "Is it fair to let your little boyfriend feel sad? You're a grown man. What else with the childishness? Isn't it embarrassing?" Feng Haoyu, unabashed, replied, "It's not embarrassing to act like this with my girlfriend. What is that?" Just as Feng Haoyu turned away, sensing something amiss, he quickly spun back. At that very moment, his lips were met with a sudden warmth. The sensation was indescribable, sweet and soft. Jiang Ziyin hadn't anticipated his swift movement. Her intention had merely been to plant a kiss on his cheek. However, their lips met for an instant before they pulled away. Blushing fiercely, Feng Haoyu stuttered, "Senior, you caught me off guard. That was my first kiss." Internally, he was in a frenzy. His senior had kissed him. Though it lasted but a moment, the feeling was truly extraordinary. Jiang Ziyin, flustered, felt her heart racing. Was she not equally affected? This, too, was her first kiss. Moreover, she had only intended to kiss his cheek, but things had taken an unexpected turn. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ziyin hastily donned her big bad wolf slippers and fled the scene, her disheveled hair concealing the blush that adorned her cheeks. They had only just shared their first kiss on the very first day of their relationship. Would they soon be contemplating parenthood? Jiang Ziyin's mind was in a whirl. After all, they were now a couple. A kiss seemed rather natural, did it not? Moreover, why should she feel shy? Was she not the hunter? Indeed, the junior was merely a little rabbit, while she was the formidable wolf. In the living room, Feng Haoyu instinctively touched his lips. No wonder the characters in dramas were so fond of kissing. It was genuinely sweet and somewhat addictive. He pondered when he might have the liberty to kiss his senior unabashedly. His senior appeared to be even more bashful than he was. To regain his composure, Feng Haoyu turned on the television and began watching an animated series featuring a blonde girl and a robust boy. Before long, his senior emerged from the restroom, her blush still evident. "What are you watching?" she inquired. "Bear's in trouble," he replied. "It's childish." "Then I'll change it." "No need. I quite like this," Jiang Ziyin said as she settled back beside Feng Haoyu. "Now that you've taken my first kiss, How do you plan to make amends? She teased. Feng Haoyu chuckled. Well, I pledge my status as my father's only son to you. Will you accept? Jiang Jian propped her chin in her hand. But you are already mine. Feng Haoyu cautiously asked. What do you want then? With a slight blush, Jiang Jian pointed at her cherry lips and softly replied, Return my first kiss to me. At 5 in the afternoon, Feng Haoyu returned to school. He had missed basketball practice the previous day due to his confession, having informed Yao Yutong in advance. With classes resuming on Monday, he planned to return to his dormitory for the night, despite wishing to spend every night with his senior. After changing into his athletic attire and sneakers, he headed to the court. Yao Yutong approached him, patting his shoulder. You finally made it. The competition begins next week. Time is of the essence. It's time to showcase the skills you've honed over the past 2.5 years. Feng Haoyu smiled. Absolutely. In truth, the training was less about rigorous drills and more about familiarizing himself with his teammates' playing styles. After all, a few days would hardly suffice for significant improvement, merely practicing a few simple tactics. As the training concluded and twilight approached, Yao Yutong suddenly wore a mischievous grin. Are you going for a run tonight? Feng Haoyu looked puzzled. Why wouldn't I? My senior runs every evening. I can't possibly skip out. Yao Yutong exchanged a knowing glance before saying, I'll take my leave then. He preferred not to be a third wheel. Little boyfriend, it's time for dinner. Jiang Jian chimed in, playfully patting his shoulder from behind. She was dressed in a creamy white dress, layered with a brown-collared leather jacket, and sported a pair of casual white sneakers, a lunchbox in hand. Feng Haoyu was momentarily taken aback. The senior sister does not appear to be one inclined to go for a run. Senior sister, aren't you going to run? She asked. You look utterly exhausted. Why would you run? Do you wish to cramp up? Jiang Jian remarked nonchalantly. Feng Haoyu, stubborn as ever, retorted, that was merely an accident. All right. It was an accident. Let us go, she insisted. Where to? To the cafeteria for a meal, Jiang Jian replied, raising the 2 lunchboxes she held. I just prepared these at my place. Your place? Feng Haoyu felt a subtle thrill at the mention of those words. Which one? The third cafeteria. Why? Isn't it a bit far? When you started school, didn't you enjoy going to the third cafeteria to admire the beauties? I'm accommodating your preference. Feng Haoyu thought to himself, goodness, the senior sister has an impressive memory. He had nearly forgotten that incident, especially since he hadn't developed feelings for her back then. However, after falling for her, he found no interest in any other woman. Feng Haoyu quickly donned a flattering smile and said, Senior sister, I harbor no interest in others. My heart belongs solely to you. You are my rare treasure. Chapter 74. Why do you like me? Jiang Jian was amused by his antics. Let us go, she said. Feng Haoyu pointed to the other side. Senior, the third cafeteria seems to be this way. Do you really want to go to the third cafeteria? Jiang Jian teased in a playful tone, mimicking the voice of the crab boss. You even told me that I am your rare treasure. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Feng Haoyu hurried after her. Senior, I was wrong. Please forgive me. He shamelessly grabbed her hand once he caught up, and she did not resist. It was all in jest. She wasn't genuinely upset. In fact, teasing her foolish boyfriend was quite entertaining. The pair arrived at the first cafeteria, which was closer to their dormitory. However, they had no intention of eating the cafeteria's offerings. Instead, they sought a comfortable spot to enjoy their meal. Feng Haoyu found a corner table, preferring not to attract too much attention. He had initially thought that he wouldn't get to enjoy the delicious meals prepared by his senior that night, but to his surprise, she had brought them along. How fortunate he felt to have a wife who could cook and cared for him. He resolved to reward her with a kiss next time. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. What is with that expression? Feng Haoyu chuckled and made a heart shape with his hands. It's the expression of love. Senior, is it tiring to cook for me? Perhaps I should learn to cook as well, so I can make meals for you someday, he said, resting his chin on his hands with a grin. Not necessary. I'd rather not be poisoned. Jiang Jian shot him a glare, though her heart felt warm. Feng Haoyu replied earnestly, surely it can't be that bad. I may not know how to cook, but I believe I possess some talent. I can learn. Her curiosity was piqued. What makes you think you have a talent? With a proud expression, Feng Haoyu declared, I can prepare a dozen different flavors of instant noodles. Jiang Jian rolled her eyes. You do seem quite like instant noodles. She opened her lunchbox, revealing the dishes he loved. After exercising, Feng Haoyu felt ravenous. The vibrant colors of the food made his mouth water, and he dove into his meal without delay. Slow down, don't choke, Jiang Jian said, propping her chin up as she watched him affectionately. She felt an inexplicable satisfaction, a desire to cook for him every day. Fong Haoyu devoured his meal at an astonishing speed, finishing in just 2.5 minutes. While Jiang Jian savored her food slowly, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and, glancing at her, remarked, as expected of a beauty, "You eat so elegantly." Unlike him, who was anything but graceful. "Senior, let me fetch you a bottle of water," he said, rising to head to the small shop in the cafeteria. Jiang Jian continued to eat her meal quietly. "Jian, are you also here at the first cafeteria for lunch?" A bespectacled young man with a refined appearance suddenly approached. Upon catching sight of him, Jiang Jian's brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with disdain. "President Song, please address me by my full name. Our relationship does not warrant such familiarity. Furthermore, I am not well acquainted with you, so kindly refrain from interrupting my meal." This was not the first time Song Jiaxing had encountered such rejection. Nevertheless, he possessed a thick skin, smiling as he replied, "Jiang, the campus bell, is it really necessary? We are in the same year, so there is no need for such hostility. Surely my character is not lacking?" Jiang Jian replied expressionlessly, "It is quite lacking." Previously, Fong Haoyu had informed her that Song Jiaxing was not a good person, and she had never harbored any feelings for him. In fact, throughout her 2 years in school, she had not formed any connections with other men. Although many had confessed their affections, once rejected, they ceased to pursue her. Only Song Jiaxing relentlessly clung to her, which was exceedingly distasteful. Song Jiaxing's expression stiffened. "Lacking? I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. I think we can clear it up, starting as friends." "That is entirely unnecessary," Jiang Jian replied, delicately wiping her mouth with a napkin and gathering her lunchbox, preparing to leave, as the sight of him made her slightly nauseous. Song Jiaxing instinctively stepped forward to block her path. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Fong Haoyu returned with drinks, his tone somewhat irate. He approached Jiang Jian and positioned her behind him. "President Song, it has been a while. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon noticing Jiang Jian hiding behind Fong Haoyu, Song Jiaxing suddenly realized the situation. Recalling their last duet, he deduced that the young man in her social circle was likely the one standing before him. Coldly, Song Jiaxing demanded, "What is your relationship with her?" His tone bore an edge of aggression. Before Fong Haoyu could respond, Jiang Jian stated flatly, "He is my boyfriend." Song Jiaxing momentarily faltered, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "How is that possible? You have someone you like. The man in my circle is indeed him. How could it be otherwise? Am I not permitted to find a boyfriend?" Jiang Jian's expression remained frigid. Fong Haoyu spoke in a low, firm tone. "President Song, please conduct yourself with more decorum. After all, you have a girlfriend." Standing beside Jiang Jian, his voice was icy, and his words were laced with intensity. "How do you know that?" Song Jiaxing felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He was in a long-distance relationship and had never made it public, maintaining a single persona. Fong Haoyu enunciated each word clearly. "If you persist in harassing my girlfriend, I cannot guarantee that this matter will not be brought up on the school forum." His words carried an unmistakable warning. Song Jiaxing's expression soured, and he chose not to respond further. Yes, he had been intimidated. In front of him, Fong Haoyu took Jiang Jian's hand, smiling as he said, "Shall we go, senior?" Jiang Jian nodded obediently, a stark contrast to her earlier aloof demeanor. After the two departed, Song Jiaxing seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. He held a compromising secret over her. If Fong Haoyu were to expose evidence confirming his reputation as a scoundrel, the carefully crafted persona he had maintained would be irrevocably shattered. In comparison to Jiang Jian, his own self-preservation took precedence. Once they left the cafeteria, they made their way to the playground, not dwelling on the earlier incident. "Senior, so many people admire you. Why do you like me?" Fong Haoyu inquired suddenly, his curiosity piqued. He was intrigued by the typically distant senior who exhibited such vivacity in his company. Perhaps it stemmed from a genuine affection, but he yearned to understand the reason behind her attraction to him. "Come closer, and I shall reveal it to you," Jiang Jian said playfully with a smile. Fong Haoyu leaned in, his face alight with anticipation. Jiang Jian whispered softly in his ear, "I cannot articulate why I am fond of you, but I do know that you are the reason I do not harbor affection for anyone else." Chapter 75. The Childish One. On his way back to the dormitory, Fong Haoyu found himself lost in thought as he observed the orderly black lines between the tiles. An idea took root in his mind. He must not step on the black lines, for to do so would mean death. Gradually, his pace slowed, and he became more cautious in his steps. Beside him, Jiang Jian inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing?" "Senior, be careful not to step on the lines." He replied earnestly. Why? Because stepping on them means death. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. Are you a child? With utmost care, Feng Haoyu navigated the tiles, striving to avoid the black lines. This is so difficult, he lamented. Senior, you should be cautious too. Jiang Jian scoffed lightly. Such a childish game, she thought. Yet she decided to indulge him for a moment. She began to tread carefully, avoiding the black lines as well. Good job, senior. Just like that. Wait for me. However, it was not long before Feng Haoyu inadvertently stepped on a black line. You're dead, Jiang Jian stated flatly. Feng Haoyu, with a serious expression, countered, No, I am not dead. Why not? Because I have 2 lives. Jiang Jian sighed. So childish. She could hardly fathom why she had developed an affection for such a fool. Truly, how immature. Before they knew it, they had reached the entrance of the dormitory. Senior, you stepped on a black line, Feng Haoyu pointed out. I have 2 lives too, she replied nonchalantly. Feng Haoyu chuckled, pleasantly surprised by her swift grasp of the game's essence. Wasn't it fun? Jiang Jian raised her chin. Prideful as she declared, Not at all. I do not enjoy playing. Senior, it's getting late. We should head back to the dormitory, he said with a smile. Indeed, she acknowledged. With a grin, Feng Haoyu added, Don't lose sleep tonight without me. Jiang Jian felt her cheeks flush, thinking him quite conceited. I want to miss you. Give me a kiss before you go. Shameless. Off you go, goodbye. With that, Jiang Jian left behind a breathtaking silhouette. Feng Haoyu gazed at her retreating figure, his smile unwavering since the moment he laid eyes on her that evening. She is truly delightful. In his eyes, she was not aloof, rather. There were times when she was quite forward, occasionally a touch prideful. It was only in his presence that she displayed such traits, making him feel special in her eyes. Lost in thought, a foolish grin spread across Feng Haoyu's face. Hee, I am special. Around 10 o'clock, he finally returned to the dormitory. He could never quite understand why time seemed to fly when he was alone with her. If not for his concern about returning late, he would not wish to part from her company. As he stepped into the dorm, he was met with a piercing glare from Ling Zikai, who demanded, Where have you been? Before Feng Haoyu could respond, Ling Zikai lamented, No need to explain. I do not wish to hear it. Feng Haoyu was left bewildered. Upon witnessing the corners of your mouth, which are more difficult to suppress than even an AK, I immediately discerned your whereabouts. Did you truly need to ask? Feng Haoyu cast a sidelong glance at him. Moreover, I had no intention of offering an explanation. What is wrong with me strolling through the playground with my girlfriend? No. Please tell me this is not true. Ling Zikai fervently shook Feng Haoyu's shoulders, questioning how it is that you could win the affection of the campus belle. This is the illustrious flower of Jiang University. Why is it that I lack even a single admirer? Suddenly, Zhou Ziren interjected. I know why you have no suitors. Why? Because you are excessively bland. You are all sugarcane with no substance. Get lost. You are the bland one. Curiously, Feng Haoyu asked, By the way, how did you know I was on a date? Ling Zikai snorted. The scent you carry is unmistakable, ever since returning from the Mid-Autumn Festival. You have consistently exuded this fragrance, even after every holiday. It was easy to deduce. Feng Haoyu, somewhat impressed, remarked, Is that so? You truly possess a keen sense. Akin to a dog's nose. Ling Zikai, grinning with pride, replied, Of course, I am this dog. Wait, are you insulting me? At that moment, Yao Yutong could no longer remain silent. Don't listen to his bragging. He knows nothing. I was the one who told him. Ling Zikai retorted angrily. What do you mean you told me? I merely deduced it. Matters of the scholarly are called deduction, not theft. Ling Zikai clutched his chest, feigning a look of anguish. Haoyu, did we not agree to remain single together? Did I not say that our charming and gentle selves should not be deceived by wicked women? Feng Haoyu shrugged. The senior is not a wicked woman. Ling Zikai's heart shattered. What is this? Are you tired? What happened to the happiness we spoke of? Feng Haoyu had never intended to keep secrets. He earnestly patted Ling Zikai's shoulder. Sugarcane, there is truly no need for you to be overly distressed. I have merely embarked on an ordinary romance. University life encompasses more than just love. There are also poetry and distant horizons. In an instant, Ling Zikai perked up. Indeed, life is not solely about romance. It also includes poetry and distant horizons. Feng Haoyu nodded in satisfaction, a teachable spirit. Ling Zikai, with a flattering demeanor, inquired, So, could you perhaps introduce me to a few lovely sisters through your girlfriend? Get lost. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Jian returned after a long absence. Finally, she graced us with her presence. Our Jiang University campus belle must have been busy with her romance, right? Yang Xiaoling rested her chin on her hand, her tone laced with envy. Jiang Jiyan replied nonchalantly, I have been somewhat occupied, nurturing my relationship with a junior. Ah, you are inhuman. I am a beauty. Yang Xiaoling suddenly pointed to the photo album on her desk. Is this album on your desk a gift from him? She had noticed it earlier, but deemed it an invasion of privacy to pry. Such personal belongings ought to be shared with consent, no matter how close the relationship. One should never intrude. Jiang Jiyan smiled subtly and asked, would you like to see the gift he gave me? Yang Xiaoling took the album, expressing her curiosity about its contents. Before long, a pained cry escaped her lips. I truly should not have subjected myself to this album. Initially, she had believed the cover to be a collection of Jiang Jiyan's photographs. To her dismay, it primarily chronicled the delightful moments shared between the two. After flipping through just a few pages, Yang Xiaoling could no longer bear the bitterness that overwhelmed her. She collapsed onto the chair, exclaiming, next time, remember to shield me from such things. I am utterly envious. What's wrong? Wasn't it you who wanted to look? Jiang Jiyan retorted. However, your words have awakened me. Awakened you to what? I forgot to post on my moments. Yang Xiaoling responded, you never used to post on your moments. And now you're sharing your daily life with the freshman? Jiang Jiyan replied nonchalantly, Isn't the purpose of moments to document daily life? She then captured the cover of the album and shared it on her moments, captioning it, it doesn't require vast sums of money, but rather an abundance of love. Chapter 76. Besides you, it's still you. Only 8 days had passed since Jiang Jiyan last posted on her social media. The previous post had sparked discussions in the forum regarding whether the campus belle of Jiang University had a boyfriend. This latest update essentially served as conclusive evidence. It was already quite evident. The choice of such wording, used twice, suggested that even if the campus beauty did not have a partner, she undoubtedly had someone she admired. Shortly after the post was made, it was captured and shared on the forum. Fang Haoyu was quick to like the post the moment he saw his senior's update. Viewing the post filled his heart with sweetness, for it was all about him. At that moment, lying in bed, a grin nearly stretched from his lips to the back of his ears. Silly Junior? Senior? Was that caption written for me? Why, Senior? You're just pretending not to know. Silly Junior? Hee hee. I want to be close. Why, Senior? No closeness. Silly Junior? No hee hee. Why, Senior? Emoji Silly Junior. Senior, I feel like we haven't seen each other for ages. It's been over 40 minutes, and I miss you. As soon as he sent that, the senior promptly sent back a photo. It was a selfie of her. Fang Haoyu's face flushed with warmth as he felt a wave of sweetness wash over him, squirming in bed like a worm, with a foolish smile gracing his face. Ling Zikai immediately noticed the wriggling figure on the bed. Haoyu, are you feeling frisky? If so, you can ask Zhou Ziren for help. He is gay. Zhou Ziren retorted angrily. You're the one who is gay. I see you've been getting restless lately. Do you want me to come over and give you a lesson? No. I was wrong. Ling Zikai certainly did not wish to be philosophized by the perverted Zhou Ziren. Fang Haoyu ignored their banter, instead lying on his side, fixated on his phone with a silly grin. Noticing Fang Haoyu's lack of response, Ling Zikai sought assistance from their leader. Leader, what is up with this guy? Is he possessed? Yao Yutong shot him an exasperated glance. Isn't it obvious? He is busy falling in love and has no time for you and your nonsense. Ling Zikai exclaimed. How revolting. I can't believe there are people like this. He has been here all day, and even when back in the dorm, he is glued to his phone, practically wanting to stick together 24/7. This is outrageous. He doesn't even consider my feelings. Why doesn't our leader cling to his girlfriend every day, too? Yao Yutong replied indifferently. That's because my girlfriend is repeating her studies. How could I possibly bother her every day? Otherwise, I'd be lying in bed chatting like Haoyu. Ling Zikai lamented dramatically. You're not human, you paper-cut poet. Can't you think about the feelings of us single dogs? Zhou Ziren rolled his eyes at him. Don't include me. I don't mind. Besides, you could always find someone to date. Wait, you don't really think I can't find anyone, do you? Ling Zikai felt a pang of urgency. I am not joking. Under my circumstances, if I were to be flexible, I could engage in casual conversations with anyone. Zhou Ziren nodded with disbelief, saying, Indeed, I believe you. Yao Yutong also nodded skeptically. I believe you too. Their tones were laced with mockery. Ling Zikai grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming, I am serious. I am not jesting. I simply do not wish to date at the moment. Yao Yutong, with a hint of regret, remarked, Is that so? I was hoping to teach you a method to effortlessly find a girlfriend, but it seems you do not require such advice. In the next moment, Ling Jike leaped off the bed. Father, please accept my humble bow. Yao Yutong touched her throat, feeling slightly parched. Ling Jikai promptly produced a freshly purchased iced tea, proclaiming, "Here it is. This is the iced tea I just bought, chilled and delightful, a true national treasure. Father, please accept this gift from your child." Yao Yutong nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Such a precious gift, I shall reluctantly accept it. Zhou Ziren interjected, "Cane sugar, I want a sip too." Ling Jikai shot him an incredulous glare. "Who do you think you are? I spent a fortune of 4 yuan at the convenience store downstairs for this national treasure. What right do you have to drink it?" Zhou Ziren? Yao Yutong smiled approvingly and took a sip of the iced tea. "Delightful. Excellent tea." Ling Jikai beamed. "Father, now can you share your wisdom on how I can easily find a girlfriend?" Yao Yutong replied, "Of course, but this method may not suit you." "Why is that?" "Perhaps your educational background is a bit too impressive." "What do you mean? Do girls prefer those with lesser qualifications?" Yao Yutong grinned mischievously. "That's not what I meant. I suggest you learn rap, dress a bit abstractly, and bring food along." Ling Jikai finally realized he had been tricked. "No wonder you mentioned my high qualifications. I have early classes. How dare you play me for a fool?" Yao Yutong replied earnestly, "I did not deceive you. Just admit that what I said is true." Ling Jikai felt exasperated. Not only had he failed to learn a method for finding a girlfriend, but he also lost a bottle of iced tea. His freshly purchased national treasure was deceitfully taken away. The commotion among them did not disturb Fong Haoyu and the senior's sweet conversation. While it could be termed a sweet chat, it was more accurately described as Fong Haoyu bombarding the senior with cheesy pickup lines. "The foolish junior, senior, do you enjoy reading? Actually, I like watching you. I want to buy a piece of land. I am utterly devoted to you." At that moment, Jiang Ziyin looked at her phone, speechless at the absurdity of the pickup lines. Why did it seem like this foolish junior was becoming increasingly abstract? Did he not feel embarrassed by such corny lines? "The foolish junior, senior, you are 9, and I am 3. Do you know what that means?" Jiang Ziyin scoffed, unwilling to engage in such childish games. "The clever senior, besides you, it's still you." The foolish junior exclaimed, "Ice dog. You got it right. You're truly clever, senior. Shall I bring you breakfast tomorrow? It has been quite a while since we last met, hasn't it? Just over an hour." Jiang Ziyin glanced at her phone, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. The foolish junior was becoming increasingly clingy. Why did he keep track of time so meticulously? It had only been 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 35 seconds since they last saw each other. Was that truly such a long time? Why the need for such precision? Yang Xiaoling regarded Jiang Ziyin with a look of suspicion, already forming a conjecture about her dear friend's conversation partner. However, she had no intention of inquiring further. Jiang Ziyin replied nonchalantly, "Stop staring. I'm chatting with my little boyfriend." Yang Xiaoling responded, "I didn't even ask. Why are you so eager to spill the beans? Is there any sense of fairness left? Is there still a law to abide by?" She felt the familiar presence of the red ball returning to her nose, as if she were a jester being pursued and struck by Batman. Chapter 77, Training Match. The two conversed for quite some time. Just before bed, Fong Haoyu sent a gentle message to the senior, playfully saying, "Good night, senior." Ling Jikai, lying in bed, rolled his eyes and retorted sarcastically, "Good night, senior? Your tone is just too much. It's utterly disgusting. I can't believe there's someone so nauseating in our dorm." Yao Yutong teased, "Could it be that no girl has ever wished you good night?" Ling Jikai immediately buried his head under the blanket, muttering, "Boring, I'm going to sleep. No other meaning, just plain tired." In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Ziyin smiled slightly as she listened to the voice message from Fong Haoyu. The junior has certainly gotten bold, she thought, deciding to save the voice message to play for him later. Yang Xiaoling, on the other hand, remained unusually quiet, not daring to glance at Jiang Ziyin, fearing exposure might lead to her being swiftly dealt with. She pretended to be engrossed in her phone, feigning indifference. Surely, she wouldn't be chased down this time, would she? With a playful tone, Jiang Ziyin deliberately turned up the volume on her phone, saying, "Good night, senior." Yang Xiaoling exclaimed in disbelief, "Jiang Ziyin, you poet of the paper-cutting club." With just 2 days left until the freshman cup, the selected members of the Information College were to practice on the basketball court every afternoon at 5 o'clock. Attendance was not mandatory if one had classes. The essential requirement was to ensure daily practice, as none were professional basketball players, unlike those from the sports college. Most of the chosen members from the Information College were basketball enthusiasts, with skills ranging from impressive to mediocre. After 2 days of internal training, Fang Haoyu and Yao Yutong were confirmed as starters. Both played in the guard positions, Fang Haoyu as point guard and Yao Yutong as shooting guard. Through careful observation over the past days, Fang Haoyu discerned who the key players were in their team. The standout members of the Information College comprised himself, Yao Yutong, and a center named Meng Fei. Meng Fei, towering at 1.9 meters, was robustly built with dark skin and an exuberant spirit. Upon first seeing him, Fang Haoyu's immediate thought was, he is like a premium version of Zhou Ziren. Meng's physique surpassed that of Zhou Ziren, and his vibrant demeanor suggested he rarely indulged himself. Most notably, his smile exuded a wholesome innocence, starkly contrasting Zhou Ziren's rather unsavory grin. Each time Fang Haoyu encountered Zhou Ziren, he felt an unsettling vibe emanating from him. On the basketball court, Meng Fei spotted Fang Haoyu and Yao Yutong's arrival. Clutching a basketball and glistening with sweat, he greeted them with a hearty smile, saying, "You're finally here. We have no classes tonight, and we've arranged a practice match with the Finance College to gauge their strength. Leader, what do you think?" Meng inquired. Yao Yutong chuckled. "Of course, I have no objections. However, let us not take the practice match too seriously. Injuries could jeopardize our performance in the main event in 2 days." After days of training, the camaraderie among the team had significantly deepened. Although they do not belong to the same class, they are all part of the same college. Furthermore, friendships among boys who play basketball tend to blossom effortlessly. After 2 days of training, their camaraderie had already flourished significantly. Additionally, Fang Haoyu consistently referred to Yao Yutong as leader. Though they were oblivious to the origin of this nickname, they all began to adopt it. Meng Fei reminded them, "You should warm up first. The match will commence shortly. And we have summoned the PE teacher to officiate." Fang Haoyu nodded. "All right." He placed the newly purchased water on a chair at the sidelines, preparing to set down his phone when a WeChat notification chimed. Typically, he had notifications for group chats muted, but upon receiving this message, he instinctively knew who had reached out to him. As expected, upon opening WeChat, he found a message from the senior. "Clever senior, what time does training conclude? Would you like to study in the library tonight?" Silly Junior, "Absolutely. I love studying. However, it might take a bit longer since we have a practice match today." Clever senior, "Understood." After sending a few adorable emojis to the senior, Fang Haoyu returned to the court to warm up. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Jian gazed at her phone screen, murmuring, "A practice match? Will it be exhausting? What if he gets injured? I would be heartbroken if my boyfriend were to get hurt. How could he sustain an injury without her consent? No, she must go and see." Yang Shaoling no longer needed to observe Jiang Jian's actions. Merely watching her expressions revealed whom she was thinking about. Previously, Jiang Jian's face was devoid of any expression. But ever since she had started seeing a junior, it seemed as though she had unlocked a myriad of new emoticons. Could this be the enchantment of love? Yang Shaoling puffed her cheeks, propping her chin with her hands, and pondered, "Is love truly as beautiful as they say?" Meanwhile, the practice match on the basketball court had commenced between the School of Information and the School of Finance. Given that this was merely a practice match and had been decided rather spontaneously, there were not many spectators cheering on the teams. Most of those watching from the sidelines were simply enthusiasts of the game. I believe I just spotted that boy you've been thinking about," Shen Yu exclaimed as she caught hold of Shun Yi, who was about to leave the basketball court. "Where?" Shen Yi quickly turned her gaze towards the court. In an instant, she identified the boy. "It's him," Shun Yi exclaimed excitedly. Yet, in the next moment, her expression grew complex. She had switched through several alternate accounts lately, only to be blocked each time. Doubts began to surface within her. It seemed that Fang Haoyu truly harbored animosity towards her. He provided no opportunity for explanation. And even when she reached out using someone else's phone number, she received no response. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Haoyu had changed his number. Now presents a splendid opportunity. He can evade you online, but in reality, that is hardly possible, Jinyu reminded her. Furthermore, the real world differs markedly from the online realm. Upon seeing your face, he is bound to recall the memories you both share. Is this not a chance for reconciliation? Shen Yi hesitated. Yet. Jinyu spoke with an air of finality. There is no yet. If you harbor no feelings for him, we can leave at once. Shen Yi thought of Fang Haoyu's kindness towards her over the years. Throughout this time, he had occupied her thoughts. The pangs of regret were intensely overwhelming. Every time she considered Fang Haoyu's current demeanor towards her, a deep sense of discomfort engulfed her. However, Shen Yi was acutely aware that this predicament was of her own making. Initially, she had resolutely rejected him while relishing the kindness he bestowed upon her. Now, should she wish to mend their relationship, She would undeniably need to humble herself. After a brief moment, as if she had made a firm decision, she clenched her teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall go." Chapter 78. The campus belle delivers water in the competition. The Information College maintains a significant lead. Fong Haoyu from the Information College exhibits a level of skill that surpasses that of his opponent S-guard, Yao Yutong. Coupled with the formidable presence of Meng Fei in the paint, tall and robust, this advantage allows both Fong Haoyu and Yao Yutong to continuously take shots from the perimeter. Standing at 1.8 meters, Fong Haoyu holds a distinct advantage over his shorter counterparts, making it feasible for him to execute jump shots with ease against those of lesser height. It is evident that physical prowess plays a crucial role in the game of basketball. With a smooth mid-range jumper, Fong Haoyu concludes the third quarter, extending their lead to nearly 20 points. "Well done," Meng Fei exclaims, giving Fong Haoyu a playful pat on the back. In turn, Fong Haoyu reciprocates with a light tap, a gesture of camaraderie on the basketball court. During the halftime break, Fong Haoyu retreats to the area where he previously quenched his thirst. After playing 2 consecutive quarters with little respite, he is drenched in sweat, yet feels invigorated rather than fatigued. Yao Yutong had just complimented his impressive stamina while they were on the court, a testament to his recent dedication to running and conditioning. His endurance is commendable, to the extent that he could easily play the entire game, provided the intensity remains manageable, although he prefers not to play for such prolonged periods. He and Yao Yutong must ensure that at least one of them remains on the court, as the perimeter threat from their teammates is rather limited. Fortunately, it is merely a practice match, allowing everyone to play at a more relaxed pace. As Fong Haoyu prepares to check his phone for any messages from his senior, a familiar voice interrupts him. "What a coincidence. You're dripping with sweat. You should wipe your face." He looks up to find Shen Yi, smiling and holding out a packet of tissues. However, he disregards the offering, not accepting the tissues. Furrowing his brow, he queries, "What brings you here?" Noticing the rejection, Shen Yi chuckles awkwardly. "I happened to pass by and saw you playing. I thought it was quite a coincidence." Fong Haoyu maintains a stoic expression. "Is that so? It's not unusual for someone from the same school to see me, is it?" Eager to shift the conversation, Shen Yi asks, "By the way, why did you decline my friend request?" She then takes a seat beside him. The moment she sits, Fong Haoyu stands abruptly, feigning nonchalance as he stretches his neck. "Oh, sitting for too long can be tiring. I'll stand for a bit." Not far away, a strikingly beautiful girl observes this exchange, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "What a foolish junior. He is quite the gentleman," Jiang Ziyin thinks to herself, having been watching Fong Haoyu's game for some time, though perhaps more openly than covertly. She clutches a bottle of plain mineral water, surprised to see Shen Yi approach him. "Even the best horses don't look back," she muses. Observing the unfolding scene with intrigue, she unexpectedly harbored intentions towards her husband, yet he was not so easily swayed. Jiang Ziyin was curious to see what Shen Yi aimed to accomplish. Shen Yi was aware that Fong Haoyu was being deliberately provocative, aiming to place her in an awkward position. With a hint of embarrassment, Shen Yi spoke. "I apologize. I should not have broken my promise. This is my fault. I believe we could." At that moment, a basketball soared towards Fong Haoyu. Quick to react, he effortlessly caught the ball. Upon inspecting it, he recognized it immediately. Wasn't this the basketball belonging to Yao Yutong? He glanced over to the court and spotted Yao Yutong waving at him. The second half had commenced. Shen Yi hastily exclaimed, "Fong Haoyu, did you hear what I said?" Ignoring her, Fong Haoyu embraced the ball and strode towards the court. He had long moved past Shen Yi and could sense that she was likely reconsidering her feelings. However, his heart was solely occupied by his senior and being married. He had no intention of straying. He was a man committed to upholding the sanctity of marriage. Upon reaching the court, Fong Haoyu cast a grateful glance at Yao Yutong, murmuring his thanks. Yao Yutong, with an indifferent tone, inquired, "Do you know her?" "I did once, but I no longer wish to," Fong Haoyu replied. Yao Yutong nodded thoughtfully. Observing Fong Haoyu's near disregard for her, Shen Yi stamped her foot in frustration, calling out, "Fong Haoyu." She resolutely seated herself, determined not to leave until she had clarified her intentions. Fong Haoyu, however, remained focused solely on the game. Soon, the final 2 quarters concluded, and the Information College emerged victorious in the practice match. Yao Yutong encouraged everyone with a smile, commending their performance. Suddenly, Meng Fei approached with an expression of intrigue, asking, "Did you see that?" Fong Haoyu, puzzled, responded, "See what?" "The campus belle. Did you see her?" "Jiang Ziyin," Meng Fei exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Only then did Fong Haoyu notice an exceptionally beautiful, aloof girl outside the basketball court gazing at him. Meng Fei whispered in his ear, "Don't you recognize her?" Fong Haoyu chuckled, "Not only do I recognize her, but we are also legally bound." "How could I not?" A subtle smile graced his lips, as the compliments directed at Jiang Jian felt like accolades bestowed upon him. Meng Fei, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "Why are you smiling so happily?" Fong Haoyu remained silent, internally reveling in the joy of having his wife admired by others. Just then, Shun Yi entered the court, a bottle of drink in hand, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The surrounding teammates, poised to tease, were promptly silenced by Yao Yutong, particularly Meng Fei, who looked utterly bewildered. A girl bringing refreshments to a basketball game carried significant weight. Moreover, this girl possesses remarkable beauty, and he believes she is indeed worthy of Fong Haoyu. One is handsome, and the other is lovely. Shun Yi revealed a smile as she extended the chilled beverage in her hand towards Fong Haoyu, saying, "Here, this is for you. I heard it replenishes electrolytes and quickly restores energy." Fong Haoyu declined, replying nonchalantly, "No need. I have water." Shun Yi furrowed her brows, questioning, "But didn't you just finish your water?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "Then why do you say you have water?" Fong Haoyu merely smiled without answering. In the distance, Jiang Jian gradually approached the basketball court, causing all the boys within to be utterly mesmerized. "Well, the campus belle is walking towards me. What is happening? Why has the campus beauty come to the basketball court? Could it be that the boy she likes is here?" One wondered if perhaps his 2.5 years of practice had finally captivated the campus belle. As Jiang Jian entered the court, she headed directly towards Fong Haoyu, holding a bottle of room-temperature mineral water. All eyes were fixated on Jiang Jian, eager to discover who would be the fortunate recipient of water from the campus belle of Jiang University. Fong Haoyu's teammates stood frozen, bewildered as they gazed at the approaching Jiang Jian, except for Yao Yutong, whose expression conveyed that she had anticipated this moment all along. When Jiang Jian drew near to Shun Yi remained in a state of shock. Could it be that the boy in Jiang Jian's circle of friends was indeed Fong Haoyu? Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Jiang Jian eventually stood before Fong Haoyu, her previously icy demeanor transformed by a beautiful smile as she gently said, "You did wonderfully, darling. This is the water I bought for you." Chapter 79. I will never disdain you. When Jiang Jian uttered these words, those around her were left utterly bewildered, questioning their own hearing. The illustrious campus beauty, the aloof goddess, the regal senior, had actually referred to a boy as baby. Disbelief was etched on every face. Fong Haoyu, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, felt a twinge of shyness, yet he managed to smile and accept the water offered by the senior. This was not the first time Jiang Jian had brought water for Fong Haoyu, but it was indeed the first time she had called him baby in front of such a crowd. This also suggested that the male lead speculated upon in recent campus forums was likely the boy standing before them. Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Are you tired?" Fong Haoyu smiled and shook his head, replying, "I feel energized upon seeing you." A brief silence was followed by an eruption of astonished gasps from the crowd. "No. The campus beauty actually has someone she likes. I'm heartbroken. This water was from the campus beauty. Why can't the person be me? Wasn't it said that she doesn't fancy men? Fairy tales are deceiving. Clearly, I'm not handsome enough." The most shocked of all was Meng Fei. Just moments ago, he had been inquiring whether anyone knew her, and now he found himself swallowing a mouthful of dog food. "Wait a minute, bro. Why didn't you mention that the campus beauty is your girlfriend?" The honest man was destined to be bullied. Now, he felt like a jester. Meng Fei was on the verge of tears. Moreover, the basketball court resembled a scene from Gotham City. Apart from Fong Haoyu and Jiang Jian, everyone else seemed to be a clown, particularly Shun Yi, who was closest to the couple. Her facial expression was one of distress, caught in an unbearable awkwardness. She wanted to leave, but felt too embarrassed to do so. The cold electrolyte drink in her hand began to drip incessantly, and cold sweat trickled down her back. "You are the girl from that night?" Jiang Jian's smile faded as she spoke icily. "Yes, it was me," Shun Yi replied. Her aura instantly subdued by Jiang Jian's presence, her tone becoming somewhat meek. Jiang Jian, with a calm demeanor, stated, "Are you not aware of the nature of my relationship with Fong Haoyu?" Shun Yi, feeling guilty, responded, "Jiang, I'm sorry. I didn't know about your relationship." She had indeed speculated about their connection, but held on to a sliver of hope, believing that Jiang Jian would not be interested in Fong Haoyu. She never anticipated that they were truly together. Jiang Jian did not press her further. It's all right. Now everyone knows. Gently, she took Fong Haoyu's hand, a beautiful smile gracing her lips as she tenderly said, "Let us go." Fong Haoyu, concerned about dirtying the senior's hand after playing basketball, hesitated. "My hands are a bit dirty." Jiang Jian replied with a serene smile, "I will never disdain you." With that, she cast a glance at Shani, who, filled with shame, lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Jian's gaze. It was then that Fong Haoyu finally held the senior's hand. An inexplicable sense of delight surged within him, akin to a child feeling protected by their parents after being bullied. Hand in hand, they stepped out of the basketball court. The expressions of anguish were evident on the faces of those around them, witnessing the campus goddess, Jiang Jian, affectionately addressing another male student as baby and even taking his hand to leave. Their mental states erupted in turmoil. How could this be? They raged internally. Why are they not the ones pursued? Discussions began to swirl regarding the identity of this young man. It seemed he was the sophomore who had performed a duet with a senior at the previous welcome party, Fong Haoyu, from the School of Information Technology. Oh my. He actually held the hand of the campus belle. If it were me, I would never wash my hands again. They lamented. How could my goddess be whisked away like this? The scene had already been captured and posted on the forum, showcasing the campus belle departing the field hand in hand with a dashing young man, even offering him a drink and affectionately calling him baby. The forum exploded with activity, and the identity of the rumored boyfriend of the campus beauty began to surface. Meanwhile, Fong Haoyu and Jiang Jian remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. "Senior, where are we headed?" Fong Haoyu inquired. Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly, "To my place for a shower. You have no classes tonight, right? After we shower and have dinner, join me at the library to study." Fong Haoyu questioned, "Can't I just shower in my dorm?" "No," she insisted. "Why not?" "Because I need to shower too." Fong Haoyu's face flushed instantly. The thought of the senior showering as well sparked a flurry of thoughts. Did she intend for them to shower together? His heart raced at the mere notion. "Senior, what temperature do you usually shower at?" "I'm afraid of it being too hot." Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. Surely this freshman isn't imagining something inappropriate, thinking I want to shower with him? The mere thought made her cheeks flush crimson. "I only meant for you to help me dry my hair." How absurd. Realizing his misunderstanding, Fong Haoyu grinned sheepishly. "Senior, I was mistaken. I thought you meant we were to share a bath." Before he could finish, Jiang Jian playfully thumped him on the back with her small fist. With a rosy face and puffed cheeks, she challenged, "Say that again." Fong Haoyu grimaced. "I was wrong. This was no mountain city, after all." Why had the senior suddenly reverted to her fierce, fiery persona? It seemed he would have to tread carefully when teasing her, lest he truly suffer the consequences. Though her petite fist appeared harmless, it certainly packed a wallop. Yet, the sight of her puffed cheeks was undeniably adorable, worth the pain. Their marital abode was conveniently close to the university, and with Jiang Jian possessing a small electric scooter at the campus gate, they quickly returned home. "You should shower first," she urged. Fong Haoyu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Jian commenced preparations for dinner, as the fare from the school cafeteria was simply incomparable to her own cooking. She certainly did not wish to subject her young boyfriend to subpar meals. Jiang Jian relished the experience of cooking for Fong Haoyu. Each time she observed him enjoying his meal, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped her. Perhaps it was due to the delightful manner in which Fong Haoyu savored his food. Whenever they dined together, her appetite flourished. This time, Fong Haoyu took a bit longer in the shower, having just finished a game of basketball. He felt the need to cleanse himself thoroughly. He even used the shampoo and body wash that his senior often employed. Afterward, he felt as fragrant as her. Henceforth, he would be a charming and soft-hearted young man, no longer allowing girls reeking of smoke to approach him. As he exited the bathroom, he was greeted by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. It seemed his senior was preparing a meal for herself. She not only excelled in cooking, but was also exceptionally attractive, academically accomplished, and skilled at gaming. Furthermore, her family was quite affluent. He could scarcely identify any flaws in her. Whoever was fortunate enough to call her his wife must have surely saved the world in a previous life. It appeared he had already secured a marriage certificate with her in his mind. Indeed, the man destined to save the world was none other than him. As this thought crossed Fong Haoyu's mind, a foolish grin spread across his face. "My senior is my wife." Chapter 80. The little white rabbit pillow. Fong Haoyu arrived in the kitchen and inquired, "Senior, would you like some assistance?" "No, it's almost ready. Please wait a moment," she replied. "All right." Fong Haoyu busied himself by washing the fruits at home, slicing them into a fruit platter, and placing it in the refrigerator for dessert after the meal. Given the effort the senior was putting into cooking for him, he certainly could not remain idle. He took a broom and tidied up the room. By the time he finished cleaning, the meal was ready. "You can wash your hands and come to eat," she called out. "I'm on my way." Fong Haoyu scampered over. He served her half a bowl of rice, having learned her appetite well enough to avoid the previous mistake of overfilling her bowl during her first meal preparation, which had resulted in her not finishing it. Over time, he had become quite familiar with her eating habits and preferences. As they began their meal, they served each other dishes. The senior first offered him a piece of rib, and he reciprocated by giving her one in return. Back and forth they went. And before long, their bowls were piled high with food. Realizing he might have taken too much, he asked, "Senior, can you finish this?" "If I can't, there's still you," she replied playfully. In the end, the senior indeed could not finish, and Fong Haoyu polished off the remaining food. He patted his full stomach and sighed. If it weren't for his daily exercise, at this rate of feeding from her, he would have gained 10 pounds by now. When would he ever achieve those abs? But never mind, a single up is still an up. With a face full of satisfaction, he set his bowl down. "Senior, there are fruits I prepared in the fridge. Please help yourself. I'll go wash the dishes," he said as he headed to the kitchen. It had become a routine for him to wash the dishes after she cooked. As for why he still cut fruits even after she was full, because the senior said that being full for her did not mean she was truly full. According to Fong Haoyu's understanding, when she said she was full, it meant she had finished her meal but could still enjoy snacks, milk tea, and fruits. For him, being full meant being genuinely satisfied. This might be the difference in how boys and girls perceive fullness. When he finished washing the dishes and emerged, the senior had already gone to take a shower. Fong Haoyu settled onto the sofa, listening to the sound of water from the bathroom. And his mind inadvertently conjured some inappropriate images. Before long, he felt his face heat up uncontrollably. No, he could not dwell on such thoughts. Fong Haoyu hastily took out his phone to distract himself. Just as he opened it, he noticed that in their dormitory group chat, Ling Zikai was frantically tagging him. Group chat, father and his 3 good sons. Ganshao, knowledge explosion, huh? You rascal. The forum is in chaos. How could you be holding hands with the campus belle? A poet from the paper cutting club. What about this 2-timer? Alas, the aloof campus belle has indeed been won over by you, my friend. Though I had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand still pierces my heart. You are truly incorrigible. Have you, perchance, shared a kiss with the campus beauty? You have now become the nemesis of every man in the school. Leader, understand, this sugarcane is one that bears jealousy. Mambua, stop flooding the group chat. It's akin to when Lushan entering Chang'an, the Tang dynasty has met its demise. Sugarcane, what do you care? What of it? How you? Are you returning to the dormitory tonight? If not, I shall inform the lady downstairs in advance. Knowledge explosion. I shall certainly return. It isn't the weekend. And there will be dorm inspections. I intend to accompany my wife to the library for some study. Sugarcane, you're studying? Is that truly studying? I would feel remiss to expose you. In our dorm, there isn't a single normal person. One only watches anime and dances, another solely studies English. And the last is perpetually out on dates. Can't you, like me, embody the spirit of a proactive university student? Knowledge explosion. A university student ought to study. My intentions are purely academic. Sugarcane, where's the group leader? Kick him out. Balancing romance and study is utterly disgraceful. A shame to all university students. Zhou Ziren's philosophical smile emoji. X5. Zhou Ziren's lewd smile emoji. X5 Mambua. Sugarcane, just wait. When we return to the dorm, I shall extract every bit of your sweetness. Sugarcane, I promise to behave. Please spare me. Fong Haoyu, observing the group chat, couldn't he help but chuckle. Such absurdity, these two are indeed treasures. Zhou Ziren remains as obnoxious as ever, yet he is perfectly suited to deal with someone like Ling Zikai. As he immersed himself in the banter of the chat, Jiang Ziyin had finished her shower and donned her pajamas. Before she could even speak, Fong Haoyu instinctively approached to help her dry her hair. After aiding the senior with her hair, Jiang Ziyin returned to her room to change into a pink plaid shirt, complemented by a white inner layer and beige trousers. Her hair styled into a high ponytail, exuding a refreshing charm. The moment she emerged, Fong Haoyu was captivated by her beauty. Is it beautiful? Jiang Ziyin twirled around. Her wardrobe is extensive. She often wore long dresses, but that does not imply she possesses only those. With November fast approaching and the weather gradually turning cooler, she began to wear long trousers. Fong Haoyu gazed, spellbound. His wife is truly stunning. These garments are quite ordinary, yet on her, they transform into something exquisite. elevating their appeal. While others enhance their looks through attire, the senior possesses the ability to elevate the garments with her beauty. Beautiful. Fang Haoyu paused for a moment before nodding. Pleased by his reaction, Jiang Ziyin remarked softly, "Let us go. It's time to study at the library." Indeed. Originally, every Saturday morning, the two would visit the library to study, but Jiang Ziyin yearned to spend more time with her boyfriend. As long as they could enjoy their world together, she would even be willing to study at the library for an entire day. Upon their arrival at the library, they sought out a secluded corner. However, they soon caught the attention of those around them. In this library, the onlookers merely whispered in astonishment. What had initially seemed like a joke on the forum now had to be accepted as truth. The campus belle was indeed studying with him, confirming their relationship. Fang Haoyu and Jiang Ziyin paid little heed to the curious gazes around them and immersed themselves in their studies, tackling advanced mathematics, Fang Haoyu's weaker subject. As they worked through problems, their faces nearly touched, sharing the same notebook, an undeniably intimate scene. The other students, who had been diligently studying, felt as though they had been force-fed a lavish meal of affection. Photographs of the couple studying together in the library were captured, serving as undeniable evidence of their romance. After approximately an hour of studying, they decided to leave, as time was running short and returning to the dormitory would become problematic if they stayed too late. Hand in hand, Fang Haoyu and Jiang Ziyin walked back. "Senior, so many people were watching us today," he remarked. Did it make you shy?" Jiang Ziyin shook her head. "Not at all. Being in love means being open about it. I want to let them know you are mine. To prevent any other seniors from having their eyes on you." Fang Haoyu chuckled. "How could that be? You are my one and only." Before long, he had escorted her to the entrance of the dormitory. "Senior, I'll take my leave now. Wait a moment, I have something for you. Stay right here," Jiang Ziyin instructed before heading inside. Shortly after, she emerged, clutching a small rabbit-shaped pillow. "This is for you, little rabbit Jr. Why is it pink again? The one before was white." Jiang Ziyin pouted. "Don't you like it?" Fang Haoyu quickly replied, "Of course I like it. As long as it's from you, senior. I adore it." He accepted the plush toy, a smile spreading across his face. It was evident that she had chosen it specifically for him. Moreover, it was her first gift to him, making it all the more cherished. "Did you buy one for yourself as well, senior?" Jiang Ziyin flashed a mischievous grin. "I got a big bad wolf for myself." "Fang Haoyu?" Jiang Ziyin waved her hand. "It's time to go back. See you tomorrow, senior." As he gazed at the rabbit pillow in his hands, a smile crept onto his lips. Just as he was about to head back to his dormitory, he received another message from her. "Clever senior, I ordered you a cup of milk tea. It's on the table downstairs. Remember to pick it up." Fang Haoyu paused in surprise. She had ordered him milk tea? Before long, he discovered the milk tea his senior had ordered for him. Typically, it was he who treated her to milk tea, so he was pleasantly surprised that she would reciprocate. Indeed, in a loving relationship, both individuals invest in one another. Fang Haoyu could sense the sweetness of the milk tea even before taking a sip. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ling Zikai immediately noticed the drink in his hand. Leaping from his bed in excitement, "You bought milk tea? Let me have a sip," he exclaimed. "Wait, who gave you that plush pillow?" Fang Haoyu instinctively shielded the milk tea behind him. "No way. You're not worthy. This is a gift from my girlfriend, so you can't have any." Scram. With a mischievous grin, Fang Haoyu added, "This plush pillow is a gift from my wife. You don't have one, do you?" Ling Zikai's expression froze as he clutched his chest, feeling as if he had been struck. To kill is one thing, but to wound the heart is another. He lamented, then collapsed onto a chair. Zhou Ziran shook his head in exasperation, realizing that it seemed there was no saving him now. At that moment, Fang Haoyu remembered that he had yet to finish the latest chapter of his novel. He placed the plush pillow on the table and took a sip of the milk tea gifted by his senior. Pure bliss. Just as he was about to begin typing, he glanced at the adorable bunny pillow and the milk tea on the table. He snapped a picture and sent it to his senior. "Silly Junior, hee hee. The little white rabbit Junior really enjoys the milk tea from the big bad wolf senior." Chapter 81. Who does Ling Zikai adore? Clever senior. Cute kitten emoji. I am not a big bad wolf. I am a beautiful little white wolf. Clumsy Junior. Indeed, senior is a beautiful wolf. And I am a handsome rabbit. Clever senior. You are also quite dashing. Clumsy Junior. Senior, I have come to realize how much I like you. Clever senior. Are you confessing your feelings to me? This time, I shall not agree. Sunder kitten emoji. Clumsy Junior. This is not a confession. I am merely stating a fact. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Jiyin could not help but chuckle at this clumsy junior's antics. Where had he learned such phrases? Clever senior, then we need not create a couple space. Let us transform it into a rival space instead. Clumsy junior, no, senior. You once promised you would never disdain me. I shall be your little darling. Upon witnessing Jiang Jiyin's foolish grin directed at her phone, Yang Xiaoling promptly climbed onto her bed and donned her headphones. She certainly could not allow herself to be repulsed by her this time. Just as Jiang Jiyin was about to turn and tease her dear friend, she discovered that her bestie had already buried herself beneath the covers. Jiang Jiyin was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly so cunning? Why was her best friend so afraid of her? She was not the type to indulge in excessive displays of affection. Suddenly, Ling Jike leaped from his chair, exclaiming, Fang Haoyu, you've gone viral, do you realize? Fang Haoyu was startled. What do you mean viral? Ling Jikai pointed at his phone. Look for yourself on the school forum. It is overflowing with discussions about you and Senior Jiang. I even spotted a photo of you both studying in the library. My goodness, you truly are dedicated to your studies, aren't you? Yao Yutong remarked nonchalantly, but that isn't the main point. The crucial issue is whether this forum will have any repercussions for the two of them. Ling Jikai shook his head. There shouldn't be any significant impact. Primarily, Fang Haoyu doesn't have any scandals. He is merely a freshman. Most discussions revolve around how Senior Jiang ended up with him. After all, Senior Jiang is the campus belle, often referred to as the ice goddess, who typically keeps her distance from boys. It is quite surprising that she is with this fellow. Fang Haoyu retorted, What do you mean by this fellow? Am I not handsome enough? Ling Jikai pondered for a moment. It's not that you lack charm. I actually think you are quite handsome. However, there are many attractive individuals at our school, undoubtedly some more striking than you. So why does the senior prefer you? From this, it could be deduced that her affection for him was not solely based on physical appearance. Fang Haoyu did not dispute this, as he too acknowledged the truth in Ling Jikai's words. While he was indeed good-looking, there were numerous others at Jiang University who were equally or more handsome. If Senior Jiang were merely seeking beauty, why would she not choose someone even more attractive? He believed it was because he could offer her a unique experience. He meticulously prepared gifts and surprises, always keeping in mind the things she had said. With this perspective, it was understandable that Senior Jiang had developed feelings for him. After all, he possesses a commendable confidence in his character. There are few virtuous individuals like him. Yao Yutong nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. Not everyone is as superficial as a sugarcane. Ling Jikai retorted, superficial? How amusing. I don't judge solely by looks. I focus on the essence. Zhou Ziran furrowed his brow. Is there a distinction between judging by looks and by appearance? Certainly. Judging by looks merely assesses beauty, while I examine whether it resonates with me, Ling Jikai replied. Fang Haoyu jested. The interpretation belongs to the sugarcane. Suddenly, Ling Jikai approached Fang Haoyu with a flattering demeanor. Fang Haoyu immediately crossed his arms, frowning. What are you doing? I am a married man, so do not harbor any misconceptions. Our relationship is impossible. Ling Jikai quickly clarified. You've misunderstood. I am straight, not like Zhou Ziran. I merely wish to inquire how you won the heart of the campus beauty, and if you could share some insights. Insights? Fang Haoyu pondered briefly, realizing there were no particular techniques. Reflecting on his relationship with his senior, it seemed to be a mutual pursuit rather than a one-sided effort. If there were any technique to speak of, it would be sincerity. Fang Haoyu said matter-of-factly, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. This is what my mentor advised, and I have always adhered to it. He remained grateful to Yao Yutong, who had provided him with ample inspiration. Fang Haoyu regarded Ling Jikai with curiosity. What is the matter? Do you have someone you wish to pursue? Ling Jikai's face flushed instantly, and he hastily waved his hands. Impossible. There is absolutely nothing of the sort. I was merely inquiring. Fang Haoyu nodded knowingly, exchanging a glance with Yao Yutong. They both smiled in unison, stating, understood. Zhou Ziran appeared bewildered, understood what? Fang Haoyu, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, we understand everything. Understand what? Tell me. Zhou Ziran urged, feeling a sense of isolation. Yao Yutong smirked slightly, whispering, all right, go play, watch your show. I see you are quite restless. Seeing their reluctance to speak, Zhou Ziran decisively invoked Brother Jia's influence. Don't get me wrong. I will speak. The speed of Yao Yutong's plea for mercy was remarkable, and as Zhou Ziran playfully touched him, he exclaimed, your wife has a crush. What do you mean by my wife? Isn't sugarcane your wife? Didn't you both make a vow? It seems you are truly restless. I was joking. Stop touching my backside. This scene was somewhat unbearable for Fong Haoyu to witness. Yao Yutong's charm had been soiled by Zhou Ziren. Whom have you developed feelings for? Fong Haoyu inquired with curiosity. Ling Zikai shyly lowered his head. Is it that obvious? Not obvious? Fong Haoyu remarked. This fellow has his infatuation written all over his face. Fong Haoyu then asked, do you know her? No. Do you know what year she is in? No. Why do you like her? She is beautiful. At this moment, Yao Yutong freed herself from Zhou Ziren's inappropriate grasp. Aren't you one to disregard appearances? Indeed. I do consider looks. She is charming and adorable, fitting my ideal type perfectly. Isn't that what it means to be infatuated? Fong Haoyu retorted, infatuated? She may not even know you exist. This is clearly unrequited love on your part. Ling Zikai crossed his arms defiantly. I don't care. I like her now, and I must pursue her. What if she already has a partner? Well, I might feel a bit down for a few days, but eventually, I will still be a brave man. Yao Yutong inquired. So how do you intend to pursue her? You don't even have her contact information. Ling Zikai placed his hands on his hips and declared confidently, next time I see her, I will simply walk up and ask for her WeChat. Chapter 82. What would you do without me? When Ling Zikai uttered these words, he spoke with remarkable conviction, as if he truly believed them. Fong Haoyu inquired. Do you all believe him? Both Yao Yutong and Zhou Ziren shook their heads in unison. Trusting him for WeChat is no different than believing I am Qin Shi Huang. This coward would surely not dare to ask. I wager a bottle of Guojiao at 4 yuan. I, too, do not believe him. Observing the disbelief on their faces, Ling Zikai exclaimed in anger, What do you mean? Even my brothers do not trust me? Fong Haoyu replied, A father knows his son best. I am well aware of what my own child is like. Ling Zikai pointed at the group, furious, I will show you what it truly means to be a man. He then returned to his bed, opened his phone, and began to search for someone on the confession wall. Yao Yutong, feeling exasperated, remarked, Can you really find someone on the confession wall? You might as well confess to her directly the next time you see her. Ling Zikai replied, I don't even know her. What if she rejects me? Fong Haoyu teased, Rejection means she is not your match, but rather a mistaken impression. Then you can celebrate Enemies Day together. Ling Zikai felt like crying. You all are only giving me terrible ideas, just to see me become a fool. He declared, I will sever ties with you for 2.5 hours, and promptly covered his head with the blanket, isolating the other three. After realizing their isolation, Zhou Ziren shrugged and returned to binge-watching his series. Yao Yutong resumed her studies for the Level 4 exam. Fong Haoyu, observing everyone's diligence, felt inspired by the mere 200 words he had typed for his novel. Time to write. The next 2.5 hours belonged to the coder. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. He then noticed that his senior had sent him dozens of messages in succession. Clever senior. Baby, are you not done yet? I miss you so much. You Haven team messaged me in half an hour. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't reply, I won't talk to you anymore. 3, 2, 1. Forget it. I'll reply to you since I don't want you to be sad. Please respond when you see this. Baby, I saw a hilarious video on Douyin. As he perused these chat records, Fong Haoyu couldn't help but chuckle. His senior was so adorable, not aloof at all, but rather quite clingy. He found himself eager to meet her, having been apart for 3 hours, a considerable stretch of time. They were separated by an entire dormitory building. How is this any different from a long-distance relationship? Silly junior. Senior, I finished writing. Aren't you lonely without me? Clever senior, not at all. Don't be narcissistic. I want to feel lonely just because you're not around. I'm just worried you might feel lonely without me. As Fong Haoyu read his senior's messages, he imagined her haughty little expression at that moment. How endearingly proud she was. A prideful senior paired with a foolish him, what a perfect match. The foolish junior expressed, I am truly moved. Without you, senior, I would undoubtedly feel quite lonely. Thankfully, you are here. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to depression. You are immensely important to me. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Just as the West cannot bear to lose Jerusalem. Jiang Jian felt an inexplicable joy within. Her junior's sweet words were quite endearing, and she cherished them. The wise senior remarked, Indeed, indeed. What would you do without me? The two then embarked on their familiar pre-sleep banter. At this moment, Fong Haoyu was typically tossing and turning in bed, wriggling about like a maggot. The wise senior stated, It's getting late. You should sleep. Have you gotten into bed yet? The foolish junior replied, I have obediently lain down, just awaiting your good night. Long-distance relationships are truly arduous. See you tomorrow. After bidding good night to the senior, he remained exceedingly excited, unable to sleep, his heart filled with sweetness. Is this what love feels like? He ought to thank his parents. Without them, he would not have met the senior. By the way, who initiated this betrothal? Truly a genius. Thinking back to how he had once considered pretending to obtain a marriage certificate just to get by, he couldn't help but laugh. What a clever ploy that was. Realizing this, he felt compelled to send a message of gratitude to his father. From this day forth, he would no longer doubt his parentage. He then took out his phone and tagged his father in the family group chat. Knowledge explosion. Dad, love you, old man. You are truly my benefactor. Fong Ling, who was watching television with his wife, saw the message and was momentarily speechless. His father replied, "How old are you? Don't come to disgust me. If you need money, just say so. Don't interfere with your mother and me enjoying our time together. If you disturb me again, I'll cut off your allowance. Once you're married, don't bother me and your mother. I want to be paying for your house. Fong Haoyu." Okay. He admitted he was beginning to doubt his own parentage again. He had merely obtained a certificate, and it felt as though he were being cast out of the house. It seemed this home could no longer accommodate him. He felt as though a small red ball had appeared on his nose. Was he truly part of his parents' manipulation? Now it appeared that the best way to repay his father was to refrain from bothering him. Suddenly, Fong Haoyu recalled someone he had seemingly forgotten. His senior. The senior had assisted him greatly in pursuing his beloved. It was the senior's guidance that had encouraged him to earnestly pursue her. Now that he was with her, it would be utterly remiss not to treat him to a meal. With this thought, Fong Haoyu took out his phone and messaged Senior Hai Jian. Knowledge explosion. Senior, do you have time recently? Let me treat you to a meal. Hai Jian replied, I have time lately. What prompted this sudden invitation? Knowledge explosion. Earlier, I mentioned a friend who has a crush on a senior sister. In fact, that friend is myself. Hai Jian, it was evident. Knowledge explosion. Did the senior know all along? Hai Jian, only a fool would be oblivious. Knowledge explosion. Hee, I'm now officially with the senior sister. Thanks to your encouragement. Tomorrow morning, I shall treat you to breakfast. At the first canteen. Hai Jian, why not the third canteen? Didn't you say there are more beautiful girls there? Knowledge explosion. I am a man of principles, senior. You have someone too. You ought to uphold your principles as well. Hai Jian, I have no such principles. Jiang Jian held her phone, a playful smile gracing her face. Indeed. She had no such principles, for she was a woman embodying feminine virtues instead. Fong Haoyu paused momentarily, pondering if the senior was a player. No wonder he was so knowledgeable about such matters. However, he had assisted him, and it was only right to treat him. Besides, he might not be a player. Perhaps he was merely jesting. Then, see you tomorrow morning at the first canteen. All right. After arranging with Senior Hai Jian the next morning, Fong Haoyu woke up early. He felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should have scheduled for a different time. But upon reflection, other times were largely spent with the senior sister, and he had training in the afternoon. Only the morning offered a sliver of free time. He arrived at the first canteen and selected a table. Inviting the senior for breakfast was simply a token of gratitude, but more importantly, it was an opportunity to meet and get to know him. He snapped a photo of his seat and sent it to the senior. Knowledge explosion, senior. I'm at this spot. Hai Jian. Okay. As Fong Haoyu awaited the senior, a stunningly beautiful girl entered the first canteen. Instantly, he recognized her as the senior sister. What could she possibly be doing here this early? Just as he pondered this, she gracefully approached his table, holding a bottle of Hai Jian. Senior sister, weren't you still asleep? Ah, this is my alter ego. What do you mean? Jiang Jian settled beside Fong Haoyu, pushing the bottle of Hai Jian towards him. Her lips curled slightly as she softly remarked, Silly Junior. This is my alter ego. Chapter 83. Every coincidence is preordained. Fong Haoyu was momentarily taken aback upon beholding the bottle of words of the sea before him. His eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that the senior he had been conversing with was actually the senior sister? Was it the case that the messages he had received earlier were sent by her? Jiang Jian's eyes sparkled with amusement as she teased. Aren't you supposed to express your gratitude to me? Leaning her chin on her right hand, with a playful arch of her brow and a slight smile gracing her lips, she continued, Here I am. How do you intend to show your appreciation? Fong Haoyu's expression was a lang of complexity. The revelation that his senior was, in fact, a senior sister was rather difficult for him to process. He had previously inquired of the senior how one might pursue a senior sister, only to realize he was unwittingly consulting the very person he sought to court. How utterly embarrassing. Jiang Jian chuckled lightly. Why so speechless? Have you turned mute, Junior? With a pitiful look, Fong Haoyu retorted, Senior sister, why didn't you tell me sooner? I thought you were a senior. Jiang Jian feigned innocence. But you never asked about my gender, did you? Senior sister, did you know it was me all along? Jiang Jian nodded honestly. Indeed, I knew it was you. Hence, you could never escape my grasp. Playfully pinching his cheek, she added, you are completely under my control. Feng Haoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. No wonder she had been aware of his visit to the third cafeteria. It was all premeditated. Jiang Jian smiled deepened as she took his hand, saying, there are no mere coincidences. Everything is a result of my long-standing intentions towards you. You mentioned wanting to thank me. How do you plan to do so? With a crimson face and averted gaze, Feng Haoyu replied, haven't I already expressed my gratitude? When was that? She inquired. Feng Haoyu pouted, haven't I devoted myself to you? Is a male's devotion considered the same? She quipped, isn't it my devotion that counts? He countered, why should it be any different for a man? Senior sister, you mustn't harbor gender biases. Jiang Jian erupted into laughter, finding this foolish junior surprisingly clever at times. Hand in hand, they continued their stroll, with Feng Haoyu suggesting, senior sister, let's get breakfast. Accepting her role in their dynamic, he surrendered to the delightful experience of being led by her. Ever since he discovered that she had harbored feelings for him all along, a smile had become permanently etched upon his face. Jiang Jian regarded her junior with a smirk. Amused at how smitten he appeared, the two proceeded to purchase breakfast, drawing the attention of onlookers. Witnessing the campus belle holding hands with a young man was enough to make anyone doubt their own wakefulness. Despite the widespread knowledge of the campus beauty's new relationship, seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, leaving disbelief written across the faces of many. After all, Jiang University's flower had been regarded as the impenetrable ice goddess, and the notion that any man could penetrate her heart seemed preposterous. Yet, unexpectedly, she had a boyfriend. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. So this is the campus beauty's boyfriend. He truly is quite handsome. Previously, the two individuals had performed a duet at the welcome party, and I still remember this person. The young man is named Feng Haoyu, is he not? This fellow must have saved the world in his past life. Ever since Jiang Jian affectionately referred to Feng Haoyu as baby in front of everyone on the basketball court, he has gained a bit of notoriety. Originally, he was relatively unknown, merely discussed among the female students of the same major due to his handsome appearance. Additionally, he shunned frivolous socializing. Typically, he would either stick close to his senior or engage in gaming with his roommates. He preferred to sit at the back of the classroom, avoiding participation, and had little inclination to meet new people. However, after being with his senior, his name began to appear frequently on forums. It was unavoidable. His girlfriend is the most beautiful girl at Jiang University. As the boyfriend of the campus belle, he naturally attracted considerable attention. After purchasing breakfast, Feng Haoyu and his senior returned to their original seats. He had a fried dough stick and soy milk, along with 3 buns, while his senior opted for a cup of soy milk and a bun. Curiously, he asked, Senior, is this all you're having for breakfast? The buns at the cafeteria were quite small, easily devoured in one bite. Given Feng Haoyu's understanding of his senior, this portion would hardly suffice. Jiang Jian replied nonchalantly, I don't like to eat much in the morning. Her appetite was not particularly robust at that hour. Very well, the two began to enjoy their breakfast. Before long, Jiang Jian finished her bun. Meanwhile, Feng Haoyu savored his meal with gusto. For some inexplicable reason, as she watched him eat, Jiang Jian felt an unusual hunger stirring within her. Initially, she had no desire to eat further, yet Feng Haoyu's satisfied expression rekindled her appetite. Subsequently, her gaze fixated on the fried dough stick before him. Feng Haoyu, noticing her attention, pondered, why is she staring so intently at my fried dough stick? Surely not cautiously. He extended the fried dough stick towards her. Senior, would you like some? Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed slightly as she proudly replied, No. Then I shall eat it myself. However, since it is offered by my junior, I suppose I shall accept. She seized the fried dough stick from Feng Haoyu's hand and began to nibble at it delicately. Yet, perhaps due to her eagerness, she ended up choking slightly. Senior, take your time with the fried dough stick. The soy milk will arrive shortly. He offered his unfinished soy milk to her. Jiang Jian took a sip and then flashed a mischievous smile. His soy milk was indeed sweeter than hers. It dawned on Feng Haoyu, Senior. You intended to drink mine on purpose, didn't you? With a haughty demeanor, Jiang Jian replied, No, I genuinely choked. Really? When have I ever deceived you? She asserted with undeniable confidence. Junior, I suddenly feel like having a cup of milk tea. Feng Haoyu pretended not to hear. What? Do you want to have a child with me? Jiang Jian? Is this how you wish to play? Jiang Jian crossed her arms and pouted, feigning great anger as she exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you teasing me?" Feng Haoyu quickly offered a smile. "No, not at all. I merely wish to amuse you." Jiang Jian pretended to be deeply aggrieved. "What? Are you toying with my feelings? I am so heartbroken." Feng Haoyu was taken aback. "I intended merely to jest with my senior. How did it suddenly turn into me playing with her emotions?" "Senior, I was in the wrong. In times of uncertainty, I have erred. The universal formula, it never fails." A slight smile graced Jiang Jian's lips. "What was the mistake?" "The error lies in the fact that one should not toy with a senior's feelings. To atone for my transgressions, I am willing to offer you a kiss as compensation." Jiang Jian replied, "If my senior does not forgive me, I shall continue to kiss you until you do," Feng Haoyu declared, leaning in closer. Jiang Jian shot him a glare and raised her hand to shield her face. "You are truly thick-skinned. Hee, if I weren't a little thick-skinned. My senior would always have the upper hand over me." Chapter 84. Dayu Literature. After finishing their breakfast, Feng Haoyu said, "Sister, please wait for me a moment. I need to buy breakfast for my dormitory mates." He promptly headed to the window to purchase 3 portions of breakfast. His 3 companions had stayed up late the previous night, and he wondered if they had even awakened yet. Feng Haoyu quickly returned with the breakfast in hand. Perplexed as he asked, "Sister, aren't you buying breakfast for Sister Yang?" In his mind, their relationship seemed quite amicable. However, Jiang Jian's focus was elsewhere. "Why are you so concerned about her? You haven't even inquired if I have eaten." Feng Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and clarified, "I was merely curious. Besides, haven't you just had breakfast? I saw you eating." Jiang Jian sighed, feigning a look of grievance. "Has my little brother now abandoned explanations? Look at me. I merely spoke a few extra words, and you respond thus." Feng Haoyu was baffled, wondering where his sister had acquired this style of Dayu literature. Noticing his silence, Jiang Jian continued, "If my little brother is unwilling to converse with me, then let it be. It would be more enjoyable to chat with the sisters outside." Feng Haoyu took her hand gently, declaring, "You are the only one in my heart. I have no other sisters." In that moment, he desperately wished for her to relent. A sly smile flickered across Jiang Jian's face as she continued to feign weakness. "Now you have made me seem at fault. Do not inscribe upon my heart, or I shall be quite distressed." Feng Haoyu felt utterly helpless, realizing he had no rebuttal. "Just end my suffering, sister. You might as well end it for me," he lamented, appearing despondent. "Is it such a chore to placate me? I've grown upset and harmed myself. What does that have to do with you?" Just as he was at a loss, he recalled Jiang Jian mentioning her desire for milk tea. Wait a moment, milk tea? Suddenly, it dawned on him. "Sister, weren't you just asking for milk tea? I shall go fetch it for you," he said cautiously. Jiang Jian beamed with satisfaction. Her little brother had shown thoughtfulness by remembering her preferences, which pleased her greatly. "By the way, is this milk tea exclusively for me, or do the other sisters receive some as well?" Feng Haoyu affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Of course. It is solely for you." Jiang Jian tilted her head in delight, unable to contain her joy. Feng Haoyu gazed at her with a smile in his eyes. She was rather charming. He pondered where she had learned this Dayu literature and resolved to learn it himself one day, for only magic could defeat magic. Otherwise, if she were to wield this literary charm in the future, he would be left with no choice but to humbly seek her mercy. Upon returning to the dormitory with breakfast, he found only Yao Yutong awake, while the other 2 slept soundly like pigs. Truly, they were a couple. Their living habits mirrored each other perfectly. Yao Yutong was currently reviewing for her Level 4 exam, demonstrating her earnest dedication. After Feng Haoyu finished delivering breakfast, he took out his Level 4 exam materials to seek guidance from his senior. The 2 decided to find a place to study, a suggestion naturally made by the senior, as it was unlikely that Feng Haoyu, who usually lacked enthusiasm for studying, would propose such an endeavor. However, at that moment, he had developed a newfound passion for learning, not merely due to her presence, but because he genuinely enjoyed the process of acquiring knowledge. Previously, their visits to the library had primarily focused on advanced mathematics. Since entering university, Feng Haoyu had not devoted himself to studying English seriously. Although his English was relatively good compared to others, it paled in comparison to his proficiency in other subjects. He had initially planned to take the Level 4 exam without preparation, hoping to pass by sheer luck. But since his senior offered to help him review, he felt compelled to study. He had expected his senior to find an empty classroom, but to his surprise, she took him to the playground instead. There were benches nearby, and due to the early hour, Most university students were either attending classes or sleeping, with only a few out for a morning jog. The two settled on a bench. "Senior, why not look for an empty classroom?" Feng Haoyu asked, puzzled. Jiang Jian took a sip of her milk tea and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need. To pass level 4, you need a strong vocabulary. So this morning you should memorize some words here instead of in a classroom. Spend half an hour, memorize as many as you can, and I'll supervise you." Feng Haoyu nodded in agreement. "All right then. Senior, I'm a bit thirsty." "Here," Jiang Jian said, handing him her milk tea. She seemed to know exactly what he was thinking. Feng Haoyu smiled foolishly, feeling quite pleased. His senior truly understood him well. After taking a sip, he grinned. "Senior, why does your milk tea always taste sweeter than the ones I buy for myself?" "Junior, what's wrong?" Jiang Jian said with a look of disdain. "I told you. You must be a weirdo to think my saliva tastes sweet." Feng Haoyu was left speechless. "Isn't this where the atmosphere turns a bit flirty?" Jiang Jian, noticing his expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Silly." Feng Haoyu sighed. "Is this what it means to be a seasoned performer? All right, let us get back to memorizing words." 2.5 minutes later, while Jiang Jian was gazing at the playground, she suddenly turned her head and asked, "How many have you memorized?" Feng Haoyu quickly averted his eyes, realizing there was no way he could have memorized anything in just 2 minutes, especially since he hadn't managed to focus at all. Captivated by her exquisite profile, trying to appear composed, he claimed, "I've memorized quite a few." In reality, he had only glanced at one important vocabulary word for the level 4 exam. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then why don't you recite the first few for me?" Feng Haoyu had no choice but to brace himself, abandon. This was going to be a challenge. What was the second one again? "I didn't pay attention just now." Who knew that the senior would review her notes twice in 2 minutes? Jiang Jian wore an expression that suggested she had known all along. "I knew it." "Junior, do you know how many types of rulers exist in the world?" Feng Haoyu felt somewhat bewildered. "How many?" Why is the senior suddenly asking him this? "A straight ruler, a triangular ruler." Feng Haoyu pressed further, asking what else. "There's also I love you very much." Feng Haoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. "Senior, why are you suddenly reciting cheesy love lines?" Jiang Jian pouted. "Is that a problem?" "I am quite fond of it. Don't you send me such messages every day? Do you find me distasteful?" Feng Haoyu replied nonchalantly. "Senior, you are studying finance, right?" Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Otherwise, why are you so stingy with money?" "Ouch. I take it back." Feng Haoyu covered his side, grimacing in pain. To his surprise, the senior had just been like Daiyu, but now she transformed into a fierce dragon from Sichuan and Chongqing. Faced with the sulking senior, Feng Haoyu could only pull her into his embrace. "Senior, I was wrong. I am the one being unreasonable. If you dare to speak to me like that again, you shall never sleep in my bed again." Chapter 85. Why so flustered? Jiang Jian stood with her hands on her hips, pouting adorably as if feigning anger. Feng Haoyu gently caressed the senior's hair, his tone laced with a hint of affection. "I was wrong. Please grant me another chance to share a bed." Jiang Jian's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "What do you mean by sharing a bed? Your thoughts are quite whimsical. Who would want to share a bed with you? We've only just started dating. Does that imply you're already contemplating infidelity?" It dawned on Feng Haoyu that he had perhaps miscommunicated his intentions. He hastily clarified. "What I meant was simply to sleep." Jiang Jian's ears turned slightly red. "I don't believe you. You have no choice but to believe me." Feng Haoyu crossed his arms and turned his head away. Jiang Jian retorted, "What do you mean I have no choice? Do you think you're a domineering CEO?" A smile tugged at the corners of Feng Haoyu's lips as he straightened his posture, declaring, "Well, I suppose I am a domineering CEO. I am the CEO belonging to my senior." Jiang Jian burst into laughter at his comical display. "You think you're a domineering CEO? More like a foolish CEO." Feng Haoyu frowned, tugging at an imaginary tie, and solemnly remarked, "Woman, you are playing with fire." Jiang Jian smirked. "You're so cheesy. What brand of cheese are you?" Feng Haoyu leaned closer to her ear and softly replied, "I have a love for you." Jiang Jian made a face of disdain. "I never expected you to be so cheesy." "Senior, do you dislike me?" he asked. "I might be a bit clumsy with words, unable to compare with other sweet-talking juniors. Perhaps you think I'm just putting on a show." Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow. "This foolish junior is actually capable of applying what he learns? Why are you so flustered?" "For my senior, of course." Jiang Jian's face turned a shade of embarrassed red. "Nonsense. When did I ever say such things?" "Just a moment ago." No. I must have misremembered." Just as Feng Haoyu prepared to expose her, Jiang Jian pinched his waist again, forcing him to concede helplessly. Jiang Jian wore a satisfied smile. I told you. How could I ever say something so insipid? You must have misremembered. Yes, I must have misremembered. Feng Haoyu lamented silently. Why the long face? Who has been bullying you? I'll help you retaliate. Before they became an item, Feng Haoyu had no idea that Jiang Jian was such a spirited individual who had claimed she was aloof. She was simply too proactive. The contrast was striking. Jiang Jian smiled mysteriously and beckoned him closer. Come here. I shall whisper a secret to you. What secret? Feng Haoyu leaned in closer. Jiang Jian leaned forward slightly, closing her eyes. In the next moment, warmth and softness graced his cheek. This time, it was not a mere fleeting touch. Her delicate lips pressed firmly against Feng Haoyu's cheek. And it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. 1 second, 2 seconds. Neither of them moved, maintaining their posture. At this moment, Feng Haoyu felt his throat constrict and a blush began to spread across his cheeks. The area around his ears started to burn with warmth. After approximately 3 seconds, Jiang Jian finally retreated, her face equally flushed, the redness extending down to her neck. Her expression was rife with bashfulness. Mechanical in his movements, Feng Haoyu turned his head, his throat still tightening, covering his left cheek. Senior, you ambushed me. This isn't home. How bold of you. Jiang Jian averted her gaze, her ears slightly reddening. I can kiss my boyfriend wherever I please, she retorted. Are you dissatisfied with me? Feng Haoyu hurriedly waved his hand. How could that be? If I could, I'd wish to be kissed by you every day? Jiang Jian pouted. Then what was that expression you made just now? Feng Haoyu scratched his head. I was merely surprised that you would be so daring. After all, we are on the playground. A sly smile appeared on Jiang Jian's face. No worries. I secretly observed earlier, and the playground was empty. This was all premeditated on her part. Given the morning's sparse crowd, coupled with their inconspicuous position, no one had noticed them. Why did you suddenly kiss me? She continued. Seeing you bullied so severely, I wanted to give you a taste of sweetness. She declared with a hint of pride. I didn't want you to complain to your father about me bullying you, which would prevent me from entering your home. The earlier expression on the silly junior's face had been too adorable to resist kissing. Of course, she wouldn't confess that it was her own addiction to kissing that prompted her action. Feng Haoyu quickly shook his head. How could that be? If I were to complain to him about you, I might end up getting schooled by the 7 wolves. He still believed that such things were within the realm of what his father could do. The thought of almost not having living expenses due to the decision not to register their marriage, and now having such a beautiful and considerate wife. He couldn't even imagine how red his backside would be if he complained to his father. Jiang Jian gently patted Feng Haoyu's head. Junior, do you know why I kissed you? No, he replied. Then do you know why I wrote the Tao Te Ching? To assert your own views. Incorrect. Jiang Jian stood up, playfully smiling and making a silly face. Because I wanted to. Before Feng Haoyu could react, she gracefully walked towards the playground. Senior, where are you going? Aren't you going to supervise my studies? He called after her. Jiang Jian turned back and rolled her eyes at him. No more supervision, you. Silly boy, wouldn't he be able to concentrate anyway? Wait for me. Feng Haoyu quickly got up and scampered after her, initially intending to study. Feng Haoyu ended up memorizing only a single word. Don't ask why. The answer is that it was all the senior's fault. Hand in hand, Feng Haoyu and the senior strolled around the playground a couple of times before returning to their respective dormitories. Upon returning, Feng Haoyu was instantly surrounded by Zhou Ziran and Ling Zikai. Ling Zikai glared at him in indignation. You little rascal, you tricked us into calling you dad, didn't you? What of our breakfast? Feng Haoyu asked, his face a canvas of confusion. Did I not procure it for you all earlier? I presented it to the leader before you even rose. Zhou Ziran wore an expression of indignation, as though sensing an injustice, as soon as we awoke. The leader had vanished. Were you not deliberately deceiving us into calling you father? You must summon him back at once. We cannot afford to lose out. I called out to him 5 times, and by the interest accrued, you ought to address me as father 6 times. Ling Zikai crossed his arms, indignantly interjecting. And I called out 10 times. I demand my due. Feng Haoyu, at a loss for words, responded, I genuinely bought it. If you doubt me, feel free to message the leader. At that moment, Yao Yutong returned from the library, curiosity etched on her face. Why are you all congregated at the door? Are you the gatekeepers? Ling Zikai pouted. Leader, have you pilfered our breakfast? Yao Yutong retorted with righteous fervor. What do you mean by pilfer? Can matters of the scholarly be termed as such? I partake in a manner most honorable. Chapter 86. Provocation. Ling Zikai, Zhou Ziran. Ling Jikai, I have never encountered such a brazen individual. I thought the leader might offer some excuse, yet they candidly admitted it. Yao Yutong could not suppress her laughter. I'm not teasing you any longer. Your breakfast is right on the table. Just take a glance at the area obscured by the books. Upon hearing this, Ling Jikai and Zhou Ziren immediately began searching. Sure enough, their breakfast was hidden beneath the tomes. Yao Yutong jested. Last night you said you would rise early to study vocabulary. But here you have the books resting on your face, unwilling to retrieve them. It's no wonder breakfast has morphed into lunch. Ling Jikai retorted angrily. Leader, are you toying with me? How you? Close the door. Release Zhou Ziren. In the next moment, Zhou Ziren instantly revealed his signature smile. Yao Yutong, quick to react, immediately attempted to climb onto the bed to evade Zhou Ziren, a veritable beast. However, a prey singled out by Zhou Ziren cannot escape. Just as Yao Yutong ascended halfway, she was pulled down by Zhou Ziren. No, do not touch my pert dairy Ri. Fong Haoyu shook his head at this scene. He might as well focus on his writing. Such a philosophical moment was one he did not wish to witness. Before long, with Yao Yutong's continuous pleas for mercy, Zhou Ziren finally displayed a satisfied grin. Do be more cautious next time. Yao Yutong slumped into a chair, her expression one of utter desolation, as if lamenting her very existence. Fong Haoyu began to type as well, for he had yet to complete his task of 4,000 words. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could indulge in gaming and converse with the senior. That was his true priority. Ling Jikai, meanwhile, was relishing the lunch he had purchased in the morning. By the way, why did you two return only at noon? You're still clutching your level 4 review materials. Are you secretly studying without us? Yao Yutong retorted with annoyance. What do you mean by secretly studying? I'm doing it quite openly. I was studying diligently in the dormitory, but you two took turns snoring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the library. It's already 10 in the morning. And you're still snoring. You're truly remarkable. Ling Jikai countered. That merely proves we have good sleep quality. Indeed, the two brothers. Yao Yutong clicked her tongue. No wonder when we were drinking, you could publicly marry and become Jiang University's first couple. What did you say? Zhou Ziren's brow furrowed slightly. That philosophical aura about him re-emerging. Yao Yutong wisely closed her mouth at once. Ling Jikai looked at Fong Haoyu with suspicion. I can understand the leader studying, as he is learning every day. But why have you suddenly taken to studying? Did you not claim that learning is merely memorizing answers? What distinguishes having answers in your mind from cheating? Was that not your assertion? Fong Haoyu feigned ignorance. Did I say that? Perhaps I forgot. In truth, I have always been quite fond of learning. You know, I would go to great lengths for the sake of education. Ling Jikai, Zhou Ziren, Yao Yutong. A single remark rendered the three into silence. Fong Haoyu enjoys studying? Such an obscure phrase. Were it not for their daily observations of this lad playing around during class, they might have believed it. Do you not feel a tinge of embarrassment when uttering such words? Ling Jikai shot him a glance. Yao Yutong let out a cold laugh. You enjoy studying, do you? Let me test you. What is the second word from the key vocabulary of the 4th level? Fong Haoyu. Yao Yutong's gaze seemed to pierce through everything. The case is solved. This morning, the lad took advantage of studying as an excuse to rendezvous with his girlfriend. Fong Haoyu. How did you know? Leader, are you truly a genius? Genius? Yao Yutong gently shook her head. I merely happened to pass by the playground and chanced upon the site. Since you are aware, why pretend it was an analysis? To appear a tad cleverer. Fong Haoyu questioned in confusion. Then why reveal that you saw it? To seem more honest. Upon hearing that Fong Haoyu was off to another outing, Ling Jikai lamented. This fellow sneaks off to date while we are asleep. A slight smirk graced Fong Haoyu's lips, his tone laced with a hint of boasting. Indeed. The senior just kissed me. Share the details with me. Ling Jikai donned a mask of agony. I want to listen. I want to listen. Ling Jikai buried his head on the desk, clutching his ears. Yao Yutong shook her head. Ganja is still too sensitive. Did he not say just yesterday that he would ask the girl he likes for her WeChat? Yet today, I discovered he hasn't even posted on the confession wall. Ling Jikai immediately rose in protest. What do you know? This is what I call silent love. Yao Yutong replied nonchalantly. The handsome have partners, the unattractive have partners. And those with thick skin have partners as well. Cowards, however, remain single. Ling Jikai. Zhou Ziren teased. Enough of that. I have a friend who has been defeated. Who says I'm a coward? I'm merely preparing for a grand move. Yao Yutong jested. I hope your grand move is not a big mess. If you weren't cowardly, it is midday now. She should be at the cafeteria. You ought to casually encounter her there and ask for her contact information. If you manage to obtain it, I'd say you're impressive. With this statement, The competitive spirit among the men ignited. The phrase "you are impressive" holds significant weight in the eyes of young men. All right, I shall head to the cafeteria now. I must get her WeChat. Ling Zikai stood up, promptly changing his shoes, ready to embark. Fang Haoyu discreetly gave Yao Yutong a thumbs up. Truly, the leader is remarkable. If Ling Zikai were to continue on his current path, he may not even acquire her contact information by the end of the semester. What a masterful use of provocation. Yao Yutong's lips curled into a smile. How do you find my tactic? Fang Haoyu raised his thumb. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The girls' dormitory. Jiang Jian had just returned to her dormitory, still cradling an unfinished cup of milk tea. At that moment, Yang Xiaoling was just awakening from slumber, having stayed up late once again. As she descended from her bed, her disheveled appearance suggested she was still in a state of drowsiness. Aren't there no classes this morning? What are you doing out? The instant those words escaped her lips, she regretted them, for she had noticed the milk tea in Zhang's hand. In the next moment, Yang Xiaoling scrambled back into bed, her voice tinged with panic. Jiang, please don't say anything. I don't know if I can handle it. Jiang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering if this was truly the impression she gave. Even if this cup of milk tea had been specially purchased for her by a junior, she would never divulge that. The fact that she had been on a morning rendezvous with the junior at the playground would remain unspoken unless prompted. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Yang Xiaoling was left utterly flabbergasted. Aren't you supposed to keep it a secret? Wuwa, Jiang Jian, I want to sever ties with you. I can no longer be friends with you. With a gentle smile, Jiang Jian replied, All right, stop crying. Knowing you were still asleep, I brought you lunch. With that, she revealed a packed meal from the cafeteria that she had brought along. Instantly, Yang Xiaoling's tears transformed into joy as she leapt from her bed. Jiang, I love you. Jiang Jian chuckled in exasperation. This silly best friend was quite amusing. Chapter 87. The Stone of Hope at Jiang University. The Freshman Cup commenced this afternoon. Fortunately, today's classes were not of great significance, thus obtaining permission from the instructor was a mere formality. After all, the students were representing the college in pursuit of glory, and the advisor would undoubtedly grant leave. The curriculum for freshmen is not particularly rigorous, especially with some open courses where examinations are even open book. This would not impede their studies. In fact, attending classes often devolved into watching videos or playing games, leaving them devoid of any guilt. This competition featured 8 colleges, and victory in 3 consecutive matches would secure the championship. There were no points at stake. It was a straightforward knockout format. The Freshman Cup would not last long, thereby minimizing its impact on the students' academic schedule. In the first round, the School of Information drew the School of Finance. The two teams had faced off in a practice match not long ago, and now they found themselves pitted against each other in the first round. Indeed, a fateful pairing. The members of the School of Information arrived early at the court to warm up. They were quite pleased with their opponent, as the previous practice match had revealed that the overall strength of the School of Finance was inferior to their own. Securing victory in this match would advance them to the semifinals, and as long as their next opponent was not the School of Sports, they would have a chance to reach the finals. Conversely, the pressure on the School of Finance was considerable, stemming not only from the court but also from the stands. For the campus's most beautiful girl was seated there. Beside her sat Yang Xiaoling, the vice president of the student council and a close friend of the campus belle. Those who play basketball know that when observed by an attractive girl, players often unconsciously perform more flamboyant moves, such as difficult fadeaway jump shots. Regardless of whether they score, the focus is on style. However, today's spotlight was not on them, but rather on Fang Haoyu. The players from the School of Finance executed several impressive basketball maneuvers on the court, only to turn and realize that the campus beauty was not watching them at all. Her gaze seemed solely fixed on her boyfriend, causing a wave of jealousy to wash over the members of the School of Finance. Why was it that he had a girlfriend cheering for him? What was even more disheartening was that this girlfriend happened to be the most beautiful girl at Jiang University. Jiang Jian rested her chin on her hands, her eyes intently fixed on Fang Haoyu as he warmed up on the court. No matter what stylish or graceful moves the other players made, she did not spare them a glance. Yang Xiaoling let out a sigh. This was no longer the campus beauty of Jiang University. She had transformed into a stone of longing. Jiang, your nickname should no longer be the ice goddess of Jiang University. I believe the Stone of Hope at Jiang University suits you far better. Jiang Jian's lips curled into a slight smile, her gaze unwavering on Fang Haoyu. I think it's quite nice. Why shouldn't I admire my handsome husband? Yang Xiaoling. Wait, what? Your husband? Yang Xiaoling was truly at a loss for words. How had they come to this? Were their casual terms of endearment always so extravagant? With Lovely Jr., boyfriend, and now husband, was there anything she was unaware of? She glanced at the bottle of mineral water beside Jiang Jian. Is this what you bought for him? Why didn't you get any drinks? Jiang Jian displayed a smitten expression, remarking that he does not enjoy beverages and prefers water after exercising. Yang Shaoling shook her head in resignation. Alas, she never anticipated that the campus belle would turn out to be like this. The air of aloofness had completely vanished. Sigh. She resolved never to engage in romance. Otherwise, she might end up looking foolish herself. Gradually, many spectators gathered at the sidelines, primarily freshmen from the School of Information and the School of Finance, who had no classes and came to cheer for their respective colleges. Initially, the audience for this match was sparse, but as Jiang Jian, the campus beauty of Jiang University, drew attention, the crowd began to swell. It could be said that Jiang Jian served as a catalyst for this gathering. Most attendees were not only there to admire the campus beauty, but also to witness her boyfriend and ponder what merit he possessed to be in a relationship with her. As the warm-up concluded, the match commenced in earnest. Both teams exchanged blows right from the start. The two colleges were evenly matched, and as the game progressed, it became evident that the outcome hinged on which side possessed greater stamina. For Fong Haoyu, stamina was no longer a weakness. He could play the entire game. However, today he found himself targeted. The previous training match had revealed that Fong Haoyu and Yao Yutong were the key players, with Fong Haoyu being particularly adept at scoring. With the campus beauty cheering from the sidelines, the opposing team employed a strategy to double-team him, intent on limiting his scoring opportunities and embarrassing him in front of his girlfriend, aiming to disrupt his mental state. Yet, Fong Haoyu did not rush to showcase his skills merely because his girlfriend was present. Instead, he decisively passed the ball to an open teammate the moment he was double-teamed. Initially, the score remained close during the first quarter, but as the second quarter began, the opposing team struggled with one less defender, allowing the point gap to widen. At this juncture, the School of Finance was compelled to call a timeout. They had not anticipated Fong Haoyu's composure, particularly in the presence of his girlfriend, as he refrained from seeking the spotlight despite the crowd around him. This was utterly unfathomable. During a break, Fong Haoyu approached his senior, cheerfully accepting the water she had bought for him. How did I do? He asked with a smile. Jiang Jian clapped enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with admiration. Of course, you performed excellently. With them double-teaming you, you still managed to pass the ball. You're amazing. Fong Haoyu's smile widened, responding with modesty. Although he had yet to score, his contributions were significant. Jiang Jian quickly recognized and celebrated Fong Haoyu's other strengths during the match, offering her encouragement. Yang Shaoling quietly marveled at the sweetness of the couple. Isn't that what it means to love someone? To swiftly identify and amplify their shining qualities. Suddenly, she felt compelled to retract her earlier thoughts. She yearns for love once more. Although the stadium is filled with spectators, few dare to approach Jiang Jian and Yang Shaoling. Jiang Jian's warmth is reserved solely for Fong Haoyu, while others are met with her icy demeanor. There is an unmistakable chill that surrounds her, deterring anyone from drawing near. Moments ago, when she praised Fong Haoyu, the onlookers were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. Are these two not excessively sweet? Is this truly the aloof campus goddess I know? Why do they gaze at each other with such affectionate tenderness? Particularly since the goddess's boyfriend is undeniably handsome, and their intimate gestures earlier were utterly delightful, leaving the bystanders convinced that they are a perfect match. The intermission swiftly comes to an end. Jiang Jian affectionately ruffles Fong Haoyu's hair, her face illuminating with a sweet smile. Darling, you can do it.